A sudden and unforeseen incident thrust Xiao Ran into a predicament, yet simultaneously bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability beyond comprehension. With this remarkable power, Xiao Ran, amidst a foreign land, embarked on a legendary quest for treasure and serendipity. Chapter 1. Is private property sacred and inviolable? Nonsense. At Los Angeles International Airport, at the baggage inquiry desk, Xiao Ran, suppressing a torrent of anger, gritted his teeth and inquired, "How can I retrieve my suitcase? It contains precious photographs of my family. I must get it back." The middle-aged African-American woman at the counter, displaying unmistakable impatience, peered at her computer screen. "You can only attend the lost luggage auction and attempt to bid for your suitcase. Fortunately, the auction is today," she added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran felt as if he would explode with rage. After months of futile efforts, this was the outcome he had to contend with. How could one not be infuriated? Yet, he had no choice but to accept it. "Very well, please inform me of the auction's location." Once he learned the venue, he promptly turned on his heel and hastened toward the auction site. The moment he pivoted, he began to curse in Mandarin, irate. What utter nonsense about private property being sacred and inviolable. Let the wind and rain enter, but not the king gets all a load of rubbish. For 2 months, they claim to have no knowledge of my suitcase's whereabouts, and after my arduous journey, these fools have sent my suitcase to auction. Before he could finish, a teasing voice suddenly emerged from his Bluetooth headset. "Don't get too worked up. Have a laugh. Am I supposed to be amused? I assure you, I will not cry," Xiao Ran retorted, exasperated. In response to his words, a chorus of laughter erupted from his headset. Hearing this mirth, Xiao Ran could only scold them in jest. "Do you lot have no sympathy? Reveling in my misfortune at this time?" As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter intensified. Xiao Ran hailed from the capital city, currently studying at UCLA, on the cusp of graduation. Last December, he had flown back to Beijing to celebrate the new year with family. However, an unexpected turn of events compelled him to leave Beijing prematurely and fly to Los Angeles. Yet, his journey was fraught with misfortune. First, he encountered a thunderstorm, narrowly escaping a crash within Canadian airspace. Having evaded a tragic fate, he succumbed to a violent turbulence that rendered him unconscious, resulting in a fractured left leg. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a hospital in Vancouver. 100 days of healing. The subsequent 3 months were spent in the hospital, recuperating. Fortunately, he had traveled on Emirates Airlines. This affluent Arab airline not only covered all medical expenses but also compensated him through accident insurance, allowing him to earn a modest sum. However, his suitcase had already been transported to Los Angeles. Left neglected in an airport warehouse, it was only after his full recovery that he departed Vancouver and arrived in Los Angeles, only to be confined to his apartment for an additional 2 months, unable to venture anywhere. During this period, he made numerous calls to the Los Angeles airport, desperately seeking the return of his suitcase. However, the responses he received were consistently unhelpful, as they claimed ignorance regarding the whereabouts of his luggage. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran was determined to reclaim his suitcase. In a prior incident, his laptop had been rendered useless, its fate now uncertain. Fortunately, he had a backup USB drive, which resided within the suitcase. All of his graduation project materials and thesis were stored on that very drive. If he failed to recover his suitcase, graduation would be impossible, leading to a delay and rendering his studies futile. 2 months elapsed, and as soon as he was able to venture outside, he hurried to the airport, intent on retrieving his suitcase. To his dismay, he discovered that it had been sent for auction, provoking his ire. Like many Chinese students studying in America, Xiao Ran occasionally engaged in purchasing on behalf of others to earn a modest living. He had established a WeChat group, inviting all his clients for easier communication. In addition to his purchasing endeavors, he occasionally conducted live streams, showcasing the scenic attractions around Los Angeles. Though he had garnered a few followers, their number barely exceeded 100. Due to unforeseen circumstances, his purchasing business had been compelled to cease, but he could still continue with his live streaming. At this moment, he donned a high-definition camera and Bluetooth headset, broadcasting live. The scene before him was simultaneously visible to those night owls in the streaming room. However, those viewers were not particularly sympathetic. Rather, they seemed to revel in his misfortune. As he walked, Xiao Ran explained the necessity of retrieving his suitcase. Upon hearing his explanation, the audience began to comprehend. Soon, discussions ensued regarding the matter. Isn't America supposed to uphold the sanctity of private property? How could they casually send someone else's suitcase to auction? A young woman named Yen Zi expressed in astonishment. Before she finished speaking, a cat lurking in the corner interjected, "Who can argue otherwise? This is the self-proclaimed beacon of democracy, America, acting so shamelessly." Subsequently, a voice of disdain chimed in, "The notion of private property being sacred and inviolable is conditional. When it comes to other races, the private property of white individuals is deemed inviolable. In the presence of common citizens, the privileged class's property is sacred. Specifically in America, the private property of Anglo-Saxons and Jews is untouchable. As for others, it's merely talk, do not take it to heart." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ran couldn't help but nod in agreement. Profound. I resonate with this sentiment, truly. Before long, he arrived at the auction venue. The hall was filled with 200 to 300 individuals, many clutching bidding paddles, either seated or standing, fixated on the makeshift auction stage ahead. The floor in front of the stage was strewn with a myriad of luggage items, numbering in the hundreds, featuring suitcases of various sizes and styles. Amidst a plethora of items, there lay several tote bags, canes, strollers, jewelry encased in transparent plastic bags, and an array of electronic devices, all of which were left behind by travelers at Los Angeles Airport. The auction had commenced. The auctioneer, positioned at the forefront, was presenting a pair of suitcases. These 2 suitcases, displayed upon the auction table, appeared rather ordinary, only slightly worn, and were covered in a layer of dust, suggesting they had been there for quite some time. The initial bid for the suitcases was surprisingly low, a mere $100 for the pair. However, despite this modest offer, no one raised their paddles. Perhaps their unremarkable nature dissuaded potential bidders, as the prospect of acquiring these suitcases, only to find them devoid of any delightful surprises, left the winner. With the burden of disposing of the contents, such an ungrateful endeavor was, understandably, unappealing to all present in exasperation. The auctioneer lowered the price. "Ladies and gentlemen, the current price for these 2 suitcases is now $80. Who will place a bid? Do not let this opportunity slip away." Regrettably, the treasure hunters in attendance continued to shake their heads, showing no interest in bidding. Entering the auction house, Xiao Ran surveyed the surroundings before embarking on a quest to locate his own suitcase. In a fleeting moment, he spotted his target, nestled among the heap of luggage. The prominent 5-star red flag sticker affixed to the front of the suitcase was unmistakable. Months had passed, and the once new alloy suitcase now bore numerous scars and was cloaked in dust, presenting a visage of weariness. Fortunately, the case remained intact, unblemished. Seeing that his suitcase had yet to be auctioned off, Xiao Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, a 30-something female staff member approached him. "Sir, do you wish to participate in this luggage auction? If so, please pay a deposit to qualify for bidding." "Certainly, madam. I will make the payment immediately," Xiao Ran responded, nodding as he prepared to retrieve the funds for the deposit. However, as he diverted his gaze, a sudden flash of red light caught his eye, remarkably brilliant. Upon witnessing this radiant glow, Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 2. The Enthusiastic Onlooker. Regaining his composure, Xiao Ran turned his attention back to the source of the crimson light. It was a small Venus plaster statue, its surface marred with scratches and dust. There was no doubt that this was a replica. The authentic Venus statue resides in the Louvre. Moreover, the quality of this replica was mediocre, and its condition left much to be desired. Yet, this very imitation emitted a dazzling red light, peculiarly appearing to emanate from within the statue itself. The other attendees of the auction remained blissfully unaware of this phenomenon. "Why am I able to perceive this red light while others cannot?" Xiao Ran pondered. Clearly, something concealed within the statue is responsible for emitting this glow. But what could it possibly be? Surely, it cannot be a radiation source. He mused. Enveloped in confusion, he was bewildered by the events unfolding within him. Yet one thing was certain. The statue of Venus concealed some profound secret. Given the throngs of people surrounding him, he refrained from fixating on the statue, despite his sunglasses shielding his eyes. Subsequently, he produced a $100 bill and handed it to the female staff member as a deposit, thus securing his eligibility to participate in the auction. She, in turn, presented him with a bidding paddle inscribed with the number 216. At the very moment he grasped the paddle, an excited voice crackled through his earpiece. "Ran, this auction is akin to opening blind boxes. I've only observed them online before, never having participated myself. Since you're attending this auction, why not invite everyone to join in? It would certainly be more enjoyable." Before he could respond, the others in the live stream chimed in enthusiastically. "Indeed, this could be quite entertaining. Who knows? We might even stumble upon something extraordinary." "Exactly," Xiao Ran. "Let's all partake. You won't regret it." Xiao Ran hesitated momentarily before dousing their enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. "I would love to include everyone, but I only have a little over $500 left. To my knowledge, this type of auction only accepts cash. Credit cards are out of the question, let alone mobile payments." Before he could finish, a voice interjected. "Seriously? You only brought a few $100s and still dared to step out? You're making us resellers look bad." Rolling his eyes at this comment, Xiao Ran retorted, "Let's not forget, we're in Los Angeles, not back home. How could I possibly carry a large sum of cash? That would be inviting trouble. Had I not come to the airport to retrieve my suitcase, I would have brought no more than $100. Having been in America for just over 2 years, I've already been robbed 5 times. I'm truly wary." Laughter erupted in his earpiece, a chorus of mirth from those lacking any sympathy. Once the laughter subsided, a voice from the corner piped up, "Xiao Ran, aren't you at the airport? There must be plenty of ATMs around. Just withdraw some cash. If your account balance is insufficient, I can transfer some funds to you. The most important thing is for everyone to enjoy themselves." Xiao Ran paused, then responded, "Money isn't an issue. Let's not forget, Emirates Airlines just compensated me handsomely. Though it may not compare to your wealth, I do have a bit of money. Ha! How could we forget the blood, sweat, and tears you extorted from Emirates?" Chiming in with laughter, the others found it thoroughly amusing. "What do you mean extorted? That money was earned by risking my life," Xiao Ran retorted with feigned annoyance, before shifting the conversation. "I can certainly entertain everyone with this game, but it must not hinder my primary goal. I need to retrieve my suitcase today. Furthermore, it's worth noting that flights between China and the US are currently suspended, and so are the deliveries. Even if I were to purchase something you desire, you wouldn't be able to retrieve it for the time being." "Don't worry about that. We have our own ways," a fellow known as Dog Dahu interjected. "Since Dog Dahu has said so, you can rest assured. Once the auction concludes, we shall promptly transfer the auction proceeds to you." The spirits of the gathering laughed, and others echoed in agreement. "Very well. Since everyone is eager to partake in this game, let us play a round. However, I must clarify in advance that if you misjudge, do not seek recourse. I shall not be held accountable. Fear not, no one here would engage in such a disgraceful act." "Agreed. As long as you are willing to take risks, my friends are prepared to bury you," Xiao Ran jested. His words elicited a chorus of laughter and playful jeers that he then bantered with these individuals while making his way towards the woman who had just issued the bidding paddle. Upon approaching her, he inquired about the order of the auction for the various suitcases and other items, as well as the proximity of any ATMs. Through his inquiries, he learned that his suitcase would be up for auction in just over half an hour, while the suitcase emitting a red glow would be auctioned even later. Moreover, he discovered that there were 2 automatic teller machines not far from the venue. Having confirmed these details, he promptly exited the auction hall to withdraw cash from the ATM. Approximately 15 minutes later, he returned to the auction venue, now possessing $30,000 in cash. The onlookers in the live stream, reveling in the chaos, deemed this sum insufficient and incessantly urged him to withdraw more, which he declined. In a nation rife with thieves and robbers, revealing the existence of this $30,000 could certainly invite trouble. Encountering some ruthless bandits could even jeopardize his life. In such an environment, he dared not carry excessive cash on his person. Upon returning to the auction site, he did not immediately engage in the bidding. Instead, he inquired with the staff if he could inspect the items set to be auctioned. The staff readily acquiesced to his request. He then proceeded towards his suitcase. As he approached, he did not draw too close for fear of revealing his intentions and becoming a target for potential sabotage. Standing a few meters away, he quickly scanned his suitcase. It bore numerous scratches and dust, along with a few small dents. Yet there were no signs of tampering. The digits on the combination lock appeared to have been altered, though he could not ascertain who had done so. Whether the suitcase had been opened by someone or inspected by customs officials remained a mystery. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ran's heart raced, rising to his throat. Simultaneously, his expression intensified with focus. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The magnesium-aluminum alloy shell of the suitcase appeared to vanish, revealing the contents within, all laid bare before Xiao Ran's eyes. To be precise, his gaze seemed to penetrate through the suitcase itself. This sudden turn of events left him momentarily stunned. What on earth? What is happening? Just then, a voice filled with excitement rang in his earpiece. Xiao Ran, do you see those two tangerine-colored suitcases on the right? Those appear to be limited edition Donkey brand antique travel cases from the 1970s. If they truly are limited edition travel cases from the Donkey brand, you must help me acquire them. At that moment, Xiao Ran had little inclination to concern himself with any travel cases. Upon regaining consciousness, he hastily began to inspect the contents of his suitcase. The items within were somewhat disordered, clearly having been rummaged through by customs officials. Fortunately, the USB drive remained intact, nestled within the pocket of a pair of blue jeans. Perhaps due to its diminutive size, the customs officers had overlooked it. The instant he spotted the USB drive, Xiao Ran let out a sigh of relief. He then began to ponder the sudden transformation he was experiencing. This inexplicable change was likely connected to the thunderstorm he encountered while flying over Canada. He had been knocked unconscious and was entirely unaware of the events that followed his newfound ability, evidently a form of X-ray vision, only manifested when he concentrated intently on a specific object, remaining dormant otherwise. Moreover, another possibility arose. Could be that his body had fully healed, allowing this extraordinary ability to awaken gradually. Coincidentally, this remarkable power had surfaced today. Whether this ability would evolve into something even more formidable and astonishing remained uncertain. If this power possessed the potential for growth and enhancement, it would indeed be fortuitous. With this thought, Xiao Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he felt a slight tremor of exhilaration. He then recalled the previous flash of red light. What was that crimson glow? Why had it appeared so effortlessly? In the next moment, he turned his gaze toward a small Venus plaster statue in the distance. As his focus sharpened on the statue, he instantly penetrated its facade. What followed was a breathtaking vision. Chapter 3. The X-ray vision that can appraise treasures. Due to the peculiar environment, surrounded by numerous people and countless eyes, Xiao Ran refrained from gazing at the Venus statue for an extended period to avoid exposure. After discerning the concealed items within the statue, he promptly shifted his gaze. All of this transpired in a matter of moments without drawing anyone's attention. Moreover, wearing sunglasses, others were unable to perceive any change in his expression. When he turned his attention back to the two tangerine-colored Donkey brand suitcases, his eyes gleamed once more. To his astonishment, a faint white light radiated from the surface of the suitcases. This glow was as delicate as gossamer, nearly imperceptible upon casual observation, which explained why he had missed it previously. In light of the beauty's remarks in the livestream, Xiao Ran instantly grasped the significance. These two tangerine-colored Donkey brand luggage pieces were indeed antiques of considerable collectible value. However, due to their relatively recent origins, the emitted light was quite faint. From this deduction, it followed that the treasure emitting the red glow from within the plaster statue was also an antique, likely older and possessing even greater collectible worth. In other words, his own eyes not only possessed the ability to see through objects, but also discerned the value of antiques based on the light emitted from them. At this thought, Xiao Ran felt an exhilarating urge to cheer. He realized he had acquired a remarkable power of perception, capable not only of seeing through but also of appraising treasures. Such an extraordinary ability seemed almost divine. At that moment, the enchanting woman fixated on the limited edition luggage spoke again. Xiao Ran, could you come a bit closer? I'd like to examine those two limited edition suitcases more closely. Her words jolted Xiao Ran back to reality. He understood that this was not an ideal setting for testing his extraordinary abilities, as the crowd was overwhelming. If he inadvertently revealed his talents, it could lead to significant trouble. He quickly surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "Do not rush. Sister Min, you are not the only one who recognizes those two limited edition suitcases. There are certainly many professional treasure hunters here, experts with keen eyes. We must not appear overly eager, lest we attract unwanted attention, which would hinder our endeavors. Upon hearing this, Sister Min promptly replied, "Understood. Xiao Ran, I may have been a bit too eager, succumbing to excitement." Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "Sister Min, go ahead and take a screenshot to examine closely, to verify if they are genuine, if they are authentic. Establish a price range, and I shall bid on them later. At that time, you may observe the proceedings, but remain composed, my resources are limited." As he spoke, he kept his voice low, ensuring that only a few nearby could hear him. Moreover, with his N95 mask on, no one could see him speaking. This made him particularly conspicuous in a society like America, which outwardly presents itself as scientific and democratic yet harbors ignorance. Individuals like him were often viewed as outcasts, prompting others to keep their distance. Such experiences of exclusion, and even hostility towards people from Huaxia, were not uncommon, and Xiao Ran had encountered them before. All he could do was ignore the fools and minimize his outings. After conversing with Sister Min for a few moments, he prepared to depart, intending to explore other suitcases and various items. Just then, a Caucasian man nearby suddenly turned to him, inquiring in a low voice, "Hey, are you from Huaxia? How did you come to Los Angeles, and why are you attending the auction?" His tone carried a hint of wariness, not entirely friendly. Xiao Ran recognized this but chose not to take offense. Such incidents were all too common, and he had long grown accustomed to them. He nodded gently and responded in English, "Indeed, I am from Huaxia. I am studying in the United States and arrived in Los Angeles 2 years ago. As for this auction of lost luggage, it is merely a coincidence." Upon hearing this, the man seemed to exhale in relief, then turned his attention back to the auction stage. Xiao Ran smiled softly and proceeded to move aside. Subsequently, he examined several suitcases, as well as other items arranged on shelves and encased in transparent plastic bags. During this process, he made some discoveries, spotting a few objects that emitted a faint glimmer. Alas, he found no dazzling antiques or exquisite artworks. The individuals in the live broadcast room, however, seemed to be reveling even more than he was. As he approached a shelf and leaned in to scrutinize a transparent bag filled with watches and jewelry, an excited voice immediately resonated in his headphones. "Xiao Ran, there's a Rolex Submariner in this bag, and it appears to be in quite good condition. When the auction begins, make sure to bid on this bag. Such an opportunity is rare." With these words, Xiao Ran also noticed the Rolex Submariner. He examined the watch closely. It seemed to be in excellent condition. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though he couldn't articulate what it was. Reluctantly, he focused intently on the watch, and the next moment, his gaze penetrated through the transparent plastic bag, and then through the watch's casing, allowing him to discern its internal mechanism with clarity. He then gently shook his head. "Huago, take a screenshot and examine this Submariner closely. Don't bid on a counterfeit." A while ago, a friend of mine sported a brand new green Submariner, only to discover it was a fake purchased in Guangzhou for merely 300 or 400 yuan. Though it was a counterfeit, it was convincingly realistic, and such items are difficult to authenticate. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of discussions erupted in the live broadcast room. "Ah, there are counterfeit Rolexes in America. I can't be mistaken. Indeed, this might just be merchandise from Guangzhou. If it were a genuine Submariner, it likely wouldn't be auctioned off like this." Xiao Ran smiled and nodded. Of course, there are counterfeit Rolexes in America, and they are no less prevalent than those domestically. Those gentlemen in Los Angeles flaunting their gold chains and small watches, do you really believe they are all authentic? To borrow Guodigang's words, if you wear such things, be sure not to go swimming, they'll float right up. His remarks prompted an eruption of laughter in the live broadcast room. Everyone chuckled, while also becoming more cautious. Following this, Xiao Ran continued to peruse various items. Throughout this process, the participants in the live broadcast room were exceedingly enthusiastic. In summary, everyone had their own preferences. Men generally favored watches and various novel items, while women were inclined towards jewelry and designer handbags. However, there was little interest in the true blind box games, namely the multitude of suitcases. No one wished to purchase a pile of old clothes, as dealing with them would be a hassle. Although none had participated in such an auction of lost luggage, it was easy to deduce. These suitcases had undoubtedly been opened and inspected. Any valuable items would have been removed long ago, leaving little of worth inside. In fact, this is precisely the case. Auctions of lost luggage differ from those of warehouses and containers. Before these unclaimed suitcases are auctioned off, the auction house staff will extract any valuable items and auction them separately. These so-called valuable items, encompassing jewelry, electronic devices, and more, exclude designer clothing, shoes, and bags. The electronic products and jewelry displayed on the shelves were extracted from these suitcases. Often, the cleared suitcases fail to fetch a significant price. However, antique boxes with collectible value represent a different matter entirely. As the conversation unfolded, Xiao Ran's suitcase was already positioned on the display table. The auctioneer glanced at the documents in hand and then at the suitcase, speaking rapidly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is evidently a suitcase originating from Huaxia. The suitcase is in commendable condition, with a starting bid of 30. Which gentleman would like to place a bid?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Ran had already raised her bidding paddle. The auctioneer promptly pointed and exclaimed, "Number 216, the gentleman wearing a mask has placed a bid. The current price stands at 35. Chapter 4. Malevolent opponents. To Xiao Ran's astonishment, someone had taken an interest in his suitcase. As soon as the initial bid of $35 was announced, a hand was raised in response. The bidder was none other than the white man who had inquired earlier if Xiao Ran was of Chinese descent. Alongside his bid, he cast a glance back at Xiao Ran, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. Momentarily taken aback, Xiao Ran nodded lightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, the auctioneer swiftly announced a new price, $40. Having observed the proceedings for a while, Xiao Ran had grasped the auction's rhythm. These auctions for lost luggage progressed rapidly, with the auctioneer's announcements resembling a rapid-fire barrage. Often, within mere seconds, multiple rounds of bidding could be concluded, resulting in a successful sale of an item. Should no one respond after 3 calls, the hammer would fall without hesitation, marking the item as sold or unsold, and the next item would be presented. This necessitated that buyers remain vigilant and ready to raise their paddles the instant they spotted an item of interest. Amidst the rapid-fire bids from the auctioneer and the electric atmosphere in the room, many participants found themselves devoid of time for contemplation, mechanically raising their paddles in response. Consequently, certain luggage that held little value could fetch exorbitant prices. By the time bidders realized their folly, it was often too late, leaving them with nothing but regret. At that moment, Xiao Ran was an inexperienced layman, and more crucially, he was determined to secure his suitcase. $40. As the auctioneer called out the price for the second time, Xiao Ran raised his bidding paddle once more. The auctioneer gestured toward him and swiftly announced the next bid. Mr. 216 responded, and the current price was $45. Which gentleman will bid next? The white man raised his paddle again, glancing back at Xiao Ran once more. However, Xiao Ran ignored him, raising his paddle without hesitation as soon as the new price was announced. Thus, the back and forth continued, and in the blink of an eye, the bid reached $65. At this juncture, a new competitor emerged, a robust woman in her 30s, adorned with heavy makeup and exuding an unmistakable nouveau riche aura. She sat on a chair in the center of the room, not far from Xiao Ran, and when she raised her paddle, she glanced at both Xiao Ran and the white man. It seemed she assumed that, given the fierce contention between Xiao Ran and the white man, there must be something valuable within the suitcase, prompting her to enter the bidding fray. The perception that Chinese individuals are wealthy and willing to spend lavishly had become a widely accepted notion among nearly all in Europe and America, and this woman was no exception. Damn it, Xiao Ran, have you offended these individuals? Why else would they target you? I've observed previous auctions concluding in 4 or 5 rounds, yet your suitcase has already gone through so many. The voice of the cat, hidden in a corner, resonated through the earpiece. Not only him but the others in the live stream were equally astonished. Xiao Ran chuckled softly before murmuring, "Indeed, my friend seems to be targeted. In contemporary America, individuals of Chinese descent can easily become the subjects of discrimination." As his words faded, another participant in the live stream immediately chimed in, "These scoundrels, they harm others without benefiting themselves. They are truly vile." Xiao Ran replied quietly, "Exactly. We must not indulge these miscreants. We should quell their arrogant boldness." In the next moment, he suddenly raised his bidding paddle once more and called out a new offer, actively increasing the bid to 200. He then turned to the white man, extending his left hand in a gesture that invited confrontation, brimming with provocation. The announcement of this new bid stirred a ripple of excitement among the audience. An increase of 130. Could there truly be something valuable within that suitcase? The challenger, number 216, appeared to be of Chinese descent and was an unfamiliar face, likely a novice at this auction, still unaware of the unfolding events. Was there some prior conflict between him and Lion? It seemed as though he was baiting his opponent into a trap, successfully inciting Lion's ire. Amidst the rising tide of speculation, numerous bidders turned their attention toward Xiao Ran. Though none recognized him, many were familiar with Lion, who was likely a professional treasure hunter, accustomed to frequenting such auctions. Among the participants were a few fellow Chinese, who, upon noticing Xiao Ran's ethnicity, shook their heads slightly, signaling him not to be deceived. Little did they know, the suitcase rightfully belonged to Xiao Ran, and he was determined to reclaim it. Seeing Xiao Ran's provocative gestures, Lion hesitated momentarily, refraining from raising his paddle immediately. After a brief contemplation, he finally lifted his paddle when the auctioneer called out 210 for the second time. The black woman withdrew from the competition, clearly unwilling to take further risks without knowing the suitcase's contents. In the next instant, a new bid emerged, 220. As before, Xiao Ran proactively raised the bid yet again, this time to 300. As he shouted his offer, he once more gestured provocatively towards Lion. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, being taunted so brazenly by an unknown contender was somewhat disconcerting for Lion. His face flushed crimson, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he muttered a few curses under his breath. Yet, he seemed to forget that he was the one who had instigated this conflict. Casting a fierce glare at Xiao Ran, he raised his paddle again, accepting the new bid of 310. Just then, a white man standing beside Xiao Ran quietly inquired, "My friend, why are you so fixated on this suitcase? Is there something of value inside? This is an auction for lost luggage, and prices are typically quite low unless it's a designer piece that can fetch a high price." Xiao Ran turned to the man and smiled as he explained, "I am here to reclaim my lost suitcase from the airport. The airport staff informed me that my luggage had been auctioned off, which is why I am here to participate in this auction. That suitcase belongs to me, and my laptop is still inside. I wish to reclaim my suitcase, provided the bid does not exceed the value of my laptop. If it does, so be it." No sooner had I spoken than Xiao Ran raised his bidding paddle once more, declaring a bid of $400, once again provoking Leon to respond. The white man beside him appeared momentarily stunned, a fleeting look of derision crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware that there could be no laptop within that suitcase. The jewelry and electronic items contained within had long since been extracted by the auction house. This Chinese lad, evidently a novice at such auctions, was oblivious to the situation, hence his frenzied bidding. Had he known that his laptop was no longer in the suitcase, he likely wouldn't have bid even $50. Realizing this, the white man immediately glanced at Leon and subtly shook his head. Little did he know that Xiao Ran was intentionally feigning ignorance, his previous remarks crafted specifically for the man's ears. Upon arriving at the auction venue, he had noticed this individual engaged in casual conversation with Leon, clearly acquainted. It was precisely for this reason that he made such statements, aiming to lead the other to mistakenly perceive him as a naive fool. The unfolding events transpired exactly as he had anticipated. Receiving the signal, Leon promptly ceased his bidding, instead looking at Xiao Ran with a mocking smile. Xiao Ran, disdainfully casting a glance at him, gestured provocatively once more. However, Leon chose not to engage, instead breaking into a triumphant laugh. The auctioneer's voice remained uninterrupted, maintaining its rapid pace. After inquiring 3 times with no further bids, the auctioneer swiftly brought down the hammer, declaring the sale. Sold for $400. Congratulations to buyer number 216 for successfully acquiring this suitcase. At the moment the gavel struck, Xiao Ran's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally settled back into his chest. The primary objective accomplished, it was now time for the game. Well done. The live stream erupted in applause, the audience brimming with excitement. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran had not activated the tipping feature, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly garnered a substantial amount of donations. It is worth noting that the individuals in the live stream were not lacking in funds. Chapter 5. the American challenge in the blink of an eye. Over 20 minutes had elapsed. During this brief interval, dozens of suitcases were auctioned off, while several others remained unsold. At long last, the striking orange Louis Vuitton travel cases made their grand entrance, displayed prominently on the auction table. The unveiling of these limited edition antique suitcases ignited a fervor among the attendees. Wow! Finally, it's our turn for these treasures. They belong to me. No one should dare contest, exclaimed a sultry Hispanic woman with a determined demeanor. However, others held differing opinions. Before she could finish, a jovial Caucasian man interjected, "Sylvia, don't be so certain. I too am quite fond of those two suitcases and intend to gift them to my girlfriend. If you would be willing to be my girlfriend, I would gladly present them to you. I am certain you would adore them." Ha ha ha. The room erupted in laughter, the atmosphere filled with mirth. "Oh, please, Frank, you think you're worthy of being my man? Not a chance," Sylvia retorted, playfully flipping him the bird, which only intensified the laughter in the crowd. Amidst the jovial banter, many buyers were already preparing for the impending competition. As Xiao Ran had previously mentioned, a multitude recognized the value of the limited edition Louis Vuitton travel cases and would not let this opportunity slip away. Particularly, the professional treasure hunters gleamed with excitement and confidence. In Xiao Ran's livestream, the viewers were equally animated. Especially eager was Sister Min, the first to identify the antique suitcases, who could hardly contain her enthusiasm. "Xiao Ran, you must help me secure those limited edition Louis Vuitton travel cases. I promise that once you return to the country, I will introduce you to beautiful women, all with stunning figures, fair skin, and long legs. Take your pick." Upon hearing this, the chat exploded with excitement. "Sister Min, I also want a beauty with fair skin and long legs. Please introduce one to your little brother." "Me too, Sister Min. I'm a single dog. If I succeed, I promise to buy a Louis Vuitton antique bag as a token of gratitude." "Everyone, back off. A bunch of lecherous fools. I won't push my best friend into the fire." Sister Min laughed, playfully chastising her viewers. At that moment, Xiao Ran joined in the fun. "This is what you said, Sister Min. Don't go back on your word. For the sake of the beautiful women, I'm all in today." His words drew another round of laughter from the livestream audience. Meanwhile, at the auction venue, the auctioneer began to introduce the Louis Vuitton antique travel cases. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you are these two striking orange travel cases, renowned creations by the illustrious Louis Vuitton. Expert appraisers have confirmed their authenticity, and they are indeed limited edition travel cases produced in the 1970s. With this introduction, the atmosphere in the room became even more charged with excitement. Those captivated by the two antique travel trunks were wide-eyed with anticipation. Some buyers, initially unfamiliar with these trunks, found their interest piqued by the introduction, eager to join the competition. In Sharon's live broadcast room, a flurry of discussions erupted. "I just checked online, and the price of this vintage donkey brand trunk is quite steep. Xiaoran, the amount of dollars in your pocket may not suffice." Upon hearing this, Sister Min became visibly anxious. "Can't we think of a way, Xiaoran? I genuinely do not wish to miss out on these limited edition antique trunks. Ask the auction house if they accept card payments. I will transfer the money immediately." However, Xiaoran shook her head and regretfully replied, "I inquired earlier, Sister Min. This auction accepts only cash and no other forms of payment. As far as I know, the auction house will never compromise its rules. Otherwise, they can forget about conducting business." This left Sister Min momentarily silent. After a brief pause, she finally said, "In that case, it's up to luck. I hope I don't miss out. As long as these two antique trunks do not exceed $25,000, please bid on my behalf. You only have $30,000. I cannot be so selfish as to use it all." As her words echoed, a wave of admiration surged through the live broadcast room. Sister Min was bold. Her fortune surely would not be lacking. $25,000 is already quite substantial, Sister Min. I beg for your patronage." Xiaoran chuckled softly and then turned her gaze to the auction stage. Concurrently, the auction for the donkey brand antique trunks commenced. The auctioneer announced an opening bid of $800, a moderate price. No sooner had the bid been declared than it was promptly picked up by a bidder, a beautiful woman named Sylvia. Immediately, the auctioneer raised the bid by $50, bringing it to $850. Just as the new bid was issued, it was again claimed by another bidder. Xiaoran, however, merely observed, refraining from entering the fray. Such a pair of valuable limited edition antique trunks would surely attract numerous buyers. Indeed, this was the case. In the blink of an eye, the price of the trunk soared to $2,200. Some buyers, constrained by their finances or lacking sufficient cash, began to withdraw from the competition. In America, a place rife with thieves and robbers, few dare to carry large sums of cash, not just among the Chinese. Of course, professionals who require substantial cash are exceptions. They often possess self-defense capabilities, be it through personal security or firearms. Only about 10 bidders remained in contention, likely seasoned treasure hunters. These individuals were familiar with one another, casting glances filled with defiance and provocation as they placed their bids. Just as they believed the ultimate victor would emerge among themselves, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the auctioneer announced the latest bid of $2,200, a clear voice suddenly resonated through the venue. "I shall take this suitcase for $3,000. With that exclamation, the bidding number 216 was raised high. Before the words had fully settled, the crowd turned their heads in unison. Upon realizing that the bidder was Xiaoran, a wave of astonishment swept through them. "Ah, it's that Chinese lad. He seems quite formidable. Could it be that he is also a professional treasure seeker, daring to compete alongside so many experts?" Among those gazing at Xiaoran was Leon, one of the contenders for the antique luggage, who was notably well-resourced. The unexpected appearance of Xiaoran, coupled with his significant bid increase, caused a tightening sensation in Leon's chest, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. As he cast a glance at Xiaoran, he discovered that Xiaoran was reciprocating the gaze. One must return a courtesy. Xiaoran gestured invitingly, provoking Leon. The sight of this gesture ignited a burning fury within Leon, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, seething with rage. Damn it! Who is this insolent fool? So oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. While he secretly cursed, a flicker of regret crossed Leon's mind. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from provoking that rascal. Had he done so, perhaps this interloper would not have emerged to disrupt the proceedings. To him, Xiaoran appeared merely as a meddler, seeking revenge for a previous slight. Little did he know that Xiaoran's true objective was the 2 antique suitcases. The auctioneer, naturally, was delighted by Xiaoran's involvement. Without waiting for the chatter to subside, he pointed toward Xiaoran. "Welcome, Mr. 216, to the competition. The current bid stands at $3,100. Which gentleman will place a bid?" As soon as the new price was announced, Sylvia raised her bidding paddle. In the next moment, the bid climbed to $3,200. Before anyone could react, Xiaoran again made a significant increase. "For $1,000, as I stated, I shall acquire this suitcase." His declaration was met with gasps of astonishment. Goodness, this Chinese lad is quite generous. He is determined to win. Surely, he is not here merely to cause chaos. This is going to be quite a spectacle. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, cheers erupted. "Brother Ran, truly magnificent. Take it to those Americans. We stand with you." Chapter 6. The provocative gesture Xiaoran's new bid clearly surpassed the psychological price thresholds of several seasoned treasure hunters. One by one, they shook their heads and reluctantly withdrew from the competition, leaving the remaining contenders with a sense of foreboding. The sudden emergence of this individual raised questions. Was he genuinely captivated by the antique luggage, or was he merely seeking to provoke that fool lion, to annoy him for sport? Moreover, the Chinese lad displayed remarkable generosity, making 2 substantial bids without a moment's hesitation, suggesting that his motivations might indeed be fueled by rivalry. If that were the case, could spell trouble. What if this irrational outsider drove the price to exorbitant heights? Should they follow suit or not? If they did, even if they secured the 2 antique travel cases, it seemed unlikely they would turn a profit. There was even a risk of incurring a loss. Yet, to abstain felt rather unsatisfactory. Such limited edition antique travel cases were rare treasures. Missing out would be a lamentable loss. Furthermore, no one could ascertain whether the cases contained an array of designer garments and bags, perhaps even limited edition vintage pieces. If they indeed held valuable items, could result in a considerable windfall. Conversely, should they contain mere scraps, a significant financial loss could ensue. Lost in these thoughts, the remaining bidders found themselves in a quandary. However, the auctioneer did not wait for them to deliberate. $4,100. For the second time, who will place a bid? The auctioneer's voice rang out rapidly as he scanned the room. The assisting staff also keenly observed the remaining competitors. Before the final words had settled, Sylvia had already raised her bidding paddle. Tom, the auctioneer, promptly gestured towards her, raising the bid to $4,200. This time, Xiao Ran refrained from raising his paddle and instead focused intently on Lion. True to expectation, Lion immediately raised his bidding number, accepting the $4,200 offer. Yet, before he could lower his arm, Xiao Ran vociferously declared, $5,000. Alongside this bid, he made a provocative gesture towards Lion. Upon witnessing this overtly challenging maneuver, Lion's anger flared, his rage nearly boiling over. Damn it! Who is this bastard? How utterly infuriating! Lion muttered through clenched teeth, his expression contorted with embarrassment. As a somewhat renowned professional treasure hunter, he found it intolerable to be publicly provoked and humiliated by an unknown bystander at an auction. His reputation was at stake. The indignation was unbearable. Were it not for the auction setting, which prohibited violence, and the presence of airport security to maintain order, Lion would have lunged at Xiao Ran, eager to vent his humiliation with a physical confrontation. At that moment, the other attendees began to comprehend the situation. This Chinese lad was indeed intent on retaliation. He had come specifically to confront Lion, seeking to avenge the earlier slight. Upon contemplating this, the remaining competitors silently cursed their misfortune. Naturally, they regarded Xiao Ran as a fool driven by impulse, and Leon too donned the mantle of a simpleton. They understood that if this rivalry continued unabated, the auction would inevitably stall. In a state of irrationality, who could fathom how exorbitantly the price of these antique travel trunks might soar, potentially exceeding their actual worth by several multiples, perhaps even a dozen times? Should the bidding escalate to such an extent, the unfortunate soul who ultimately acquires them would find themselves in dire financial straits. All eyes in the room turned towards Xiao Ran and Leon, many spectators wearing expressions of amusement, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Have you ever participated in such a lost luggage auction, young man? This auction requires cash payment. Credit cards are not accepted. Do you possess sufficient cash? If you lack the necessary funds and recklessly drive up the bids, you shall bear the consequences. Sylvia suddenly exclaimed, her intentions unclear. Her words drew the attention of everyone present to Xiao Ran. Even Tom paused his bidding, taking a sip of water to clear his throat, keenly observing the farcical scene. Xiao Ran glanced at Sylvia, then smiled confidently, replying, "Thank you for your reminder, madam. I happen to have a bit of cash on hand, and I can certainly continue this game for a while. If the bidding for these antique trunks exceeds my means, I will naturally withdraw from the competition. Since I have chosen to partake in this contest, I shall take responsibility for my actions." At this declaration, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes in exasperation. So, this lad views it as a game rather than a business transaction, brazenly inflating the bids. How intolerable! Leon was particularly incensed, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Damn it! You're targeting me directly. Don't you harbor such deep-seated animosity? Meanwhile, in Xiao Ran's live stream, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. This is exhilarating. We ought to confront these self-serving individuals like this, splendidly executed. The viewers cheered, their delight palpable. Before the laughter subsided, Sister Min's voice cut through. Xiao Ran, why do I feel a sense of trepidation? Fear not, Sister Min. I shall maintain my composure and not act recklessly. Xiao Ran replied with a smile, speaking softly. Concealed by his mask, he adeptly masked his speech, and since he spoke Mandarin, he was unconcerned about being overheard by those present. As soon as he finished speaking, the auctioneer Tom announced a new bid of $5,200. Swiftly, all eyes turned to Leon, eager to see his response. Xiao Ran fixed his gaze upon him, extending a hand in an inviting gesture. Under the scrutiny of so many, Leon's face flushed crimson and then darkened in anger. He shot Xiao Ran a fierce glare and raised his middle finger defiantly. Almost immediately, he lifted his bidding paddle, actively engaging in the price increase. $5,500. Tom was momentarily taken aback, then defiantly responded to Leon with an extended middle finger. In the next instant, he exclaimed loudly, $6,000. I still have money, Mr. Leon. Upon hearing this, Leon's expression darkened considerably, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in rage. When Tom presented a new bid of $6,200, Leon immediately raised his paddle, increasing the offer to $6,500. Before he could even lower his bidding paddle, Tom had already raised his bid to $7,000. Thus commenced a fierce duel between the two of them, with the remaining competitors folding their arms and observing the spectacle. As they exchanged bids, the price for the antique travel trunks swiftly soared beyond the $10,000 threshold. Faced with such a staggering price, the other competitors shook their heads in resignation, completely withdrawing from the contest. As professional treasure hunters, they were acutely aware of the minimal profit margin dictated by the principle of bidding based on what one sees. Securing the trunks for over $10,000 raised doubts about whether they could sell them at all. The market was currently sluggish, and people were anxious. Even limited edition antique trunks had lost their former allure. Unless one intended to use them personally, the likelihood of incurring losses or being stuck with them, thus tying up already scarce funds, was considerable. Contemplating this, many competitors, including Sylvia, shook their heads and withdrew from the bidding. To the onlookers, the ongoing back and forth between Tom and Leon appeared utterly foolish. Little did they realize the true value of the limited edition antique trunks in the Chinese market. Their worth in China was undoubtedly several times higher, if not more, than in the United States. This was precisely the confidence fueling Tom's bidding. Consequently, Sister Min and her companions believed that the price of the antique trunks was excessively high, and Thomas' $30,000 might not suffice. With all other competitors having retreated, the gaze of everyone present now fixated on Tom and Leon. After a round or two of bidding, when the price reached $12,500, Tom hesitated momentarily. He glanced at Leon, then pressed on his backpack as if deep in thought. After a brief pause, he finally declared his new offer, $13,200. Chapter 7. Trash or Treasure. Xiao Ran made a bid, a mix of whole and fractional numbers, markedly different from the previous bidding methods. Through his hesitant gestures and expressions, coupled with this somewhat peculiar offer, everyone present instantly comprehended the situation. This young Chinese man had exhausted his finances. He possessed but this limited sum. Realizing this, all eyes turned toward Leon. Leon, on the other hand, wore a smug smile, exuding a sense of triumph as if his cunning had borne fruit. He had observed Xiao Ran's earlier demeanor and was convinced that Xiao Ran was out of money and would not raise his bid any further. As a professional treasure hunter, Leon had no intention of increasing his offer for the antique travel cases. Although there remained potential for profit, the risk was not worth it. Such a move would contradict his principles of bidding. Well then, fool, you've won. These limited edition antique suitcases are yours, Leon declared with a gloating tone. Xiao Ran, however, was momentarily taken aback and did not respond immediately. Just then, Tom rapidly called out 3 times $13,500. Seeing no further bids, he promptly struck the auction hammer, seemingly anxious that Xiao Ran might have second thoughts. Sold. For $13,200. Congratulations to Mr. 216 for successfully acquiring this pair of limited edition antique suitcases. The sound of the auction hammer jolted Xiao Ran back to reality. In the next moment, he cast a disdainful glance at Leon and mockingly exclaimed, "Fool? It remains uncertain who the real fool is." With that, he raised his middle finger in a defiant gesture toward Leon. Witnessing this action, Leon's eyes flared with rage. To the other attendees, it was evident that he was merely putting on a brave front. Meanwhile, in Xiao Ran's livestream, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point. $13,200. Did he really acquire them at such a low price? I must be hearing things. I just checked online. This brand of antique suitcase costs as much as 200,000 RMB domestically, totaling 400,000 for the pair. Yet Xiao Ran managed to secure them for such a meager sum. It's astounding. I finally comprehend Xiao Ran's bidding strategy. Xiao Ran, you didn't study acting, did you? Listening to the lively discussions in the live stream, Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile with pride. What do you think? Did I perform well? Am I deserving of a little golden trophy? He jested. If I hadn't feigned the demeanor of a naive rookie and raised the bids significantly, how could I have deterred so many competitors? This strategy prevented a slow, inevitable loss and allowed me to successfully acquire these antique suitcases. Before he could finish, Min Jie's excited voice came through. Xiao Ran. That was brilliantly executed. I am immensely grateful. When you return home, I shall introduce you to the most beautiful ladies. Feel free to choose as you please. Just hearing you say that is enough, Min Jie. I shall eagerly await my selection of ladies. Xiao Ran replied with a playful tone. With that, laughter and joy erupted in the live stream. Those who have long prided themselves as perpetual singles fervently beseeched Sister Min to introduce them to a fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful young lady with long legs. Meanwhile, as Xiao Ran jested with these individuals, the auction continued unabated. During the subsequent bidding rounds, Xiao Ran participated several times, not out of his own volition, but rather spurred on by the encouragement of those in the live stream to compete for certain items. The objects of their desire included watches, pocket watches, figurines, electronic devices, and exquisite jewelry, while the sealed suitcases garnered no interest. After a series of bids, he successfully acquired a niche antique pocket watch for $400, a set of jewelry for $1,850, and a classic Megatron figurine for $1,350. Unfortunately, he lost out on several other items, as the individuals vying for them were reluctant to raise their bids, thus prompting him to withdraw from the competition. Being far away in their homeland, they found it challenging to ascertain the quality and true value of the items based solely on Xiao Ran's live videos, leading to their hesitance. This was their first experience engaging in such a cross-border blind box game via live video, and understandably they felt a bit apprehensive. However, Xiao Ran took it all in stride, relishing the experience immensely. Throughout this process, he discovered that he had quickly grown fond of this unique auction, or perhaps a blind box game would be a more fitting term. With the aid of his newfound clairvoyant abilities, this so-called blind box game appeared to him as an open-book examination, where the answers were clearly written on the paper, eliminating even the need for copying. In essence, auctions of this nature resembled unguarded vaults to him, ripe for the taking. By partaking in such auctions, he envisioned rapidly amassing substantial green dollars, swiftly achieving financial independence, and thereafter relishing a life of freedom and enjoyment. The mere contemplation of this prospect ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Concurrently, he silently resolved to seize every opportunity to participate in such auctions in the future and reap great wealth. While he was engrossed in these thoughts, Lion and others looked at him in astonishment. When he secured the antique suitcase for $1,200, everyone presumed his pockets were emptied, rendering him incapable of continuing in the bidding. Yet, contrary to their expectations, he persistently raised his paddle to bid, successfully obtaining several commendable items. This outcome left many present feeling somewhat bewildered, even sensing a hint of being duped. This sentiment was particularly strong among Lion and the treasure hunters who had previously competed for the antique suitcase, leaving them with a palpable feeling of being misled. Thus, they scrutinized Xiao Ran closely, each feeling a twinge of irritation. As they conversed, another item was placed on the display table. A small plaster statue of Venus, exhibiting mediocre craftsmanship, marred by numerous scratches and dust, exuding an air of antiquity. The statue drew little interest from the crowd, with many even too disinterested to spare it a second glance. In the live streaming room, the individuals present were fervently engaged in discussions, yet their topics bore no relevance to the statue at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are currently observing is a small plaster statue of Venus, which seemingly possesses some historical significance. The surface of this plaster figure exhibits minor damages, with a starting bid set at $20. Who among you wishes to place a bid? Tom briefly introduced the statue before announcing a remarkably low starting price. Nevertheless, no one responded to the call. After all, who would desire to purchase what they deemed worthless? The burden of disposing of such rubbish would also incur additional costs, and the statue itself was cumbersome to transport. Having called for bids 3 times without response, Tom reluctantly lowered the starting price. He first adjusted it to $10, yet still received no bids. In desperation, he then reduced the starting price to $5. After calling for $5 twice with no response, Tom prepared to declare that the Venus statue had failed to sell. At that moment, someone in the audience suddenly raised their paddle. $5, I'll take it. The bidder was none other than Xiao Ran. Observing this scene, everyone else in attendance momentarily froze, followed by disdainful shakes of their heads. Their gazes towards Xiao Ran were akin to those directed at a fool. After all, $5 is still money. To spend $5 on rubbish, only to incur further disposal fees, seemed utterly nonsensical. Yet, in Xiao Ran's eyes, it was the others who were truly foolish. The collective worth of all items in this auction house likely paled in comparison to that of the Venus statue. Like the others, Tom, the auctioneer, was momentarily taken aback before hastily striking the gavel. Sold. Number 216 has purchased the Venus. In his haste, Tom forgot to inquire if anyone else was interested in bidding, and swiftly concluded the sale. In truth, no one else had shown any interest in the statue. The instant the gavel fell, a surge of ecstatic joy flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes. The tension that had lodged in his throat finally settled back into his stomach. Meanwhile, the live stream was filled with voices of skepticism. Xiao Ran, why on earth did you buy this statue? I wouldn't accept it even if it were given to me for free. Indeed, it was considered nothing but rubbish. Chapter 8. The surprise in the box. More than 3 hours later, the auction for the lost luggage finally concluded. After settling the auction fees, Xiao Ran intended to depart with his newfound treasures. However, the night owls in the live stream could hardly contain their excitement, urging him to unveil the contents immediately. Open the boxes right here, Xiao Ran. It will take over an hour to return to the apartment, and I simply can't hold out any longer. Indeed, everyone was still in the country, and it was already the early hours of the morning. They were on the verge of exhaustion. Hearing this, Xiao Ran could only nod in resignation. Very well. Let's explore the treasures at the airport and see what we can uncover. With that, he pushed his luggage cart towards the designated unboxing area provided by the organizers. Upon entering the area, he chose an empty table and prepared to begin. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him. Hey, are you also a professional treasure hunter? I don't recall seeing you at previous auctions, and your bidding strategy today was quite intriguing. The voice belonged to a strikingly attractive Hispanic woman named Sylvia, who was unboxing nearby, her table cluttered with items that appeared to lack any remarkable discoveries. As the auction progressed, many, including her, began to realize that this young man from Huaxia had been acting all along. He had cleverly exploited a minor conflict with Leon to portray himself as a reckless fool consumed by a desire for revenge, successfully deceiving everyone. Consequently, he acquired the limited edition antique travel cases at a relatively reasonable price, averting the metaphorical boiling frog scenario. Regrettably, it was too late for others to catch on. Xiao Ran turned to the alluring Sylvia and smiled, shaking his head. I am not a professional treasure hunter. I merely participated in this auction for lost luggage by chance. The so-called bidding strategy was merely a few tricks, hardly worth mentioning. Although I am not a treasure hunter, I find this blind box game quite fascinating. Perhaps we shall cross paths again in the future. Sylvia nodded with a smile. It seems I have gained another competitor, and a rather clever one at that. When we meet again, I hope you will show some mercy. Just a word of caution. Be wary of Leon. He is not to be underestimated. With that, she gestured towards Leon and his companions, who were not far ahead, engrossed in their own unboxing. Xiao Ran glanced at the two individuals and quietly expressed his gratitude to Sylvia. He then commenced his own treasure hunt, first laying out several small items on the table. These included a niche antique pocket watch, a well-preserved Optimus Prime figurine, and a pouch of jewelry. As for the weathered small Venus plaster statue, it remained on the luggage cart. After arranging the items, he swiftly scanned the surroundings and, through his Bluetooth headset, quietly announced, Everyone, take a good look. This is what you requested. Apart from the two antique travel trunks, everything else is accounted for. The antique pocket watch and the figurines are prominently displayed on the table, easily visible. Those interested may take a screenshot for reference. I will open this bag of secondhand jewelry for inventory, and if anyone is interested, it would be prudent to save this video for verification. To clarify, aside from the cost and applicable taxes, I shall not charge you a single extra cent. Consider it a game we are playing together. However, the responsibility of transporting these items back to your home country lies with you. Once you devise a plan, do reach out to me. Before he could finish, the audience in the live stream responded enthusiastically. This approach was commendable, transparent, and open. Surely there would be no disputes. Well done, Xiaoran. This was executed with great flair. I feel somewhat guilty for putting you through this, my brother. When you return, drinks are on me. Consider it my treat. Subsequently, Xiaoran engaged in light-hearted banter with the viewers while showcasing the items he had just acquired. He gently unfastened the transparent plastic bag and displayed the jewelry pieces one by one. Regrettably, these jewels were rather common, lacking anything particularly extraordinary, although they were crafted with a degree of finesse. The most expensive and striking piece was a Tiffany rose brooch, adorned with a few rubies and sapphires, likely worth around $1,500. Judging by its design and quality, this rose brooch appeared to be several decades old, thus qualifying as an antique. The sheen it exhibited under Xiaoran's gaze further attested to this fact. The remainder of the jewelry, however, was considerably less valuable. Overall, the collection's worth was estimated to be around $4,000, having been acquired for $1,800. A modest profit indeed. The one who had urged Xiaoran to purchase this collection, Yanzi, could barely contain her excitement. Perhaps all women are alike. Drawn irresistibly to shimmering objects, the value becomes secondary. After inventorying the jewelry, Xiaoran neatly packed it away into his backpack. The pocket watch and the Megatron figurine were similarly stowed. He then lifted the pair of limited edition antique travel trunks and placed them on the table. Due to their earlier production date, these trunks lacked customs locks, sparing him the trouble of having auction house staff unlock them. Each trunk was adorned with 2 exquisite leather straps and a pair of finely crafted brass spring locks, easily operable. However, Xiaoran refrained from opening the trunks immediately and, through his headset, inquired, "Sister Min, before we proceed with the unboxing, how do you intend to handle the contents? Shall I dispose of them at my discretion? There might be some branded clothing or even luxury bags and jewelry within these limited edition antique trunks. If they merely contained rubbish, that would simplify matters. Simply discard them." Sister Min did not respond immediately, likely lost in thought. After a brief moment, she finally spoke. "Xiaoran, all I desire are these 2 limited edition antique suitcases. I have no interest in anything else. You may dispose of the contents within as you see fit. I have no objections. If you happen to uncover 1 or 2 treasures, you could earn a little extra, sparing you the toil for naught. All right, your words suffice." Xiaoran nodded in agreement. He then commenced his endeavor, opening the suitcase in search of hidden gems. In the blink of an eye, the first suitcase was unveiled. It was filled with clothing, all high-end women's fashion, with styles that leaned towards the mature, along with several designer professional outfits. However, the contents were somewhat disheveled, clearly rummaged through by customs officials or auction house staff. Given the vintage luggage itself and the state of its contents, everyone quickly surmised that this was likely the travel case of an affluent fashionista or a stylish diva, though it remained a mystery how it ended up lost at Los Angeles airport. As the suitcase opened, a wave of chatter erupted in the live broadcast. "Wow, it's truly packed with designer apparel, including Dior, Chanel, and even Hermes and LV women's wear. The condition of these garments appears nearly new, albeit slightly mature. They could fetch a decent price on the second-hand market." While the audience buzzed with speculation, Xiaoran began to inventory the designer items. He casually lifted several garments from the top layer and tossed them onto the table, akin to discarding a rag, utterly unfazed. Observing his actions, the girls in the live stream felt a flutter of anxiety. When he lifted a piece of Armani women's suit, a set of seductive black lace lingerie emblazoned with the Dior logo suddenly came into view. The upper part of this Dior ensemble was quite sheer, while the lower piece consisted of lace teaback panties, exuding an overwhelming level of allure. Beside this exquisite black lace set lay a stunning Hermes Birkin bag. The appearance of these two items instantly stirred a commotion in the broadcast. Wow, what seductive black lace lingerie. This unidentified fashionista must have an incredible figure, and she certainly knows how to be enticing. A chorus of howls echoed through the headphones, with the audience likely salivating at the thought. The excitement among the girls, including Sister Min, intensified. Oh my, there's even a nearly new Hermes Birkin bag. What a tremendous surprise. I'm in love. Xiaoran, can you pass that Birkin bag on to me? Just then, Sylvia interjected. Buddy, you are incredibly fortunate. This suitcase holds such a bounty. It seems you are destined to make a handsome profit. If you are willing to part with any of it, I am eager to purchase those items. I guarantee you a satisfactory price. Before she could finish, several ladies in the live stream grew impatient. Xiaoran, tell that chubby girl to step aside. That Birkin bag belongs to me. I want that Birkin bag too. Xiaoran, you can't be elbowing us out. Chapter 9. Unending surprises. Not only Sylvia, but the others engaged in unpacking treasures also turned their heads in curiosity. Among them was that fellow Leon. Upon seeing the designer garments casually tossed on the table by Xiaoran, particularly the nearly pristine Hermes Birkin bag, Leon slapped his thigh in regret. Alas, it was too late for remorse. Xiaoran then turned to Sylvia and shrugged. I have yet to decide how to handle the contents of these boxes. Let's discuss it after I finish sorting through these two travel cases. All right, my friend. I am willing to wait a while. I hope you uncover more splendid items. Sylvia replied with a smile and a nod. In the live stream, several girls eyeing the Hermes Birkin bag erupted into cheers. Wonderful, Xiaoran. Don't let the good fortune slip away. Brother Ran, are you in need of a girlfriend? How about me? I am absolutely fair-skinned, beautiful, and leggy. Upon hearing the flirtatious banter, Xiaoran felt a delightful shiver run through him. I might consider it. Send me a private message with a photo, preferably without makeup, so I can assess the merchandise first. Before he could finish, laughter erupted in the live stream, accompanied by playful jeers. While chuckling, Xiaoran continued to sift through the antique travel case. He picked up the Hermes Birkin bag, examined it closely, and showcased it before the high-definition camera. This was an almost brand-new Birkin bag, devoid of any scratches inside or out, with all the hardware gleaming flawlessly, showing no signs of wear. In a small pocket within the bag, he even found the purchase receipt. The date on the receipt was from October of last year, and it was purchased in Paris. From this, it was evident that the previous owner had hardly used the Hermes Birkin bag at all. One could even speculate that the woman who had acquired it flew to the United States just days after purchasing the bag from France, only to have her luggage lost by the airline or airport staff. Months passed, and these two antique travel cases ended up at this lost luggage auction. The discovery of the receipt ignited a wave of excitement among the viewers. Wow, this is practically a brand new Hermes Birkin bag. Xiaoran, you hit the jackpot. This model is last year's new release, impossible to obtain domestically without paying a premium, and you managed to snag it for free. How incredibly fortunate. The live stream buzzed with fervor, the atmosphere electric. The beautiful women vying for the Birkin bag shouted and clamored, causing Xiaoran to feel a slight headache from the commotion. Standing nearby, Sylvia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she intently focused on the Birkin bag and the receipt. The others in the unpacking area looked on with envy and jealousy. Leon and several others who had previously vied for the two antique travel cases felt a deep regret, wishing they could leap across the Pacific. As for Xiaoran, he had finished inspecting the Birkin bag and set it aside. Subsequently, he cautiously lifted the alluring lace lingerie, examining and showcasing it with a flourish. Instantly, the live stream chat erupted with howls of delight and playful jeers. Sylvia, standing nearby, burst into laughter, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. The men in the unboxing area whistled enthusiastically, their laughter resonating throughout the room. Goodness, this lace lingerie is utterly seductive. Are you planning to sell it? A 30-something gentleman inquired loudly. Before his words could settle, another chimed in, James, who would have guessed you had such unique tastes? It seems you don't have a girlfriend. What do you intend to do with such enticing lace lingerie? Laughter erupted, and the men swiftly grasped the underlying implication. The women present blushed and playfully scolded, while James displayed no signs of embarrassment. Such exquisite lace lingerie is a work of art. Can't I keep it for my collection? He retorted, only to be met with scoffs and derisive jeers from the crowd. Xiao Ran continued to showcase the lace lingerie before placing it on the table, promptly inciting a chorus of disapproval from the beautiful women in the livestream, who dubbed him a lecher. He then rummaged through his suitcase, unearthing several designer garments, yet he failed to uncover any branded bags. During the search, he meticulously examined every pocket of the suitcase and the designer clothing, discovering no jewelry or watches. Clearly, if such items had existed, they had long been cleared away by airport or auction house personnel, leaving not a single piece behind. After thoroughly inspecting the antique suitcase, he opened another box to continue his search. This antique suitcase also contained an array of designer attire, including professional outfits, casual wear, and a trendy little black dress from France, all in pristine condition. Naturally, this suitcase also held an abundance of seductive women's lingerie, even more than the previous box. Among its most valuable contents was a nearly new designer saddlebag, still worth a considerable sum. The appearance of this saddlebag ignited a flurry of excitement in the live stream, eliciting delighted shrieks from the women who adored designer handbags. Sylvia and the other women present gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy, while numerous professional treasure hunters, including Leon, were consumed by jealousy. Much like the first suitcase, this one revealed no additional treasures, not even a solitary coin, having been thoroughly cleared out. Upon cleaning the antique travel trunk marked with the donkey emblem, he promptly communicated through his Bluetooth headset, "Ladies, I can reserve this donkey saddlebag and that Hermes Birkin for you. We can discuss the specifics of who will acquire them when I return to the apartment. There is no need to rush. As for these designer garments, I have decided to dispose of them on the spot, with no intention of bringing them back to the apartment or selling them to you. Generally, foreign women possess larger physiques than those of Chinese women, and they tend to carry a hint of body odor that necessitates the use of perfume for masking. We also have reservations about wearing second-hand clothing, a concern that does not seem to plague foreigners. Thus I plan to sell these items to the rather ample individual nearby." Upon hearing his explanation, the group responded in unison, "This approach is quite satisfactory, Xiao Ran. We are particularly interested in those two classic designer bags. As for the designer clothing, we have little interest. The peculiar scent emanating from foreigners is genuinely off-putting. Are you planning to sell those designer garments to that large individual for ulterior motives? A change in taste, indulging in Western cuisine, isn't a bad idea." Xiao Ran, undeterred by their teasing, turned his gaze towards Sylvia. He gestured towards the designer garments strewn across the table and smiled. "Sylvia, I am willing to sell you these designer clothes, but I have no intention of parting with the designer bags. If you are interested in acquiring these garments, please make an offer." Before he finished speaking, a look of surprise illuminated Sylvia's face, mingled with a hint of regret. In comparison, she yearned more for the designer bags, as they held greater value. Nevertheless, receiving these designer garments was still a delightful surprise. "All right, my friend, let me first examine these designer clothes, and then we shall discuss the price." With that, Sylvia stepped forward to inspect the garments laid out on the table. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ran carefully placed the LV saddlebag and the Hermes Birkin into an antique suitcase. He then wrapped the Venus plaster statue in a Fendi women's suit and stowed it away in another antique trunk. Witnessing his actions, the audience in the live stream, including Min Jie and the other women, gasped in sympathy, while Sylvia and the others on site winced at the sight. In no time, Sylvia had completed her inspection and exclaimed with excitement, "My friend, these designer women's clothes are authentic, in excellent condition, and their styles remain timeless. They will sell swiftly in a luxury consignment shop. I am willing to offer $10,000 for these garments. Would you accept this offer?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. "I can accept this price. It's a deal." He extended his right hand, ready to shake hands with Sylvia to finalize the transaction. However, Sylvia stepped closer and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "It's a deal. You are truly a straightforward individual. I appreciate that. A friendly reminder, be cautious of that fellow, Leon." After saying this, she finally released him. Xiao Ran refrained from saying much more, merely smiling and nodding, and introduced himself briefly. Subsequently, Sylvia opened her handbag and handed over $10,000 in cash to Xiaoran, thereby completing the transaction. She then abruptly pointed at Sharon's suitcase. "Aren't you going to open it and take a look? There might be valuable items inside, and you could profit once more." However, Xiaoran merely smiled and shook her head. "I am fully aware of what lies within that suitcase, for it rightfully belongs to me. I came here today solely to reclaim my belongings." Upon hearing this, Sylvia suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. You truly are a fortunate individual." After exchanging a few more words, Xiaoran took her leave, pushing the luggage cart toward the entrance. Chapter 10. The French Rose Lion was preoccupied with organizing the captured items and did not track his own movements, which allowed Xiaoran to breathe a sigh of relief and feel somewhat at ease. Little did he know, however, that several pairs of greedy eyes were intently observing him. In no time, Xiaoran arrived at the parking lot, pushing a luggage cart towards his vehicle. Having previously been deceived by unscrupulous ride-hailing services and taxis while assisting fans with purchases, he had incurred significant losses in both money and goods. To avoid such pitfalls in the future, he invested $3,000 in a second-hand Touareg, which served as his mode of transport for hauling goods. Although the vehicle was only in fair condition, its performance was commendable, proving to be sturdy and reliable. Unfortunately, shortly after acquiring the car, misfortune struck. Following his return to the country and a period of home confinement, the vehicle had languished at the school for several months, accruing unnecessary parking fees. Initially, he had thought that upon graduation, he would have to sell the car at a loss. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself participating in a lost luggage auction and resolved to continue engaging in such blind box games. In hindsight, it seemed that the purchase of the SUV was, indeed, a wise investment. As he approached the vehicle, preparing to open the trunk and stow away 3 travel cases, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind him, swiftly approaching. The footsteps were light, yet Xiaoran perceived them with utmost clarity. He quickly turned around to investigate. In the next moment, he spotted 2 Caucasian men in their 20s or 30s stealthily advancing towards him, now less than 10 meters away. Although he did not recognize these individuals, he had seen them at the auction earlier. Clearly, they were either after the cash on him, the luxury items he carried, or perhaps both. Upon seeing them, Xiaoran instinctively took 2 steps back, casting a quick glance around. This was the airport parking lot, bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. If these 2 nefarious individuals attempted to rob him, a single shout would undoubtedly draw the attention of many nearby. Even if those bystanders hesitated to intervene, they would at least serve as witnesses. With this thought, Xiaoran felt a modicum of reassurance. He then spoke in a cold tone, "What do you want, gentlemen? You'd best stop right there, or I will call the police." He gestured towards 2 officers stationed at the entrance of the parking lot. As he issued his warning, the live stream erupted with fervor. "Xiaoran, be careful. These 2 white pigs clearly harbor ill intentions. Call the police. We can be witnesses," the viewers exclaimed, each vying to alert him, their shock palpable. The women in particular were shrieking in alarm. Meanwhile, the 2 men were compelled to halt, their expressions shifting from pale to flushed, visibly distressed and filled with regret. Xiaoran's keen senses and heightened vigilance had evidently taken them by surprise. They immediately realized that silently incapacitating each other for a robbery was an impossibility. This was a parking lot, bustling with people and vehicles, and nearby, police were on duty, far from the desolate wilderness. Having attended an auction earlier, they were subject to security checks, rendering their firearms absent. Thus, coercing the other party with a weapon was out of the question. After a brief pause, one of the men spoke. "Relax, we mean no harm. We simply wish to inquire if you are selling those luxury bags in your possession. If so, we are willing to offer a handsome price." Xiaoran disdainfully shook his head. "I am not selling. You need not entertain any thoughts about those luxury bags. Just a reminder, I am live streaming, and this high-definition camera is recording. It would be wise for you to leave. Otherwise, thousands will stand to testify against you." As he spoke, he gestured towards the high-definition camera affixed to his chest. The 2 men froze momentarily, their faces draining of color. "You misunderstand. Since you are not selling those luxury bags, we shall take our leave," they insisted, waving their hands in explanation as they retreated. Seeing them depart, Xiaoran exhaled a sigh of relief. The viewers in the live stream shared his sentiment, collectively breathing a sigh of relief, followed by a cacophony of chatter. What a disgraceful country! Attempting a robbery in broad daylight, no less, and in an airport parking lot. Fortunately, Xiao Ran reacted quickly. Otherwise, he could have been robbed blind. At this, Xiao Ran could only smile wryly. Having been robbed 5 times previously, he had long been accustomed to such predicaments. Now, every time he ventured out, he remained perpetually vigilant, fearing another theft. As his words faded, laughter erupted in the live stream. Amidst the laughter, Xiao Ran hastily opened the rear trunk of his SUV, placing all 3 bags inside. He then drove out of the parking lot, heading towards West Hollywood. As he exited the parking area, he carefully scanned the rearview mirror to check for any vehicles following him. Fortunately, there was no one in pursuit. Perhaps the 2 men, upon being exposed, had opted to retreat, or they simply had not had the time to retrieve their vehicle or call for a ride. Confirming that he was not being followed, Xiao Ran felt assured enough to leave the airport. On his way back to UCLA, he remained vigilant, constantly aware of his surroundings. After 40 to 50 minutes, he successfully returned to UCLA. For safety's sake, he did not head directly to his apartment. Instead, he drove around the campus. After completing a circuit of the school, he exited through a different gate, returning to the apartment building he rented. This was a building adjacent to UCLA, primarily housing students, along with some nearby professionals and aspiring actors. Given its proximity to campus, the surroundings and internal environment of the apartment complex were relatively pleasant, though the prices were quite steep. Most importantly, there was a security guard at the entrance, providing a reasonable level of safety. Upon arriving downstairs, Xiao Ran parked his car by the roadside and proceeded to unload 2 vintage Louis Vuitton travel trunks, intending to first take them to his apartment. As for his own suitcase, he would retrieve it later. Just as he made his way towards the entrance, a taxi unexpectedly pulled up and halted at the door. The car door swung open, revealing a stunning woman who stepped out, cradling a modest cardboard box in her arms. She was a striking Caucasian beauty, tall and elegant, with a figure that echoed the alluring curves of French actress Sophie Marceau. She was the goddess in the eyes of every man residing in the apartment building. Like a radiant beam of sunlight, her mere presence captivated all gazes in the vicinity. Particularly, the hormone-fueled single men, upon catching sight of her, found their expressions momentarily dazed. Almost immediately, a chorus of wolf whistles erupted at the entrance, laced with a hint of flirtation. Moreover, several individuals exclaimed, "Elaine, you shine like the sun, dazzling and enchanting. Grant me an opportunity. I wish to invite you to dinner." Some went even further, passionately serenading her with love songs.
Je voudrais trouver l'amour.
I wish to find love. Simplement trouver l'amour. Simply to find love.
H.L. Eliane.
This was none other than the renowned French love song, Elaine, known throughout Europe and America. Coincidentally, the beautiful woman was named Elaine, hailing from Paris, and currently studying at UCLA. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Meanwhile, the live stream was filled with a cacophony of howls of admiration. Goodness, isn't that the Rose of France? One could say she is a youthful version of Sophie Marceau, and even more seductive. This beauty is exquisite, possessing not only the sensuality of the West but also the intellect and elegance of the East. Truly a celestial being. Ignoring the lecherous remarks, Xiao Ran continued towards the entrance with the 2 travel trunks in tow. Upon reaching the door, he found Elaine approaching as well. He glanced at the enchanting woman and jestingly remarked, "Those fellows aren't mistaken, Elaine. You are indeed like a radiant sun, nearly blinding those poor souls." Upon hearing such candid praise, Elaine erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you rascals are nothing but a bunch of wolves, including you, Sean. Not a decent one among you." Sean was the English name adopted by Xiao Ran, derived from the phonetics of his surname. Due to the similarity in sound, he was affectionately referred to as Sean. Amid her playful laughter, Elaine's gaze fell upon the 2 vintage trunks, her eyes instantly sparkling with intrigue. "Oh, Sean, where did you acquire these travel trunks? If I'm not mistaken, they should be limited edition LV trunks from the 1970s. Exceedingly rare and quite valuable." Xiao Ran did not deny it, nodding with a smile. Indeed, She was a fashionista from Paris. These were, without a doubt, limited edition vintage Louis Vuitton travel trunks. I recently encountered them at an auction, and since a friend expressed a fondness for them, I decided to bid. With that, he abruptly shifted the topic. Why are you holding a cardboard box, Elaine? Nothing much. Our studio has closed down, and this is just some clutter, Elaine briefly explained. She maintained a casual demeanor, yet there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. As they conversed, the two of them entered the apartment building together. Chapter 11. New discoveries. Although Xiaoran and Ilian were both studying at UCLA, they pursued different fields of study. Ilian was immersed in the art of dramatic writing, aspiring to become an esteemed playwright, while Xiaoran was dedicated to the discipline of economics. Their acquaintance was merely a result of their proximity as neighbors, residing next to each other. As they conversed, they ascended to the third floor, arriving at the door of Ilian's apartment. I need to take a refreshing shower to wash away this day's misfortunes. Well then, Xiaoran, see you later, she declared, embracing him warmly. Farewell, Ilian. I wish you success in crafting a flawless script, Xiaoran replied with a smile. After exchanging their goodbyes, they each returned to their respective homes. In the live streaming room, a cacophony of howls erupted. Come clean, Xiaoran. What is your relationship with this French rose? Such a stunning beauty. What are you waiting for? The remarks from the other women in the live stream were met with derision. Xiaoran, however, chose not to respond to their provocations, preoccupied with unlocking his door. Once inside his apartment, he remarked irritably, you are not mistaken. Ilian is indeed a French girl from Paris, studying dramatic writing at UCLA. With that, he pushed his suitcase into the living room. The apartment was modest in size yet fully equipped, comprising a kitchen, living area, bedroom and bathroom, sufficient to meet basic living needs. Xiaoran had resided there for 2 years, and a considerable portion of his earnings from his side job had gone into maintaining this space, alongside tuition and living expenses. The room was relatively tidy, devoid of strewn shoes, smelly socks, or leftover takeout, but that was the extent of its neatness. Despite his involvement in the purchasing business, Xiaoran had little penchant for luxury items. His room bore no signs of opulence. After placing 2 antique Louis Vuitton suitcases down, he stepped out once more to retrieve his other suitcase from downstairs, engaging in light banter with those in the live stream throughout the process. Seize the opportunity, Xiaoran. With such a French beauty living next door, why not take the plunge? Bro, I'm not accustomed to Western cuisine, and more importantly, French women are inherently passionate and romantic. I fear I might not be able to handle it. At that moment, a cat, lurking in the corner, chimed in unexpectedly. Passionate? What an understatement. Laughter erupted in the live stream, as those in the know shared a knowing glance. Before long, Xiaoran returned to his apartment with his suitcase in tow. Upon entering, he promptly opened it and retrieved a USB drive tucked in the pocket of his jeans. The moment he held the drive, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of security wash over him. This would ensure his smooth graduation. His studies abroad would not have been in vain. After securing the USB drive, he did not immediately organize his belongings. Instead, he opened his backpack and the 2 antique suitcases, extracting the items he had recently acquired. He arranged them meticulously on the coffee table and set down the high-definition camera he had pinned to his chest, positioning it to face the newly displayed items. Today, I have captured everything right here for you all to scrutinize without exception. Particularly noteworthy are the exquisite leather saddlebag and the Hermes Birkin bag. Please deliberate on how to allocate these treasures and determine who shall make the purchase. Once you reach a consensus, kindly inform me. As for the price, we shall adhere to the prevailing market rate for second-hand bags, and I am willing to offer a 10% discount. For those who may not secure these items, fret not. There will be future opportunities, as I intend to participate in similar auctions, and perhaps even more exceptional finds await us. Additionally, consider how to transport these items back home. It would be best to arrange for a single, comprehensive retrieval. I shall take a moment to freshen up, and upon my return, I hope you will have arrived at a decision. With that, he removed his Bluetooth headset, mask, and sunglasses, proceeding to the restroom. His words instantly ignited a lively discussion in the live stream, with eager participants vying for the coveted saddlebag and Birkin. In the restroom, Xiao Ran did not immediately freshen up. Instead, he approached the mirror to closely examine his eyes. This sudden awakening of a newfound ability to see through objects filled him with a tinge of apprehension. Would he undergo some form of transformation? Perhaps be subject to parasitic entities or worse. Yet, his eyes remained unchanged, dark, bright, and filled with clarity and sharpness, glimmering with the light of intellect. In the mirror, he found no abnormalities. However, in the next moment, his gaze inexplicably pierced through the mirror and the wall behind it, revealing the adjacent room. It was also a restroom, where Ilian was in the process of removing her makeup. Startled by this unforeseen occurrence, Xiao Ran instinctively stifled a gasp. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, covering his mouth with his hand. After a brief pause, he sighed softly, concluding his moment of sight. He then focused intently on the outer wall of the restroom, commencing a test. In an instant, the wall yielded to his vision, unveiling the bustling street beyond and the buildings across the way with utmost clarity. From his elevated vantage point, he observed the lively activity below, experiencing a sensation akin to looking down upon the masses. This was the fabled perspective of a deity, truly remarkable. Xiao Ran, filled with exhilaration, gently pumped his fist and whispered a cheer. Just then, a wave of fatigue washed over his eyes, and the vivid scene of the street abruptly vanished, leaving only the restroom's fixtures in his sight. What just happened? He murmured in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Rubbing his aching eyes gently, he concentrated once more, directing his gaze at the wall. Yet, after a minute or two of intense focus, he found himself unable to penetrate the barrier again. Subsequently, he shifted his focus, casting his gaze upon the mirror affixed to the wall, and continued his experiment. To his dismay, he could only perceive 2 droplets of tears, born from the pain, cascading down his cheeks. Yet he failed to catch a glimpse of Elaine in the neighboring apartment. Had his ability of clairvoyance vanished? Was this a jest at his expense? Xiao Ran pondered to himself, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. It arrived without warning and departed silently. It was as if someone had played a trick on him. This was akin to being granted a key to a treasure vault, allowed a fleeting glimpse of the mountains of gold and silver within, only to have the vault closed and the key taken away. Xiao Ran stood in place, momentarily stunned, before shaking his head in frustration. Resigned, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Although the duration of his clairvoyant ability was fleeting, he still considered it a modest gain. After all, he had reaped some rewards. With this thought, Xiao Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then proceeded to wash up, applying alcohol for disinfection and such. Having completed these tasks, he finally exited the bathroom and returned to the living room. Chapter 12. Venus with arms. Upon returning to the living room, Xiao Ran once again entered the live streaming room. However, this time he faced the smartphone, appearing on the live broadcast screen. As soon as he settled onto the sofa, he delved directly into the matter at hand. Have you all reached a decision? Who will purchase the LV saddlebag and the Hermes Birkin bag? No sooner had he spoken than the responses came pouring in. Xiao Ran, I'll take that saddlebag from the Donkey brand. Once the price is confirmed, I'll transfer the money to you, Yan Zi exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Immediately, another lady chimed in. The Hermes Birkin bag is mine. Xiao Ran, please make sure not to lose that receipt. It should be packed in the bag and sent back to the country. Seeing that they had made their decisions, Xiao Ran felt an immense sense of relief. He had genuinely feared that these ladies might start arguing and causing a scene in the live stream. The current outcome was undoubtedly preferable. He then moved on to another topic. All right, let us discuss another matter. How do you plan to get these items back to the country? Upon hearing this, Goda who promptly provided an answer. You need not worry about that, Xiao Ran. We have already made arrangements. My buddy has a branch in Los Angeles. Just pack these items, and someone will contact you to pick them up at UCLA. Subsequently, the branch personnel will take these items back to the country, and I will send someone to deliver them to everyone. Xiao Ran nodded, then inquired, Sister Min, Yan Zi, have you reached a consensus? If you both agree, I will hand the items over to Goda whose people for the return trip. In the next moment, Sister Min responded without hesitation, no problem, Xiao Ran. You can trust Goda whose people. I know this guy. Even if he had the audacity, he wouldn't dare to cross me. All right then, it's settled. Xiao Ran replied with a smile. How should I send you the money? Shall I transfer it to your domestic account or to your account in the United States? If it goes to your domestic account, we can avoid taxes and save a bit, Sister Min asked. Before she could finish, Xiao Ran quickly shook his head. Please don't put me in a bind, Sister Min. Let us transfer it to the American account. I'm currently in the United States, and these items were purchased and sold here. Would I dare evade taxes? In America, I'd rather provoke the FBI than the ferocious wolves of the IRS. I still want to return to my homeland and have no desire to be arrested for tax evasion and thrown into prison. Laughter erupted in the live stream as everyone found humor in his words. As the laughter subsided, Goda who interjected once more. Indeed, in America, one must never provoke the IRS. Those individuals are omnipresent and possess their own armed forces. If you dare to evade taxes, you risk losing everything and facing imprisonment. After a few more exchanges, Xiao Ran finally presented the quotes for the LV saddlebag and the Hermes Birkin bag. As he had mentioned earlier, the prices of these two bags were determined based on the current market trends of the second-hand market, and they were offered at a 10% discount. The price was readily accepted by Yanzi and her companions. Upon receiving the bank account details from Xiao Ran via private message, they promptly initiated the transfer and sent over the transaction records. Having established a solid rapport through numerous prior dealings, mutual trust prevailed, leaving no room for doubt. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Ran, in front of everyone, packed the items destined for return to the homeland into 2 branded travel suitcases and sealed them securely. During this process, he informed the group that while he could not act as a purchasing agent, he was willing to participate in auctions of this nature. Should he come across anything of value, he would bid on it. Fans in the live stream could express their interest and place bids, but they would be responsible for arranging the return of items to their home country. This announcement piqued everyone's interest. The auction for lost luggage that day had sparked considerable curiosity and enthusiasm, prompting them to wish for further opportunities to engage in similar auctions. Although they were currently in their homeland and unable to travel to America to participate in person, Xiao Ran could. They eagerly urged him to attend more auctions of this sort, suggesting that he could share the experience through a high-definition camera, allowing them to partake in the excitement of these mystery box games together. Xiao Ran naturally welcomed such requests. He had been pondering how to sell the items he acquired, and this seemed to provide a ready-made sales channel. If executed well, this online sales avenue could expand rapidly, far surpassing the challenges of scouring the globe for second-hand shops and individual sellers. As long as there was no cap on the number of viewers in the live stream, the potential customer base could be limitless, with all fans having the possibility of becoming buyers. Through this innovative approach, he might indeed find a swift path to prosperity and profit. Even if significant earnings were not realized, the joy of the experience would suffice. During a casual conversation, someone inquired about another matter. Xiao Ran, are you considering enabling the live stream tipping feature? You've helped everyone discover these wonderful items. It would be nice for us to show our appreciation. Xiao Ran humorously replied, I can earn money through purchasing or participating in auctions, and that feels like a reward for my labor. As for the top-tier tipping scheme, let us just say it's beyond my capabilities. This prompted a wave of laughter in the live stream. Haha, you possess a keen self-awareness, recognizing your lack of allure for the top-tier fans.
No worries.
I have a hearty appetite. Xiao Ran, if you dare to activate the tipping function, I shall gladly become your #1 supporter. Having concluded the serious discussions, Xiao Ran prepared to end the live stream, as the others were beginning to lose their patience. Just then, as he reached for his water cup, his hand inadvertently brushed against a Venus statue perched on the edge of the coffee table. In the next instant, the statue toppled from the table, crashing onto the stone floor below. With a resounding thud, the statue shattered into countless pieces. Subsequently, a smaller statue unexpectedly appeared on the floor. This diminutive statue was concealed within the Venus plaster sculpture, only to be revealed when the plaster statue shattered. The identity of its creator remains a mystery, as does its worth and the reason behind its concealment within the Venus figure. This exquisite nude statue depicts a beautiful maiden, or perhaps more aptly, a goddess. Remarkably, this goddess bears a striking resemblance to Venus, yet possesses arms and exhibits a different posture. The material employed for the statue is a smooth and delicate marble, rather than plaster, which was safeguarded by the outer plaster figure, thus preventing its ruin. The goddess is entirely bare, draped only in a sheer white veil across her right arm. The veil dances gracefully in the breeze, modestly covering her most sensitive areas. The goddess's countenance is dignified and beautiful, her skin lush, her curves enchanting, and she seems to radiate a dazzling luminescence. The emergence of this goddess sculpture astonished everyone present. "What is that?" they exclaimed. "There is indeed a Venus hidden within this plaster sculpture. How utterly astonishing. This Venus statue possesses arms, and may represent a different goddess altogether. Regardless of her identity, the meticulous concealment of this sculpture suggests it holds significant value, potentially being a top-tier antique masterpiece." Astonishingly, Xiao Ran acquired this trash for merely $5, only to discover it was a remarkable work of art. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Xiao Ran stepped forward, picking up the small sculpture. The moment he grasped it, he felt the exquisite delicacy of the marble, akin to that of jade. Upon closer inspection, he joyfully declared, "This is Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty from ancient Greek mythology, one of the 12 Olympian deities. As she was born from the sea, she is sometimes revered as the protector of sailors." Aphrodite and Venus are essentially the same deity, though referred to as Venus in Roman mythology, with slight variations in their depictions between the two cultures. There exists a statue of Aphrodite in the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, quite similar to this one. Thus I am familiar with it. Nevertheless, that marble statue pales in comparison to this one, despite its smaller size. Just as he finished speaking, a wealthy individual eagerly interjected, "Let me acquire this Aphrodite statue from you, Xiao Ran. Name your price and I shall oblige." A female admirer immediately chimed in, clearly not lacking in financial means. "I too desire this goddess sculpture. She is simply exquisite." However, Xiao Ran shook his head, a hint of pride in his demeanor, and replied, "This is likely the first substantial antique find for me. I cannot simply dispose of it carelessly. I intend to have this statue appraised to ascertain its provenance and value before considering any sale." "You truly are shrewd, leaving no room for loss," the wealthy individual remarked with a resigned chuckle, before shifting the topic. "Once you have sought expert evaluation to ascertain the value and provenance of this statue, it would be prudent to sell it to my friend." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that seems feasible. I am currently in the United States, where such artifacts are not suitable for personal collection. I shall enlist the help of an appraiser. Meanwhile, do not remain idle. Everyone, please take screenshots of this goddess statue so we can have it assessed. Later, during the live stream, we shall compare the appraisal results." With that, he picked up his phone and captured a close-up of the statue, meticulously photographing every detail from various angles. Meanwhile, those in the live stream busily took screenshots, preparing to consult experts for evaluation. Once everyone had finished capturing images and engaged in a brief chat, encouraging a moment of appreciation for the goddess statue, Xiao Ran concluded the live stream. As soon as it ended, a triumphant smile spread across his face. The earlier incident involving the accidental topple of the Venus plaster statue was, in fact, a deliberate act on his part. He required witnesses to validate the provenance of this goddess statue, thereby averting potential complications. Chapter 13. A tremendous surprise. As twilight descended, Xiao Ran gently cradled the Aphrodite statue and knocked on Elaine's door. To maintain discretion, he concealed the statue within a shoebox, keen to avoid attracting curious or envious gazes. As for Elaine, he felt a degree of trust in her and had no choice but to seek her assistance. The door swung open to reveal Elaine, clad in a flowing bohemian-style dress. At the sight of her exquisite beauty, vivid images of a previous alluring painting rushed through Xiao Ran's mind. The thought of the breathtaking depiction of the goddess emerging from her bath caused a blush to creep onto his cheeks. Shaking his head slightly, he hurriedly cast aside any inappropriate thoughts. "Good evening, Elaine. Are you free at the moment? I have a matter that requires your assistance, if you would be so kind." Elaine regarded him with surprise, then nodded. "I am available now, Sean. Please, come in and share what you need." With that, she welcomed him into her apartment. Once seated in the living room, Xiao Ran placed the shoebox on the coffee table and proceeded to the crux of the matter. Elaine, I recall you mentioning that your parents work at the Louvre with your father in the sculpture department. If possible, could you contact them? I would like their help in authenticating a sculpture. Of course, I will compensate them for their services, he added. Elaine paused momentarily, curiosity evident in her gaze. You have a sculpture that requires authentication? May I have the pleasure of viewing it? I can reach out to my parents for assistance. And we can discuss the fees later, she continued. Xiao Ran nodded eagerly. Certainly, please take a look at the sculpture. Perhaps you can ascertain its origin and value, thus sparing your parents any inconvenience. With that, he opened the shoebox and revealed the Aphrodite statue within. The moment Elaine beheld the divine figure, she was momentarily speechless. Her expression swiftly transformed into one of astonishment, tinged with a hint of enchantment. This is a statue of Aphrodite, the ancient Greek goddess of love and beauty. It is simply exquisite. Sean, could you enlighten me on how you came into possession of this marble masterpiece? If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a premier work of art. Having grown up with the privilege of freely entering the Louvre due to her parents' employment, Elaine had witnessed countless top-tier antiquities and artworks. Coupled with her parents' meticulous guidance, her appreciation for art was highly refined. The instant she laid eyes on the statue, she had already drawn her conclusion. It was indeed a premier piece, though the identity of the sculptor remained a mystery. At her words, Xiao Ran could not help but smile with pride. He then began to recount the circumstances surrounding the statue. Today, I attended an auction for lost luggage at the airport, where I acquired an unremarkable plaster statue of Venus. While organizing my belongings, I inadvertently shattered the statue, only to discover a hidden statue of Aphrodite within it. This ancient Greek goddess was concealed within the form of her Roman counterpart, which is quite intriguing. Ah! Elian gasped in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, she regained her composure. How astonishing it is that such a thing could occur. Sean, you are indeed extraordinarily fortunate. How come I never encounter such serendipity? Xiao Ran shrugged with a sense of pride. I too find this remarkable, yet it undeniably transpired and is utterly real. Elian then leaned in closer, examining the sculpture intently. Upon lifting it and noticing the elegantly inscribed letters IB at the base, she suddenly froze. Goodness! Could this be the work of the modern sculptor Master Bourdelle? Elian exclaimed, her face alight with exuberance. Xiao Ran felt similarly, for while he was not well versed in Western sculpture, he was aware of Bourdelle's illustrious name. He is certainly one of the most renowned sculptors of modern Europe, on par with the illustrious Rodin, and one of his most distinguished students. If the sculpture of the goddess truly originates from Bourdelle, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece of the highest caliber. Before Xiao Ran could respond, Elian had already picked up her phone. Sean, I am calling my parents immediately. They will surely recognize the provenance and value of this divine sculpture. She began dialing with great urgency. In a matter of moments, the call was connected. Elian excitedly spoke in French, enthusiastically relaying the situation. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran could not comprehend the language, but he could hear the exclamations of surprise emanating from the phone, filled with delight. After swiftly presenting the circumstances, Elian turned to Xiao Ran. Sean, Pierre wishes to initiate a video call to authenticate this goddess sculpture. Are you willing? He mentioned that this could very well be one of Bourdelle's cherished pieces, missing for nearly a century, unexpectedly resurfacing in Los Angeles. How could Xiao Ran possibly decline such an opportunity? Of course, I would love to meet your father. Very well, I will set up the video call, Elian replied, nodding as she maneuvered her phone. Moments later, a distinguished man in his 50s appeared on the screen, exuding an air of sophistication reminiscent of a scholar. Elian then introduced both parties. This was indeed Elian's father, Pierre, an expert in antique art appraisal from the sculpture department of the Louvre. Once introductions were complete, Elian directed the phone's camera towards the goddess sculpture resting on the coffee table. Upon seeing the statue, Pierre momentarily paused, then erupted in excitement. Without a doubt, this was the sculpture of Aphrodite created by Bourdelle, authentic in every sense. This exquisite sculpture of the deity was crafted in the early 20th century. a period when Bourdelle had just departed from Rodin and embarked upon his own artistic journey, ultimately establishing himself as a master of sculpture. The reason I recognized this divine sculpture is that it was one of Bourdelle's cherished possessions, long displayed in his study and frequently referenced in various scholarly texts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran, filled with excitement, clenched his fist tightly, yet restrained the urge to cheer. Given that it is a verifiable masterpiece and a beloved artifact of a preeminent sculptor, the value of this divine sculpture must be astonishing. Should it be publicly auctioned, it is highly likely to fetch an extraordinary price. Contemplating this, Xiao Ran felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. In the video call, Pierre animatedly continued to expound upon the sculpture. The stone used for this work is the finest Parian marble from Greece, sourced from a fragmented ancient Greek sculpture, now extinct, rendering any forgery impossible. After Bourdelle's death in 1929, the sculpture mysteriously vanished, with legends suggesting that Bourdelle had entombed his beloved piece with him. Yet, who could have anticipated that this sculpture would resurface in Los Angeles, concealed within a seemingly ordinary Venus statue? It is simply unbelievable. Sean, you are indeed a fortunate individual. Might I request to see an image or video of that Venus statue? Xiao Ran immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, Pierre. I not only possess images of the Venus statue but also the video recorded during the auction, as well as footage from the moment I stumbled upon this divine sculpture. Subsequently, Xiao Ran retrieved the relevant images and videos, promptly sending them to Pierre. He had meticulously prepared these materials, editing them in detail while ensuring that his secret remained safeguarded. This way, the incident of his serendipitous discovery of the divine sculpture acquired 2 additional witnesses. Even if inquiries were made later, they could only attribute it to his extraordinary luck, without suspecting any other aspects. Upon receiving the images and videos, Pierre began to examine them immediately. Through the video, it became apparent that this expert in antique art appraisal grew increasingly animated, even gesticulating with excitement. Within just 5 or 6 minutes, he completed his assessment. The outcome was beyond doubt. Sean, I can assert with utmost confidence that this is indeed Bourdelle's most cherished divine sculpture, a masterpiece of the highest caliber. I must say, your fortune is truly remarkable. Discovering such an exceptional artwork is utterly astounding. May I inquire whether you intend to keep this divine sculpture for your collection or consider selling it? If you choose to sell, the Louvre may be interested in acquiring it. Xiao Ran gasped in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. However, he responded with a question that diverged from the topic. Pierre, I would like to inquire about the potential auction price for this divine sculpture. What value might it hold? This time, it was Pierre who found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Xiao Ran's candor. After a brief contemplation, he ultimately provided his response. Based on the current market conditions, coupled with the fact that it is a cherished piece of the sculptor master Bourdelle, its value should be approximately $10 million. Unfortunately, it is rather diminutive. Had it been a large-scale sculpture, it would be considered priceless. Before he could finish his sentence, a captivating melody suddenly resonated through the air. Xiao Ran's phone had rung. Chapter 14. Sudden wealth. The call came from the affluent dog enthusiast, who evidently had not yet succumbed to slumber. Xiao Ran cast a glance towards the scene and then, apologizing to Ilian and Pierre, stepped aside to answer the call. In the next moment, the excited voice of the dog enthusiast resonated through the line. Xiao Ran, is that exquisite sculpture of Aphrodite still available? Sell it to me. My friend, the price is entirely at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Brother dog, have you consulted an expert for an appraisal? Have you discerned the origin and value of that sculpture? My friend has indeed sought the expertise of a distinguished appraiser from the Louvre, he replied in Mandarin, seemingly indifferent to the presence of others nearby. Whether Ilian understood Chinese or Pierre was aware remains uncertain. The dog enthusiast paused momentarily, then chuckled resignedly. Your speed is remarkable, having enlisted an expert from the Louvre. It seems I shall not find any bargain here. His candor was refreshing, revealing no pretense regarding his intentions. I not only sought the Louvre's expert for an appraisal, but he also provided a rough valuation and expressed interest in acquiring the sculpture. I am currently contemplating whether to sell it to the Louvre When your call came through, Xiao Ran elaborated. Upon hearing this, the dog enthusiast grew anxious. This is a cherished piece by the master sculptor Boudel, exceedingly rare and a true masterpiece. Such treasures ought to remain within our circle. We must not sell it to the Louvre. The French have taken so much from us, a matter of national grievance. We cannot forget that this time, we shall take something from them. Xiao Ran burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. Brother dog, you make a valid point. How much are you willing to offer for this divine sculpture? I am all ears. To be frank, based on the valuation provided by the expert from the Louvre, I fear you may find it beyond your means. Before he could finish, the dog enthusiast exploded with indignation. What? You dare to underestimate me? Clearly, you are unaware of my true capabilities. Let me assure you, no matter what the French offer, I will bid 20 above that to acquire the sculpture. This time, Xiao Ran was taken aback and filled with curiosity. Brother dog, it appears you are indeed a true connoisseur. With such wealth, why would you need a purchasing agent? What could you possibly desire that you cannot obtain? Why do you even come to my live stream? The dog enthusiast smiled with pride. I simply enjoy the company and the thrill. Primarily, it is your charisma and sincerity that draw me here. Very well. On account of your words, I shall reserve this divine sculpture for you. We cannot let the French benefit from it for free, Xiao Ran declared with a smile, making his decision. After a brief exchange, he ended the call and returned to his video chat with Pierre. He refrained from disclosing his intention not to sell the sculpture to the Louvre, merely stating that he would consider the matter carefully. Pierre, for his part, could only acquiesce to his decision. However, he mentioned that he would inform the higher-ups at the Louvre the following day and request funding to discuss the acquisition of the sculpture. Xiao Ran did not intervene, wishing to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Subsequently, he shifted the conversation. Pierre, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in appraising this exquisite sculpture of the goddess. How would you prefer to receive your appraisal fee? Should I transfer it directly to you or to Elaine? However, Pierre shook his head. Forget the appraisal fee, Sean. You are a friend of Elaine. This small favor is of no consequence. I am thoroughly satisfied to have been among the first to see and authenticate this extraordinary piece of art that has been lost for a century. Observing that Pierre declined to accept the fee, Sean chose not to press the issue. After all, Elaine lived next door, and there would be ample opportunities to reciprocate the gesture in the future. Pierre then continued to admire the sculpture with rapturous delight before concluding the video call. As soon as the call ended, Elaine excitedly enveloped Sean in a warm embrace. Congratulations, Sean. In the blink of an eye, you've become a millionaire. It's simply unbelievable. To be honest, you are the luckiest person I have ever met, and I can't help but feel envious. In that moment, Sean felt as though he were in a dream. The situation was surreal, yet the exquisite and curvaceous form in his arms unmistakably affirmed the reality of it all, more genuine than gold. Just as he was about to say something, Elaine, her cheeks flushed, playfully pushed him away. Sean, you are such a cad. Sean chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I sincerely apologize, Elaine. I am powerless against your enchanting beauty and allure. If I were indifferent, I would hardly be a man. Elaine, visibly flustered, wore a look of exasperation. They then took a moment to appreciate the sculpture together, discussing its significance. Through Elaine's introduction, Sean gleaned some insights into the story of the Greek goddess Aphrodite and the artistry of Boudel. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he carefully packed away the sculpture and departed from Elaine's apartment. As he left, he made sure to remind her to keep the matter confidential and suggested they dine together soon as a gesture of gratitude. Aware of the sculpture's value and the gravity of the situation, Elaine readily agreed. Upon returning to his own apartment, Sean immediately initiated a video call with Dogda who, eager to discuss the transaction. Dogda who appeared on screen, his face weary yet alight with excitement. It was evident that he was energized, as if he had been invigorated. Even if asked to sleep at that moment, he likely would have been unable to do so. As the video commenced, Sean got straight to the point. Brother, which expert did you consult for the appraisal? What is the estimated value of this Boudel sculpture? The expert I found is a French antique art appraiser from the sculpture department at the Louvre. He is absolutely certain that this is the beloved sculpture of the goddess by the master artist Boudel, valued at around $10 million. Including various taxes, my offer is $14 million. Can you accept this? Before he finished speaking, Dogda who readily responded with affirmation. No problem, Sean. I can accept this offer. It's a deal. This arrangement would save a substantial sum in auction commissions, and truth be told, my friend stands to gain quite a bit. Most importantly, acquiring such a premier piece of art would elevate his status to unprecedented heights. Seeing the enthusiasm in Dog Brother, Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. All right then, it's a deal, Dog Brother. However, you must devise a means to transport this treasure back to the country swiftly. Honestly, having a masterpiece valued at over $10 million within arm's reach leaves me feeling rather apprehensive. I can hardly sleep soundly. Dog Brother laughed heartily and replied, Look at your lack of ambition. My sister and brother-in-law are in Los Angeles, managing a branch office. Tomorrow morning, my sister will meet you at UCLA for the transaction. Cash for the artwork. You can entrust the remaining items to her, and then you can rest easy. That would be splendid. I'm eagerly awaiting my fortune, Xiao Ran exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement, though he refrained from cheering out loud. They proceeded to discuss the transaction details and exchanged a few casual remarks. It was only then that Xiao Ran learned that after acquiring detailed images and videos of the American deity sculpture, the affluent Dog Brother promptly contacted experts at the auction house for authentication. Given the significance of the dog family, the auction house sought the assistance of renowned experts abroad for a thorough appraisal. The outcome was predictable. The foreign experts' conclusion aligned perfectly with Pierre's assessment. Moreover, the valuation provided by this expert was even higher, reaching $12 million. The expert inquired repeatedly about the whereabouts of this exquisite artwork, expressing a willingness to facilitate a sale at a higher price. Fortunately, Dog Brother had been prudent and did not reveal any information about Xiao Ran. Upon hearing this account, Xiao Ran was filled with regret. Oh no, I should have been more audacious. I've missed out on a significant opportunity. Dog Brother, reveling in his triumph, laughed heartily. We're both men of our word. We must not break our promises. Rest assured, I would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Any losses incurred are acceptable, considering this was all fortuitously acquired. Xiao Ran retorted with a hint of irritation. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded their video conversation. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ran promptly placed the American deity sculpture into his backpack, picked up 2 antique travel cases, and left the apartment. For his own safety, he decided against returning to the apartment until he had disposed of these items. He then drove onto the university campus, parked in front of the main office building, and pushed the luggage in search of a friend. Upon locating him, he handed over $300 to rent the apartment for the night, explaining that the fire sprinkler in his own apartment had malfunctioned, flooding the place and rendering it uninhabitable. Simultaneously, he turned off his phone to avoid being tracked by certain individuals. Chapter 15. A night of transformation. As dawn broke, Xiao Ran awoke on a friend's bed, though he was alone in its embrace. The moment consciousness returned, he turned his gaze toward the side, where his backpack and 2 vintage travel trunks lay. Seeing his belongings intact, he exhaled a sigh of relief and jubilantly clenched his fist. The events of the previous day were not a figment of a fanciful dream, but rather an undeniable reality. The thought of having become a millionaire overnight stirred a fervor within him, making it impossible to remain still. Just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly halted, his attention fixated on the ceiling above, his expression a mixture of focus and trepidation. In an instant, the ceiling vanished, revealing the scene from the apartment above with startling clarity. The floor was strewn with various articles of clothing, t-shirts and jeans belonging to a young man, alongside shorts discarded by a girl. Above him, 2 figures were entangled on the bed, engaged in a scene most inappropriate for young eyes. Xiao Ran stood transfixed. Then, overwhelmed with joy, he began to murmur to himself in disbelief. Goodness, my ability has returned. The heavens have smiled upon me. While elated, he became aware that this power of perception was limited in duration. Exceeding its daily allowance would render it inaccessible for the remainder of the day. Each new dawn would reset the timer for this extraordinary ability. He pondered whether this gift possessed the potential for growth, whether its duration could be extended, or if it might evolve under certain conditions. Lost in contemplation, the vision faded, and the inappropriate tableau above dissipated. Moments later, a smile broke across his face. Did it matter whether his ability could develop? Carpe diem, he thought. With the time he currently possessed for this gift, he could navigate the world with ease, seizing opportunities as they arose. To confirm the reality of his experience, he turned his attention to the wall beside him. In the next moment, his gaze penetrated the barrier, granting him a view of the tranquil campus outside. The morning was serene, with only a few students jogging in the early light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. Convinced that this was no illusion, Xiao Ran quickly ceased his perception. Knowing the limitations of his ability, he was reluctant to waste even a moment, for he might need it at any time. With that, he rolled out of bed, ready to freshen up. Just then, a faint odor wafted toward him, seemingly emanating from his own body. Glancing down at his arms and legs, he found nothing amiss. Yet, he was certain that the subtle stench originated from himself, rather than from any external source. Could it be that not only had he gained the power of perception, but his body had undergone other transformations as well? Puzzled, he muttered to himself, thoroughly bewildered. Subsequently, he conducted a meticulous examination of his body but found no discernible changes. Helplessly, he could only open the window and turn on the air conditioning for ventilation before heading to the bathroom. As the water cascaded down during his wash, he suddenly realized something. His muscles appeared to have transformed, becoming more defined and powerful, and he seemed to have grown a little taller. As he excitedly clenched his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he was momentarily stunned by his newfound handsomeness. "How can you be this handsome, my friend? Are you trying to outshine everyone else?" With a playful remark, he burst into a proud laugh. After finishing his shower, he quickly noticed that the unpleasant odor had vanished entirely, replaced by a refreshing and alluring fragrance. He then walked over to the corner, picked up the dumbbells resting on the floor, and found the 10-kilogram weights to be surprisingly light. Effortlessly, he performed several bicep curls before increasing the weight to 15 and then 20 kilograms, still feeling no strain. At this point, he was fully convinced of the significant transformation his body had undergone, now brimming with incredible strength. Such a change was undoubtedly a fortuitous blessing. After celebrating with exuberance, he began to test his abilities in other areas, such as agility, reaction speed, and vision. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. His capabilities had been greatly enhanced, a stark contrast to his former self. Within this elongated physique lay boundless energy, ready to erupt like a volcano at any moment. Yet outwardly he appeared deceptively unassuming. Realizing his newfound strength, his confidence soared, and he no longer felt the anxiety that had plagued him the day before. He believed he now possessed the means for self-defense, free from any lingering fears of threats. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. After gaining a clearer understanding of the changes within him and calming his emotions, he finally opened his phone. The next moment, a barrage of notification sounds erupted, signaling a multitude of missed calls and messages. The individual known as the Dog Big House had called over a dozen times. Additionally, Sister Min and her friends had reached out via calls or WeChat, inquiring about his whereabouts and why he had lost contact. Even Ilian had made 2 calls. Looking at the numerous missed calls and messages, he shook his head with a smile. Just as he was about to respond, the phone rang again with Dog Big House on the line. As soon as he answered, his friend exclaimed, "Xiaoran, where on earth did you go? Why didn't you answer your phone?" "I was sleeping. My phone died and shut off, so I missed your calls." Xiaoran casually fabricated an excuse to deflect. "What? You slept so soundly? You must have a big heart. We were all worried sick." Dog Big House lamented, relieved at the same time. Hearing this, Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle. With a light-hearted chuckle, he remarked that the situation was not as exaggerated as it seemed, reassuring his companion that the exquisite sculpture remained in his possession, thus alleviating any concerns. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. Xiaoran, suggest a location. "My sister will head to UCLA shortly for the transaction," he stated. "Let us meet at the CAF in front of the main administrative building at 11 in the morning." I will bring my lawyer along. Bringing a lawyer? You are quite cautious, he replied with a chuckle. Nonetheless, it's prudent. It will help avoid any potential legal pitfalls. It's not merely caution. It's to prevent any trouble from the Americans, ensuring a smooth return with the funds to my homeland, he justified. You have a point. My sister will also bring an expert in antique appraisal. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. That's entirely appropriate. In just a few exchanges, they had established the time and place for their meeting, concluding the call promptly. Following this, Xiao Ran reached out to Minjie and her associates. As anticipated, they had also sought the expertise of appraisers regarding the exquisite sculpture, uncovering its origins and value. Like his previous acquaintance, they too were eager to acquire the sculpture, but regrettably they were a step too late. Upon learning that the sculpture had been secured by his companion, they were filled with regret. When they discovered the sculpture's worth, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Word of Xiao Ran's overnight transformation into a millionaire spread, inciting envy among them, who clamored for him to treat them to a lavish meal. Alas, they were still in their homeland and would have to wait until their return. Subsequently, Xiao Ran dialed Elian's number. As soon as the call connected, Elian eagerly inquired, "Good morning. Sean, where have you been? Why aren't you at the apartment?" "Good morning, Elian. I'm at a friend's place and will return shortly. My phone was dead last night. I just saw your call. Is there something you need?" He responded, feigning curiosity. Elian then explained her purpose. "The Louvre is preparing to fund the acquisition of that exquisite sculpture and asked me to reach out to you. If you are interested in selling, my father will handle the transaction and come to Los Angeles. According to my father, the Louvre's budget for the acquisition is substantial, and you could stand to make a significant profit." Hearing this, Xiao Ran could not help but smile with satisfaction. "Unfortunately, you are too late." Yet, he refrained from revealing that he had already decided to sell the sculpture to his previous acquaintance, allowing him to return home with it. Instead, he merely mentioned that he was still contemplating the sale. Until the deal was firmly secured, he had no intention of disclosing his true intentions or actions. After all, one could never be too careful with these foreigners and their potential underhanded tactics. Chapter 16. Ascending to millionaire status as the clock approached 11 on that fateful morning, Xiao Ran, adorned with a backpack and 2 vintage Louis Vuitton suitcases, entered a coffee shop situated directly across from the main office building, accompanied by a middle-aged Caucasian man. This gentleman was the attorney he had retained for $3,000, whose law firm was conveniently located near UCLA. Xiao Ran had commissioned him to draft a contract for the transaction of antique artworks and to sign a confidentiality agreement, thus preparing for the impending deal. Given the approaching noon hour, the CAF was bustling with patrons, predominantly comprised of UCLA faculty and students. This was precisely why Xiao Ran had chosen this venue for the transaction. He sought to ensure his safety, while also garnering a few witnesses for the substantial art deal. Shortly after settling into a booth, Xiao Ran's phone rang, revealing it to be a call from the affluent dog owner. Upon answering, the man immediately inquired, "Xiao Ran, are you at the CAF? My sister and her group have arrived, and they are just outside the entrance." There were 5 individuals in total, including the attorney and an expert in antique art appraisal. Glancing towards the CAF entrance, Xiao Ran quickly spotted the quintet standing by the curb, 3 of whom were of Chinese descent. Among them was a woman in her 30s, the sister of the affluent dog owner. Having previously received a photograph, Xiao Ran recognized her at once. "I see them. Please let them in. I am seated in a booth by the window on the north side. I reserved 2 booths for everyone to accommodate comfortably." "Got it. I'll inform them right away," the dog owner responded before promptly ending the call. Moments later, the 5 individuals entered the CAF. Xiao Ran stood and waved, signaling them over, and as they approached, he courteously introduced himself. "Good afternoon, Sister Chen. I am Xiao Ran, a native of Beijing, and it is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Xiao Ran. I didn't expect you to be so handsome and studying at UCLA. Far superior to my inept brother," Sister Chen jested as she shook his hand. "I'm merely here to earn a diploma. When I return to my homeland, I might even end up working for Brother Chen," he replied with a light-hearted tone. "With your fortune, you hardly need to work." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Xiao Ran introduced his attorney and the others, before they all settled into their respective booths. Subsequently, Xiao Ran inquired about their preferences and ordered a cup of coffee for each guest. With pleasantries aside, they delved into the matter at hand. Xiao Ran, please present that exquisite sculpture. Let us feast our eyes upon it. If it truly belongs to the esteemed sculptor Bordel, we shall proceed with the transaction immediately. Cash for the artwork. Sister Chun remarked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. No problem, Sister Chun. I will present it right away. The authenticity of this exquisite sculpture of the goddess is beyond question. I have consulted Professor Pierre from the Sculpture Arts Department of the Louvre, who has provided a very affirmative authentication conclusion along with an approximate valuation. Xiao Ran nodded in acknowledgement. As he spoke, he retrieved the sculpture from his backpack and carefully placed it on the dining table. The moment the sculpture made its appearance, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the room. Everyone, including Sister Chun, was unable to contain their amazement, their eyes sparkling with delight. The antique art appraisal expert invited by Sister Chun swiftly rendered his judgment. Indeed, this is undeniably the sculpture beloved by the master sculptor Bordel, identical in every detail to the images found in relevant literature. More importantly, the material utilized is the finest ancient Greek Parian marble, which could not possibly be a forgery. Before he finished speaking, the antique art appraisal expert leaned in closer, entranced, as he began to admire and study the piece. Sister Chun, too, wore an expression of sheer ecstasy, her gaze firmly fixed on this masterpiece, unwilling to divert her eyes even for a moment. Other patrons in the CAF were drawn to the commotion, turning to see what was unfolding. Upon witnessing the sculpture, they too were taken aback. Some even rose from their seats to approach and admire it up close. Soon, the air was filled with murmurs of admiration. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran leisurely sipped his coffee, awaiting the moment to count his earnings. In less than 20 minutes, the transaction for this antique art piece valued at over $14 million was successfully completed. Sister Chun departed the CAF content, with the sculpture and 2 antique luggage pieces in tow. Following her, Xiao Ran and his lawyer emerged from the CAF. At this moment, Xiao Ran's bank account had swelled by over $14 million, transforming him into a bona fide millionaire. Standing beside him, the white lawyer wore an expression of regret, secretly lamenting that he had been far too modest in his fee request. After watching Sister Chun and her companions drive away, Xiao Ran turned to the lawyer. David, thank you for your assistance. You are an exceptionally professional lawyer. I hope you can keep the details of this transaction confidential. Upon hearing this, David immediately nodded, responding, No need for gratitude, Sean. You hired me, and I shall provide the most professional legal services. As for confidentiality, you need not worry. I adhere to a strict code of ethics. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement and continued, I will be participating in various auctions in the future, and I am certain there will be opportunities for us to collaborate again. I hope our partnership will be enjoyable and mutually beneficial. With that, Xiao Ran shook David's hand. David's face lit up with delight. That would be splendid. A fruitful collaboration, Sean, and I wish you continued good fortune. Subsequently, Xiao Ran engaged in a brief conversation with David, particularly inquiring about the matter of purchasing a firearm for self-defense. Upon learning that David had previously obtained a hunting license, David assured him that according to California law, he could indeed buy a gun for self-defense, provided he acquired a permit to carry it. Furthermore, David volunteered to assist him in obtaining the carrying permit for a modest fee. Naturally, Xiao Ran was inclined to accept such a beneficial offer. After shaking hands to formalize their agreement, David departed in his vehicle, returning to the law firm. Xiao Ran then turned and walked towards a nearby restaurant, intending to have lunch. In the afternoon, Xiao Ran returned to his apartment, humming a tune. As he passed by Elaine's door, he knocked, intending to offer an explanation. However, to his dismay, Elaine was not home, and he had to abandon his effort. Upon returning to his apartment, he promptly took out his phone and sent several messages to Go Dahu and Min Jie, informing them that the exquisite sculpture and 2 vintage travel trunks had been handed over to Go Dahu's sister, advising them to await their arrival. In no time, Min Jie and the others responded, clamoring for Xiao Ran to commence a live stream immediately. Reluctantly, Xiao Ran obliged and initiated the live broadcast to engage with his audience. As soon as the stream began, dozens of fans flocked in, including Go Dahu and Min Jie among others. These individuals resembled nocturnal creatures, seemingly unwilling to sleep at night, eagerly anticipating Xiao Ran's live stream. Just as Xiao Ran appeared in the live room and prepared to greet everyone, the atmosphere was already electric. Xiao Ran, I heard you sold that exquisite sculpture to Go Dahu for over $14 million. Is that true? A frequent lurker suddenly surfaced to inquire. Following suit, another commented, Bro, you just found out about the sculpture's provenance, and now it's sold at such a high price. What a missed opportunity. Over $14 million, how much is that? A lady named Yen Ran chimed in, expressing her interest. Amidst the chorus of questions, Xiao Ran nodded with pride. Indeed, I did sell that exquisite sculpture to Go Dahu for over $14 million. To my surprise, he truly is a formidable figure. From this moment forth, I am officially among the ranks of millionaires, and in dollars no less. To the ladies seeking sponsorship, please swiftly send over your candid photos and measurements. Sponsorship is not out of the question, provided your looks are satisfactory. Hardly had he finished speaking when laughter and playful jeers erupted in the live stream. Dream on if you think you can have the ladies, Xiao Ran, you big flirt. Someone exclaimed. Just because you have a bit of money, you're getting cocky. Do you even remember your last name? Several women retorted, while many others expressed their envy, exclaiming, This is true overnight wealth. Who wouldn't envy that? Chapter 17. The astonished parents in the evening, Xiao Ran was preparing to go out for dinner when he happened to see Elaine returning, on the verge of entering her apartment. He quickly called out to the stunning French beauty. Good evening, Elaine. I have something to discuss. Do you have a moment? Elaine turned to look at him. Good evening, Sean. Please, come in and speak. Xiao Ran nodded and followed her into the apartment. Once inside, he got straight to the point. I sincerely apologize, Elaine. The Aphrodite statue created by the master sculptor Burdell. It cannot be sold to the Louvre. A friend of mine has taken a liking to that exquisite piece of art and has purchased it from me at noon today. Elaine paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. The next instant, she smiled and shook her head. It's quite all right. That Aphrodite statue rightfully belongs to you. It is entirely your prerogative to sell it to whomever you choose, and no one has the authority to interfere. I must congratulate you on becoming a newly minted millionaire. It's simply astonishing. As she spoke, she playfully tapped Xiao Ran's shoulder with her fist. Indeed, it is astonishing. I still feel somewhat unreal about it. Xiao Ran replied with a smile, before shifting the conversation. Please convey my apologies to Pierre, and I am very grateful to him for assisting in the authentication of that divine sculpture. There's no need for that. Pierre is not a petty person. He may feel a tinge of regret, but that's about it. That's good to hear, though I still feel a bit embarrassed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Ran invited Elaine to join him for dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Unfortunately, the lovely lady had already dined. Xiao Ran had to abandon that thought and resolve to find another opportunity to express his thanks to the enchanting Frenchwoman. After leaving Elaine's apartment, he ventured alone to a nearby Chinese restaurant for dinner. UCLA boasts a significant number of students from China, as well as those of Chinese descent, which is why several Chinese restaurants are located near the university. Whether the cuisine is authentically prepared is another matter altogether. At that moment, despite having amassed a fortune of $10 million, Xiao Ran refrained from extravagant spending or indulging in a shopping spree. In truth, even if he had wished to engage in a bout of retail therapy, there were not many places to go. Situated in West Hollywood, adjacent to the renowned Beverly Hills, the area is replete with upscale establishments, making it one of the most vibrant districts in Los Angeles. However, given the current peculiar circumstances, a veil of desolation hung over the streets, with only a handful of establishments open for business. Moreover, frequenting those venues posed significant risks. The consequences of falling ill would be dire. Having experienced the solitude of staying at home, Xiao Ran had had enough and did not wish to endure it a second time. After finishing his meal, he returned straight to his apartment and busied himself. He first retrieved his USB drive and checked the various documents and papers stored within. Fortunately, all his thesis materials and drafts were intact, undamaged. This revelation allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief and completely relax. Subsequently, he copied all the materials and papers onto his new laptop and uploaded a copy to the cloud, just to be safe. Having completed his tasks, he glanced at the time and proceeded to initiate a video call with his mother, who resided in the capital. The connection was established in an instant, and his mother appeared on the screen, clad in an apron as it was the weekend, and both she and his father were preparing lunch at home. Upon seeing her, Xiao Ran immediately smiled and waved. "Mom, I have wonderful news. I've retrieved my suitcase, and the USB drive is intact along with all its contents." Hearing this, his mother beamed with joy. "That's splendid. Now you can graduate smoothly without any delays, ensuring your study abroad experience was worthwhile." Before she could finish, his father joined the frame with equal enthusiasm. Xiao Ran then shifted to the main topic. "Mom and Dad, I have even better news to share. Please sit tight and brace yourselves. You might be astonished. More good news? Have you found a girlfriend? Is she Chinese or foreign?" his mother asked, astonished. Xiao Ran chuckled helplessly. "Mom, isn't it a bit early to rush me into marriage? We can discuss that once I return home. This news has nothing to do with a girlfriend. It's about something entirely different." Nothing to do with a girlfriend? What could that possibly be? Like all mothers, she was chiefly concerned about two things: her son's safety and his marital prospects. Other matters were secondary. Noticing their curiosity, Xiao Ran decided to reveal the surprise without further delay. "Mom and Dad, listen to me. Please take a seat on the couch as I unveil the mystery. What trickery are you up to now? Stop being so cryptic." His mother quipped, though she complied and sat down on the couch beside his father. Once they were settled, Xiao Ran proudly declared, "You see, your son has transformed. I now possess a fortune exceeding $10 million, which makes me somewhat of a millionaire, achieving basic financial freedom." As anticipated, his parents were momentarily taken aback before dismissing his claim with skepticism. "Are you still dreaming? $10 million? Why not claim to be a billionaire while you're at it? Even if fortune were to fall from the sky, it wouldn't land on your head. Is this what you call good news? Wake up, son. Stop dreaming." Despite their skepticism, Xiao Ran's smile only grew brighter. "Believe me, Mom, I might soon become a billionaire. Dad, I assure you this is no fantasy. I have a contract here that will clarify everything." With that, he produced the sales contract for the exquisite sculpture and presented it before the camera. His parents, proficient in English, had no trouble comprehending the document. Just as they began to read, his father's phone suddenly pinged with a text notification. He glanced at his phone and then gasped in surprise. "Ah, Xiao Ran has just transferred $8 million into my bank account. Is this for real?" My mother, holding her phone, instinctively trembled, clearly taken aback. She swiftly turned to my father and exclaimed, "Xiao Ran transferred $8 million to you? That is an enormous sum. It must be a scam. Delete it at once." However, Xiao Ran chuckled with pride. "Do not be so hasty in deleting it, father. That $8 million is indeed my gift to you both, a token of filial piety. Please accept it with peace of mind." Before my parents could respond, Xiao Ran continued, "Do not doubt me. Once you review this antique art sale contract, you will comprehend the situation. I will explain the details to you shortly. I will send you the electronic version of the contract along with all relevant documents to substantiate the legality of this money. With these proofs, you will be able to utilize this substantial amount without fear of being investigated." Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, my parents began to entertain the possibility, their astonishment evident. My mother quickly took a screenshot of the English contract, trembling as she magnified the image to read it carefully. When they observed the stipulated $14 million, along with Xiao Ran's and Sister Chen's signatures, as well as those of both parties' lawyers, they were momentarily speechless. Moments later, a sharp gasp erupted from the video. It was my mother's voice. Looking at my father, he nearly slid off the sofa in disbelief. Chapter 18. The New Treasure Hunt. It was the weekend once more. After a week of preparation, Xiao Ran resolved to embark on a new treasure hunting adventure. On Saturday morning, following breakfast, he began to dial Sylvia's number. They had exchanged contact information during their previous transaction at the airport. A few days prior, while registering on various auction association websites, Xiao Ran had reached out to Sylvia, the enchanting Spanish beauty, to inquire about several relevant matters. Upon learning of his aspirations to become a professional treasure hunter, Sylvia expressed her enthusiasm and hope for future collaboration. Xiao Ran, however, regarded her polite words with skepticism. The call was swiftly connected, and Sylvia's voice resonated through the line. "Good morning, Sean. It's delightful to receive your call." "Good morning, Sylvia. I hope I am not disturbing you," Xiao Ran greeted courteously. "There's no need for pleasantries, Sean. Please, share what's on your mind," Sylvia replied. Xiao Ran then proceeded to the crux of the matter. "I plan to attend an auction today to see if I can uncover something intriguing. I recently checked online and discovered several auctions taking place in the Los Angeles area today, including storage and container auctions, among others. As you know, I am a novice in this realm and am uncertain which auction would be the most suitable for me. Thus, I called to seek your advice." Sylvia paused for a moment to reflect before responding. "Sean, since you are just starting out in this game, it would be wise to proceed with caution. I recommend beginning with the storage auction. The prices for abandoned warehouses are generally low, and even if you incur a loss, it won't be substantial. There is a storage auction near Beverly Hills today. You might find it worthwhile to attend." Beverly Hills is one of the most affluent areas in Los Angeles, home to countless movie stars and studio executives. You may stumble upon some remarkable treasures. I plan to attend that storage auction as well, and I hope to encounter you there and perhaps absorb some of your good fortune. Xiao Ran smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your suggestion. I will definitely check out the auction in Beverly Hills to see if I can unearth something of value." "Excellent, Sean. It would be prudent to arrive a good 15 minutes early to register and observe your competitors," she advised. "Understood. I will make sure to arrive early," he assured her. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiao Ran ended the call. He then glanced at the time and retrieved $5,000 from his newly acquired safe, securing it on his person. His hat, gloves, rope, lock, and powerful flashlight were already packed in his backpack. With his preparations nearly complete, he entered the live streaming room to commence his broadcast. As soon as he appeared on the screen, the lively chatter from the audience immediately shifted its focus toward him. "Xiao Ran, have you made a decision? Are you heading to that auction today? Let us aim for a successful start," Min Jie eagerly inquired. Before his words had faded, the usually reticent half-dream half-awake eagerly interjected. "Let me make it clear, Xiao Ran, if you stumble upon something of great value this time, you must not, as you did previously, quietly sell it to just anyone. This place is a hidden gem, teeming with talent and wealth. It's not just the affluent dog big household who holds riches. My brother is not lacking in funds either. Last time, that dog big household snagged a significant bargain. We cannot allow that again. You should showcase your find in the live stream for everyone to openly bid. That would be fair." Upon hearing this, Dog Big Household immediately sprang forth. "Half dream, half awake, you have only yourself to blame for logging off early to sleep," he retorted. "If Xiao Ran discovers another treasure, I won't hold back. Open bidding is perfectly acceptable. Who's afraid of whom?" As these two began to bicker, the atmosphere of the live stream grew even more vibrant. Xiao Ran's discovery of the exquisite divine sculpture, sold for a staggering $14 million, had swiftly spread, inciting envy and admiration among many. Over the past week, virtually all clients who had previously interacted with Xiao Ran, seeking his procurement services, flocked to his live stream. In addition, numerous classmates joined in, including both childhood friends and university peers. Upon learning of Xiao Ran's sudden wealth, they expressed their jealousy and clamored for him to treat them to a lavish meal. Currently in California, Xiao Ran could only promise to fulfill their requests upon his return to China. In just 1 week, his live stream audience surged to around 1,000, bustling like a vibrant marketplace. Had he not hastily established some entry conditions, it would have likely exploded in attendance. This was merely a temporary measure. Adjustments would be necessary to ensure the satisfaction of the majority and to enhance the live stream's influence. Although the fanbase had expanded significantly and the atmosphere had become more animated, one aspect remained unchanged. Xiao Ran had yet to activate the tipping feature. Some fans, despite their desire to show appreciation, found no available means to do so. Observing the lively crowd and the flurry of messages flooding the screen, Xiao Ran shook his head with a sense of pride. Everyone, please quiet down. I have yet to set out. What's all this commotion about? Today, I plan to attend a warehouse auction in Beverly Hills. Whether I make a remarkable discovery is still uncertain. That area is one of Los Angeles' most renowned enclaves for the affluent, and there may be treasures to uncover. With his words, the excitement in the live stream intensified. A warehouse auction in Beverly Hills was indeed something to anticipate. Should he happen upon the storage of a certain superstar, it would be a golden opportunity. Today's auction promised to be exceptionally intriguing and not to be missed. Xiao Ran smiled and then continued, "Everyone can join me in experiencing a warehouse auction. If there are any treasures, you will be the first to see them. However, I must clarify that I will not assist anyone in bidding today to minimize distractions. Should there be any valuable items in the warehouse, I will showcase them afterward and sell them in the live stream. If the warehouse turns out to contain only junk, I will bear the loss myself, and I hope for your understanding." As his words echoed, the crowd immediately responded in unison. "No problem, Xiao Ran. This is quite reasonable. Nothing to misunderstand. If everyone asks for your help in bidding, we might as well do nothing." After a brief exchange, Xiao Ran clipped a high-definition camera to his chest, donned sunglasses, a mask, and Bluetooth headphones, then slung a backpack over his shoulders and stepped outside. Considering the need to clean the warehouse, he wore a long-sleeved shirt and jeans despite the sweltering heat outside. As he descended the stairs and prepared to leave, Elian happened to enter from outside. Upon seeing his attire, Elian couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. "Sean, where are you off to dress like that? Aren't you too hot?" Xiao Ran was candid in his response. "I am heading to Beverly Hills for a warehouse auction. This outfit is to facilitate the cleaning of the warehouse. These warehouses have been neglected for a long time, so they are bound to be dusty, thus necessitating some protection. I'm off now, Elian. See you later." With that, he waved goodbye to Elian and exited the apartment building. "Good luck, Sean. I hope you find something worthwhile," Elian called out from behind. In just a few strides, Xiao Ran reached his car, opened the door, and settled into the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the engine and depart, the front passenger door was suddenly pulled open from the outside. The next moment, Elian appeared at the door. "Sean, I have nothing to do today. Can I accompany you to the warehouse auction? I've only heard about such auctions before, but I've never seen one. Today seems like a perfect opportunity to witness it." Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully nodded. "Of course, having a beautiful companion is a delight. Moreover, your expertise in antiques and art appraisal might prove helpful." Before he could finish, Elian had already climbed into the car and taken her seat in the passenger side. Meanwhile, the live stream had erupted with excitement. "What a fantastic opportunity. Xiao Ran, don't miss out. Capture this French rose. You beast. Let go of that French beauty. It's my turn." Amidst the playful banter, Xiao Ran gently started the vehicle, driving away with Elian from the apartment building. Witnessing this scene, the few single men just emerging from the building were left dumbfounded. Did I see that correctly? Is Elian dating that guy Sean? How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. How could Elian possibly be interested in someone like Sean? Nonetheless, despite their words, the single men were filled with dismay. Chapter 19. A brawl at the onset of one's career. As Xiao Ran drove away from the apartment building, he gestured towards the high-definition camera affixed to his chest. "Elian, I am currently live streaming. I hope you don't mind. Some of my friends are eager to witness the warehouse auction, which is why I decided to broadcast." Elian turned to glance at the camera and waved her hand in front of it. "Hello everyone. I'm Elian. Pleased to meet you." Upon seeing this charming lady's affability, the viewers in the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. "Wow, this lady truly acts as if she belongs here," exclaimed one. "Xiao Ran, send this French beauty's contact to my buddy. He seeks a memorable romance across borders." Xiao Ran chuckled lightly, then addressed Elian. "Many in the live stream are calling you the French Rose, and a few are eager to embark on an international romance. What do you think, Elian? Interested? Shall I play matchmaker?" Elian burst into laughter, shaking her head. "I appreciate their compliments. However, I prefer to seek a boyfriend in the real world rather than online. Love requires mutual understanding and nurturing. It is a sweet experience that online romances evidently cannot provide. Xiao Ran nodded and switched to Mandarin. Did you hear that? You can abandon that hope. At his words, the live stream filled with groans of despair. Next, Xiao Ran briefly explained the rules of the warehouse auction to Elian. As for the viewers, he had already provided them with prior information. To engage in this venture, they had researched relevant topics online and watched several videos, thus acquiring a basic understanding. UCLA is located just west of Beverly Hills, a mere 15 minutes away. In no time, Xiao Ran arrived at Richard's Storage Company, the venue for the auction. There were still about 20 minutes until the event commenced. Despite the early hour, a considerable crowd, numbering around 30, had already gathered outside, chatting in small groups. It was evident that these individuals had come in response to news of the warehouse auction. The allure of the Beverly Hills warehouse auction was unmistakable, accounting for the bustling atmosphere. This was merely a fraction of the participants. More would certainly arrive. Among the attendees, there was a diverse array of ethnicities, comprising both young and old, men and women, including a few individuals of Asian descent. It remained unclear who among them were seasoned treasure hunters and who were merely bystanders hoping to stumble upon fortune. In the crowd, Xiao Ran recognized several familiar faces from the lost luggage auction at the airport. Clearly, these individuals were likely professional treasure hunters. However, Sylvia was not among them, probably still en route. After parking the car along the roadside, Xiao Ran and Elian alighted and walked together into the entrance of the storage company. As soon as they made their entrance, all eyes were immediately drawn to them. The moment the crowd laid eyes on Elaine, every man present felt a spark of brilliance illuminating before them. Soon after, whistles erupted, followed by waves of admiration. Wow, here comes a stunning beauty. She is absolutely exquisite. This is Beverly Hills. Could she possibly be a movie star? Yet, the car she arrived in seems rather shabby. It truly could be the case, as Richard's Storage Company has numerous celebrity clients. Perhaps she is here to retrieve something from the warehouse. Amidst the rising chatter, there was an unmistakable stir. The few individuals who had previously attended the airport lost luggage auction were fixated on Xiao Ran, their expressions filled with astonishment. The moment Xiao Ran stepped through the door, they recognized him. Damn, what is this Chinese kid doing here? Is he also a professional treasure hunter? This kid made quite a fortune last time. He possesses some skills and seems quite wealthy. We ought to tread carefully. While they whispered among themselves, Xiao Ran nodded in acknowledgement. He then led Elaine into the office building of the storage company to register. During the registration, Xiao Ran made a point to inquire of the auctioneer whether video streaming of the auction could be conducted, allowing the live auction footage to be broadcast to his fans. After a moment's contemplation, the auctioneer nodded in agreement. For Richard's Storage Company, this presented an opportunity to expand their influence, and they would naturally not decline. Not only that, but the auctioneer and his female assistant urged him to present himself in the best possible light. After 5 or 6 minutes, Xiao Ran and Elaine emerged from the office building. The moment they stepped out, someone approached them. "Good morning, folks. Are you here to participate in today's auction?" The one who spoke was someone Xiao Ran had encountered at the airport. Turning to regard him, Xiao Ran smiled and nodded. "Good morning. Indeed. We too have come to join in the excitement of this warehouse auction. I'm Sean, a newly minted professional treasure hunter. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said, extending his elbow forward, ready to engage in an elbow bump instead of a handshake, given the current circumstances. The other individual paused for a moment before returning the gesture. "I'm Jeremy, also a professional treasure hunter. Nice to meet you. It seems we have another competitor now." Jeremy then proceeded to introduce his 2 companions, who were also professional treasure hunters and frequently collaborated with him, hence their camaraderie. With Elaine's consent, Xiao Ran introduced her as well. Subsequently, the group engaged in light conversation. "Jeremy, could you possibly share what valuable items might be hidden within the warehouses being auctioned today? As you know, I'm a novice without any sources of information, relying solely on what the association publishes about the auction," Xiao Ran inquired. After a brief pause, Jeremy responded. "Today, I am uncertain whether there are any treasures within these warehouses. However, I have heard that one of them once belonged to a film star. Within that warehouse, there might indeed be something valuable. Furthermore, this is Beverly Hills, a place where only the affluent and the famous reside. The warehouses rented by these individuals are undoubtedly of high caliber, which explains the throngs of people gathered here today. As Jeremy spoke, he gestured towards those preparing to partake in the auction. At that moment, a young white man in his 20s, clad in hip-hop attire, suddenly approached. He made a beeline for Elaine, clearly lacking decorum. Witnessing this, Xiao Ran's expression immediately turned icy. He stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Elaine, blocking the young man's advance. Simultaneously, he activated his X-ray vision, thoroughly scrutinizing the young man. After a week of relentless experimentation, he had mastered the use of his extraordinary ability, capable of activating and deactivating it at will. To his relief, the young man was not armed with a handgun. Upon seeing Xiao Ran intercede, the young man was compelled to halt, a flash of jealousy and anger flickering in his eyes. "Relax, buddy. I just want to get to know this beautiful lady and perhaps obtain her number." "No harm intended," he declared, bobbing his head. "I'm afraid, my friend, this lady is with me, and her number is not for you." "Kindly leave," Xiao Ran replied coldly. With that, he gestured for the young man to depart. The abrupt rejection incited the young man's ire. "Who the hell are you? What business do you have with her?" he retorted angrily. Xiao Ran cast a disdainful glance at him and muttered in return, "It's none of your concern who I am. You'd best skedaddle before you make a fool of yourself." The young man clenched his fists, preparing to swing a punch at Xiao Ran. At that moment, a security guard approached from a short distance away. "Gentlemen, if you wish to fight, take it outside. Fighting on company premises will result in immediate disqualification from the auction, and we will not hesitate to call the authorities." Upon hearing this, the young man halted abruptly, glaring menacingly at Xiao Ran. Just then, two SUVs pulled up outside, coming to a stop at the curb. Within the live stream, gasps of astonishment erupted. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Impressive. Xiao Ran. What a man. Is it true that just as he embarks on his career as a treasure hunter, he must face off against someone? This profession seems perilously adventurous. Chapter 20. A confrontation with foes. Sean, allow me to introduce my husband, Garcia, who is also a professional treasure hunter. He was unable to attend the last auction due to prior commitments. Otherwise, you would have met him sooner. Sylvia offered a brief introduction of her husband. Garcia was a bald Mexican man, his face adorned with a scar that lent him a menacing appearance, more akin to a drug dealer than a treasure seeker. Accompanying Garcia were two associates from a thrift store, both young Mexicans in their 20s, evidently the primary force behind the warehouse clearance. "Good morning, Garcia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Sean greeted, extending his elbow for a friendly gesture. However, Garcia stepped forward and enveloped him in a hug. "Hello, Sean. Thank you for the designer women's clothing you transferred to Sylvia last time. It has brought us considerable profit. Friends are those who help us thrive." Sean chuckled lightly, acknowledging the sentiment, though he harbored reservations about befriending a man with such a fearsome visage. In California, and indeed throughout America, the perception of Mexicans is starkly divided. They are either diligent farmers toiling away in fields for meager earnings or, conversely, gangsters and drug traffickers engaged in perilous enterprises, often at great risk to their lives. To many in the Chinese community, Mexicans navigating American society are often equated with criminality. Upon seeing Garcia and his two companions, the livestream chat erupted. "Oh my! Surely these Mexicans aren't drug dealers? They don't look like good people. I doubt they're upstanding citizens. Who with a scar is innocent?" The participants in this auction are quite the eclectic mix. Amidst the uproar, Sean merely smiled, choosing not to engage in the discourse. He then introduced Eileen to Sylvia and the others, carefully omitting any mention of their shared background at UCLA and their proximity. On their way there, he had advised Eileen to keep such information private. Like the others, Sylvia and her friends were captivated by Eileen's beauty. As soon as the introduction concluded, Sylvia remarked with admiration, "Eileen, your name has a distinctly French flair, and you are indeed breathtaking. You are a fortunate man, Sean, to have such a stunning girlfriend." Sean, with a playful shake of his head, replied, "I too wish for a girlfriend as beautiful and alluring, but Eileen is not my girlfriend." Immediately, The eyes of several men in the vicinity brightened with newfound hope. Eileen merely smiled, refraining from clarification. Yet her gaze towards Sean brimmed with appreciation, likely heightened by his earlier chivalrous act. Just as they were conversing, a few more individuals entered from outside. Among them were two familiar figures, the same individuals who had attempted to rob Sean at the airport. Upon sighting those two individuals, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. The expressions of the two men shifted momentarily, yet they quickly regained their composure. Subsequently, Garcia and his companions greeted these men with a wave. Through their ensuing conversation, Xiao Ran learned that both were professional treasure hunters, albeit minor players in the field, one going by the name Parsons and the other Justin. Their presence instantly stirred a commotion within the live broadcast room. However, Xiao Ran had no time to spare, as the auctioneer, accompanied by his female assistant, emerged from the office building. The warehouse auction was on the verge of commencing. Upon the auctioneer's arrival, the crowd promptly made their way to the entrance of the office building. In the next moment, the auctioneer began to introduce the auction rules with remarkable speed. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a total of 8 warehouses for auction. We will open each one sequentially for your inspection before the bidding begins. Once you purchase a warehouse, you will have a mere 24 hours to clear it. Should you exceed this time limit, Richard Storage Company will reclaim the warehouse. All payments must be made in cash. Credit cards and transfers are not accepted, so be sure to calculate your funds before placing your bids. The auctioneer rattled off the rules in rapid succession, paying no heed to whether the audience comprehended his words. He then loudly proclaimed, "The auction begins. Please follow me." With that, the auctioneer, his female assistant, and a security guard wielding a hydraulic cutter led the crowd toward the warehouse area. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew increasingly lively. Was that really English the auctioneer was speaking? Who could decipher what he said? Who could understand at all? The rate of fire from a Gatling gun isn't even this fast. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the first warehouse, number 115. Situated in the front row of the storage area, the environment was relatively pleasant, with ample air conditioning. Transitioning from the sweltering outdoors to this cool space was a relief for everyone. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants, the venue felt somewhat cramped, nearly blocking the entire hallway. With a snap, the security guard used the hydraulic cutter to sever the padlock securing the long-abandoned warehouse, swinging the door open. The auctioneer promptly stepped forward, standing to the side of the warehouse, and spoke rapidly. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may now queue to inspect the contents. I reiterate, please view and move on, do not linger at the door, do not enter the warehouse, and refrain from touching any items within. Anyone who violates these rules will have their bidding privileges revoked and will be asked to leave." As he delivered this message, numerous treasure hunters had already lined up to begin their inspection, eager to discover what treasures might lie within the warehouse. Unlike the casual onlookers, the professional treasure hunters were better prepared. Typically, these individuals formed small groups of 2 or 3, brandishing powerful flashlights to illuminate the interior of the warehouse. They meticulously observed the conditions inside while engaging in hushed discussions to assess the warehouse's value, determining whether it warranted a bid, and secretly devising their minimum price and auction strategies. Meanwhile, those merely there for the spectacle were far more relaxed. They possessed no equipment and lacked a discerning eye, relying solely on their naked vision to judge within a limited span of mere seconds. In truth, they often could only grasp a general sense, failing to discern the true value of the warehouse. For them, it was entirely a game of chance. With a stroke of luck, they might earn a modest profit. With misfortune, they would incur losses without a second thought. It goes without saying that the fortunate few were scarce, as the vast majority were merely unfortunate souls suffering losses. However, the storage companies perpetually publicized those rare instances of treasure unearthed from the warehouses. Like any other professional treasure hunter, Xiao Ran retrieved a powerful flashlight from his backpack and handed a pair of spare sunglasses to Ilian. "Ilian, put on these sunglasses so that your gaze remains concealed from others. I hope you can help me discover 1 or 2 valuable antiques and artworks." "That would be splendid." Ilian eagerly accepted the sunglasses and donned them with enthusiasm. "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Sean, it seems you're serious about this." Meanwhile, Sylvia and Garcia had arrived at the warehouse entrance, meticulously examining the situation within. They scrutinized every detail, engaging in hushed discussions, yet their expressions remained calm, revealing no signs of approval or disapproval. In the blink of an eye, they had completed their inspection. Xiao Ran and Ilian followed closely, stepping inside to assess the warehouse's interior. It was a family storage unit, filled with numerous old furniture pieces and some antiquated appliances, such as refrigerators, washing machines, and barbecues. Concealed beneath a large black cloth were additional items, obscured from view. The exposed furniture and appliances appeared to be in decent condition and were of reputable brands, likely to sell well in the second-hand market. Observing the state of the warehouse, Ilian exclaimed with excitement, "This warehouse looks promising. The condition and brands of those furniture and appliances are quite good and should hold some value. Sean, are you planning to bid on this warehouse?" As a first-time auction participant, she appeared even more exhilarated than the owner. She regarded this as a game rather than a business venture, much like the others in the live stream. Xiao Ran, the furniture set in the warehouse seems to be made of oak and is in excellent condition. Bidding on it would not be a loss. Did you see that washing machine? It looks like a German Miele, a high-end brand. Definitely worth acquiring. However, Xiao Ran gently shook his head and replied softly, "The items in this warehouse are indeed appealing and easily sellable, but they are not my objective. The primary reason is, if I were to bid on these items, where would I put them? Without the ability to sell them immediately, acquiring this warehouse would merely be a burden." Upon hearing this explanation, everyone pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yet they remained oblivious to the true reason. From the moment Xiao Ran stood before the warehouse door, he understood that this was not the warehouse he sought. The reason was simple. The warehouse contained no treasures radiating dazzling brilliance. Beneath the dark tarp lies an object of considerable value, yet it does not capture his attention. Today, he carries merely $5,000, unwilling to squander it frivolously before discovering the coveted warehouse. Should he spend it recklessly, he might miss out on a true treasure, a most unfortunate fate. In a mere 4 or 5 seconds, he and Elaine have surveyed the warehouse and stepped away from its entrance. The remaining buyers in line approach one by one, inspecting the contents of the warehouse. During this process, some nod in approval, while others shake their heads, each with their own conclusions. The two foolish individuals who had previously attempted to rob Xiao Ran seem particularly intrigued by this warehouse, engaging in a hushed discussion before the auction assistant prompts them to depart. Witnessing this scene, a faint smirk crosses Xiao Ran's lips. In the blink of an eye, the viewing period concludes, and the auction commences. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the quality of this warehouse is exceptional, containing goods that promise substantial profit. The starting bid for this warehouse is set at $500. $500. Who among you will place a bid? As the auctioneer begins to rattle off prices like a machine gun, the competition officially ignites. Chapter 21. A gentleman does not avenge in the blink of an eye. The price of this storage unit had surged to approximately $2,000. Those passers-by who were financially constrained shook their heads and withdrew from the bidding. The majority of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, some even relying on debt to make ends meet, leaving them with little cash on hand. The number of individuals capable of readily producing thousands of dollars is exceedingly small. Most of those who had come to seize opportunities or join the fray possessed merely hundreds or a few $1,000s, rendering them unable to compete in such an arena. As these casual participants exited, only a cadre of professional treasure hunters remained in contention for the unit, including the Garcia couple and those two fellows, the Parsons. 100. Who will bid? The auctioneer announced rapidly, keenly observing the remaining professional bidders. In the next moment, one of the Parsons raised his hand. The auctioneer, Mike, promptly pointed to him and swiftly declared the new bid at 200. Just then, Xiao Ran made his move. 600, he declared, significantly raising the bid while subtly nodding in a provocative manner towards Parsons. His sudden intervention left everyone present momentarily stunned. Parsons paused, then seethed quietly, cursing under his breath. Damn it! I knew that bastard would jump in to stir trouble, just like that time with Lion. While muttering curses, Parsons was acutely aware of Xiao Ran's motives. It was, of course, a form of retribution stemming from their earlier encounter at the airport. Sylvia and Garcia, who also had their eyes on the storage unit, exchanged bewildered glances towards Xiao Ran. Sean, didn't you say this unit wasn't your target? Have you changed your mind? Eileen inquired curiously in a low voice. Meanwhile, those in the live stream erupted with excitement. Xiao Ran, are you seeking revenge against those two white pigs? Just be careful not to get yourself into trouble. Come on. Xiao Ran, a gentleman does not seek vengeance. Clearly, this was a group reveling in the chaos. Xiao Ran chuckled softly before explaining in a hushed tone. Although this storage unit isn't my target, I never stated I wouldn't participate in the bidding. I intend to help drive up the price a bit, depleting my competitors' cash reserves while simultaneously avenging myself against those two. He continued, for every subsequent storage unit, I will raise the bid, aiming to diminish the number of competitors. This way, when my desired unit appears, there may be fewer rivals. Employing this bidding strategy makes it challenging for others to discern my true objective. Upon hearing his explanation, laughter erupted in the live stream. Ha ha ha, Rangu, you're truly wicked and cunning. But I love it. Wow. Xiao Ran, this could easily lead to trouble. Take care. Yet, Xiao Ran paid no heed to their banter and leaned in to offer Eileen another explanation. However, it was a different narrative, one that spoke of exhausting competitors and obscuring his true intentions. Upon hearing the explanation, Elaine immediately burst into laughter. Sean, you rascal. As they conversed, the bidding for the warehouse escalated to 3,500 at a remarkable pace. When the auctioneer announced a bid of 3,700, Parsons hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to accept the price. Before he could lower his arm, Xiao Ran swiftly intervened, raising the bid to 4,200 in a single leap of 500. In doing so, he gestured toward Parsons with an inviting hand motion. Witnessing this, everyone comprehended the underlying tension. It was evident that these two had a history, and this young Chinese man was seeking retribution. However, the nature of their conflict remained a mystery. On the other hand, Parsons, unable to contain his mounting fury after being provoked repeatedly by Xiao Ran, erupted, "Fuck you. Are you targeting me?" He spat through gritted teeth, preparing to charge at Xiao Ran. The vigilant security personnel, already monitoring the two, promptly intervened. No fighting allowed here, Parsons, you know that. Whatever grievances you have, settle them outside. Parsons was forced to halt, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Ran, his eyes ablaze with anger. Idiot, so you figured it out. Huh? I am indeed targeting you, so what? You know very well why I am. Do I need to bring that incident to light? If I do, you might as well kiss your career goodbye. And that goes for your friends too. Xiao Ran retorted without reservation, even raising a defiant middle finger in the process. Parsons's expression darkened considerably, as did Justin's, both acutely aware that Xiao Ran was correct. If the airport incident were to surface, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished, and they would no longer be able to survive in this industry. The thought of such an outcome cast a shadow over their faces. After this brief interlude, the auction resumed. Parsons made a throat-cutting gesture at the auctioneer, reluctantly withdrawing from the competition. With Parsons out of the running, Xiao Ran also ceased to bid, as he had only 5,000 total and could not continue. Although he had withdrawn from the bidding, the live stream erupted with cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. Well done, Xiao Ran. That's how you deal with those two scoundrels. Damn. Facing off head-on. I never realized Xiao Ran had such a fierce side. Xiao Ran merely smiled, offering no response. The auction continued, though the intensity had noticeably diminished. After several more rounds of bidding, the warehouse ultimately sold for 6,300. The successful bidders were Garcia and Sylvia. As soon as the auction concluded, Garcia pulled down the roll-up door and secured it with a lock. The crowd then departed, led by the auctioneer toward the next warehouse. During their walk, Sylvia unexpectedly leaned closer. Thank you, Sean. If it weren't for your intervention, Parsons and his associates wouldn't have relinquished their claim so swiftly. In that case, acquiring this warehouse would surely have cost us a considerable sum. Xiao Ran turned to glance at the beautiful woman and replied softly, "No need for gratitude, Sylvia. I hope you can reap substantial profits from this warehouse." As he spoke, he felt a twinge of regret. Concealed within this warehouse lay a nearly pristine Steinway grand piano. intact beneath a black tarp. He estimated that the piano could fetch at least several tens of thousands of dollars. Had it not been for his insufficient cash flow and a lack of storage space, he would never have let such a remarkable opportunity slip away. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sylvia abruptly shifted the subject. "Sean, do you have any grievances with that fellow Parsons? Care to share? Is it related to the incident at the lost luggage auction?" she inquired, curious about what mischief those fools had committed that warranted your animosity. However, Xiaoran chose not to divulge the truth, merely smiling and shaking his head. "It's nothing, just a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." Sylvia, unconvinced, refrained from pressing further. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the entrance of the second warehouse. As the large door swung open, the contents within were immediately revealed. This was a personal warehouse belonging to a surfing enthusiast, modest in size, showcasing a dozen surfboards in plain sight. Some of these boards were adorned with graffiti, exuding an artistic flair. In addition to the surfboards, the warehouse contained a few cardboard boxes and 2 shelves draped in dust covers. Behind one of the shelves lay further space, but what treasures, if any, were concealed within remained a mystery. Upon glimpsing the interior of the warehouse, the young man who had previously attempted to bother Elaine suddenly lit up with delight. Xiaoran observed this expression with keen interest. Chapter 22. Indeed, a surprise during the auction of the second storage unit, Xiaoran once again placed his bids. However, this time he only called out twice, modestly raising the price before withdrawing. As for the bothersome white lad who had been harassing Ilian, he had already retreated from the competition before Xiaoran could even make his move. That fellow had hardly any money in his pockets, rendering him utterly uncompetitive. The surfboards within the storage unit were in decent condition, and coupled with a few other items, the psychological valuation among the crowd had already surpassed the depth of that young man's pockets. Left with no choice, he withdrew from the bidding. After a fierce contest, the storage unit ultimately fell into Jeremy's hands, while the onlookers once again became mere spectators. The next unit, number 325, was yet another family storage space. However, in stark contrast to the first family unit, this one was considerably lacking in quality. The furniture was quite worn, the wood of mediocre quality, and 2 tattered sofas were dust-laden. Leaning against the wall were several mattresses, and the most valuable items present were a large and a small lawn-mower. In Xiaoran's eyes, this was merely a junk storage unit, devoid of any desire to bid. He feared that should he raise the price, this pile of rubbish would end up in his possession, necessitating an additional expenditure for waste disposal, a most unwise investment. As the auction crew arrived at the entrance of the 4th storage unit, the door swung open, and a glimmer of surprise flashed across Xiaoran's eyes as he stood to one side. Fortunately, his sunglasses concealed any signs of his astonishment. Within this unit was an item radiating a crimson glow. However, its exact nature remained unknown for the time being. Xiaoran refrained from hastily activating his X-ray vision to inspect the hidden treasure within the storage, as doing so would undoubtedly diminish the thrill of discovery. Based solely on the glimpse of that red light and its luminosity, he swiftly deduced that this unit concealed a valuable antique or artwork. This artifact or masterpiece likely dated back nearly a century and was crafted by a master artist. Undoubtedly, this was Xiaoran's target and the very reason for his visit today. Truly, this was the renowned Beverly Hills, renowned for its treasures. He was determined to acquire this storage unit. Xiaoran mused inwardly, formulating his upcoming bidding strategy. At this moment, he felt a tinge of regret. His lack of experience was evident. He should have brought more cash with him when he set out today. Had he done so, he wouldn't have to worry and could bid freely. In his newly purchased small safe, he had over $30,000, yet he had only brought $5,000 today, leading to the current predicament. Before long, it was Xiaoran and Ilian's turn to inspect the contents of the storage unit. As before, each buyer was allotted a brief viewing time of merely a few seconds. Upon arriving at the unit's entrance, Xiaoran immediately switched on his high-intensity flashlight, directing it into the interior. Just inside the door, various ceramic artworks were haphazardly stacked, accompanied by numerous unfinished pieces. Additionally, there exists a compact mixer, 2 clay molding machines, several substantial bags of clay, an assortment of pottery-making tools, and so forth. In the depths of the warehouse, two four-tiered alloy shelves stood against the wall, shrouded in dust covers by the previous owner. On the ground lay two small mechanical devices alongside several advertising boards. Among these, an object radiating a crimson glow rested on one of the shelves, obscured beneath a black dust cloth, rendering its true nature indiscernible. However, for Xiao Ran, this posed no challenge. The moment he arrived at the warehouse entrance, he discreetly activated his X-ray vision, directing his gaze towards the shelf. In the next instant, his sight effortlessly penetrated the black fabric, revealing the dazzling red treasure displayed upon the shelf. To be precise, it was a set of 4 exquisite items. Upon beholding these objects, Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. His eyes sparkled with delight. Fortuitously, his self-control remained commendable, allowing him to mask any unusual reactions and avoid drawing attention. At that moment, Elian, standing nearby, whispered, "This is a storage space for a pottery studio, which seems to have gone out of business," leading to the auction of the warehouse. During my time in France, I visited a pottery bar owned by a friend named Pierre several times and encountered similar items. Not to mention the pottery works. Even these machines could fetch a decent price, and their quality appears quite good. Xiao Ran, are you considering bidding on this warehouse? Xiao Ran turned to regard the beautiful woman, smiling as he quietly replied, "It seems that bringing you along to this warehouse auction was indeed a wise choice. Your knowledge is impressive. I am indeed quite interested in this warehouse. If the price is right, I may very well place a bid. Some of the pottery pieces look intriguing and could serve as decorative items. As for the mechanical equipment, I can only resell it. Such items should have a market in West Hollywood." While they engaged in hushed conversation, the individuals in the live streaming room fervently discussed. Xiao Ran, I believe this warehouse could be a worthwhile investment. The price shouldn't be too steep, and it might yield unexpected surprises. I agree. Those pottery pieces could potentially be the work of a certain superstar. This pottery bar is located in Beverly Hills. It's possible that a major celebrity has visited, reminiscent of classic romantic entanglements. Xiao Ran did not respond to their comments. It was not the appropriate time. He took another glance at the warehouse before leading Elian away. Just as they moved on, a passerby who approached to explore suddenly remarked, "I know this pottery bar. It's just down the street and frequently visited by celebrities. I can't believe it has closed." His words sparked a flicker of interest in many eyes. Xiao Ran felt a pang of annoyance. What unnecessary chatter. Before long, everyone had completed their exploration. The auction was about to commence. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed the conditions within the warehouse. We shall now commence the auction. The starting bid for this Pottery Studios warehouse is set at 200. Who among the esteemed buyers shall make a bid?" The auctioneer, brimming with enthusiasm, announced the opening price. In an instant, a hand was raised, none other than the passerby who had previously expressed familiarity with this pottery studio. As the auction commenced, competition swiftly ensued. Numerous individuals were vying for this warehouse, including professional treasure hunters and casual onlookers. The contest for this warehouse was fierce from the outset, with bidders eagerly raising their hands in a spirited display. However, Xiao Ran remained composed, engaging in hushed conversation with Elaine while observing the unfolding drama. He understood that the true competition had yet to commence. To bid at this moment would merely squander breath, serving no purpose. Several professional treasure hunters, including Sylvia, evidently shared this sentiment, refraining from rushing into the fray. In the blink of an eye, the warehouse price soared to approximately 800. This figure strained the finances of many, leading several casual bidders to shake their heads and withdraw from the competition. Those who remained were predominantly professional treasure hunters, along with 2 moderately capable onlookers. When the auctioneer announced a price of 820, Justin immediately raised his hand to signal his participation. Just as anticipated, in the next moment, Xiao Ran lifted his hand and made a substantial bid. 200, he declared, and before he could finish, all eyes turned towards him. Upon realizing it was Xiao Ran who had placed the bid, several competitors were immediately filled with frustration. Particularly, Justin and Parsons were seething with anger, their teeth clenched in fury. Damn it! That despicable scoundrel is at it again. How infuriating! Little did they know, this was Xiao Ran's deliberate ploy. His intention was to lead others to believe that he was utilizing the auction as a means of vengeance against his adversaries. They might even perceive him as having lost his sanity, impulsively driving the price to extraordinary heights. Fearing potential losses, some competitors would inevitably hesitate and withdraw from the contest. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran's streaming room was ablaze with excitement. This fellow was simply astounding. He was leaving no room for those two nuisances. This was the way to do it. It would be ideal for those two to walk away empty-handed, without even a single trinket. Chapter 23. The first warehouse of my career too. 500 Xiao Ran significantly raised the bid once more, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he provocatively nodded at Justin. In stark contrast, Justin was seething with rage. His eyes fixed on Xiao Ran with a fierce intensity, wishing he could leap forward and deliver a beating. As the price soared under Xiao Ran's swift escalation, many treasure hunters who had shown interest in the warehouse began to shake their heads and withdrew from the contest. To them, this auction had devolved into a matter of pride rather than business. More importantly, the bid presented by Xiao Ran had surpassed their psychological thresholds, making further participation unnecessary. Continuing to bid could result in a significant loss if they were to win the warehouse. Sean, shouldn't you exercise a bit more caution? Business is business. Personal grudges should not cloud your judgment, Sylvia advised in a hushed tone. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I have always been clear about debts of gratitude and vengeance. Since I have encountered these two scoundrels today, I have no intention of letting them off lightly, Xiao Ran replied with a cold smirk. His words elicited a chorus of cheers from the live stream audience. Well said, Brother Ran. A true man repays his debts. Take those two down, Xiao Ran. We're not short on cash. As the applause rang out, a flicker of amusement crossed Xiao Ran's eyes. However, to Sylvia and Garcia, this sentiment resonated quite differently. The couple exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation before exiting the competition. As second-hand store owners, their priority was profit, and they were unwilling to become pawns in this prideful contest. With their departure, the competition dwindled to just Xiao Ran and Justin. Justin, stationed on the opposite side of the warehouse door, fixed a menacing gaze on Xiao Ran, having witnessed the turn of events. In this industry, they were merely novices with only a year or two of experience, while Garcia and Sylvia were established players, astute and formidable. Their exit left Justin in a state of uncertainty. Without waiting for him, the auctioneer announced a new bid of 2,700. Justin hesitated, refraining from answering immediately. It was only when the auctioneer called the price again that he clenched his jaw and raised his hand to accept the offer. As expected, 3,200. Xiao Ran declared without hesitation, raising the bid by another 500. He then added with a sneer, Justin, please continue. Perhaps I will withdraw from the competition next round. If that happens, this warehouse will be yours. Before his words could fully settle, Justin erupted. Fuck you. You're such a bastard. I'm going to smash you, he shouted, stepping forward with aggression. However, Parsons, standing nearby, quickly restrained him, whispering urgently, Don't be fooled, mate. If you start a fight, you'll be disqualified from the auction. Let us not forget why we're here. The Star Warehouse hasn't even come up yet. Justin immediately halted his steps, yet his lips continued to mutter curses. The others present at the scene shook their heads in unison, engaging in hushed discussions. This young Chinese lad is truly troublesome. One can only wonder what Justin and his companions have done to warrant such relentless targeting. Given the current circumstances, it appears that this young man is likely to end up making a blunder. In the live broadcast room, discussions erupted. Is it truly wise to provoke those two ruffians? One should tread carefully to avoid being ambushed. In our village, during various occasions, my friend is entrusted with playing the Suona. Listening to the taunts, Xiao Ran shook his head in annoyance, yet refrained from responding to those who revel in the spectacle. The auctioneer presented a new bid and turned his gaze towards Justin. However, this time Justin did not take the bait. I shall withdraw. That insufferable scoundrel has triumphed, and he shall not escape unscathed. Upon witnessing his decision to withdraw from the competition, the auctioneer swiftly brought down the gavel to finalize the sale. The transaction was completed at the sum of 3,200. Congratulations, Sean, on acquiring your very first warehouse, the auctioneer declared, gesturing towards Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, momentarily taken aback, quickly jested, "I never intended to acquire this warehouse. I was merely engaging in a bit of playful bidding. However, since it has come into my possession, it is indeed a fine beginning." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and then they helplessly shook their heads. Justin, in particular, was filled with an indescribable rage. Damn it! He is nothing short of a complete scoundrel. Garcia and his companions cast a lingering glance at Xiao Ran before turning to depart. As professional treasure hunters, they were collectively gripped by an unsettling foreboding. The inclusion of such a vengeful individual in their ranks could spell trouble for all those engaged in treasure hunting throughout California. Upon glancing back at Xiao Ran, he retrieved a padlock from his backpack and proceeded to secure the ceramic art studio's storage room. The moment he locked the warehouse door, a sense of relief washed over him. At last, he had successfully acquired this warehouse and was poised to reap considerable profits. At that moment, Elaine whispered, "Sean, is it not rather exorbitant to secure this warehouse for 200? Is your bidding approach rather ostentatious? It may also evoke some resentment." Xiao Ran turned to glance at the enchanting lady and jestingly remarked, "Since we have come to partake in this auction, we certainly cannot let our visit be in vain. Can we? This Pottery Bar warehouse marks the inception of my professional treasure hunting journey. The cost is of little consequence. As for the flamboyance displayed, it is merely a strategy employed in the auction, so one should not take it to heart." Having said that, they followed the throng towards another warehouse. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room was bustling with activity, akin to a boiling pot. I had a feeling that Xiao Ran was not one to act impulsively. Indeed, he was merely putting on a performance. The acquisition of this warehouse by Xiao Ran signifies that there are treasures to be discovered within. One can only wonder what valuable items might be hidden inside. Having captured the desolate ambience of this warehouse, I now find myself at ease, with ample time to engage in casual conversation with the individuals in the live stream. He and Elaine lingered at the rear of the auction line, conversing in hushed tones. "Which gentleman or lady wishes to open a pottery studio in the Los Angeles area, or even in the surrounding regions, feel free to contact me. I possess the machinery and clay required for such an endeavor, all available at a low price. As for other items, their value will determine the costs." As they spoke, the auction line arrived at the entrance of the fifth warehouse. When the grand doors swung open, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the crowd. Within this warehouse lay an array of movie props, including a life-sized Batman figurine, prominently displayed at the entrance, captivating all who passed by. Deeper inside, several shelves held a variety of storage bins, alongside an assortment of furniture and appliances, including a vintage jukebox, its design remarkably ornate. Undoubtedly, this was the storied warehouse of a Hollywood star, the target of nearly every treasure hunter present today. Yet, to Xiao Ran, this warehouse held little allure, failing to captivate his interest. The oldest item within was the aforementioned jukebox, manufactured around the 1950s, and though it could be classified as an antique, its value remained relatively modest. Even with the allure of celebrity, it scarcely commanded a high price. Naturally, with only 1,800 left in his pocket, Xiao Ran was hardly in a position to contend for this storied warehouse. Realizing this, he opted to stand aside and observe the unfolding spectacle. As he anticipated, the starting bid for the star-studded warehouse was set at 3,000, effectively excluding him from the competition. The other passers-by and several inadequately prepared treasure hunters similarly lacked the means to vie for this coveted space. Among the onlookers were those in the live stream, each lamenting their situation, slapping their thighs in frustration, and incessantly blaming Xiao Ran for not bringing more cash. Had he done so, they could have secured this celebrity warehouse and enjoyed a delightful experience together. Alas, such an outcome was simply unattainable. No sooner had the auctioneer announced the starting bid than the professional treasure hunters engaged in fierce competition, the excitement reaching a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran stood by, observing the commotion and engaging in light conversation with Elaine. Nonetheless, those vying for the warehouse could not afford to overlook his presence, particularly Parsons and Justin, who, while raising their bids, frequently cast glances in his direction, wary of any potential interruption from him. Chapter 24. It seems another opportunity has arisen after a fierce competition, The coveted storage unit ultimately fell into the hands of a seasoned treasure hunter. This individual, in his 50s, had previously remained silent and rarely made a move. However, it was unexpected that he would prove to be the most formidable contender. Through Sylvia's introduction, Xiao Ran learned that this man, named Kevin, was a veteran treasure seeker, possessing remarkable skill while maintaining an exceptionally low profile. His discerning eye ensured that once he set his sights on a target, he seldom missed. Upon hearing this introduction, Xiao Ran couldn't help but pay attention to the professional treasure hunter named Kevin, albeit only for a fleeting moment. The subsequent 3 storage units varied in quality. As previously mentioned, Xiao Ran participated in the bidding for these 3 units but merely feigned interest, ultimately not acquiring any of them. Meanwhile, Sylvia and her companions secured another unit. In the blink of an eye, the storage auction came to a close. Those who failed to win a unit departed the storage company, shaking their heads in disappointment, while the fortunate buyers, including Xiao Ran, followed the auctioneer and his assistants into the office building to settle their payments. After completing the transaction, Xiao Ran promptly returned with Elian to the storage area, arriving at the entrance of the pottery warehouse, ready to sift through its contents. Just before opening the warehouse door, Xiao Ran suddenly said, "Elian, the interior is rather messy, so it might be best if you stay outside and keep watch." Elian, however, shook her head. "It's all right, Sean. I didn't come to this auction just for sightseeing. I am eager to see if we can discover something valuable within this warehouse. The thrill of treasure hunting is what makes it worthwhile. Since you don't mind, that's splendid," Xiao Ran replied, producing the key to unlock the warehouse. As the door swung open, an intriguing treasure hunting adventure commenced. Upon entering the warehouse, both Xiao Ran and Elian were filled with excitement. The viewers in the live stream mirrored their enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they fixated on the broadcast. At that very moment, as Xiao Ran stepped inside the warehouse, a cat hidden in the corner eagerly exclaimed, "Did you see that blue double-handled vase on the floor?" "Xiao Ran, that appears to be the renowned Portland vase. It looks rather exquisite. Could you take a closer look for me? If it proves to be truly beautiful, I shall acquire it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran's gaze immediately fell upon the blue vase resting on the ground. He examined the vase briefly and replied, "I am well aware of the illustrious Portland vase. It is the prized possession of the British Museum, originating from ancient Roman glasswork. Without a doubt, this ceramic version of the Portland vase before us is merely a replica. While it serves as a decorative piece, it is hardly worthy of collection." Before he could finish his thought, another individual interjected, "Xiao Ran, do you see any pottery crafted by Hollywood stars around here? Are there any celebrity autographed items? After all, this pottery studio is located in Beverly Hills, so there might be some discoveries." Xiao Ran naturally would not decline. "No problem. If I find anything, I shall certainly showcase it for everyone to see." While engaging in casual conversation with these individuals, he and Ilian also began tidying up. Though referred to as cleaning, it was more of a cursory glance. He completely overlooked the machinery, clay, and various tools within the warehouse. These items held no intrigue for him. He had no intention of taking them but rather planned to sell them at a low price to other treasure hunters, allowing them to deal with the matter. This way, he would not have to exert himself in the cleanup or arrange for a truck to transport goods. As for the final disposal of waste, that would naturally not fall upon his shoulders. Regarding this matter, he had previously exchanged greetings with several professional treasure hunters at the time of payment and had retained their contact information. They were also quite interested in the various pottery machinery within the warehouse. During the tidying process, both Xiao Ran and Ilian focused their attention on the pottery pieces. Some of these artworks were completed, while others were merely half-finished, scattered throughout the warehouse. They came in various shapes, including vases, cups, plates, figurines, an array of small animals, and some cartoon characters, creating a dazzling display. Regardless of whether they were finished or incomplete, these pottery creations were crafted with considerable finesse and originality, showcasing a diverse range of styles. This was to be expected. Had they been poorly made, they would not have been preserved by this pottery studio. Gazing at these exquisite pieces, Ilian and many viewers in the live stream expressed their admiration and affection. Some girls eagerly made requests for Xiao Ran to set aside the pottery they fancied, offering to purchase them. While examining these creations, Xiaoran noticed many bore the names of their creators, yet he regrettably did not find the autograph of any Hollywood superstar. A few pieces inscribed with initials appeared rather suspicious. They could potentially belong to a celebrity. However, this could not be substantiated at present and would require further investigation. Observing this situation, Xiaoran took 2 storage boxes and proceeded to place all the pottery that caught everyone's interest, including those with merely initials, into the boxes. Ilian also selected a few pieces to add to her box. In the midst of their conversation, Xiaoran ventured further into the depths of the warehouse. There stood a shelf against the wall. Upon it rested a treasure emanating a red glow, concealed beneath a black tarp that obscured the items on the shelf from view. Approaching closely, Xiaoran first assessed the shelf's condition before gently pulling away the black tarp. As the fabric fell, the contents of the shelf were immediately revealed. Here, numerous pottery pieces of varying sizes were displayed, and compared to those on the ground, these were more compact and exquisitely crafted. In addition to numerous small pottery pieces, the shelf also holds 2 storage boxes brimming with various items, several containers, a few small electric machines, and other miscellaneous objects. On the left side of the second tier of the shelf, 4 identical rectangular frames are arranged in a staggered manner. What is embedded within these frames is not artwork or calligraphic plaques, but rather 4 porcelain panels, each depicting exquisite ink wash landscapes. Notably, these 4 panels illustrate the verdant mountains and waters of Huaxia. The outermost porcelain panel captures the enchanting beauty of a summer rain. In the painting, misty rain drizzles over emerald mountains and sapphire waters, while a few lotus flowers bloom defiantly along the shore amidst the gentle rain. An elderly man, clad in a raincoat, sits serenely in a fishing boat on the lake, immersed in his tranquil pastime. The entire composition is refreshingly elegant, imbued with a profound ambience reminiscent of the phrase plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at the southern mountains, which is truly delightful to behold. Moreover, the surface of this porcelain panel is coated with a layer of patina, exuding a subtle luminescence. Perhaps treasure glow would be a more fitting term, imparting a jade-like warmth. The discovery of these 4 porcelain panels instantly brightened Xiaoran's eyes. Ah, there are indeed 4 porcelain panels of verdant landscapes. They must be from the homeland, and they appear to be quite old, he exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. Of course, he was merely putting on a show, while internally he was already overjoyed. With his words, the live-streaming room erupted with enthusiasm. Wow, this luck is beyond belief. Could it be that Xiaoran has stumbled upon another treasure? The consensus was that these 4 porcelain panels, clearly the work of a master, were indeed antiquities of great beauty. As he listened to the rising tide of speculation, Xiaoran couldn't help but smile with pride. Ha ha ha, it seems that the saying about being half awake and half dreaming holds true. It appears I found something remarkable again. As for whether it's a great find or a minor one, that remains to be seen. Let me examine which master crafted these porcelain panels. With that, he picked up the outermost panel, delving into its appreciation and study. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were awash with envy and jealousy. Chapter 25. Masterpiece Xiaoran held the porcelain painting before him, scrutinizing and savoring its beauty. The verdant landscape depicted on the porcelain was framed in a modern minimalist wooden frame. Surprisingly, the juxtaposition of these seemingly incongruous elements did not appear discordant. There was no doubt that this frame had been crafted by a foreign artist. Upon examining the porcelain painting, Xiaoran noticed the absence of the artist's signature or seal. Instead, a graceful ancient poem adorned the piece, capturing the enchanting scenery of West Lake in summer. The verses flowed melodiously, resonating perfectly with the imagery, embodying the essence of a poem within a painting, and a painting within a poem. After indulging in its allure, Xiaoran turned the painting over, eager to explore its reverse. Alas, the back was concealed by the frame's backing, obscuring the porcelain's rear entirely. With a resigned shake of his head, he carefully returned the painting to its shelf and selected another. Unlike the first, this porcelain piece portrayed the resplendent beauty of autumn. Yet it too depicted West Lake, accompanied by a timeless poem, merely reflecting a different season. Notably, this painting also featured an elderly fisherman but lacked both signature and seal. Its reverse bore the same fate as the first, remaining hidden from view. The third porcelain painting illustrated the springtime splendor of Westlake, while the fourth showcased its winter charm. Neither of these pieces bore the artist's mark, yet both included the figure of a fishing elder and a poem harmonizing with the scenery. Each painting radiated beauty, rivaling the allure of the previous two. After thoroughly examining all four porcelain paintings, Xiao Ran exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This is a set of 4 seasonal paintings: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The landscapes are simply breathtaking, utterly enchanting. Although I am no connoisseur of porcelain paintings, it is evident that these 4 pieces are extraordinary. My visit to Beverly Hills today was undoubtedly fortuitous. I never anticipated such a splendid find." In an instant, the live stream erupted with excitement. "Xiao Ran, did you step in dog poop before leaving? Your luck is just too incredible," exclaimed a friend who had joined the stream recently. Immediately, an excited voice chimed in. "These 4 porcelain paintings are undoubtedly masterpieces. The beauty of the imagery is simply unparalleled, and the craftsmanship is exceptional." Before the sentiment could fade, another voice interjected, "Indeed, this verdant landscape could not have been painted without decades of skill." In the next moment, a dismissive voice remarked, "Isn't it just a pair of wealthy heirs pretending to be appraisal experts? Let's be realistic, Xiao Ran. I have reserved this set of porcelain paintings. I will acquire them at any cost." Upon hearing this, others reacted with indignation. "Why should you have the exclusive right to reserve them? How presumptuous! I still desire it. Name your price, Xiao Ran." "Rest assured, my friend, I shall not haggle. The exquisite divine sculpture has come at a bargain for the affluent, and this remarkable set of treasures must not be overlooked." In the blink of an eye, the live stream erupted into a cacophony. This was precisely the scenario Xiao Ran relished. However, he refrained from hastily deciding to whom he would sell the porcelain paintings. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and proclaimed, "Everyone, please hold your excitement. I am still organizing the warehouse. Once we return to the apartment, we shall discuss the sale of these porcelain paintings." As before, he instructed everyone to take screenshots and consult knowledgeable experts to ascertain the provenance and value of the paintings. With his words, the fervent individuals in the live stream began to calm down slightly. Just then, Eileen approached. Upon seeing the set of 4 porcelain paintings, her eyes sparkled with delight. "These pieces are truly stunning. I have seen similar works in the Louvre. This is Chinese porcelain painting, is it not?" Xiao Ran nodded with pride. "Indeed, Eileen, these are authentic Chinese porcelain paintings, a distinguished genre of Chinese ceramic art. More importantly, this set of 4 paintings is likely a masterpiece, and they are antique artworks of considerable historical value." Before he could finish speaking, Eileen exclaimed in excitement, "Ah, they are indeed valuable antique artworks. This is simply incredible. Your fortune is extraordinary. I am so envious." As she drew closer to the shelf to admire the 4 porcelain paintings, Xiao Ran interjected, "Eileen, the environment here is far from ideal for appreciating art. Let us first organize the warehouse. Once we return to the apartment, we can thoroughly enjoy these treasures." Eileen paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two then resumed their efforts in tidying the ceramic studio's warehouse. In truth, there was little to organize. They selected a few ceramic pieces that caught their interest and placed them into 2 storage boxes. Among these works were several ceramics inscribed with initials, presumably belonging to Hollywood stars. As for the remaining items, Xiao Ran intended to sell them to other treasure hunters. In no time, they had finished their task and relocated the set of porcelain paintings along with the 2 storage boxes outside the warehouse. Subsequently, Xiao Ran took out his phone and called Sylvia. Upon learning that he was preparing to sell the ceramic studio warehouse, Sylvia and Garcia hurried over, eager to avoid missing out on the opportunity. They were quite fond of the warehouse, though it had been claimed by Xiao Ran. Within 5 minutes, the couple arrived at the warehouse entrance. As they approached, they observed the porcelain paintings and 2 storage boxes outside. Curiosity piqued. "Xiao Ran, have you discovered something valuable in the warehouse? Are you leaving us to sort through the remaining trash?" Indeed, this was the case, but it could not be articulated in such a manner. Xiao Ran shook his head and smiled, saying, "These 2 boxes contain some small ceramic artworks, which I find rather intriguing. I intend to take them home as decorations. They are not particularly valuable. I did not take any of the ceramic equipment from the warehouse. In fact, there is an even greater assortment than what you saw before. Some small electric devices on the shelves were previously covered, so you did not notice them. Those devices are considerably more valuable, and I have left them for you. If you are not interested, I can contact Jeremy and the others. When introducing the situation, he tactfully avoided mentioning the set of porcelain paintings. Unsurprisingly, both Sylvia and Garcia's eyes lit up. They had participated in the auction for this warehouse primarily for those ceramic equipment. Hearing that the equipment is still present and in greater quantity than before, how could they not be intrigued? Let us assess the situation first. If it aligns with your description, we would be more than willing to purchase this warehouse. Certainly, Garcia, please feel free to take a look. With that, Xiao Ran gestured invitingly. Subsequently, Sylvia and Garcia entered the warehouse to evaluate the contents. The outcome was predictable. Upon their exit, they wore expressions of satisfaction. The negotiations regarding the warehouse price then commenced. After some haggling, Xiao Ran successfully transferred ownership of the warehouse for 4,200, which was 1,000 more than the price he had originally paid at auction, marking a small profit. His maneuver sparked a minor sensation in the live broadcast. Wow, what a bold move. Not only did he acquire the warehouse without spending a dime, but he also made a profit of 1,000. Incredible. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had fortuitously obtained a valuable set of porcelain paintings. Where could one contest that? Amidst a chorus of envy and admiration, Xiao Ran and Ilian departed from the storage company with the exquisite green and blue landscape porcelain paintings and 2 boxes of ceramic artworks. At this moment, Xiao Ran was unaware that the set of porcelain paintings he had discovered would soon create a stir in the domestic antique and art collection realm. Chapter 26. The spilled vinegar jar. Why are you at the police station, Sean? What happened? Elaine inquired, her eyes darting towards the car outside in surprise. After departing from the storage company, Xiao Ran did not immediately drive back to UCLA. Instead, he opted to visit the nearest police station. Familiar with the area, having often made various purchases nearby, he knew precisely where to find the police. It's nothing serious. The fool who previously attempted to harass you was trailing behind, so I thought it prudent to come to the station for safety, Xiao Ran explained briefly. Ah! Elaine gasped, immediately turning to look behind them. The live stream was filled with exclamations as well. Oh my! Someone is actually following you. Be careful. I told you Xiao Ran was being too arrogant earlier, which surely attracted unwanted attention. Moreover, in this country where everyone seems to carry a firearm, one could easily find themselves in dire straits. However, Xiao Ran remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress. As I was leaving the storage company, I happened to spot that fool. He and his accomplice were loitering in a Mustang, fixated on the entrance of the storage facility. Once I noticed them, I made sure to head straight to the police station. Sure enough, that Mustang followed me without good intentions. Before he could finish speaking, Elaine had already spotted the target. I see the Mustang. It's about 100 meters behind us. Truly appears to be that same guy. Xiao Ran nodded, continuing, do not worry, Elaine. If you encounter that fool again, call the police immediately. I will step out and report that we are being followed and that an attempted robbery is in progress. I suspect those 2 fools will flee before I even reach the station. All right, Sean, Elaine nodded, appearing unfazed. Coming from Paris, she was accustomed to situations of this nature. As the safety there was far worse than in Los Angeles. Xiao Ran then opened the door and exited the vehicle. However, rather than proceeding to the police station, he turned to face the 2 fools sitting in their car and raised a middle finger in a defiant gesture. Realizing the insult, the 2 men quickly grasped the situation. Fuck, that bastard has already noticed us. He is about to alert the authorities. We must leave at once. We cannot allow those foolish officers to take notice of us, or we will be in deep trouble. Cursing in frustration, the 2 men swiftly turned their car around and hastily fled the street. Observing their retreat, Xiao Ran decided against entering the police station and instead returned to his vehicle. Subsequently, he drove away, taking a different route back to UCLA. As before, He made a considerable circuit within the campus before finally returning to the apartment building. When they arrived, disheveled and dusty, a few individuals near the entrance stared in astonishment. "Sean, Elaine, where have you two been? You look like you've rolled in dirt," one curious onlooker asked. Xiaoran glanced at him and casually replied, "We brought back some pottery, hence the dust. This cannot truly be deemed a lie. Indeed, the vehicle is filled with numerous ceramic artworks. However, these creations were not crafted by them but rather sourced from a warehouse auction." In the next moment, the individuals at the door began to clamor excitedly. "Engaging in pottery, do spirits linger on? How romantic! I had heard whispers of your romance, yet I remained skeptical. Who would have thought it was genuine? But tell me, Elaine, why did you choose Sean over me? What does he possess that I lack?" Elaine surveyed the crowd, a playful smile gracing her lips as she replied, "The reason is quite simple. None of you possess Sean's handsome visage." Upon hearing this, a chorus of lamentations erupted. The live streaming room was abuzz with lively banter and jeers. "Is Sean truly handsome? I beg to differ. I am far more dashing, my friends. Surely, this French beauty is not planning to pounce on Sean? Do you not understand the order of things? I detect a strong scent of jealousy in the air. Whose vinegar jar has been upended?"
Sean Gested.
As he spoke, he opened the trunk and, cradling the 4 porcelain paintings, ascended the stairs alongside Elaine. After making 2 more trips, he successfully transported all his treasures back to the apartment. Once inside, he set down his belongings, and Elaine excused herself to shower in her own apartment. Before she departed, Sean had suggested they dine together later to celebrate their fruitful day. After a long and laborious day, a grand feast was certainly in order. This time, Elaine did not decline and readily agreed. After her exit, Sean tidied up a bit and addressed those in the live streaming room, stating, "I'm off to take a shower, so we shall conclude the live session here. Later tonight, once everyone has awakened, we can admire these 4 exquisite landscape porcelain paintings and deliberate on potential transactions. During this interlude, feel free to have these paintings appraised. I too shall seek an evaluation." The audience had no objections to his proposals. At that moment, they were all quite fatigued and in dire need of rest. After ending the live session, Sean shed his soiled clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. As he bathed, the thought of Elaine showering next door crossed his mind, and he found himself tempted to sneak a glance at the alluring scenery, yet he ultimately restrained himself. After all, they were to dine together shortly. He must not allow himself to become overly excited. Before he knew it, the clock struck 9 in the evening. Darkness enveloped the sky, yet the apartment building buzzed with life. The hallways echoed with music, laughter, and playful banter. In stark contrast, Sean's apartment remained tranquil, devoid of any sound. Within, he was engrossed in studying and appreciating the 4 valuable porcelain paintings, his eyes filled with fascination and enchantment. Meanwhile, the floor was strewn with the ceramic pieces he had brought back that day. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Startled, Sean glanced up towards the entrance but did not immediately rise to open it. In the next moment, his gaze pierced through the door, revealing the scene in the corridor beyond. The one knocking at the door was Elaine, clad in casual home attire, her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding an air of effortless grace. Although she was a beauty from France, she evoked a sense of purity and natural elegance, unadorned by artifice. However, Xiaoran perceived much more. After indulging in a few moments of admiration, he finally rose to open the door. Upon entering, Elaine's gaze immediately fell upon the 4 porcelain paintings displayed on the coffee table, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Xiaoran, have you come to any conclusions? Whose masterpieces are these porcelain paintings? What is their worth?" Xiaoran, smiling, shook his head gently. "I have yet to arrive at a conclusion. I have sent videos and images of these 4 porcelain paintings to some friends back home, as well as to my father, requesting their expertise for authentication. The results are still pending, and I am awaiting a call. I anticipate a delightful revelation. I have a premonition that these 4 porcelain paintings must be exceptionally valuable." "Should that be the case, it would be splendid," Elaine replied, her own anticipation mirrored in her expression. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Xiaoran abruptly shifted the conversation. "This is $1,000, Elaine. It is your remuneration for accompanying me to the warehouse auction today." As he spoke, he picked up the envelope resting on the coffee table and handed it to her. Inside that envelope lay $1,000 green. Though modest in amount, it was a substantial sum for a day's labor. Elaine did not reach out to accept it. Instead, she stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Ran in disbelief. After a brief pause, clarity returned to her. She then shook her head. "Thank you, Xiao Ran, but I cannot accept this money. I merely accompanied you out of curiosity to the warehouse auction. Moreover, I did not contribute anything significant, so how could I accept payment?" Xiao Ran, however, pressed the envelope into her hands. "Who says you did not contribute? Did you not assist me in organizing the warehouse? Since you have rendered your efforts, compensation is warranted. During the auction, you also provided valuable insights and suggestions that aided my judgment. Such contributions deserve remuneration. Otherwise, would I not be rather stingy?" Upon hearing his words, Elaine found herself at a loss for a retort. Just then, Xiao Ran's phone rang, the screen revealing a video call from his father. Chapter 27. Surprised or not? As Elaine did not understand Chinese, Xiao Ran did not hesitate and pressed the answer button directly. In the next moment, his father appeared on the video screen, his face flushed with excitement. His mother, sitting beside him, was equally animated, nearly dancing with joy. However, when they caught sight of Elaine, they were momentarily taken aback. Almost instantly, the smile on his mother's face grew even brighter, and her curiosity ignited like a blazing fire. "Xiao Ran, who is the girl beside you? She is truly beautiful. Could she be your girlfriend? You sly dog." Xiao Ran quickly shook his head and began to explain. "Please don't misunderstand, Mom and Dad. This is Elaine, a French student also studying at UCLA. She lives in the neighboring apartment, and we have a good rapport, but we are not romantically involved. She is here because we are attending that warehouse auction together today." He elaborated on his relationship with Elaine and introduced her to his parents. Upon learning that Elaine was not his girlfriend, his parents expressed a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, they were exceedingly warm, engaging in light conversation with Elaine and inviting her to visit the capital when she had the chance. During the conversation, his mother encouraged Xiao Ran in Mandarin, urging him to seize the opportunity with the French beauty. Xiao Ran could only respond that he was making an effort to deflect his mother's enthusiasm. After exchanging pleasantries, his father finally got to the point. "Xiao Ran, I contacted an old friend who works at the Forbidden City and sent him the video and images of those 4 porcelain paintings. That friend reached out to a ceramic appraisal expert at the Forbidden City, who evaluated the 4 green landscape porcelain paintings. I must say, your luck is remarkable. You have stumbled upon some truly valuable treasures." The expert confirmed that these 4 porcelain paintings originated from the renowned modern ceramic artist, Wang Yeding, one of the 8 friends of Zhushan, representing his peak period. Although he had anticipated good news, Xiao Ran was still astounded, momentarily frozen in disbelief. However, he quickly regained his composure and joyfully pumped his fist. "That's fantastic. I knew such exquisite porcelain paintings must be the work of a master, and indeed they are." Then he shifted the conversation. "I am familiar with Wang Yeding. He is one of the 8 friends of Zhushan and one of the most celebrated ceramic artists of modern times, especially renowned for his green landscape porcelain paintings, which have had a profound influence. However, these 4 porcelain paintings do not bear the artist's signature or seal. How did the expert at the Forbidden City ascertain that these were indeed the works of Master Wang Yeding?" His father chuckled softly before explaining. "If you can recognize that these porcelain paintings are the work of a master, do you think the ceramic appraisal expert at the Forbidden City would fail to notice? Such beautiful imagery and such exceptional porcelain painting techniques could not be produced by just anyone. There exists an ancient poem inscribed upon the porcelain paintings, showcasing a vigorous brushwork and profound calligraphic skill, which is not something an ordinary individual could achieve. By comparing the calligraphy on the porcelain paintings, one can ascertain that these are indeed the works of Master Wang Yeding. More importantly, these 4 porcelain paintings bear signatures, though you, my dear friend, have simply overlooked them." "How is that possible?" Xiao Ran exclaimed in astonishment, vigorously shaking his head. "There are no author signatures or seals on these 4 porcelain paintings. This afternoon, I meticulously examined every corner with a magnifying glass and found nothing. He continued, could that ceramics appraisal expert be a fraud? Are you jesting with me? His mother burst into laughter at this. His father, somewhat irked, responded that ceramics appraisal expert is a researcher at the Palace Museum. How could he possibly be a charlatan? In fact, the signatures on these 4 porcelain paintings are remarkably cunning and well concealed, making them difficult for the average person to detect. Since you have researched Master Wang Yeding, you should be aware that he is known by the sobriquet Chui Diaozi. The elderly angler depicted in these paintings is, in fact, the author's signature and a self-portrait of Master Wang Yeding. How delightful and unexpected! His father chuckled with pride, as if he himself had authenticated the paintings. Xiao Ran gasped once more, immediately turning his gaze back to the 4 porcelain paintings. At that moment, the elderly angler in the paintings seemed to spring to life. It appeared as though he could see the twinkling eyes hidden beneath the brim of the hat, smiling at him with a hint of mischief. Wow! It can be played this way. Master Wang Yeding is truly brilliant. His father laughed heartily in agreement. Had Master Wang Yeding not employed such a clever ruse, how could these invaluable porcelain paintings have ended up in your possession? According to that ceramics appraisal expert, the Palace Museum houses a similar set of porcelain paintings, also crafted by Master Wang Yeding. Consequently, the expert recognized the provenance of this set at a glance. Furthermore, he stated that only Master Wang Yeding's most cherished works would warrant such ingenuity, being of considerable value and exceedingly rare. Before his father could finish, Xiao Ran erupted into an ecstatic dance, even rushing forward to embrace Ilian warmly, which made his mother beam with delight. Subsequently, he briefed Ilian on the situation, without concealing any details from the lovely lady. Upon learning that these 4 landscape porcelain paintings were invaluable antique art pieces, Ilian was equally thrilled. Fortunately, they were in their apartment, and even if their jubilant cheers were somewhat loud, they need not worry about attracting covetous attention. After a round of celebration, Xiao Ran, along with his parents, began to deliberate on how to handle this remarkable set of porcelain paintings. The appraisal expert indicated that these works by Master Wang Yeding could be valued at approximately 13 million renminbi. Xiao Ran, what do you intend to do with this exquisite collection by Master Wang Yeding? The set of porcelain paintings is truly exquisite. Perhaps we should keep it for ourselves? Rather than selling it, it could become a treasured heirloom. Such rare gems are indeed hard to come by. As my father spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with eagerness. My mother mirrored his sentiment, her gaze brimming with desire. However, Xiao Ran resolutely shook his head. The number of individuals aware of my fortunate acquisition of this landscape porcelain set is far too great. If not 1,000, then certainly 800, and the number will only increase. Under such circumstances, it would be unwise for our family to retain this porcelain set, as it might invite trouble. Moreover, with the current cessation of flights between China and the United States, it would be quite challenging to send this set back home immediately. Keeping it nearby would also pose a risk. Therefore, I have resolved to sell the set, as it would bring me greater peace of mind. Upon hearing his explanation, my parents fell into a thoughtful silence. After a moment, my mother finally nodded and said, Xiao Ran, you make a valid point. This porcelain set is indeed better off sold. My father also nodded in agreement. Despite their words, a flicker of disappointment and regret lingered in their eyes. Observing their demeanor, Xiao Ran quickly offered words of comfort. Parents, there is no need for regret. In the future, I will participate in various auctions. With my stroke of luck, I am certain I will encounter even finer antiques and artworks. When that time comes, we shall quietly collect a few more treasures and keep it a secret. Ah, you are quite the dreamer. My mother chuckled, and my father joined in the laughter. Clearly, they did not fully believe that Xiao Ran would continue to be so fortunate. After chatting for a while longer and allowing my parents to appreciate the 4 green and blue landscape porcelain paintings, Xiao Ran concluded the call. Subsequently, he entered the live streaming room and began broadcasting. The moment he opened the stream, hundreds of fans surged in like a tidal wave. This clearly illustrated their eagerness. Chapter 28. A fortuitous find in my live stream in the live stream. Before Xiao Ran could utter a word, a half-awake individual sprang forth. Xiao Ran, you finally came online. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? I'm about to burst into flames. Before he could finish, another voice chimed in. As I mentioned earlier, Xiao Ran, I want that set of blue-green landscape porcelain paintings. Please state your price. You really have the audacity to claim that. I want that set of porcelain paintings as well. Another person scoffed. Aside from these few, the rest of the viewers clamored and bickered, all vying for the precious porcelain paintings. Those without voice capabilities inundated the chat with barrage messages, their intentions aligned in pursuit of this valuable artwork. In an instant, the live stream erupted into a cacophony, with comments swirling like snowflakes. Seeing the live stream so vibrant, Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile. Ilian, standing beside him, was rendered speechless. She never anticipated that Xiao Ran's livestream would be so bustling. Initially, she believed it would merely attract a handful of his regular fans, at most a few dozen. To her surprise, the stream was filled with thousands of enthusiastic viewers, seemingly affluent as well. Wow, this is incredible. I never knew you were a celebrity. Xiao Ran, Ilian exclaimed in amazement. I hardly consider myself a celebrity. In China, internet celebrities have followers in the hundreds of thousands. With my meager following, I don't even qualify for live commerce, Xiao Ran quipped, self-deprecatingly. He then shifted to the main topic. Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears for a moment. With that, the live stream fell silent, though the comments continued to cascade like snow. Observing the eagerness of the audience, Xiao Ran surmised, you must have sought appraisals for these 4 blue-green landscape porcelain paintings. It's evident that you understand their provenance and value, which is why there is such fervor surrounding them. The next moment, awkward yet polite chuckles resonated through the stream. Must you be so candid, Xiao Ran? Do we not care for our dignity? A viewer joked. Indeed, can't we keep unspoken agreements? Is it necessary to lay everything bare? Another chimed in humorously. Amidst the teasing, laughter erupted, and no one took offense. Let me put it this way. I have also sought an appraisal for these 4 blue-green landscape porcelain paintings and discovered their background and value. To share a tidbit, the expert I consulted is a researcher from the Palace Museum, whose authority is beyond question. However, I am keen to hear your appraisal conclusions for comparison before we discuss any transactions, Xiao Ran stated with a smile. Before he could finish, the live stream was filled with exclamations of despair. What? You had a researcher from the Palace Museum appraise them? Does that mean we've missed our chance to find a bargain? You're leaving us with no opportunity at all. Must you be so serious? Xiao Ran nodded, speaking candidly. Indeed, it is undeniable that there is little opportunity for substantial gains here. My friend has undertaken considerable risks, braving potential dangers, to acquire these treasures, and he deserves to earn a modest profit. Although there may not be significant chances for discovery, individuals can still procure invaluable antiques and artworks at relatively low prices, which can be considered a small boon. As soon as these words were spoken, a moment of silence enveloped the live stream. Shortly thereafter, one individual began to voice sarcastic remarks. If I could uncover treasures worth millions of dollars, regardless of the risks involved, I would certainly do so. This is not merely a modest profit. It is a windfall. Clearly, this person was envious. There were many such individuals in the live stream, as evidenced by the plethora of bitter comments flooding the screen. In response to such remarks, Xiao Ran chose to ignore them, lacking the inclination to engage. Having effortlessly earned a considerable sum, why should he be concerned about a few grumbles? Just as this individual finished speaking, Ban Meng Ban Xing smoothly redirected the conversation. Xiao Ran, since we are on the topic, I shall not hold back. I have indeed consulted an expert to authenticate the pieces and ascertain the provenance and value of those porcelain paintings. I sought the expertise of a porcelain appraiser from the Shanghai Museum, who confirmed that these green and blue landscape porcelain paintings are the works of the renowned ceramic artist Wang Yeding, one of the 8 friends of Zhu Shan. With Ban Meng Ban Xing's revelation, the live stream erupted in excitement. No way! These are indeed the works of Master Wang Yeding. They must be incredibly valuable. My friend had visited Jingdezhen 2 years prior, where Master Wang Yeding was regarded as a legendary figure, and every piece he created was highly coveted. Amidst the astonished exclamations, viewers expressed their admiration for Xiao Ran's fortune, mingling envy with admiration. Subsequently, Ban Meng Ban Xing continued, along with the authentication results. The expert from the Shanghai Museum expressed a desire to contact you regarding the acquisition of this set of porcelain paintings. My friend remained cautious, refraining from divulging his contact details to avoid being outmaneuvered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, no worries. I would much prefer to sell these exquisite pieces to the fans in the live stream, enriching their collections. Only after my fans will I consider domestic institutions and collectors, and lastly, foreign buyers. Well said. The live stream resonated with applause. This is precisely how it should be, Xiao Ran. Valuable items should be reserved for our own people, not given away to foreigners. Though my friend may not afford antiques and artworks, he still deserves commendation. Following this, several other individuals came forward to share the authentication conclusions they had received. They had consulted a few of the nation's top collectors and appraisers, and their findings were nearly unanimous. These collectors and experts believed that these 4 porcelain paintings could very well be the pinnacle of Master Wang Yeting's oeuvre. However, as they had only viewed video footage and high-resolution images, they were not entirely certain. Nevertheless, without exception, each expressed a strong desire to possess this exquisite set of porcelain paintings. If it is indeed the pinnacle work of the renowned ceramic artist Wang Yeting, many are eager to acquire it. In fact, at the very moment of Sharon's live broadcast, numerous top collectors, auction houses, museums, and other antiquities experts across the ocean were discussing this exquisite set of porcelain paintings that had emerged unexpectedly. They were inquiring about who possessed this collection, eager to appreciate it in person. Naturally, if they could add it to their collections, it would be a tremendous boon. Regrettably, aside from a select few, most were still unaware of Sharon's existence, but this was merely a matter of time. In a few days, Sharon's name would surely resonate among many industry insiders. Once everyone shared their respective evaluations, Xiaoran would no longer keep them in suspense. He directly revealed the appraisal conclusion provided by the porcelain authentication expert from the Palace Museum. Although they anticipated this result, when he announced it, gasps of astonishment filled the live stream. Xiaoran, what extraordinary luck have you stumbled upon? This is simply unbelievable. How could such fortune not befall me? To acquire a set of porcelain paintings by the master Wang Yeting without spending a dime. It's beyond my wildest dreams. However, this was merely the beginning. When Xiaoran disclosed the valuation provided by the Palace Museum researcher, approximately 13 million renminbi, the viewers went into a frenzy. Did I hear correctly? 13 million renminbi for a few porcelain paintings? Is this real? Good heavens! This isn't merely a steal. It borders on extortion. I've never seen anything like this. Subsequently, several individuals who had completed their appraisals shared their higher valuations, with only one being lower than Sharon's. This was to be expected, as the Palace Museum's quotations for antiques and artworks have always been lower than those of other institutions and individuals, yet carry the utmost authority. Once everyone revealed their valuations, Xiaoran finally said, "All right, the provenance and valuation of this set of green and blue landscape porcelain paintings are beyond dispute. Now, let us discuss the matter of competing for this collection. I am preparing to organize an auction, but it will be of a rather unique nature." Before he could finish, Brother Hua, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, "A uniquely structured auction? Pray, enlighten us on its special nature." Chapter 29. The boisterous bidding. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ran articulated his proposal. Firstly, it is essential to clarify that any fan participating in the bidding for this exquisite Wang Yeting porcelain panel painting must find a way to bring it back to the country. With the current suspension of flights between China and the United States, expedited shipping is entirely unfeasible. Moreover, such valuable antiques and artworks cannot be sent via courier. If there is no viable means to transport this porcelain painting, it would be prudent to refrain from participating, lest one experiences undue disappointment or even incur significant losses. The live stream was suddenly filled with lamentations, as many began to protest. This is unfair. What about fans without family in America? Are they merely to watch enviously? They argued that this would turn into a game for the few, excluding others from even having the chance to participate. Xiao Ran shrugged helplessly. This is the reality. Cannot change it. I hope everyone can understand. However, I will strive to find a solution that allows everyone to partake in this endeavor. Immediately, the crowd fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. After a brief pause, Xiao Ran continued, "In fact, I am more anxious than all of you. I am about to graduate, and the question of how to return home is indeed pressing. I cannot afford to leave these items in my possession or store them in a safe deposit box. If I cannot send them back to my country before I leave the United States, it would be a loss to the Americans." Before he could finish, Brother Hua chimed in, "Indeed, it is unacceptable for us to spend money only to allow the Americans to benefit from it." Xiao Ran elaborated a bit further. He suggested that if any fan in the United States has solid connections that could resolve this dilemma and benefit everyone, it would be most welcome. However, he repeatedly cautioned everyone to exercise utmost caution, advising them not to fall prey to deception or trust anyone indiscriminately. Having clarified this, he returned to the main topic. Regarding this special auction, it is akin to a sealed bid process. Fans who are qualified and capable of participating in the auction will have one opportunity to place their bids via private message. The highest bidder will win. After the auction concludes, I will publicly disclose all bids in the live stream, striving for transparency. Remember to keep screenshots of your private messages for future verification, to avoid any allegations of manipulation. As his words echoed, the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, is it really possible to do it this way? How intriguing! This is quite the game, exclaimed the viewers, impressed by his entrepreneurial spirit. Xiao Ran chuckled and continued, "Let me remind you that this set of Wang Yeding porcelain panel paintings has a reserve price for the auction. If the bids fall below this reserve, the auction will be declared void. I will first disclose the reserve price before opening the private messages for bids. Please bid thoughtfully, as you only have one chance to place your bid. Once submitted, it cannot be retracted. Now, you may begin sending in your bids to see who will ultimately claim this set of Wang Yeding porcelain panels." As anticipated, the atmosphere in the live stream grew even more animated. "Xiao Ran, you truly are clever. This is inciting the masses to turn against one another. The game is truly captivating." The crowd erupted in jest, each individual eagerly joining in on the fun. In a mere moment, notification chimes began to resonate. Clearly, some individuals were exceedingly eager, promptly sending in their bids. One might say that this particular person who messaged privately had already meticulously planned their offer, hence their swift response. As the notifications continued to cascade in a relentless stream, Xiao Ran honored his commitment and refrained from immediately checking his private messages, instead taking the time to introduce the game to Ilian. Upon hearing his description, Ilian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she too wished to join the live stream and partake in this delightful game. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran had to guide her through the process of downloading the overseas versions of WeChat and Douyin, followed by instructing her on how to register an account, add friends, and join the live stream, all while maintaining a lively conversation with the others in the room, laughing and sharing banter. Before long, Ilian successfully joined the live stream, becoming one of Sharon's fans. As everyone affectionately referred to her as the French Rose, she unabashedly adopted it as her nickname. The moment she appeared on screen, she was instantly met with a flurry of compliments and flirtations, many expressing their desire to privately message her. A few brazen individuals even requested her photos and phone number, proclaiming their intent to embark on a profound, cross-cultural romance. In that instant, the live stream was inundated with virtual roses, alongside a cascade of cheesy, over-the-top love declarations that rapidly scrolled across the screen. The female fans in the live stream also began greeting Ilian, inquiring about various luxurious goods originating from France. Observing the lively atmosphere within the room, Ilian quickly fell in love with the ambience, thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, the host, Xiao Ran, found himself momentarily forgotten and overlooked by the crowd. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had slipped by. The peak of confessions had finally subsided, and the live stream quieted slightly. Noticing the time, Xiao Ran re-entered the live stream, effectively replacing Ilian. Yet, she was not ready to leave, her spirits alight as she exclaimed, "Xiao Ran, your live stream is absolutely delightful. The individuals here are so entertaining. I must come back often to chat with everyone." Xiao Ran nodded gently, smiling as he replied, "Of course, you are always welcome to join my live stream, but do exercise caution. There's an old saying in Huaxia, a man's words are deceitful, so do be wary of any ill-intentioned individuals." "Ha ha ha, I will be careful, Ilian laughed, nodding in agreement. However, the self-proclaimed charming suitors in the livestream began to voice their protests. You are the real deceiver, Xiaoran. The sincerity of my fellow companions shines as bright as the sun and moon. This is an outright slander, Xiaoran. Are you afraid we might steal Ilian away from you? After exchanging playful jests, Xiaoran shifted his focus back to the matter at hand. Now, the auction reserve price has been announced, as taxes must be paid. I have set the price for this Wang Yeting porcelain panel painting at 15 million renminbi. Fans participating in the bidding should now check their private messages to see if they have been opened. Once everyone confirms that their messages remain unread, I can officially commence the bidding. As soon as the words left my lips, a chorus of responses erupted. Goodness! 15 million renminbi, which equates to over $200,000. Xiaoran has struck it rich. Xiaoran is truly ruthless, sharpening his knife swiftly. Amidst the astonished gasps, a few voices of regret emerged. Is it possible to retract the private message? Xiaoran, my friend's price seems a bit low. Your price is merely low. My friend's bid has become entirely invalid. He too wishes to resubmit. However, Xiaoran shook his head, declining the request. Rules are rules. They cannot be whimsically broken, for otherwise, the game cannot be played. If this round is a miss, one must simply be more cautious next time. Upon hearing this, the individuals with the low bids immediately began to lament. Moments later, it was confirmed that the private messages sent to Xiaoran had not been opened. With this certainty established, Xiaoran began to review the newly received private messages. The instant he opened his inbox, he was taken aback. There were over 100 bid messages, showcasing the enthusiasm of the participants. However, upon opening one of the emails, he could only shake his head in dismay. This individual had offered a mere $1,000, rendering it an invalid bid. Friends, if you are bidding a few hundred or thousand, hoping to score a big deal, please refrain from joining in. This only adds to my workload. With that, he displayed the bid. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the live stream. Yet, the person who made this bid stubbornly insisted that it was a momentary oversight, claiming they had mistakenly omitted the word 10,000, stating the bid should have been $10 million. Before the laughter subsided, it grew even louder. Subsequently, Xiaoran opened each of the other private messages one by one, displaying them in the live stream. After unveiling several invalid bids, the first valid bid finally arrived, and it was 16 million renminbi, made by the affluent Dog Dahu. Unsurprisingly, a wave of astonishment filled the live stream. Wow, 16 million renminbi, Dog Dahu, what business are you in? Are you perhaps running a bank? You must be incredibly wealthy. With the stunning sculpture priced at $14 million and this porcelain panel at 16 million renminbi, totaling over 100 million, you are undeniably a tycoon. The series of gasps in the live stream left Dog Dahu feeling quite smug. However, little did he know that a subsequent bid would swiftly shatter his hopes of acquiring this porcelain panel painting. Chapter 30. Wealthy and Generous 16.01 million. Contentment is seldom joyous. Your offer is rather unscrupulous. Isn't it? Just a mere 10,000 more than mine. As the new bid was announced, the affluent bidder erupted in disbelief. The others in the live stream burst into laughter, reveling in the scene. Once the laughter subsided, Contentment, filled with self-satisfaction, remarked, "Take note, affluent bidder. This is called bidding strategy. What does an extra 10,000 matter? Even an additional cent surpasses your offer. This exquisite porcelain painting by Wang Yeting is now beyond your reach." The affluent bidder fell silent, left only with a series of disdainful glances directed at Contentment. However, Contentment's glee was short-lived. After a string of over 20 invalid bids and 3 valid bids below 16.01 million, another astonishing bid emerged. 17.5 million yuan. Goodness, that is quite outrageous. When the new bid was revealed, the live stream erupted in excitement. The one who made this offer was the enigmatic half-asleep, clearly intent on securing this exquisite porcelain painting by Wang Yeting. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, he proudly declared, "I believe there is no higher bid than this. This painting should rightfully belong to me." Before he could finish, others began to jest and cheer. "Half-bro, need a lackey? Your humble servant is here. skilled in countless arts, all of them mediocre. Seeking patronage, half-boss, I shall ditch my boyfriend for you. After the laughter subsided, a voice of dismay emerged. Comparisons can be disheartening. My friend, one cannot compete when one is financially destitute. Half asleep, enlighten us on your reasoning for such a generous bid. Is it not akin to gifting money to Xiao Ran? In response, Half Asleep provided his rationale. The reasoning was straightforward. Purchasing this porcelain painting from Xiao Ran would save him 20 to 30% in auction commissions and various taxes. When calculated, his bid was, in fact, quite reasonable, even somewhat low. This revelation awakened many from their stupor. Indeed, how had they not considered this? They had inadvertently missed out on this exquisite piece. It seemed that the painting was destined to fall into Half Asleep's hands. As discussion swirled, Xiao Ran celebrated in silence. 17. 5 million yuan far exceeded his anticipated price, presenting a tremendous surprise. Meanwhile, Elian busily converted the bid into dollars. Upon seeing the converted figure, the stunning beauty was left speechless. Wow, over $260,000. That's utterly insane. Sean, do your livestream viewers consist solely of billionaires? How can one casually produce such a sum just to acquire a porcelain painting? It appears the rumors are true. The Chinese are exceedingly wealthy, capable of purchasing the world. Yet, Xiao Ran merely smiled and shook his head. There are indeed countless billionaires. Yet it is certain that the state of being half awake and half dreaming unequivocally embodies the essence of a true magnate. Everyone present in the live stream wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Half awake and half dreaming offered no explanation, for such efforts would be in vain. Subsequently, Xiao Ran meticulously opened each individual's private messages and displayed them in the live broadcast. The majority of the remaining bids were invalid, and the few valid offers fell below 17.5 million renminbi. After nearly 10 minutes, Xiao Ran concluded the bidding process, bringing this extraordinary auction to a close. The outcome was, as one might expect, quite telling. The exquisite ceramic artwork by the master Wang Yeding ultimately found its way into the hands of the fortunate bidder. Half Dream, Half Awake. Upon the announcement of the results, Half Dream, Half Awake erupted with joy and celebration, while the others, who had missed their chance, expressed their disappointment and regret. After the auction results were declared, Xiao Ran swiftly shifted the conversation. Half Dream, Half Awake. Please reach out to me via private message or WeChat, and we shall discuss the details of the transaction. The sooner we conclude the deal, the better. As for the rest of you, there is no need to feel disheartened. I will participate in various auctions in the future, and perhaps you may uncover even greater treasures. With this experience in mind, the next time I hold an auction, the winning bidder could very well be you. His words immediately garnered a flurry of responses. Xiao Ran, when do you plan to attend the next auction? I hope to make some discoveries. Next time, perhaps we could include some ordinary antiques and artworks, allowing us less affluent individuals a chance to partake and instilling a sense of hope. Such a request eludes Xiao Ran. He strives to attend the next auction as soon as possible, but the discovery of antique artifacts and artworks relies heavily on fortune. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with the attendees for a while before commencing the display of the ceramic artworks laid out on the floor. These pieces were modestly priced yet remarkably exquisite, immediately captivating the interest of many. Among them, several ceramics inscribed solely with initials became focal points of attention. What if they were crafted by a Hollywood superstar? They would certainly possess some collectible value. Through the live broadcast, Xiao Ran successfully sold the vast majority of the ceramics. However, he retained a few pieces to adorn the living space he shared with Elaine. This unique live stream continued until approximately 11 o'clock at night. After the broadcast concluded, Elaine returned to her apartment to rest. She accepted the $1,000 payment without further protest. Once she departed, Xiao Ran tidied up briefly and then began discussing the transaction details in a state of semi-consciousness. They agreed upon the time and location for the transaction, as well as the method of payment before concluding their call. As with the previous transaction, Xiao Ran chose UCLA's campus as the meeting point for enhanced safety. Regarding the payment, it would still be directed to his bank account in the United States. Following David's reminder, the IRS had begun to take an interest in him, monitoring his income and tax situation. Under such circumstances, Xiao Ran dared not engage in any dubious activities. The following day, around noon, at a restaurant within UCLA's campus. Upon receiving the auction proceeds transferred by family members in a state of half-dream, half-wakefulness, Xiao Ran entrusted the exquisite porcelain panel painting by Wang Yeting to the buyers, thus concluding this antique art transaction. Alongside, he also entrusted them with 2 boxes of ceramic artworks, requesting their assistance in bringing them back to the homeland, as had been agreed upon the previous evening. The family, still in a semi-conscious state, had also brought along an expert in antique appraisal to conduct on-site evaluations. Furthermore, they had engaged 2 top-tier appraisers from the domestic sphere for remote assessment. The outcome was unequivocal. The provenance and value of the porcelain panel painting were beyond dispute. Once the transaction was finalized, the buyers departed with the treasured artwork, leaving Xiao Ran unconcerned about how they would transport the valuable piece back home. After bidding them farewell, Xiao Ran did not take his leave but instead returned to the restaurant with David. Settling back at their table, David could not help but express his astonishment. "Sean, you are truly the luckiest person I have ever encountered. It's simply unbelievable. You're also the fastest moneymaker I've seen, quicker than printing currency." Xiao Ran smiled and nodded, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. "Indeed, my fortune has been rather exceptional. David, I intend to participate in similar auctions in the future, where I am certain to encounter numerous legal matters. Through our recent collaborations, I have discerned that you are a highly professional and trustworthy lawyer. In light of this, I propose we establish a long-term partnership. What say you?" Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one David would decline. Without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly nodded. "I would be more than willing, Sean. I am prepared to provide you with expert legal services to ensure your interests are safeguarded to the fullest extent." "That is splendid, David. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful," Xiao Ran replied, extending his hand for a shake. With this gesture, their mutual agreement was solidified, and they proceeded to discuss the particulars of their partnership. The deliberation continued for half an hour before it came to a close. Subsequently, Xiao Ran inquired about another matter. "David, how much longer will it take to obtain my firearm permit? I require it for self-defense. After leaving the auction venue yesterday, I noticed someone was following me, compelling me to drive to the police station to evade those ill-intentioned individuals." David's expression shifted immediately, and he replied in a stern tone, "Sean, should anything like this happen again, be sure to notify me right away. I will ensure those fools face justice. If you require a bodyguard, I know some professionals who are quite capable. As for the firearm permit, given your status as an international student, the process is somewhat complicated. It is estimated to take about a week, which is quite expedited." Xiao Ran nodded thoughtfully and responded, "A week for the firearm permit is a wait I can endure. In the event of future incidents, I will reach out to you regarding whether to hire a bodyguard, which I will contemplate." "Understood, Sean," David affirmed with a nod. Following this, Xiao Ran shifted the subject. "Through these 2 transactions, I have generated millions of dollars in tax revenue for the United States and the state of California. I wonder if this could possibly translate into a green card? You are aware, David, that with the current cessation of flights between China and the U.S., and as I approach graduation, I am deeply concerned about the possibility of not being able to return to my homeland promptly. This could jeopardize my status, preventing me from continuing my treasure-seeking endeavors and attracting the attention of immigration authorities, potentially leading to imprisonment. To avert such a predicament, I must take proactive measures to resolve my immigration status in advance, ensuring I do not encounter trouble later." David chuckled and shook his head, resolutely asserting, "Do not forget that you are a wealthy individual. Sean, in America, as long as you possess wealth, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Given the substantial tax revenue you have generated for both California and the federal government, they will be eager to issue you a green card." Upon hearing this, Sean felt a significant sense of relief. This was a measure of last resort. He certainly did not wish to be expelled by the U.S. government, only to have his considerable assets stripped away. Chapter 31. Stubborn childhood friend. After parting ways with David, Xiao Ran immediately sent messages to his half-asleep companions, informing them that the transaction had been completed. The logistics of returning those items to the homeland were no longer his concern. The recipients of his messages were all quite exhilarated, urging Xiao Ran to go live and share the details with everyone. However, he graciously declined, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. Upon returning to his apartment and securing the contract in a safe, he drove away, heading to the Los Angeles Museum of Modern Art. His recent treasure hunting experiences had enlightened him to the urgent need for acquiring expertise in antiques and artworks, thereby enhancing his appreciation skills. Only by doing so could he consider himself a competent professional treasure hunter. In the future, when he stumbled upon any antiques or artworks of interest, he would be able to discern their essence and significance. Should he wish to collect any cherished pieces, he could evaluate them independently without the need to consult other experts, thus avoiding public scrutiny. Armed with extensive knowledge of antiques and artworks, along with keen insight and superior appraisal abilities, he could also prevent the exposure of his X-ray vision ability. To cultivate his understanding of antiques and artworks, the museum was undoubtedly the ideal sanctuary. The treasures housed within museums served as the finest teachers and references. Through his X-ray vision, he could uncover the merits and flaws of these artifacts, discerning their intrinsic value. Simultaneously, by cross-referencing with available public information, he would grasp the essentials of appraising such treasures. Having settled on this method of learning, Xiao Ran resolved to visit every museum in the Los Angeles area at his earliest convenience and to acquire a multitude of professional books for in-depth study, thereby elevating his proficiency in this domain. In the future, he also intended to frequently visit major museums to nurture his artistic sensibilities. Of course, the paramount motive was to conceal the secret of his X-ray vision. Additionally, there was another reason. Last Wednesday, during his visit to the Getty Museum, he discovered that while he admired the antiques and artworks, his X-ray vision also benefited, growing increasingly potent. This revelation filled him with elation, intensifying his enthusiasm for museum visits. Before long, he arrived at the Los Angeles Museum of Modern Art. After parking his car, he purchased a ticket and began exploring the numerous modern art pieces on display. He stayed until the museum closed in the afternoon, leaving with an insatiable desire for more. As he exited, he bought a plethora of books on modern art from the museum shop, intending to delve into them upon his return. After loading the many books into his car, Xiao Ran prepared to drive away. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his father. Xiao Ran glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered. The next moment, his father's anxious voice came through. Xiao Ran, where are you right now? Your Uncle Fong just called, saying that Yufei has encountered some trouble near the school. It's a bit tricky. Could you possibly go take a look? Xiao Ran's expression immediately shifted as he hurriedly inquired. Father, I just exited the Los Angeles Museum of Modern Art, which is not far from USC. What has transpired with Yufei? Why hasn't that girl called me? Oh, right, she has blocked me, and she has probably deleted my phone number as well. He shook his head in resignation. This girl named Fong Yufei was his childhood friend, also studying abroad in Los Angeles, albeit at USC. Uncle Fong was his father's college classmate and close friend, currently working in Beijing, and was also Fong Yufei's father. Last year, Fong Yufei's parents had just divorced, and within 3 months of the separation, her father found a new partner, marrying a stunning 28-year-old woman. This could hardly be termed as finding a new love. It would be more apt to describe it as the mistress successfully ascending to the position of wife. Due to this incident, Fong Yufei's relationship with her father became exceedingly strained, and she was at odds with her stepmother. Last winter, in a stroke of bad luck, Xiao Ran visited Uncle Fong's new home and even sent photos of the meal shared with Uncle Fong's family to Fong Yufei. Upon seeing those pictures, Fong Yufei, in a fit of anger, blocked him. They had not been in contact for over half a year, and he had almost forgotten that such a beautiful childhood friend existed in Los Angeles. Well, Xiao Ran, his father continued, according to your Uncle Fong, Yufei accidentally collided with someone else's luxury car while riding her bike. That vehicle is reportedly quite valuable, and she may have to pay a substantial amount, along with other complications. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all?
À car accident?
Just pay the compensation. Uncle Fong is not short on funds. Ah, there is more to this, his father sighed, then elucidated. Since Uncle Fong remarried, Yufei has refused to accept any financial assistance from him, even cutting up the credit card he provided. She has been earning her living expenses in Los Angeles through her own labor. This girl is exceedingly stubborn, capable of such actions. What about Yu Fei's mother? Does she not care for her daughter? Xiao Ran responded helplessly as he hailed a cab, gradually driving towards the parking lot exit. During this time, his father continued to explain the situation. Yu Fei's mother was resolute during the divorce, taking only the house and not a penny from Uncle Fong, and now she has no money. It was precisely Yu Fei's mother who informed Uncle Fong about this situation, prompting him to call Yu Fei, but she adamantly refused to answer. In desperation, he thought of you, my boy. This girl refuses to accept Uncle Fong's money, and transferring funds from China to America takes a day, which is of no help in an urgent situation. Once you reach USC, regardless of how much she owes, you must cover it first. Uncle Fong will reimburse you later. As soon as his father finished speaking, Xiao Ran promptly chimed in. All right, father, I am heading to USC at once to rescue that girl. He added, you middle-aged folks really ought to enjoy life. Why get divorced and create such chaos? Father, please don't pull that stunt. Let me clarify, I am on the same side as my mother. Before he could finish, his father began to scold him. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Ran simply laughed. Do not be angry. It was merely a jest. Please send me Fong Yufei's phone number. I shall bring a lawyer along. No matter what trouble arises, I can resolve it for that wretched girl. With that, he sped out of the parking lot, racing towards USC. After his father hung up, he promptly sent over Fong Yufei's phone number. During the journey, Xiao Ran called David, instructing him to meet him at USC. In approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the university. At that moment, David was still en route, likely delayed for a while longer. Upon reaching the main entrance of USC, Xiao Ran seized his phone and began dialing Fong Yufei's number. The phone rang several times before she finally answered. Hello, who is this? She spoke in English, while Xiao Ran responded in articulate Mandarin. It's me. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. No one has bullied you, right? I've brought a lawyer. In the background, a cacophony of laughter and playful banter could be faintly heard, indicating a lively atmosphere. Fong Yufei paused for a moment before brusquely replying. You must have dialed the wrong number. She attempted to hang up. Xiao Ran, shaking his head in exasperation, quickly interjected. If you refuse to tell me where you are, I will simply circle around USC until I find you. If all else fails, I will search your college and dormitory. I will locate you eventually. After a brief silence, Fong Yufei reluctantly provided her location. I am near the gym by the west gate. There are quite a number of people here. You'll see it when you arrive. Wait for me. I'm on my way. Do not get into any conflict. Leave the matter to me, Xiao Ran replied as he drove towards the west gate of USC. Along the way, he called David again to inform him of their location. In no time, he arrived at the west gate of USC, parked his car by the roadside, and dashed into the campus. After running a short distance, the gym came into view. Indeed, a crowd had gathered in front of the gym, composed mainly of USC students. They were laughing and chatting, creating a vibrant scene. Among the throng, Xiao Ran immediately spotted a familiar figure at the center. Chapter 32. A gathering of scoundrels. At the very center of the crowd stood a young woman named Fong Yufei. In her mid-20s, she possessed a striking beauty, with a tall and slender figure that boasted graceful curves, complemented by her long, straight black hair. Clad in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, she wore a pair of pristine white sneakers and carried a backpack, presenting a fresh and natural appearance that was both neat and tidy. According to conventional standards of beauty, she epitomized the ideal of fair skin, lovely features, and long legs. However, at this moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her white t-shirt and jeans were torn, and there were visible abrasions on her arms, while she stubbornly clutched a bicycle helmet in her hand. Lying on the ground beside her was a road bicycle, its front wheel twisted and deformed, clearly a result of a collision. In front of the bicycle was an orange Aston Martin DB11, its left door dented. Given the circumstances, it seemed that the Aston Martin had turned from a road adjacent to the sports arena and inadvertently collided with Fong Yufei as she rode by. The extent of the door's dent indicated that she had been cycling at a considerable speed at the time of the incident. The owner of the Aston Martin was a young Asian man, approximately 25 or 26, who was leaning against the car door with his scantily clad girlfriend, observing Fang Yufei with a mocking expression. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 other Asians, both male and female, who were laughing and joking amongst themselves. A sizable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, comprising individuals from various ethnic backgrounds, predominantly students from the University of Southern California. Xiao Ran swiftly surveyed the scene before retrieving a high-definition camera from his possession, fastening it to his chest. He then activated his phone's recording function, preparing to document evidence. Once these tasks were accomplished, he made his way toward the gathering. As he approached, he overheard the young man leaning against the car door sneeringly address Fang Yufei. "Fang Yufei, when will your family send the money? I don't have all day to waste here. Besides, this is a campus road, we can't just block it indefinitely. If you can't afford to pay, just say so. There's no need to put on a brave face. We can discuss alternative solutions." The man spoke in Chinese, yet his pronunciation was notably awkward. It was evident that he was a Chinese American, likely several generations removed from his ancestors, almost having forgotten how to speak the language. Xiao Ran had encountered many individuals like him before, especially in California's universities. Despite his poor command of Chinese, he insisted on speaking it, clearly with ulterior motives. The choice of language likely aimed to prevent the onlookers from comprehending the conversation, and with 2 campus police officers present to maintain order, speaking Chinese served to avoid leaving behind certain evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Asians erupted into laughter. "Beauty, if you can't afford to compensate, don't try to save face. Just take a few days off from being a model. It's a simple matter." Without exception, they spoke in Chinese, though their accents were all peculiar. Some were reminiscent of the man's awkward pronunciation, while others bore hints of Taiwanese or Hong Kong accents. Fang Yufei did not respond immediately. Instead, she cast a disdainful glance at the group. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged, enunciating in a clear and articulate Mandarin. "How dare you scoundrels presume to challenge me?" Before the words had fully faded, Xiao Ran strode into the scene. Upon catching sight of him, Fang Yufei's eyes grew slightly misty, revealing a hint of grievance. However, this momentary vulnerability quickly evaporated, and she resumed her facade of aloofness, determined to maintain her dignity. The onlookers, including those rascals across from her, gazed at him in astonishment. Yet Xiao Ran paid them no mind. His attention was fixed on Fang Yufei's arm. "Is the injury severe? Shall I escort you to the hospital for treatment?" he inquired. "It's nothing serious, merely some superficial wounds. I can attend to them later," Fang Yufei replied softly, her tone noticeably gentler. "Do tell me what transpired. No matter the circumstances, I will take care of it." Xiao Ran affirmed with a nod, gesturing toward the bicycle discarded on the ground. Fang Yufei began to recount the events. "As I was passing by, I was cycling rather swiftly and failed to brake in time, colliding with a car that had turned onto the road, resulting in this mishap. The other party is demanding a compensation of $50,000. I do not possess such funds, so I called my mother. She mentioned she would find a solution, but I never anticipated that she would inform you." Fang Yufei provided a succinct overview of the situation, still stubbornly maintaining her bravado. "My mother only reached out to you out of necessity. Transferring funds from China to the U.S. takes a day to process, so she cannot assist you immediately," Xiao Ran explained, deliberately avoiding mention of her mother to prevent escalating tensions. "Leave this matter to me. I've already contacted a lawyer who is on their way," he added, then scanned the vicinity for surveillance cameras and other pertinent devices. In the United States, surveillance cameras are not as ubiquitous, particularly within university campuses, where they are even scarcer. Unfortunately, this intersection lacked any cameras, making it impossible to clarify the responsibilities through road surveillance. At that moment, the young man leaning against the car interjected, "You there? Who do you think you are to Fang Yufei? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. It will yield no benefit." Xiao Ran turned to face him, disdain evident in his voice as he retorted, "I am a friend of Yufei, and I am indeed involved. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to bite me?" As he spoke, he swiftly assessed the young man, the Aston Martin, and the other individuals present. Through his perceptive insight, they appeared as though stripped bare, their secrets laid bare before him. He discerned that the Aston Martin DB11, along with several other sports cars parked nearby, held no mysteries. He could see everything within and without as if illuminated. Notably, he observed a small bag of crystalline substance tucked away in the pocket of the ostentatiously dressed young man. In a nearby Porsche, he spotted a set of glass paraphernalia for consumption, 2 handguns, and several rounds of ammunition. The other scoundrels were similarly concealing a variety of illicit items and substantial amounts of cash. Upon witnessing the scene, a cold smirk flickered across Xiao Ran's eyes. Clearly, this was nothing more than a group of addicts and wastrels. These scoundrels, likely intoxicated, had recklessly roamed the campus in their vehicle, ultimately colliding with Fang Yufei, who happened to be passing by on her bicycle. Moreover, they were acquainted with Fang Yufei. That insufferable windbag had ulterior motives concerning her. This presented an ideal opportunity to exploit the situation, using exorbitant demands for compensation to coerce Fang Yufei into submission. In an instant, Xiao Ran unraveled their intentions and devised a strategy to confront these miscreants. His words successfully provoked their ire. One of the scoundrels, sporting shoulder-length hair, lunged forward, pointing at Xiao Ran and shouting, "Fuck, who do you think you are? Mind your words. Meddling in others' affairs rarely ends well. Some people are not to be trifled with." Xiao Ran cast a disdainful glance at the scoundrel and retorted, "With trash like you, I have no qualms about getting involved. What will you do about it?" The scoundrels erupted in fury upon hearing this. Had it not been for the presence of campus security, they would have surged forward. For the moment, they could only suppress their rage and confront Xiao Ran. "You're quite audacious. Since you insist on meddling, then pay up," the insufferable windbag declared, slapping the car door behind him. Xiao Ran looked at the scoundrel with contempt. "Is that a mere wreck of a car? What's it worth? Compensation is fine, but responsibility must be clarified first. My lawyer will arrive shortly, and I will leave this matter in his capable hands. He will negotiate with you thoroughly." At the mention of a lawyer, the faces of the scoundrels shifted, revealing a hint of panic. The onlookers, however, were thoroughly entertained, reveling in the unfolding drama. In America, no one wishes to engage with those clad in suits, yet circumstances often compel such interactions. Just then, David arrived at the scene, weaving through the crowd. "Sean, what transpired? How can I assist?" he inquired, reaching Xiao Ran's side. Xiao Ran nodded in acknowledgement and gestured toward the scoundrels. "David, first ascertain whether these individuals are in a sound state of mind. They appear somewhat unhinged. Once their condition is confirmed, we can discuss a resolution." David understood the implication, having encountered similar situations numerous times.
No problem, sean.
"Leave it to me," he replied as he approached the group of miscreants. The scoundrels' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with fear. They were acutely aware of their precarious situation. If the opposing lawyer found incriminating evidence, not only would they forfeit any compensation, but they might also face imprisonment. As David approached, the scoundrels instinctively took a step back, their guilt evident in their demeanor. Chapter 33. I will support you upon witnessing the fearful demeanor and frantic expressions of those scoundrels. David instantly discerned the gravity of the situation. "Sean, I believe it is time for you to involve the authorities, or I can do so myself." The faces of those wretches changed abruptly, their eyes brimming with terror. They knew all too well that if this young man truly decided to call the police, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. A mere visit to the police station, accompanied by a drug test, would ensure that none of them could evade the consequences. Once the officers uncovered the illicit substances hidden on their persons and in their vehicles, they could expect nothing less than to face incarceration. Moreover, the likelihood of expulsion from USC loomed over them, a consequence they could scarcely bear. As David spoke, a scornful smile spread across Xiao Ran's face. Meanwhile, the two campus police officers observing the scene felt the weight of the moment. Their expressions shifted to grave seriousness. As law enforcement personnel, they could readily discern the underlying implications in David's words. When Xiao Ran turned to look at the officers, the brash young man among the group began to panic. "Come on, we're all of the same heritage. There's no need for such extremities. Let us leave a bit of room for future encounters," he pleaded in awkward Mandarin. Despite his tone remaining somewhat brusque, a hint of desperation crept into his voice. His companions, equally stricken with fear, fixed their anxious gazes on Xiao Ran, their eyes pleading for mercy. You started this, and now you must face the consequences. Your actions were excessive, and we are merely responding in kind. As for future encounters, I believe it would be best if we never meet again, Xiao Ran retorted with a derisive laugh. Upon hearing this, the young man seethed with resentment but felt utterly powerless. The situation was beyond his control. If he wished to avoid incarceration, he had no choice but to yield. Demonstrating an unexpected flexibility, he swiftly altered his approach. All right, we acknowledge our fault in this matter and should not have pressured Fang Yufei. Here I offer my apologies. Let us consider the matter of compensation settled and part ways. Witnessing this change, Fang Yufei was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, this individual had been so confrontational, and now his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Not only was he foregoing compensation, but he was also offering an apology. What could have transpired to bring about such a shift? With this thought in mind, she turned to Xiao Ran, her eyes wide with astonishment. However, Xiao Ran was relentless. He gestured toward the damaged road bike on the ground. A simple apology may not suffice. Whose responsibility is this broken bike? Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Ah! The young man exclaimed, and then, biting his teeth in frustration, he reluctantly nodded. Very well, that bike is indeed mine, and I shall compensate for it. Name your price. If I pay for the bike, will this matter be resolved? Just as Xiao Ran was about to respond, Fang Yufei interjected. Forget it. I wouldn't want to sully my hands with your money. Let that wretched bike be discarded. Upon hearing those words, the expression of the pompous young man instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with resentment and humiliation. Noticing his reaction, Xiao Ran prepared to speak up. However, Fang Yufei gently tugged at his arm and whispered, Let it go, Xiao Ran. They are nothing but a bunch of wastrels and scum. I can hardly be bothered with them. Well then, since you choose to disregard these miscreants, I have nothing further to say. Otherwise, I would ensure they comprehend why the flowers bloom so vividly. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. Seeing that the matter seemed to be resolved, the arrogant young man attempted to leave immediately, wishing to linger not a second longer. Just as he opened the car door to enter, Xiao Ran's cold voice interrupted. I should remind you that everything that transpired earlier was recorded by a high-definition camera and audio recorded on my phone. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from Yufei and cease any further harassment. Otherwise, my lawyer will be in touch and I will inform the authorities of certain details. The young man froze momentarily, his face contorting into a grimace reminiscent of someone who had just lost a beloved parent. He suppressed his fury and turned to look back. Xiao Ran merely pointed to the high-definition camera affixed to his chest, the implication clear. Upon seeing the camera, the young man's expression soured even further. In the next instant, he gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Very well, we shall keep our distance from Fang Yufei. Are you satisfied now? With that, he yanked the car door open and ducked inside. The two campus security guards, who had initially intended to intervene and conduct an inquiry, hesitated, seemingly contemplating something, and thus refrained from approaching. Shortly thereafter, the scoundrels sped away in their sports cars, racing out of USC as if fleeing from a disaster. As they departed, Xiao Ran raised a dismissive middle finger in their direction, a gesture brimming with contempt. As he retracted his finger, David approached and quietly remarked, Sean, why did you let those fellows go? They must be hiding something. They likely have drugs on them, which is why they were so skittish. With his words, Fang Yufei suddenly realized the implications. Yet Xiao Ran remained unfazed, smiling as he shook his head. The true victim in this scenario was the young woman, Fang Yufei, who was studying at USC while those fellows were also students there. They were a pack of useless miscreants. Yufei was disinclined to engage with them further. Now I understand. Handling it this way is indeed wise. It is best to minimize dealings with such pests. David nodded, then shifted the conversation. I noticed those guys were also Chinese, conversing with you in Mandarin. Since you share a nationality, why would they treat Miss Fang in such a manner? Xiao Ran, however, could only shake his head in resignation. Although we may share similar appearances and speak the same language, the essence of our hearts is entirely different. Some things you may not comprehend. The situation is quite intricate. After exchanging a few more words, David took his leave and returned to his law firm. As soon as David departed, Fang Yufei scrutinized Xiao Ran as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Wow, Xiao Ran, it's been half a year since we last met, and you already have a personal lawyer. Just a couple of days ago, I overheard some fellows in the friend circle saying you've struck it rich, boasting a fortune of tens of millions of dollars. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but given the current circumstances, it appears to be true. Pray, tell me how you amassed such wealth. Did you indeed discover a hidden fortune as the rumors suggest? Xiao Ran nodded gently, a glint of pride in his eyes. Indeed, my friend, I have prospered significantly, but most of my earnings have been sent home to my parents. I've merely tasted the flavor of financial freedom for less than a day before returning to a modest lifestyle. The struggle must continue. I shall recount the details later, but first, let us attend to your wound to prevent infection. He gestured towards the abrasion on Fang Yufei's arm. It was only at that moment that she seemed to register the pain. Glancing at her injury, she winced and then suddenly recalled another pressing matter. Oh no, my interview today is likely ruined. I fought hard to secure that opportunity. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone and began contacting the interviewers to explain her situation. The outcome was predictable. They would not wait indefinitely for her response. It's over. The selection has been made, and I've missed my chance entirely. I haven't found a part-time job in over 2 months, and if I fail to secure one soon, I won't be able to afford meals next month and might even be evicted from my apartment. Fang Yufei lamented. At that moment, Xiao Ran interjected, with me around. You shall not go hungry. Come work for me. I'll support you. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufei's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly retaliated with a playful punch to Xiao Ran. I'm perfectly capable, with all my limbs intact and my wits about me. Why would I require your support? Is it typical for men with a bit of money to think of nothing but keeping beautiful women? Noticing the shift in tone, Xiao Ran hastily redirected the conversation. In all honesty, I was merely jesting, and I genuinely need assistance. Besides, we've known each other since childhood. We're far too familiar for me to consider such an arrangement with you. It would be unthinkable. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufei erupted into laughter. Indeed, I remember when you were still wetting the bed in elementary school. The moment those words left her lips, Xiao Ran's expression darkened. Fang Yufei, I believe it would be best if we ceased our correspondence. Ha ha ha, Fang Yufei replied, her laughter ringing with triumph. Chapter 34. The treasure hunting company, once Xiao Ran had secured the assurance of obtaining a green card, he ceased to feel anxious about returning to his homeland and instead resolved to remain in the United States, continuing his quest for treasures. The current circumstances were peculiar, as many renowned antique markets in his home country had shuttered their doors. For instance, places like Panjiayuan and Lulikang had only a handful of stalls and shops still operating. Numerous museums, including the Palace Museum, were also closed to the public. Should he return home, there would be virtually no place for him to pursue his treasure hunting endeavors. As for traveling abroad to seek treasures, that was utterly out of the question. He could not even procure a plane ticket. In such a situation, even with his extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, Xiao Ran would be forced to lead a mundane life upon his return to his homeland, dutifully seeking employment. The prospect of venturing out to hunt for treasures would be non-existent. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Ran was unwilling to resign himself to a monotonous 9-to-5 existence. To do so would be to squander his remarkable gift of clairvoyance. Thus, he enlisted David's assistance in acquiring a green card, enabling him to remain in the United States and scour for treasures. Here, all the foreigners seemed to be recklessly living, competing in a dangerous game of survival, exhibiting a foolish disregard for their safety. Furthermore, Xiao Ran discovered that his clairvoyant ability not only empowered him, but also seemed to endow him with an extraordinary resilience. Since arriving in the United States over 5 months ago, he had remained unscathed amidst a turbulent environment. Initially, he believed it to be mere luck. However, it now appeared to be the influence of his unique ability. Of course, to avoid being perceived as a freak and subjected to experimentation, he recognized the necessity of exercising caution to prevent drawing unwanted attention. If Xiao Ran wished to stay in the U.S. and continue his treasure hunting pursuits, He needed to alter his current approach. In simpler terms, he could no longer operate independently nor fixate solely on valuable antiques and artworks. Such a path would inevitably attract suspicion and could even lead to covert investigations by law enforcement or the IRS. To mitigate this risk, he would also have to engage in the less rewarding business of secondhand goods, even if it meant incurring losses for the sake of publicity. To embark on the secondhand goods business, he needed to establish sales channels within the U.S., disposing of those trifles locally. This required a company or store, ideally combining a physical presence with an online store, as well as a sufficiently spacious warehouse. Establishing a company along with a warehouse meant recruiting employees. In reality, Xiao Ran required assistance from several individuals to help organize the warehouse. He couldn't always rely on Elian for labor. Regarding the number of employees, he would determine that once the store was secured. Xiao Ran shared his plans and invited Fang Yufei to assist in managing the online store and provide support for live streaming. Upon hearing his proposal, Fang Yufei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This sounded intriguing. She would begrudgingly agree to work for him. Of course, her wages must be disbursed punctually, and they must be generous, ensuring they did not encroach upon her study and leisure time. Otherwise, she threatened to expose his childhood mishaps to her social circle. Fang Yufei declared triumphantly, as if she were the one in charge. Upon observing Xiaoran again, he was visibly dejected. Had he employed a staff member or invited a distant relative? How unjust! Ha ha ha! Fang Yufei, on the other hand, was unable to contain her laughter. Subsequently, they departed from USC and made their way to a nearby pharmacy to purchase some iodine, anti-inflammatory ointment, cotton swabs, and gauze, returning to Fang Yufei's apartment to tend to her abrasions. Xiaoran initially intended to take her to the hospital, but she was reluctant. Given the minor nature of her injuries, undergoing a series of hospital examinations and treatments would be exorbitantly costly, amounting to several $1,000s. As for private clinics, securing an appointment would require at least 6 months' notice. After addressing her wounds back at the apartment, Xiaoran ventured out to procure a relatively sumptuous dinner. The two then enjoyed their meal while engaging in lighthearted banter. Fang Yufei was particularly intrigued by Xiaoran's sudden affluence and incessantly probed him for details. Reluctantly, Xiaoran provided a thorough account of his circumstances. Before long, it was around 8 in the evening, and darkness began to envelop the sky. Xiaoran tidied up the trash, preparing to leave when a thought struck him. He turned and said, "Send me your bank account number, Yufei. I will transfer some funds to help you manage your current expenses and pay your rent." Fang Yufei hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "I cannot accept your money. Today's issues have been resolved, and my mother will also transfer some funds over. Once I begin working part-time for you, you can pay me then. I am somewhat aware of your mother's situation. Funds are tight. Consider this money a loan from me. You can repay it gradually once you start working for me," Xiaoran insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufei's eyes welled with tears. It was unclear whether she was touched by Xiaoran's kindness or reminded of the struggles she and her mother faced. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded in acceptance. "All right, I shall treat this money as a loan, and I will work diligently to repay you," she said, breaking into a smile. Xiaoran promptly transferred $10,000 to her, more than sufficient for her immediate needs. Before departing, he did not forget to advise Fang Yufei, "Be cautious of those scoundrels in the afternoons. If they attempt to harass you again, contact the authorities immediately. I will bring David to handle the situation, ensuring those ruffians regret their actions." "Understood. When did you become so motherly?" "You're more bothersome than my own mother," Fang Yufei responded, though her eyes reflected gratitude. With that, Xiaoran left, driving back to UCLA. On the way, he called his father and Uncle Fang to inform them of his safety, briefly summarizing his situation while omitting any mention of the $10,000 to prevent Uncle Fang from worrying unnecessarily. Before long, it was around 11 in the evening. Inside the apartment, Xiaoran was engaged in a live stream while simultaneously researching various auction listings in the Los Angeles area from the past few days. He did not overlook the auction information from nearby cities. If a promising opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to embark on a treasure hunt in other locales. The individuals in the live stream were even more fervent than he was, yearning for him to participate in various auctions around the clock, bringing forth an array of benefits for everyone. Xiao Ran, can you share the auction events happening these days? We can assist you with some insights, several fans chimed in. Indeed, it is crucial to select an engaging auction for everyone to enjoy together, they encouraged. Xiao Ran glanced at the assortment of auction details he had gathered and began his presentation. Tomorrow, there are 2 warehouse auctions in Los Angeles, both modest in scale, one featuring 5 warehouses, the other 6. These storage companies are located in the city, albeit in less desirable areas, and I have not come across any information indicating that the warehouses contain valuable items. Their worth is likely minimal. Just as he finished speaking, a fan interjected. Why is the quality of warehouses in the city subpar? Is there a reason behind it? Xiao Ran chuckled softly and provided a brief explanation. With the exception of Manhattan, the affluent in America predominantly reside in the suburbs. Those living in the city center are mostly from the working class. Judging from this, the quality of city warehouses tends to be inferior. Before he could elaborate further, a wealthy patron concurred, "That's true. The situation in America differs from that in our homeland." Xiao Ran continued to elucidate the various auction events. Tomorrow in Pasadena, there is a family auction, and both Los Angeles and San Diego ports will host a container auction. Burbank and San Fernando each have a warehouse auction, while a bit further afield, Portland will feature an auction for lost luggage. As he shared this information, the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly lively. Wow, so many auctions in just one day, and each with its unique format. What a spectacle! You should attend the container auction. Who knows, you might discover some valuable treasures. However, Xiao Ran shook his head, declining their suggestions. The contents of containers are often numerous and sizable. Without a sales channel, it is generally challenging to manage them, and discarding them as waste would be a pity. Until I establish my own company or store and have a warehouse to store items, I do not plan to participate in container auctions. Unless there is concrete information indicating that treasures might be hidden within those containers, I would not engage in such auctions. In the midst of this conversation, a childhood friend suddenly inquired excitedly, "Does this mean you plan to establish your own company or store?" Xiao Ran did not deny it but nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am contemplating the establishment of a small exploration company, along with a shop, be it a second-hand store or an antique shop." He then briefly outlined his ideas, and as he did so, the live stream became even more animated. Chapter 35. Acquiring firearms for self-defense. In the week that followed, Xiao Ran attended 2 warehouse auction events in succession. Regrettably, neither of these auctions yielded any remarkable treasures. He managed to bid on 3 warehouses, but only one barely broke even, while the other 2 resulted in losses. Fortunately, the total deficit was not substantial, amounting to just over $2,000. Realizing that the contents of these warehouses were rather lackluster, he opted to sell them at a discount to other professional treasure hunters, allowing them to sift through the remnants. Naturally, those hunters made a modest profit. Otherwise, they would not have taken the venture. These consecutive misfortunes diminished the aura of mystique surrounding Xiao Ran. The envy felt by certain fans in the live stream diminished somewhat as well. At this juncture, many were convinced that Xiao Ran's previous strokes of fortune, finding significant treasures twice, were mere luck rather than indicative of any extraordinary ability. This realization brought a sense of equilibrium and tranquility to many hearts. Little did they know, Xiao Ran had orchestrated this outcome intentionally. He sought to dissipate the enigmatic glow surrounding him, and the results surpassed even his expectations. In addition to attending the 2 warehouse auctions, Xiao Ran engaged in numerous other activities throughout the week. He completed his graduation thesis and met with his advisor for a discussion, during which the advisor offered a favorable review of the paper. However, the thesis was not yet finalized and required further revisions. On Thursday, he ventured out to rent a warehouse situated not far from UCLA. This was not a small storage unit from a storage company, but rather a medium-sized warehouse, encompassing 400 to 500 square feet, capable of accommodating a considerable amount of items. The contents stored here would be of relatively low value, thus minimizing concerns regarding theft. As for high-value items, they would naturally not be kept in such a facility. Due to the pending status of his green card, Xiao Ran refrained from hastily establishing a company and continued to operate independently. During the week's auctions, Elaine did not accompany him. He attended alone. Before long, Saturday arrived. Around 9:30 in the morning, Xiao Ran drove to a gun shop located near Santa Monica Boulevard. Upon entering the street, he spotted David from afar, standing at the entrance of the gun shop, engaged in a phone conversation. After parking his car by the roadside, Xiao Ran alighted and made his way directly to the gun shop. Noticing his approach, David wrapped up his call in a few brief exchanges. "Good morning, Sean." "Good morning, David." The two exchanged greetings and offered a friendly elbow bump. Subsequently, David retrieved a document pouch from his briefcase and handed it to Xiao Ran. "Sean, inside this pouch are your firearm permit and other related documents. With your previously acquired hunting license, you are now legally permitted to carry a firearm starting today." Xiao Ran reached out to accept the pouch, opening it to examine the firearm permit enclosed within. To expedite the procurement of this permit, he had invested nearly $20,000 in total, effectively purchasing the right to carry a firearm. To err on the side of caution, he discreetly activated his X-ray vision while examining the firearm permit, thoroughly scrutinizing both the permit and all documents within the bag. The outcome was beyond question. The firearm permit was authentic, and the documents were genuine, devoid of any signs of forgery. "Thank you, David, for your diligent efforts. I had never imagined that I could possess such a thing, to own a firearm, which is virtually impossible in our country." David smiled and replied, "I understand that China has stringent gun control, while the United States adopts a more lenient approach. As long as you possess a firearm permit and have the financial means, you can acquire a handgun for self-defense at any time." Xiao Ran nodded lightly, stowing away the firearm permit. "Indeed, I can purchase a gun for self-defense. But with everyone armed, the risk does not diminish in the slightest. Unfortunately, this is the essence of American culture. Who truly cares about the ensuing issues?" With that, they entered the gun shop by the roadside. After passing through 2 security doors, they finally stepped into the store. The gun shop was of moderate size, with somewhat outdated decor. However, this was inconsequential, as the plethora of firearms on display were timeless. The shop featured several rows of shelves and display cases, each brimming with an array of firearms. From revolvers to Gatling guns, automatic pistols to assault rifles, and even Barrett sniper rifles, the selection was dazzling. Additionally, there were some antique firearms housed in glass display cases. Clearly, those antique firearms were part of the shop's collection and were available for sale at a higher price. In Xiao Ran's eyes, the antique firearms from various eras radiated a brilliant glow. David was acquainted with the shop owner and greeted him as soon as they entered. "Good morning, Charlie. I've brought a client to support your business. Let's showcase your finest firearms." The portly owner named Charlie turned around and jested. "Good morning, David. As long as your client possesses a firearm permit and sufficient funds, I can provide him with a Gatling gun if he desires." As David and Xiao Ran approached, David introduced Xiao Ran to the shop owner. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got straight to the point. "Sean, what kind of firearm are you looking to purchase? Do you have a specific target in mind?" Upon hearing Charlie's inquiry, Xiao Ran promptly responded, "I am an international student at UCLA with a legal firearm permit and hunting license, allowing me to own firearms legally. However, I am only qualified to purchase and possess handguns, and cannot acquire other types. Therefore, I can only choose a handgun. After researching, I find myself particularly fond of the 45 Hong Kong dollars model. If I could procure 2 45 Hong Kong dollars tactical handguns, that would be splendid." With his words, Charlie immediately nodded. "Excellent choice. The 45 Hong Kong dollars is an outstanding handgun, aesthetically pleasing and performing remarkably well. It can truly be considered a work of art among handguns. I have just received a fresh batch of 45 Hong Kong dollars firearms, and you may select 2 from them. Furthermore, our shop has a small shooting range underground where you can test the firearms." "That sounds splendid, as I was just eager to try a gun." Xiao Ran nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Subsequently, Charlie led Xiao Ran to a counter adorned with an array of handguns, and began to introduce the 45 Hong Kong dollars pistols on display. As he spoke, this fellow opened the cabinet and retrieved 2 HK-45s. At that moment, Xiao Ran had already thoroughly examined these two HK-45s with his keen perception. He scrutinized the firing pin and the interior of the chamber in minute detail. As Charlie had stated, these two HK-45s were indeed brand new, showing no signs of previous use. The serial numbers on the firearms gleamed as pristine as ever, with no issues in sight. Once assured of their condition, Xiao Ran concluded his inspection and began to handle the German-made pistol. Grasping the firearm, he aimed it forward to assess its feel. This renowned pistol is designed with remarkable thoughtfulness, adhering to ergonomic principles, providing a comfortable grip, moderate weight, and exceptional stability. Almost immediately, Xiao Ran swiftly disassembled the pistol with a few clicks. Witnessing this, both David and Charlie were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. Little did they know, during his earlier inspection, he had already comprehended the structure of the pistol thoroughly. He had previously engaged in the pastime of disassembling and reassembling firearms at the shooting range, though he had never been this proficient before. Soon, over an hour had elapsed. David and Xiao Ran exited the gun shop and stepped onto the street outside. At this point, Xiao Ran still bore an expression of unquenched enthusiasm. In his left hand, he held a small black aluminum case containing the 245 Hong Kong dollars tactical pistols. Accompanying ammunition, several holsters, and cleaning tools were secured in a tote bag in his other hand. Meanwhile, David wore a look of sheer astonishment. "Sean, you are undoubtedly the most talented shooter I have ever encountered. Your aim is remarkably precise, and your reflexes are incredibly swift, like lightning. Were it not for our acquaintance, I would certainly believe you to be a firearms expert rather than a novice." Xiao Ran chuckled softly before shifting the topic. "Time is of the essence, David. I must rush to attend an auction. We shall converse later." Upon hearing this, David's eyes lit up. "Then it's settled, Sean. I hope you discover treasures of great value once more. However, do keep in mind that during the transport of firearms, it is imperative to separate the guns from the ammunition." "Understood, David. This is California law, and I shall not transgress it." Xiao Ran nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more words, he turned and departed, driving directly toward the impending auction. As for the 245 Hong Kong dollars pistols, they were securely locked away in the newly installed small safe within the vehicle for added safety. Chapter 36. The Auction of the Super Rich Today. Xiao Ran is set to attend a family auction being held in the picturesque Malibu by the sea. If Beverly Hills is regarded as one of the premier affluent neighborhoods in Los Angeles, then Malibu undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of wealth in the city. The residents of Beverly Hills predominantly comprise movie stars and sports icons, often resembling a gathering of newly affluent individuals. In contrast, Malibu is home to the elite echelon of American wealth, including numerous Jewish financiers. These financiers, who wield considerable influence over the American economy, truly embody the upper echelons of society. The disparity between the two locales is indeed striking. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Ran is eager to participate in the family auction. Such events often feature valuable antiques and artworks, with treasure hunters frequently stumbling upon remarkable finds. As he speeds along the route, he retrieves a high-definition camera, fastening it to his chest to commence a live broadcast. The moment the stream is activated, hundreds of fans eagerly flock to join. In the next instant, viewers are greeted by the rapidly shifting scenery of Los Angeles and the incessant flow of vehicles. "Xiao Ran, what are you up to? Your driving seems a tad too swift." Indeed, the visuals are changing so quickly. It feels almost like a reckless joyride. Hearing the chatter, Xiao Ran can't help but chuckle. "I'm racing to Malibu for a family auction. Time is of the essence." The announcement of this family auction has created a sensation throughout Los Angeles, drawing the attention of all professional treasure hunters. It is believed that one might uncover a significant gem at this event. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled and don't miss this opportunity. If there are any fans acquainted with appraisal experts, be prepared to take screenshots and seek their guidance. Your support is invaluable. With his words, the live stream erupts with excitement. "I know Malibu. It is one of the most renowned luxury enclaves in America, inhabited almost entirely by super-rich individuals. Could you elucidate why today's auction might present such extraordinary opportunities? Have you received insider information?" Xiao Ran nods and begins to elaborate on the situation. Today, this family auction is taking place in a luxurious mansion in Malibu, once owned by a Jewish financier. This distinguished gentleman was a shareholder in a renowned investment bank and an avid collector of priceless antiques and artworks. Approximately 2 months ago, he succumbed to a sudden brain hemorrhage, leaving all his estate to his sole son. His son, who works on Wall Street and resides in New York, has no intention of relocating to California and thus has decided to dispose of the Malibu estate. He divided his father's collection into 3 parts. One part, undoubtedly of significant value, was entrusted entirely to an auction house. A few select pieces caught his eye which he decided to keep in New York. The remaining items, of uncertain provenance and value, along with all the furnishings and various other belongings, were prepared for auction in a family sale format. Among these items, there may well be hidden treasures, which is why the auction has generated such excitement. Unsurprisingly, the live stream immediately erupted with gasps of astonishment, accompanied by a flurry of rapid comments. Wow, is this not the infamous spendthrift? Selling off his grandfather's estate without a second thought. What an opportunity! The family auction of a Jewish billionaire certainly promised many exquisite items. No wonder this individual was daring enough to engage in reckless driving in the streets of Los Angeles. Let us be clear, Xiao Ran, if you find anything valuable, you must share. Xiao Ran chuckled and nodded, assuring, rest assured, if I stumble upon a great find, I will not forget my friends. This family auction was distinct from a warehouse auction, allowing card payments, and Xiao Ran was ready to seize the moment. Upon hearing this, the wealthy heirs in the livestream became even more exhilarated. Fantastic! Xiao Ran, if you run short on funds, just let us know. We'll transfer money immediately, they exclaimed. Indeed, just swipe your card. We've got your back. Despite their encouragement, Xiao Ran remained cautious. Approximately 40 minutes later, he arrived at the opulent mansion in Malibu, situated in the western part of Los Angeles, with the lush Santa Monica Mountains to the south and the vast Pacific Ocean to the north, boasting the most beautiful beaches in California and breathtaking scenery. However, Xiao Ran, in his haste, had little time to appreciate the view. As he reached the entrance of the mansion, he noticed that the yard was filled with 100 to 200 cars, occupying nearly every parking space and roadway. From a distance, the entrance and interior of the main building were bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Such a scene not only thrilled Xiao Ran, but also sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy. They clamored for the chance to discover hidden treasures and seize a piece of the Jewish billionaire's fortune. After announcing his identity to the security at the entrance, Xiao Ran was finally permitted to drive into the mansion's grounds. After circling the yard for a considerable time, he eventually found a parking spot and squeezed his car into the tight space. As he alighted from the vehicle, Elaine unexpectedly emerged from the opulent mansion, approaching him with purpose. In preparation for the highly anticipated family auction taking place today, Xiao Ran had summoned Elaine to assist him, promising her a remuneration of $2,000. Prior to the commencement of this familial auction, a registration process was required. All prospective buyers intending to participate in the auction had to register before 10 o'clock to secure their eligibility. Since Xiao Ran had previously arranged with David to obtain a firearm license and make a purchase today, he reluctantly requested Elaine to arrive early and register on his behalf, ensuring his participation in the auction. Moreover, a significant aspect of this arrangement was to utilize Elaine as a cover, preventing any potential slip-ups. Should Xiao Ran successfully acquire Western antiques and artworks at the auction, he could leverage Elaine's connections to engage top experts from the Louvre for authentication. The assessments provided by premier experts like Pierre carry substantial authority, significantly enhancing the market value of the associated antiques and artworks. With such advantageous connections at his disposal, Xiao Ran was more than willing to bear the cost of authentication fees, viewing it as a worthwhile investment. Even if he himself is the world's most distinguished expert in the appraisal of antiques and artworks, unmatched by anyone. However, this aspect must remain concealed, and one must devise means of disguise. Today, Elaine adorned herself in the quintessential favorite of French girls, a little black dress that exquisitely accentuated her alluring figure, rendering her exceptionally radiant and beautiful. Wherever she traversed, every man cast admiring glances, their eyes filled with infatuation. Some even whistled, their lips uttering praises in awe. Numerous suitors approached with the intent of soliciting her phone number, while even the fans in the live stream gasped in astonishment at Elaine's appearance. Wow, Irene was truly exquisite today, a sight to behold, the wealthy dog exclaimed in admiration. No sooner had he spoken than the flamboyant sister sprang forth. Love it, love it. I am utterly enamored with Elena's attire. Later, my friends and I shall don little black dresses and revel in the night. I would advise you to reconsider. Only French girls can truly embody the essence of the little black dress. Beauties from other places simply cannot achieve the same effect. Sister Min interjected, her tone brimming with envy. Just as she spoke, Elian had approached. Without waiting for Xiaoran to inquire, she excitedly exclaimed, Sean, I have completed the registration process and obtained the qualification to participate in the auction. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Had you missed this auction, you would surely have regretted it for quite some time. There are so many exquisite treasures within this luxurious mansion that it is truly dazzling. Upon hearing this, a look of delight instantly appeared on Xiaoran's face. As for those individuals in the live stream, they were even more animated, each one shouting in excitement, wow! It seems that today may indeed present a remarkable opportunity. How splendid! Chapter 37. Squandering Treasures. Ilian, what exquisite treasures have you discovered within this opulent mansion? I am eager to hear all about it. Xiaoran inquired softly as he strolled toward the luxurious residence. Ilian began to recount the details. To commence, she mentioned the furnishings. The mansion was adorned with an array of French royal-style antiques, each piece a testament to fine craftsmanship and superior wood quality. Numerous professional treasure hunters had set their sights on these antiquities, anticipating fierce competition at the upcoming auction. However, I suspect you might not be particularly interested, she remarked. Xiaoran smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, without having established a company and sales channels, he generally refrained from acquiring various pieces of furniture, as they consumed considerable space and posed challenges in disposition. Unless they are exceptionally rare and of substantial value, I tend to refrain from such purchases. After a brief pause, Ilian continued her exposition. In addition to the plethora of antique furniture, this mansion boasts an impressive collection of exquisite porcelain, including the renowned Meissen porcelain. There are also several antique timepieces. I observed 3 Patek Philippe vintage watches, along with a few from Vacheron Constantin and Glashtet, all of which are antiques as well. Furthermore, there are several unsigned paintings and sculptures of remarkable quality, suggesting that some may be masterpieces, albeit lacking attribution, which is why they have surfaced at this auction. Additionally, there exists a diverse array of antique relics and artworks, as well as crafts, and even a small unopened safe that will be auctioned. Listening to this description, the astonishment in Xiaoran's eyes intensified. The viewers in the live stream who comprehended English were abuzz with excitement. Wow! Truly, this is a family auction of a Jewish billionaire. The offerings are extraordinarily rich and astonishing. Perhaps today we might uncover some significant treasures. Not to mention, Xiaoran, if those 3 Patek Philippe antique watches are genuine, you must secure them for me. They are exceedingly rare in our country. Xiaoran promptly responded, I cannot guarantee that. I can only promise to do my utmost. Patek Philippe watches are well known and highly sought after. They are not lacking in demand. As for the other items, I will assess them in person before making any commitments. You may also take screenshots to seek evaluations. While he engaged with his numerous fans, the professional treasure hunters gathered outside the mansion regarded him with curiosity. Following previous auctions, some of these hunters had recognized him, yet for the majority, this was their first encounter. Observing him alongside Ilian, they whispered among themselves, filled with envy and intrigue. Who is this fellow? Could he be a newcomer in the treasure hunting profession? That lovely young lady seems to be his associate. He is quite fortunate. I've seen this Chinese lad. He is indeed a novice with average discernment, yet he is not short on funds. He previously bid on several storage units, but ultimately incurred losses. Amidst their chatter, Xiaoran continued to greet them with polite nods, maintaining a courteous demeanor. As they conversed, they had already entered the opulent mansion. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately recognized several familiar faces. Among them were old friends Sylvia and Garcia, as well as adversaries and rivals such as Leon and Parsons. At that moment, These individuals were either inspecting the auction items displayed throughout the venue, appraising their value, and selecting targets to devise strategies for the upcoming auction, or they were huddled in small groups, whispering among themselves. All the professional treasure hunters present, including themselves, were visibly excited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, each eagerly preparing for the impending competition, hoping to secure substantial profits. Upon seeing Xiao Ran enter, Leon and his companions were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Damn it! How did that wretched scoundrel show up here? What bad luck!" Leon muttered in frustration, hoping fervently that this rogue would not lose his composure and recklessly bid up prices like the last time at the airport. If that were to happen, they might have to pay an exorbitant amount to acquire the coveted items. Similarly cursing their misfortune, Parsons and his associates were not entirely surprised, having previously seen Elaine and anticipated Xiao Ran's arrival. However, an unsettling tension permeated the atmosphere. They feared Xiao Ran might retaliate by driving up the bids against them, which would spell disaster. Sylvia, Garcia, and a few other acquainted treasure hunters nodded in acknowledgement to Xiao Ran, a silent greeting amidst the bustling activity of evaluating the myriad of auction items, leaving little time for casual conversation. Ignoring Leon and Parsons as if they were mere air, Xiao Ran turned his attention to exploring the interior of the exquisite mansion, gazing upon the dazzling array of auction pieces. This was a luxurious Mediterranean-style mansion, its interior adorned with vibrant and rich colors, predominantly in shades of blue and purple, exuding a subtle hint of lavender fragrance. Every piece of furniture in the rooms was of French court style, and although the architectural decor was not entirely cohesive, it appeared remarkably harmonious. Moreover, these French court furnishings were classic designs that had not fallen out of favor. More importantly, they were antique pieces of considerable historical significance, crafted from fine materials and holding substantial value. Various items, including valuable antiques and artworks, adorned these French pieces. To Xiao Ran, these objects manifested in a spectrum of colors, some vivid and others somewhat subdued. Through the hues emitted by these items, he could accurately ascertain their origins and whether they were indeed antiques. The brightness of their colors would reveal their worth and relative value. As he surveyed the colorful array of items, a glimmer of delight flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses. However, his expression remained composed, betraying no hint of his inner excitement. At that moment, Elaine softly remarked, "Sean, what you see here is merely a fraction. In nearly every room of this mansion, there are various auction items, some of commendable quality. You may leisurely browse and identify the items you wish to bid on when the auction commences." Sean nodded and replied in a hushed tone, "I understand, but before exploring, I must greet the auction house personnel to inquire whether I may broadcast live. Such matters must be clarified prior to the auction's start. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise. If the auction house prohibits live streaming, I shall have to turn off the camera, and we shall proceed with our treasure hunt alone." "Understood. Allow me to escort you to the auction house manager. The office is just next door," Elaine responded, leading Sean toward the adjacent room. After taking only a couple of steps, Sean abruptly halted and turned to gaze at two blue table lamps resting on a nearby table. More precisely, they were two table lamps ingeniously fashioned from sky-blue glazed celestial vases, their vibrant hues seemingly radiating a captivating light. Upon catching sight of the pair of lamps, Sean momentarily froze. Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment erupted within the live stream. "Wow! A pair of sky-blue glazed celestial vases. Simply exquisite. They must have originated from domestic porcelain. Possibly a pair of highly valuable antique pieces. What a magnificent pair of sky-blue glazed celestial vases. I wonder if these ignorant foreigners have drilled holes in the bottoms. If that is the case, it would be a sheer waste." Hearing this, Sean could only nod in resignation. Regrettably, upon examining the exterior of the sky-blue glazed celestial vases, he observed no visible wiring. Thus, one conclusion remained. The bottoms of these celestial vases had been drilled with two holes, allowing the wiring to pass through, thereby transforming them into lamps. Before he could finish his thought, the live stream was filled with sighs of disappointment. "Oh dear, what a pity. This group of oblivious foreigners truly are a bunch of fools. They are ruining such treasures." Chapter 38. The wild boar cannot digest fine brand. Xiao Ran did not hasten to examine the pair of celadon glazed vases, but instead proceeded to the auction house's temporary office. He approached the manager responsible for this family auction and stated his intentions. Upon learning of his desire to conduct a live video broadcast, the manager hesitated and did not immediately acquiesce. Observing this reluctance, Xiao Ran quickly presented further enticements. During my tour of the auction items, my fans would have the opportunity to view all the pieces. If they expressed interest in any particular item, they might request that I bid on it on their behalf. This arrangement would inadvertently attract numerous customers to the auction, with me solely raising the paddle to bid. For your auction house and the consignors, this is undoubtedly a beneficial arrangement with no drawbacks. With this explanation, the eyes of both the manager and the auctioneer suddenly brightened. Upon learning that Xiao Ran's live stream boasted over 1,000 followers, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Over 1,000 followers equated to over 1,000 potential clients. Moreover, since the Chinese clientele is not short on funds, they represent a highly desirable customer base. With this realization, the auction house could hardly decline. The manager promptly nodded in agreement, allowing Xiao Ran to conduct the live broadcast on site, provided it did not disrupt other bidders. Once this matter was settled, Xiao Ran began to tour the various auction items displayed in the luxurious estate. His first target was the pair of celadon glazed vases repurposed as table lamps. Just as he exited the temporary office, a voice came through his earpiece, half dreamy and half awake. Xiao Ran, I've sent a screenshot of the celadon glazed vases to a ceramic appraisal expert at the Shanghai Museum. After reviewing the image, the expert expressed interest in joining the live stream to observe the auction. Could you facilitate their entry? Xiao Ran paused momentarily before responding softly. Such a distinguished professional's willingness to join the live stream is certainly welcome. It is an opportunity one greatly desire. Their expertise could provide invaluable insights into precise appraisals, benefiting me immensely while also enriching viewers with knowledge on antiques and artworks. However, for you, this expert represents a formidable competitor, especially with the backing of the Shanghai Museum. Are you truly inclined to welcome them? The half-dreamy voice fell into silence, evidently weighing the pros and cons. After a brief moment, the individual responded, "It's all right. Having such a top-tier appraisal expert join the live stream may help you discover even more treasures, which would be advantageous for all. Furthermore, most antiques and artworks favored by the Shanghai Museum are beyond our financial reach, so there is little conflict." Before the words had fully settled, several others echoed the sentiment, affirming, "Indeed, the Shanghai Museum operates on a different level. We can allow this appraisal expert to join." Seeing that no one opposed, Xiao Ran promptly made his decision. "Very well, let the appraiser submit the application. The administrator will verify their identity and subsequently allow them to join." "Understood. Leave it to me." Fang Yufei's voice suddenly resonated. This girl now serves as an administrator in Xiao Ran's livestream, known by the moniker Little Girl from the capital in Los Angeles, though she seldom makes her presence known. Her appearance instantly stirred a commotion within the stream. Xiao Ran chuckled softly and approached the pair of celadon vases. Upon nearing, he began to scrutinize and admire the aesthetic of these vases. Standing approximately 35 centimeters tall, the vases feature a straight mouth, slender neck, rounded belly, and a resting foot. Their form is both elegant and refined, adorned with a vibrant hue that radiates brilliance, while the subtle luster of the glaze remains intact, nearly flawless. However, due to their repurposing into table lamps, a lamp holder has been affixed at the mouth, topped with a colorful glass lampshade, obscuring the view within the vases. For Xiao Ran, this posed no obstacle. Through his keen perception, he had already discerned every detail, both inside and out of the celadon vases. The colors they presented, along with their brightness, precisely revealed their era of manufacture and inherent value. Each vase's neck bore a label with a brief description, stating that they were a pair of ancient Huaxia porcelain vases transformed into lamps, with the lampshade sourced from Tiffany, yet failing to disclose the specific dynasty from which the vases originated. It was evident that the base markings had been removed, rendering any accurate assessment impossible. Consequently, these vases found themselves featured in this family auction. Had the base markings remained intact, they would undoubtedly have been consigned to a more prestigious auction rather than this one. After admiring the vase's bodies, Xiao Ran prepared to lift them to inspect the foot. Although he had already seen everything clearly through his perception, a necessary display of theatrics was indispensable. Just then, a voice broke in from the side, speaking Mandarin with a slight accent. "Young man, I just heard you speaking into your earpiece. You're from the mainland, aren't you?" Xiao Ran turned, curiosity piqued. The speakers were a couple in their 40s or 50s, clearly also on a treasure hunt. "Indeed, I am from the mainland, studying in Los Angeles," he replied, extending a handshake. Following this, they exchanged introductions, becoming acquainted with one another. The couple hailed from a southern province of the mainland, having immigrated to Los Angeles years ago, where they have since worked and resided. After a brief chat, they returned to the matter at hand. "Xiao, can you discern the origins of these Celadon vases? Are they indeed antique porcelain?" they inquired. "We are quite fond of these vases and wish to bid on them, yet we are uncertain of their provenance and value, leaving us indecisive." Xiao Ran paused momentarily, then smiled and shook his head gently. "I am merely an international student. How could I possibly discern the origins and worth of these celestial vases? Nonetheless, the pair of sky-blue glazed celestial vases is undeniably exquisite and captivating, although regrettably, they have suffered considerable damage." As I gently cradled one of the vases, I examined the condition of its base. Indeed, a hole had been gouged into the bottom of this vase, presumably to accommodate electrical wiring, thereby obliterating the mark of authenticity, a most unfortunate circumstance. Although I was already aware of this situation, witnessing it firsthand elicited a deep sigh of regret from me. With the mark of authenticity removed, it becomes exceedingly challenging to determine their dynasty and value, which will undoubtedly be significantly affected. Turning my gaze to the couple, their faces were etched with disappointment. In my live stream, a chorus of condemnation erupted. "These ignorant foreigners, what a beautiful pair of sky-blue glazed celestial vases, and they have been so wantonly destroyed. It is utterly infuriating." Just as the outrage reached a crescendo, a newly joined expert from the Shanghai Museum began to post several comments in the chat. The moment these comments appeared, gasps of astonishment filled the live stream. As the administrator, Fang Yufei reacted swiftly, excitedly relaying the expert's remarks to me. "Xiao Ran, the expert from the Shanghai Museum, stated that this pair of celestial vases likely originated from the Qing Palace's imperial workshop and are exceptionally rare Yongzheng sky-blue glazed vases. Despite the absence of the mark, their value remains considerable, making them worthy of acquisition and collection. During the upcoming auction, you must secure this pair of sky-blue glazed celestial vases." No sooner had he finished speaking than the livestream erupted with excitement. "Xiao Ran, someone has already reserved this pair of sky-blue glazed vases. You must acquire them." The most alert among the viewers was Half Dream, who had invited the expert into the livestream and was well aware of his expertise and discerning eye. The rest of the viewers, unwilling to be outdone, began to chime in. "Xiao Ran, purchase this pair of vases, and then hold a bidding session in the livestream, just like last time with Master Wang Yeding's porcelain painting. There truly is a treasure here. This time, we cannot miss out on this gem. We must secure it at all costs." The atmosphere in the livestream was electric, yet I remained composed, revealing no signs of distress. Recognizing the significant flaws in the sky-blue glazed celestial vases, the middle-aged couple promptly shook their heads and departed, visibly disheartened. I did not linger, opting instead to inspect other auction items nearby. Irene, who was following closely beside me, curiously whispered, "Sean, are those blue vases indeed valuable antique porcelain?" Did the viewers in the livestream discern something? I turned to glance at her, then replied in a hushed tone, "Indeed, they are a pair of antique porcelain vases, identified by an expert. However, we must keep this information confidential to avoid any interference or sabotage." Chapter 39. The priceless treasure. Xiao Ran and Ilian walked directly into the living room, embarking on an exploration of the numerous auction items displayed therein. Engaging in their appraisal and valuation, they first approached the reception area, casting their gaze upon the array of objects adorning the coffee table. Among these items was an exquisite set of coffee pots and cups, a small bust sculpture, 2 gilded bronze candlesticks, as well as 2 intricate antique mantel clocks and assorted knickknacks. The coffee table was filled to the brim with these artifacts. the square cherry wood coffee table, the carpet beneath it, along with the sofas, table lamps, side tables, and all decorative elements in the reception area, were also part of the auction offerings. Xiao Ran held no interest in the rather decent French court furniture. Upon entering the reception area, his attention was immediately drawn to the small sculpture. This was a marble statue, approximately 40 centimeters tall, depicting David. David, one of the 3 kings of the Jews, is regarded as the greatest king by the Jewish people, making the presence of his sculpture in the residence of a Jewish billionaire entirely unremarkable. Of course, this was not Michelangelo's renowned David, but rather a replica of that masterpiece. Although it was a reproduction, the sculpture was crafted with a degree of finesse and appeared to possess some historical significance, rather than being a mere modern imitation. The individuals in the live streaming room were well aware that this was a replica, and none showed any particular interest in the sculpture. No one believed that a miraculous discovery akin to Xiao Ran's previous acquisition of an ordinary Venus sculpture would occur again. Xiao Ran cast a brief glance at the statue before shifting his attention to an antique mantel clock positioned nearby. This clock appeared diminutive and exquisite, fashioned from gilded bronze, featuring a golden angel statue atop it, in excellent condition and seemingly keeping accurate time, perfectly aligned with the current hour. In Xiao Ran's eyes, however, the small gilded bronze clock presented a reddish hue, albeit with a rather muted brightness. This led him to ascertain that it was indeed an antique clock, over a century old, yet its value was not particularly high. Sean, this clock appears to be an antique. The manufacturer's mark on the back indicates it hails from London, produced in the late 19th century. However, I am uncertain about its specific value or whether it merits collection. Ilian succinctly summarized the situation, clearly having examined the clock before. As she spoke, Xiao Ran gently lifted the small clock, inspecting its reverse side. Indeed, there was a brass nameplate engraved with the manufacturer's mark and year of production. Just as Ilian had indicated, this clock originated from late 19th century London. Xiao Ran glanced at the mark, then smiled and quietly remarked, "Let's do some research online to find the manufacturer of this clock. If we can locate a similar antique clock online, that would be splendid. Should this gilded bronze clock prove to have considerable value and collectible worth, I might consider acquiring it. If it lacks such value, then there is no need to invest further sentiment." No sooner had he finished speaking than the individuals in the live streaming room began to respond. "Rest assured, Xiao Ran, we shall take care of this matter. We will swiftly uncover the details and value of this clock." As he spoke, the others eagerly began capturing screenshots, immersing themselves in their task. Xiao Ran nodded and turned his gaze to another clock placed nearby. This smaller clock was equally exquisite, an antique in its own right, yet its value was rather modest. As before, Xiao Ran solicited the assistance of the fans in the live stream to investigate the intricate details and worth of this timepiece. Those who held an interest in this antique clock would naturally be inclined to delve into research. Even if the piece held little collectible value or was unattainably priced, the process of learning was enjoyable in itself. This very reason fueled their enthusiasm and unwavering engagement. In the midst of conversation, they began examining a splendid coffee set. This coffee set was renowned for its exquisite German Meissen porcelain, meticulously crafted. Each porcelain piece was adorned with a beautiful design, and each design told a story. Recognizing the intricate patterns, Xiao Ran immediately identified them as originating from the famous collection of Arabian tales, 1001 Nights. "Sean, this is the illustrious German Meissen porcelain, part of the 1001 Nights series. To my knowledge, this collection was crafted by Meissen in the 20th century and has garnered immense popularity. I cannot ascertain its production date, but it is certainly valuable." Elian briefly summarized the situation. Meanwhile, a small stir had erupted in the live stream. "I have heard of the fame of German Meissen porcelain. I did not expect it to be so exquisite, exuding a rich exotic charm. If the price is right, it would indeed be worth acquiring for collection," remarked a female fan, clearly captivated. Before her words faded, a cat lurking in the corner interjected, "I have found information on the Meissen porcelain from the 1001 Nights series. If it is authentic, the price is quite steep. To acquire this batch of Meissen porcelain, one would likely have to spend a considerable sum." In the living room, Xiao Ran glanced at the tag hanging from the coffee pot and gently shook his head. This batch of Meissen porcelain has been appraised and is undoubtedly genuine. I advise everyone to abandon thoughts of acquiring this batch. Every treasure hunter present would not overlook this Meissen porcelain, especially the classic 1001 Nights. Under such circumstances, the price of this Meissen porcelain will inevitably soar, leaving no opportunity for bargain. With these words, a chorus of sighs resonated in the live stream. Everyone recognized the truth in his statement and thus dismissed any intentions of purchasing this Meissen porcelain. Next, Xiao Ran turned his attention to the two gilded bronze candelabra. These two candelabra were exquisitely crafted in the Baroque artistic style, adorned with intricate and beautiful engravings, including a depiction of Prometheus. To Xiao Ran's discerning eye, these gilded bronze candelabra radiated a reddish hue, their brightness deemed satisfactory. From this, he inferred that they likely hailed from the late 19th century, yet their value remained unimpressive. For items of this nature, Xiao Ran harbored no interest and had no intention of participating in the auction. The multitude of fans within the livestream shared a similar sentiment, displaying little enthusiasm. Subsequently, Xiao Ran surveyed the other objects in the living room, yet regrettably found no antiques or artworks that stirred his heart. The numerous antique furnishings, carpets, and other household items on display did not pique his interest, and he was disinclined to squander time examining them. After concluding his inspection of the living room, Xiao Ran, accompanied by Ilian, proceeded to the family room and dining area. In these spaces, they encountered a significant collection of Meissen porcelain, antique silverware, and various other items. Before long, 40 minutes had elapsed, yet Xiao Ran and his companions had not fully explored all the auction items, merely glancing around in a cursory manner. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had come prepared, carrying several power banks to ensure that they would not run out of battery and interrupt the live stream. The night owls in the chat remained lively, engrossed in the broadcast while fervently discussing the unfolding events. During this time, Xiao Ran spotted numerous remarkable items, including 3 vintage Patek Philippe watches, as well as antique timepieces from high-end brands such as Vacheron Constantin and Glache-Tet. These watches, both for men and women, were in excellent condition and generated quite a stir in the livestream. A group led by Godahu and Banmeng Banxing, upon confirming the authenticity of these antique watches, eagerly urged Xiao Ran to bid on all of them. Even if he could not secure them all, they insisted that he must at least acquire the 3 vintage Patek Philippe watches, which were deemed unmissable. Even Xiao Ran himself felt a surge of desire upon beholding those exquisite Patek Philippe timepieces, wishing to obtain 1 or 2 for personal wear and collection. Naturally, he readily agreed to the requests and prepared to bid on these valuable antique watches. In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Ran and Ilian arrived at the doorway of a room on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching this point, Ilian provided a brief overview of the situation. Xiao Ran, this is a study filled with an extensive collection of books and some antique furniture. In addition, there are 2 small safes in the room, which are also up for auction, albeit with certain additional conditions. As they stepped into the study, just at the threshold, Xiao Ran's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a golden glow, its brilliance so intense that it momentarily dazed him. For a brief moment he stood transfixed, only to be overtaken by an overwhelming surge of joy. My goodness! An artifact from over 1,000 years ago, and a treasure of immeasurable worth. Indeed, this journey has proven fortuitous. This mansion harbors remarkable discoveries. Chapter 40. The indeterminate artwork lunch for everyone was served within this grand mansion, consisting solely of fast food. Yet none seemed to mind. After the meal, the tour continued. In a room on the 2nd floor, Xiao Ran and Ilian were engrossed in a cubist painting. The artwork depicted a still life, featuring a transparent cylindrical vase at the center of a table, adorned with a bouquet of vividly blooming flowers, alongside a violin. Each element, the table, the vase, the flowers, and the violin, was rendered in various distorted forms, seemingly composed of countless fragmented pieces. The colors employed in the painting were bold and vibrant, delivering a powerful visual impact while maintaining harmony. The style exhibited simplicity, rigor, and unity, infused with an elegant essence. Standing before this oil painting, Xiao Ran and Ilian remained quietly absorbed in their appreciation. Meanwhile, numerous fans in the livestream were also contemplating and analyzing the piece. However, they struggled to discern its meaning, much like the ceramic appraisal expert present. Most of the audience, particularly those unfamiliar with Western art, found it challenging to appreciate such an elusive cubist work. What is the theme expressed in this cubist oil painting? I cannot comprehend it, Mingier remarked, perplexed. Almost immediately, another individual chimed in. It seems we are all in the same boat, unable to grasp the essence of this cubist piece. Who knows what the artist intended to convey? Shrouded in ambiguity. Hearing the discussions, Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle softly, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, sparkling with delight. In truth, there was no need for everyone to become entangled in the painting's thematic expression. Perhaps the artist merely sought to explore color and push the boundaries of painting techniques. Undeniably, this cubist oil painting indeed offered a striking visual experience. With Xiao Ran's insight, Ilian quickly regained her focus. She then leaned in and whispered, "Sean, the quality of this cubist oil painting is exceptionally high. It is a remarkable piece of art. The masterpiece I referred to earlier, which remains largely unknown, primarily points to this very oil painting, though I am uncertain of its esteemed creator. This could potentially be a top-tier artwork. If the price is reasonable, I suggest you acquire it. Of course, there is a degree of risk involved. You might make a significant profit or incur a loss." Xiao Ran turned to glance at her, feeling a surge of admiration. Truly, having grown up amidst the treasures of the Louvre, her cultivated appreciation for art was profoundly impressive. The glaring oversight that even the auction house had missed was astutely identified by her. This remarkable woman was indeed a rare talent. He resolved to keep her close as a valuable ally. With that thought, he redirected his gaze towards the cubist oil painting hanging on the wall. He took a moment to appreciate the painting before softly remarking, "The color palette of this oil painting appears reminiscent of Fauvism, while the composition leans towards Cubism. It seems to also incorporate elements of Impressionism, along with the shadows of Modernism. It is truly remarkable." As he spoke, Eileen gazed at him in astonishment. "I never expected you to discern so much, Sean. You are correct. This oil painting indeed amalgamates various artistic movements. Furthermore, the artist's technique is exceptionally refined. Although it fuses multiple styles, the piece remains harmonious and unified. Few can perceive these nuances. How did you manage it? Have you been concealing your prowess?" Xiaoran gently shook his head and softly explained, "Over the past few weeks, whenever I had the opportunity, I visited numerous museums to enhance my appreciation skills. I also acquired many related books and have been diligently studying the pertinent knowledge. These efforts have not been in vain. My discernment has improved to some extent." Upon hearing his explanation, Eileen and the individuals in the live stream suddenly understood. Little did they know that this was merely a pretext. After a brief conversation, Xiaoran made a decision. "Since you suggest that this oil painting could be a masterpiece, I am willing to take the risk and attempt to bid for it. If it truly is a work of a master, it could yield substantial profit. If not, I doubt the loss will be significant." "I hope this turns out to be a great find." Eileen nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Just as they were speaking, Sylvia and Garcia unexpectedly entered the room. The two of them glanced at the cubist oil painting and curiously inquired, "Sean, are you interested in this cubist piece? Could you tell us which artist created it? Is it of high value?" Xiaoran looked at them and smiled, shaking his head. "I do not know who the artist is. I merely found it intriguing, which is why I lingered a bit longer. If the bidding price is reasonable, I would consider acquiring it for fun. Otherwise, I shall pass." As he spoke, the voice of the auction house staff suddenly resonated from outside the door. "Ladies and gentlemen, the viewing time is over. The auction will commence shortly. Please make your way to the auction venue in the garden to participate." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ceased their observations and hurried downstairs. The venue for this family auction was set in the garden, with the azure Pacific Ocean visible in the distance, creating a breathtaking scene. On the grassy expanse of the garden, over 200 chairs were arranged. The auction stage was positioned on the steps at the back door of the house, flanked by two large television screens displaying the auction items. Additionally, the auction house had erected several massive sunshades in the garden to shield against the early summer sun. Like the other bidders, Xiaoran and Eileen took their bidding paddles and found their seats, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. In the blink of an eye, all the bidders were seated. Once seated, Xiao Ran swiftly surveyed the surroundings, particularly focusing on the familiar professional treasure hunters. Sylvia and Garcia were not far ahead, separated by merely 2 rows of seats. That fellow Leon was also present beneath the canopy, positioned slightly behind, just 1 row away. As for Parsons and Justin, they were situated under a different canopy, a bit farther off. In addition to these individuals, Xiao Ran also took note of several formidable professional treasure hunters, including the consistently understated Kevin. In the blink of an eye, the auctioneer had ascended to the auction platform. Once the other staff members were in place, the family auction commenced without delay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Claude, and I extend a warm welcome to each of you attending this family auction. I hope everyone finds something of value today, the auctioneer proclaimed, heralding the beginning of the event. As with previous auctions attended, the opening typically involved an introduction to the auction rules, despite the fact that everyone was already well acquainted with them. After outlining the rules and other pertinent details, the true spectacle was ready to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, the order of this family auction will follow the sequence of the displayed items. The first items up for bid are the furniture in the foyer, along with the painting adorning its walls. As Claude spoke, the large screens flanking the auction platform simultaneously displayed images of the grand foyer of the mansion. The camera then focused on the painting hanging on the wall of the entrance hall. Simultaneously, Claude's impassioned voice resonated once more. What you see now is a realistic landscape oil painting, the first item of the day. This artwork captures the exquisite scenery of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. The creator of this oil painting was a deceased Israeli artist, and the starting bid is set at $3,000. Which gentleman or lady would like to place a bid? Before his words had fully dissipated, an elderly woman seated beneath the first canopy had already raised her bidding paddle. Xiao Ran glanced in her direction, not particularly concerned. However, those in the live broadcast were fervently discussing the matter. This is an oil painting depicting the scenery of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. It appears the bidder is also of Jewish descent. It may not hold substantial monetary value, yet its significance is profound. Chapter 41. A clash of arms before long. Half an hour had elapsed. The exquisite items displayed in the foyer and living room of this opulent mansion had been auctioned off in large quantities. Due to the remarkable quality of these items, many of which were antiques and artworks, only a handful remained unsold. The items that found buyers fetched astonishing prices, often exceeding their starting bids by several folds. Among them, the highest sale was an impressionist landscape oil painting adorning the living room, which was sold for an impressive $185,000. Throughout this process, Xiao Ran had only participated once. At the insistence of several fans in the live stream, he raised his paddle a few times while bidding on a set of 1001 Nights coffee pots. As he had anticipated, all the treasure hunters present were captivated by the classic Mason porcelain set, leading to fierce competition. Consequently, the price of the Mason porcelain skyrocketed, surpassing $50,000 in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, the fans in the live stream quieted down, and Xiao Ran, too, lowered his paddle, refraining from further bidding. Even when those raucous bidders from Lion raised their paddles, he chose not to interfere, allowing them a moment of relief, under the impression that he had mellowed. Little did they know, Xiao Ran was merely conserving his strength for the ensuing battle, saving his ammunition for the right moment. In the blink of an eye, another exquisite clock on the coffee table in the living room was successfully auctioned off. Following this, the next item displayed on the large television screen was a pair of table lamps, ingeniously crafted from Yongzheng period sky blue glazed vases. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you are these stunning table lamps, composed of 2 parts. The lower half, a blue vase, is an antique porcelain piece from China, albeit with some imperfections that hinder precise dating. The upper half, a colorful glass lampshade, is a classic work produced by Tiffany in the 1960s, also an antique masterpiece. As Claude passionately introduced the items, the atmosphere in Xiao Ran's livestream erupted with excitement. The moment the sky blue glazed vases appeared, the authentication expert from the Shanghai Museum flooded the chat with messages. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Fang Yufei immediately began to announce loudly. Xiao Ran, Oldly from the museum stated that after thorough research, they can confidently assert that these are indeed the Yongzheng sky blue glazed vases. despite their imperfections. They are exceedingly precious and a rare find. We must secure them. Before the words had fully left her lips, Xiao Ran confidently whispered his response. These sky-blue glazed vases belong to me. No one shall snatch them away. Just wait to see my performance. The viewers in the live stream were exhilarated, all clamoring in excitement. We must acquire this pair of sky-blue glazed vases. Xiao Ran. Then let's hold another auction in the live stream. I'll contact the bank to mortgage the house. Such treasures must not be squandered by those foreign fools. We must bring them back to our homeland. Just as they were speaking, the auctioneer Claude had already announced the starting bid for the lamps. 500. As soon as the starting bid was announced, someone raised their paddle in response, accepting the price. The couple who raised the paddle were the same Chinese couple who had previously inquired about the situation from Xiao Ran. As they were not professional treasure hunters and possessed modest means, they stood at the edge of the venue instead of taking seats. After raising their paddle, they glanced at Xiao Ran, who merely smiled and nodded without participating in the bidding. The second bidder was a white woman seated in the front row, also a professional treasure hunter. Shortly thereafter, several other treasure hunters and bystanders entered the fray, including a Chinese man in his 50s who had exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Ran earlier. Additionally, that fellow lion raised his paddle to join the competition, likely eyeing the Tiffany antique lampshade rather than the pair of sky-blue glazed vases. With the increasing number of competitors, the price of the lamp pair soared, surpassing 3,000 in no time. Yet, Xiao Ran remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Witnessing this scene, those in the live stream grew a bit anxious, including Elon. Sean, are you not going to bid? You're not planning to forfeit this pair of lamps, are you? Elon whispered in surprise. Just then, Lion raised his paddle again, accepting the bid of 3,200. Seeing this, Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Who said I was giving up? The real show has just begun. With that, he raised his bidding card and called out the new offer, 4,000. He then turned to Lion, smiling and giving a slight nod filled with provocation. Lion paused for a moment, then cursed under his breath. Damn it, this despicable bastard. I thought he had changed, but here he is waiting for me. While cursing, Lion also raised a middle finger in defiance. Many professional treasure hunters who had previously participated in airport lost luggage auctions shook their heads in resignation at the sight of this. These two are at it again. Let us hope it doesn't affect us. Little did they know, this was merely Xiao Ran's strategy, with Lion serving as nothing more than a pawn. The concerns of the other treasure hunters were precisely the outcome Xiao Ran wished to provoke. As he raised his paddle, cheers erupted in the live stream. Fantastic! He finally placed a bid. I was worried for nothing. Wow, being wealthy makes a difference. His paddle raises are so stylish. I'm really impressed. The cheers had barely subsided when laughter filled the room. Meanwhile, Claude had raised the price to 4,200. This price evidently breached the psychological thresholds of some competitors, leading 3 or 4 bidders to shake their heads and withdraw from the competition, including the man in his 50s. However, the Chinese couple remained steadfast. They cast a glance towards Xiao Ran, and the couple engaged in a hushed discussion before raising their paddles to accept the bidding price. Their hesitance revealed their inner turmoil. It was evident they were on the verge of withdrawing. Indeed, this proved to be the case. When the bid for the pair of lamps reached 4,600, the couple shook their heads and withdrew from the competition. At this point, only 4 professional treasure hunters remained in the fray, including Xiao Ran and his rival, Leon. The one who accepted the 4,600 bid was none other than Leon himself. Before his arm could even descend, Xiao Ran raised his bidding paddle, making a substantial counteroffer. 500, he declared, simultaneously gesturing towards Leon with an inviting hand signal. Yet, Leon did not even glance back, seemingly dismissive of his opponent. This gesture, while not physically harmful, was deeply insulting. Witnessing this scene, Leon was nearly ready to explode. Damn it, you are nothing but a complete jerk, he shouted, springing from his seat to point an accusing finger at Xiao Ran. Were it not for the auction setting, which prohibited physical altercations, and his unwillingness to concede, he would have undoubtedly charged over to land a punch on Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran turned to glance at Leon, coldly smirking as he said, "Calm down, mate. Don't be so impulsive. This is an auction, not your backyard. Mind your decorum. Save your breath for shouting. It's pointless and only reveals your lack of upbringing and confidence. If you have the guts, keep raising the bids. Perhaps you'll win the next round." Leon was left speechless, his face a canvas of fluctuating colors, nearly steaming with frustration, yet utterly powerless. The other treasure hunters present shook their heads in resignation. This Chinese lad is astoundingly cunning and infuriating. If I were Leon, I would have charged over to smash that smug smile right off his face. Thankfully, we Haven T crossed paths with this fellow. Otherwise, he would certainly cause us trouble, and that would be a predicament. Meanwhile, in Xiao Ran's live stream, the atmosphere was lively. "Take it easy, Xiao Ran. Don't go too far. Being too hated might get you shot at," one viewer cautioned. "Just to clarify, if there's a feast, I want to sit at the same table as the kids." Although everyone was aware that Xiao Ran was merely putting on a show, there was still a hint of concern. Of course, there were also many who relished the chaos, egging on the situation. The auction continued. Observing the fierce rivalry between Xiao Ran and Leon, the other two professional treasure hunters shook their heads and subsequently withdrew from the competition. Leon, however, stubbornly raised his paddle several more times, determined to fight to the bitter end. Yet each time he raised his bid, Xiao Ran responded without hesitation with an even higher offer. Once the bid for the lamp surpassed 10,000, Leon finally faltered. At the 10,500 mark, after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately made a slashing gesture across his throat, signaling his withdrawal from the competition. The price of $10,000 had long surpassed the upper limit he had set for the pair of lamps, exceeding it by more than double. He feared that if he were to place another bid, Xiao Ran might suddenly withdraw, leaving the lamps crashing down into his hands, consuming a considerable amount of his funds. In such a scenario, subsequent auction plans would inevitably require alteration. There were even finer treasures ahead. He dared not deplete his resources at this early stage. Yet, he remained oblivious to the immense value of the exquisite sky-blue glazed celestial vases. Otherwise, he would never have withdrawn. After announcing his exit from the competition, the man once again gestured a middle finger towards Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran chose to ignore him, instead smiling as he focused on Claude. Just as he desired, a loud bang resonated through the air. Noticing that no one else raised their paddle, Claude swiftly struck the auction gavel. "Sold. $10,000. Congratulations to buyer number 106 for acquiring this splendid pair of lamps." With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ran smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, his live stream had erupted with excitement. "Incredible! Xiao Ran has finally secured the magnificent Yongzheng sky blue glazed celestial vases. No doubt about it. This friend is off to sell his house and land." Chapter 42. The golden treasure transaction concluded at 98,000. Congratulations to buyer 106 for successfully acquiring this exquisite limited edition Patek Philippe antique watch. Another transaction completed at 115,000. Once again, congratulations to buyer 106 for securing a third Patek Philippe antique timepiece. With each resounding bang of the gavel, auctioneer Claude repeatedly called out buyer 106, gesturing towards Xiao Ran, announcing each successful bid. As the auction for antique watches commenced, the previously unremarkable Xiao Ran transformed, akin to a wound-up spring, fervently raising his paddle in pursuit of bids. His offers were resolute and lavish, exuding an air of determination to prevail. Aside from a less valuable Vacheron Constantin vintage watch, he acquired all remaining antique timepieces at elevated prices. Particularly with the 3 Patek Philippe watches, his bidding was unwavering, rendering other competitors powerless, ultimately securing them all. Of course, the term high price is relative. As those in the live audience noted, such limited edition antique watches from top-tier brands are exceedingly rare in the domestic market, nearly unattainable. Just bringing these coveted pieces back home could easily yield 2 to 3 times their value, as effortless as child's play. This is precisely why Xiao Ran dared to bid without restraint, leaving no opportunity for other buyers. His extravagant spending reverberated throughout the auction house, leaving the other attendees in awe. It was only at this juncture that they began to grasp the depth of his financial prowess. In a mere moment, he had disbursed several $100,000. Was this young man's wealth conjured from thin air? Such extravagance was astonishing. Clearly, he was a wealthy heir, participating in this auction merely for amusement. How unfair this world is. While they approached the auction as a business venture, he treated it as a game. How could they possibly compete? Amidst the murmurs of astonishment surrounding them, Leon and Parsons felt their faces flush with embarrassment, their expressions decidedly uncomfortable. The scoundrel was, in fact, a privileged heir, replete with funds. They had foolishly compared their financial depths with his, a rather unwise endeavor. As they grappled with their discomfort, glimmers of greed and even a hint of danger flickered in their eyes. Many in attendance harbored similar thoughts. From time to time, they would glance over at Xiao Ran, their sunglasses concealing the avarice gleaming within. Bang! Claude struck the gavel once more, announcing the final transaction. Transaction concluded at 157,000. Congratulations to buyer 106 for successfully acquiring this Breguet antique watch. With Claude's fervent proclamation, the last antique timepiece fell into Xiao Ran's possession. Sitting in the audience, he merely smiled and nodded subtly. This gesture elevated his stature to an unparalleled level, imparting an impression of effortless mastery and profound mystery. Such a demeanor was precisely the aura Xiao Ran sought to cultivate. The objective is to dominate the upcoming auction, even successfully intimidating less formidable competitors, thereby securing coveted items at relatively modest prices. Indeed, he has achieved this goal. To all present, he now appears as a super-rich heir, seemingly extravagant and unrestrained with his wealth, or perhaps a spendthrift, which might be more fitting. His somewhat unassuming attire and the dilapidated vehicle he drives are perceived merely as disguises to mask his true identity. Would a wealthy scion, who casually splashes out tens of millions of dollars on antique watches, truly lack the means to acquire a fine automobile? Such a notion would be utterly unbelievable. Competing against such a nonchalant spender is evidently an unwise endeavor. Engaging in a bidding war without rationality would be sheer folly. Should the bids escalate only for this rogue to withdraw at the last moment, lamentation would offer no solace. With this in mind, many buyers resolutely decided to steer clear of this affluent individual to avoid being ensnared. While Xiao Ran was indulging in his ostentation, the live stream erupted in excitement. Laughter and cheers filled the air, as viewers marveled at Xiao Ran's performance, suggesting he could be awarded an Oscar for his antics. How could someone so adept at theatrics possibly secure nearly all the antique watches? It was astounding. A Breguet antique watch for under 160,000. Can you believe it? Watches from this series typically retail for over 3.5 million renminbi and are exceedingly rare in the domestic market, let alone antique models. The audience in the live stream was ablaze with astonished exclamations, particularly those enamored with luxury timepieces, who were nearly beside themselves with excitement. At the auction venue, another exquisite antique clock was displayed on the large screens. Although this clock held considerable value and was a worthy collectible, Xiao Ran found little interest in such a cumbersome item. Its weight made it difficult to transport, and he currently lacked a suitable place to display it. He glanced at the image of the antique clock, surveyed the room, and then retrieved another phone to call David. The call connected swiftly, and Xiao Ran spoke in a hushed tone. "David, come to Malibu immediately. I'm attending a high-stakes family auction and require assistance." Upon hearing this, David was taken aback.
Sean.
"Can you explain what is happening?" Xiao Ran, without reservation, revealed the truth. "At this family auction of Jewish financiers, I've acquired numerous valuable items and spent a significant sum. Perhaps I've drawn too much attention, or rather greedy gazes. Among these individuals, there may be those with ill intentions. For safety's sake, I'm calling you. It would be prudent to bring 2 armed security personnel with you to Malibu." Before he finished speaking, David promptly responded.
Understood, Sean.
"I will bring a bodyguard to Malibu right away. Please send me the address. We should arrive in no more than an hour." "All right, David, see you soon." Xiao Ran softly responded before hanging up the phone. He promptly sent the address to David. At that moment, Elaine suddenly whispered, "Sean, are you being overly cautious? Is there really a risk? However, you did draw quite a bit of attention earlier, so it's only natural for people to take note." Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was lively. Xiaoran, where did that bravado go? Turns out you can be frightened too. You recklessly tossed out tens of millions of dollars. It would be strange if you weren't being noticed. It's wise to be cautious. Listening to these teasing remarks, Xiaoran merely chuckled softly without elaborating further. In truth, he was merely taking precautions. The reason he asked David to bring a bodyguard was not to protect the valuable antique watches or the exquisite Yongzheng blue-glazed celestial vases. Compared to what he truly sought to safeguard, those antique watches and vases were of little concern. Even if they were all stolen, he would not feel the slightest regret. Once those priceless items made their appearance, they would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir both domestically and internationally, possibly even a scandal. At that point, without a private attorney and armed security by his side, it would be uncertain whether he, as a foreign exchange student, could safely transport such invaluable treasures back to UCLA. It was precisely for this reason that he called David for assistance with a bodyguard. The antique watches worth millions were merely a plausible excuse. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. During this time, numerous items had been auctioned off. Xiaoran had made several bids, but only to assert his presence, without actually acquiring anything further. Another auction item was presented on the big screen. It was a pair of unopened small safes, featuring a rather antiquated design, characterized by a traditional combination lock and key mechanism, making them remarkably sturdy. What secrets they held remained a mystery to all. Even the son of the deceased Jewish financier was unaware of their contents and had failed to unlock them. The moment Xiaoran laid eyes on the two small safes, a spark ignited in his concealed gaze behind his sunglasses, illuminating with brilliance. The color of those safes, in his view, radiated an extraordinarily dazzling golden hue. He knew precisely what that signified. Meanwhile, skepticism echoed throughout the auction venue and the live broadcast room. These Jews are too shrewd, leaving no opportunity for profit untouched. Who knows if these small safes are a trap? If there's nothing inside, whoever bids on them will incur a catastrophic loss. Chapter 43. The ecstasy within. As the two small safes appeared on the large television screen, Claude began to elucidate the auction rules. This reiteration was necessary, for the auction regulations concerning these two safes were exceptionally unique, distinctly differing from all other lots. Ladies and gentlemen, what you now behold are two safes that have never been opened. The auction house assures you, and the owner has provided written confirmation, that the contents remain a mystery. They may harbor ancient artifacts or treasures of gold and silver, or perhaps they contain mere documents or nothing at all. To safeguard the owner's interests and address potential scenarios, we have established corresponding provisions and devised special auction rules. Regardless of who successfully bids for these safes, upon the conclusion of the auction, they must be opened on-site under the supervision of the owner's attorney and the auction house. To facilitate the safe opening of these two safes, we have specially prepared a water cutter. At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment. The contents of the safes remained uncertain. What if they were empty? Who would dare to risk bidding on them? If they contained nothing, the buyer would face significant loss and public humiliation. In the live broadcast, chatter ensued. Goodness! This is nothing less than a pure blind box game. These individuals are astute, truly shrewd. Amidst the noise, Claude raised his hands, gently urging for silence. As his gestures took effect, the crowd quieted. He then continued, presenting the special auction rules for the safes. Consider carefully before participating in the bidding. If the safes contain documents or items that store information, as well as tickets or the like, the buyer shall have no right to inspect them. The owner's attorney will reclaim them on the spot. Any other contents, however, will belong entirely to the buyer, with no claim from the original owner. Before his words concluded, the venue and the live audience erupted once more. Incredible! It is no wonder they navigate Wall Street. Their strategy is remarkably cunning. This is nothing short of a scheme where the appetites of all are tantalized, a game of empty-handed deception. If the safes contain documents, such as wills or stocks, the owner could immediately reclaim them, leaving others in ignorance of their contents. If the safes are entirely empty, the owner could still profit, perhaps even handsomely. What a bargain! Amidst the rising tide of discussions, many professional treasure hunters shook their heads in disapproval. Clearly, they had resolved to abstain from competing for these safes, as it contradicted their principle of seeing is believing. Yet, others were eager to roll up their sleeves, ready to engage in fierce competition. As for Xiao Ran, his gaze, concealed beneath sunglasses, bore unwavering determination. He was resolute in his pursuit of these safes, willing to risk everything, for this was not merely for himself, but for his country as well. Having just introduced the auction rules, Claude immediately transitioned into the auction phase. Ladies and gentlemen, this pair of small safes is up for auction, starting at a price of 6,000. If you have considered your bids carefully, please raise your paddles. With the opening bid announced, the competition for the safes formally commenced. Before Claude could finish his statement, a bystander raised their bidding paddle. This individual, standing at the edge of the crowd, was soon joined by a professional treasure hunter seated beneath the first canopy on the left. Gradually, more participants entered the fray. However, due to the uncertainty of whether the safes contained anything of value, the bids remained conservative, with no one willing to increase their offers proactively. The scenario was not what Xiaoran had hoped for. The reasoning was simple. Such behavior would not eliminate competitors, but rather create a situation akin to boiling a frog, gradually escalating the price of the safes to an exorbitant level. Since no one was willing to bid actively, he decided to take matters into his own hands. As Claude announced the latest bid of 8,200, Xiaoran abruptly raised his bidding paddle. $10,000, he declared, his voice ringing out above the crowd. All eyes turned towards him at the sound of his substantial bid. The other competitors, witnessing his paddle raise, felt a wave of frustration and resentment wash over them. Damn wealthy people, why is he everywhere? They grumbled inwardly. It's over. This rich brat must see this as just a game. As the competitors grumbled in disappointment, some began to reconsider their involvement, shaking their heads in retreat. Competing against a seemingly unfazed heir for two uncertain safes was simply too risky, not worth the potential loss. What if those safes turned out to be empty? Yet this wealthy individual drove the price sky high. No matter who ended up winning them, it would surely lead to significant losses. Many fans in the livestream were equally perplexed by Sharon's actions. Isn't this just a blind box gamble? Isn't it too risky? Has he lost his mind? Driven mad by victory, beware of the traps laid by the Jewish. Xiaoran chuckled softly and replied, "It is precisely because this is a genuine blind box game that I chose to bid. That is what makes it interesting. I have already made a fortune today. Indulging in a bit of fun is harmless." Upon hearing this, the live stream chat erupted with mockery. Wow, this guy has truly lost his touch. He has become inflated with ego. Just wait until he reveals 2 empty blind boxes. Let us see how he handles that. Amidst the banter, the price of the safes escalated to 12,000. Upon hearing this new bid, Xiaoran promptly raised his paddle once more, a smile gracing his face as he called out,
$15,000.
Once again, his substantial increase in bid captured everyone's attention. This price had surpassed the psychological threshold for many competitors, prompting several to withdraw from the auction. In the blink of an eye, only 3 competitors remained: a treasure hunter in his 30s, a passerby, and Xiao Ran. The 2 rivals cast envious glances at Xiao Ran, their teeth clenched in irritation. This despicable scoundrel, did his wealth truly come from the winds? How infuriating! For just 2 nondescript little safes, this rascal was raising the stakes by thousands. Had he lost his mind? While secretly cursing him, the 2 men did not forget to raise their bidding paddles. In the midst of the exchange, the bidding for the safes had already soared to 16,000. Before the competitors could lower their arms, Xiao Ran had once again raised his bid card, increasing the offer by another 2,000, bringing it to 18,000. The passerby shook his head in resignation and withdrew from the competition. The remaining treasure hunter shot a fierce glare at Xiao Ran, then made a slashing gesture across his throat before also announcing his withdrawal. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ran was nearly propelled from his seat, nearly bursting into jubilant cheers. However, the auction had not yet concluded, and he refrained from celebrating excessively, lest he attract unwanted attention. Even if the gavel fell in his favor, he dared not indulge in an unrestrained display of joy, as it would surely invite suspicious glances. After inquiring thrice and noticing no further bids, Claude swiftly struck the auction hammer, seemingly fearful that Xiao Ran might regret his decision. Sold for 18,000. Congratulations to bidder number 106 for successfully acquiring this pair of safes. May you unveil treasures of great worth. He gestured towards Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran merely smiled and nodded, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if he had merely purchased something trivial. Yet, beneath the veil of his sunglasses, his eyes sparkled with unbridled joy. Deep within, his heart was in a frenzy of celebration. Meanwhile, the live stream was awash with skepticism. 18,000, that's over 100,000 yuan. Could it possibly be a waste? Who could tell? Only when the auction concluded and the metal boxes were opened would the truth be revealed. Chapter 44. The gathering of titans in competition. After securing 2 small safes, Xiao Ran fell into a contemplative silence. During the subsequent auctions of antique artifacts and artworks, he merely assumed the role of an observer, watching as other bidders engaged in fierce battles for supremacy. Although he occasionally raised his paddle, it was merely to assert his presence, without any genuine investment in the competition for particular items. To the other professional treasure hunters, it appeared that his lack of interest stemmed from indifference rather than financial constraints. As time slipped by, nearly 20 minutes had passed. While engaged in a quiet conversation with Elon, Xiao Ran suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He retrieved it, glanced at the caller ID, and promptly answered. In the next moment, David's voice resonated through the line. "Sean, we have arrived. Right at the entrance of this exquisite mansion. I've brought along 2 bodyguards, both retired Delta Force operators. They are professional security personnel, armed with automatic rifles and other weapons, ensuring your safety." Xiao Ran exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, feeling somewhat at ease. After a brief pause, he replied softly, "You 2 stay in the car, David. The security checks at this auction are exceedingly stringent. Firearms are strictly prohibited. The auction is nearing its conclusion. Once it ends, I will come out to escort you inside. As for the bodyguards, they cannot enter this luxurious estate." "Understood, Sean. We will remain in the car," David responded. After ending the call, Xiao Ran turned his attention back to the auction stage and discreetly informed Elon of the situation. Upon overhearing their conversation, those in the live streaming room erupted with excitement. "Goodness, Xiao Ran, you surprisingly hired 2 bodyguards. Are you planning to engage in a street gunfight in Los Angeles? If that is indeed the case, how exhilarating it would be. This game is becoming increasingly captivating. Who knows what even more thrilling spectacles await us next." Xiao Ran felt a profound sense of helplessness towards those who reveled in the chaos. The auction continued unabated. Subsequently, several items were sold, each fetching quite a handsome price. At last, it was time for the Cubist oil painting to take the stage. As this unsigned Cubist masterpiece graced the large screen television, Elaine became visibly excited. "Sean, you simply must acquire this Cubist oil painting. It could yield astonishing surprises. Of course, there is also the possibility of incurring a loss, but the quality of this painting is exceptional, making it a worthy addition to your collection." At the moment she uttered those words, Sylvia seemingly glanced back in this direction with casual indifference. Besides this old friend, the ever-unassuming Kevin also cast a look over here. Observing their reactions, Xiao Ran felt a sudden jolt in her heart, sensing that something was amiss. These 2 individuals possessed keen discernment. Would they truly be captivated by this Cubist oil painting? If this is indeed the case, it is certainly not a favorable piece of news. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, Xiao Ran's expression revealed no signs of turmoil. He smiled and nodded amicably at the 2 individuals, exuding an air of warmth and friendliness. As the auction commenced, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Under the guise of her mask, Xiao Ran whispered, "Stay composed, Ilian. I intend to bid on this Cubist oil painting and strive to secure it. However, your evident excitement may inadvertently reveal my true intentions and complicate the bidding process. Thus, it is imperative that you maintain a calm demeanor, refrain from appearing overly eager, and certainly avoid removing your sunglasses." "Wow, I will be mindful of that," Ilian responded in a hushed tone. Fortunately, she too was adorned with a mask and sunglasses, and her petite visage allowed for minimal expression, alleviating any excessive concern. In the live-streamed room, a fervent discussion ensued. Could this obscure Cubist oil painting truly be a valuable masterpiece? Was it, perhaps, a work of a great master? Such a possibility seemed plausible. After all, Ilian had grown up in the Louvre, her discerning eye was trustworthy. Just as the chatter intensified, Claude announced the starting bid for the Cubist oil painting. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting price for this painting by an unknown artist is set at 15,000. Which buyer will place a bid? The moment the bid was revealed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Many believed they had misheard, their faces registering disbelief. An oil painting by an unknown artist, with an opening bid of 15,000. Was this genuine? The starting price was unexpectedly high, suggesting the painting's quality was exceptional. Otherwise, the auction house would not have set such a lofty opening. While the majority deemed the starting price excessively steep, some held a different perspective. No sooner had Claude's words faded than an elderly lady in the front row raised her bidding paddle. This lady was the very first to bid on the picturesque view of Jerusalem's Temple Mount, successfully securing it. Seeing her bid, Xiao Ran's expression grew markedly grave. Other interested buyers also tensed, and the reason for their unease was straightforward. This Jewish matron possessed formidable strength, the kind that was deeply enigmatic. Her presence in the front row, wielding a high-ranking bidding paddle, spoke volumes. In previous auctions, she had acquired numerous valuable items with remarkable generosity. Moreover, she was not alone. Beside her stood a middle-aged white man in his 40s. From Sylvia's earlier introduction, Xiao Ran understood that he was a prominent art dealer from Los Angeles, a top-tier professional. The mere fact that such an esteemed art dealer accompanied the elderly lady signified her extraordinary status. Perhaps she was the spouse of a local Jewish financier. Following closely behind this Jewish matron, several professional treasure hunters entered the fray, including Sylvia, while Kevin remained observant, biding his time before entering the competition. Xiao Ran remained composed and unhurried at the auction, observing the unfolding spectacle with great interest. In the blink of an eye, the bidding for the Cubist oil painting had surged beyond 30,000, doubling its initial price. This figure exceeded the psychological thresholds of several competitors, who promptly shook their heads and withdrew from the contest. However, new contenders emerged, including formidable players in the art market. As the bid reached 32,000, Kevin finally entered the fray, raising the stakes to 35,000 with his first offer. At this announcement, all eyes turned towards this typically reserved individual, including those of the elderly Jewish lady and Sylvia. Simultaneously, this new bid eliminated one competitor from the running. Yet, Xiao Ran quickly stepped in, raising the bid to 40,000 with a significant increase, successfully redirecting everyone's attention towards him. The remaining buyers in contention furrowed their brows, sensing the formidable pressure emanating from Xiao Ran, a foreboding feeling washing over them. Meanwhile, the onlookers were exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Wow! This audacious individual had set his sights on the Cubist oil painting and had made a substantial bid right from the start. This was certainly going to be a thrilling contest. Was he genuinely interested in acquiring the artwork, or was he merely seeking to stir the pot? Regardless, one could not deny his wealth. The live-stream chat buzzed with speculation. What was it about this Cubist oil painting that warranted such a price? Was it truly worth 40,000? It was difficult for some to see the value. Perhaps it was indeed a masterpiece. Otherwise, how could it command such a high price and attract so many bidders? As the discussions continued, the bid escalated to 45,000, announced by the elderly Jewish lady seated in the front row. In the next moment, Xiao Ran raised his bidding paddle once more. 50,000, Claude. Chapter 45. The Blind Art Dealer $90,000. Claude, with a composed demeanor, once again raised the bidding paddle, dramatically increasing the bid by $10,000, leaping from 80,000 to 90,000. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted in the room, and all eyes turned back to Xiao Ran. Where on earth did this young Chinese man acquire such wealth? It seemed as though his funds were inexhaustible. With such an ambiguous Cubist painting, he dared to escalate the bid so recklessly. Truly astonishing. As the crowd marveled, many attempted to recall the nuances of the painting they had just admired. Could it be the work of a renowned Cubist master? Perhaps that was why this young man was so audacious. Yet, despite their mental gymnastics, no one could uncover any new insights or detect the presence of an artistic luminary. Previously, they had stood before the artwork, unable to discern its significance. Now, relying solely on memory, what new revelations could they possibly unearth? What madness! How did I not see it before? This fellow is evidently a scion of wealth. With money to burn, Sylvia lamented, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Confronted by such a fervent competitor, she resigned herself to defeat. This far exceeds our budget, Garcia muttered despondently. Sylvia paused momentarily, then nodded in silent acquiescence, withdrawing from the bidding war. She cast a glance at Xiao Ran, who wore a smile, and her eyes reflected a glimmer of reluctance. She recognized the high quality of the Cubist painting. Although she could not ascertain the artist's identity, she was certain it possessed considerable value and collectible worth. Alas, her aspirations were thwarted by her financial constraints. Like Sylvia, several other professional treasure seekers also bowed out of the competition, shaking their heads. They might have had some leeway and a bit of ammunition left, yet witnessing Xiao Ran's unwavering determination, they realized they stood no chance of acquiring the painting. Continuing to bid would only serve to waste their time and emotions, ultimately proving futile. With their exit, only 3 bidders remained for the coveted artwork: Xiao Ran, Kevin, and the enigmatic Jewish matron. Like the others, Kevin and the Jewish lady glanced towards Xiao Ran. He smiled and nodded in greeting, exuding both politeness and confidence. As the bidding resumed, Claude announced a new offer, $91,000. This time, it was Kevin who raised his paddle, albeit without a proactive increment. Shortly thereafter, the Jewish matron countered with a bid of $92,000. "It is my turn," Xiao Ran declared, raising his paddle and boldly proclaiming the new bid, $100,000. Before his words had fully settled, the room erupted once more in astonished exclamations. "What an unreasonable scoundrel! Where on earth did he come from?" Kevin muttered under his breath in resignation, shaking his head and withdrawing from the contest. He turned back to glance at Xiao Ran once more, his eyes filled with reluctance. Xiao Ran, in contrast, nodded politely, maintaining a radiant smile on his face. As Kevin exited, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. Goodness, this audacious fellow has actually managed to deter the formidable Kevin. Could it be that he is on the brink of making a name for himself? Perhaps he is indifferent to the notion of loss or gain. There is indeed a possibility. After this auction, his name is bound to resonate throughout the industry. Amidst the chatter of professional treasure hunters, the elderly lady once again raised her bidding paddle, accepting a bid of $102,000. During the bidding, she appeared remarkably composed. However, the top art dealer seated beside her shot a glance at Xiao Ran, seemingly unfriendly. Xiao Ran, undeterred, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, raising his bidding paddle without hesitation. $110,000. Claude. Witnessing Xiao Ran's unwavering determination, the art dealer was momentarily taken aback. At that juncture, the elderly lady raised her paddle again. With a series of exchanges, the painting's bidding reached $180,000. When Xiao Ran announced this figure, everyone present could only shake their heads in disbelief. Goodness, this lad must be out of his mind, completely devoid of reason. Is he not simply a spendthrift? With so much money, wouldn't it be wiser to replace that old car? Even the top art dealer appeared exasperated. Meanwhile, in Xiao Ran's livestream, the atmosphere was already charged with excitement. "This is getting serious, Xiao Ran. Please don't misjudge the situation. You might end up with a burden. Over R1,000,000 could easily acquire a masterpiece. It would be prudent to hold back." Yet, Xiao Ran remained unfazed, softly replying, "To be honest, when I admired this painting earlier, I felt an extraordinary resonance. It struck me as a highly valuable piece of top-tier art. I possess my own judgment, and it is precisely why I dared to bid so boldly, not merely due to Elaine's suggestion. As for my judgment, I shall explain it later." Upon hearing his words, the audience in the livestream became even more intrigued. Before they could voice their inquiries, the elderly lady accepted a bid of $182,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ran raised his bidding paddle once more, continuing to escalate the price. 200,000. Instead of increasing the bid by a few thousand, he jumped by 18,000. Unsurprisingly, this maneuver once again incited a stir. This fellow is becoming increasingly audacious. It is unimaginable how much wealth he possesses. Could it be that he is merely indulging in reckless abandon? Or perhaps he is setting a trap for the second buyer. There is indeed such a possibility. It has been rumored that he once outsmarted that fool Leon. Just then, Claude announced a new bid of 203,000. Just as the elderly Jewish woman was about to raise her bidding paddle, the distinguished art dealer suddenly leaned close to her ear, his expression dark as he whispered a few words. The woman paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, before lowering her bidding number. Simultaneously, she gently shook her head at Claude, a gesture unmistakably signaling her withdrawal from the competition. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ran clenched his fist tightly, nearly bursting into applause. However, Elaine, seated beside him, exhaled deeply, her face lighting up with joy. At this juncture, there was no need for pretense. Even if someone sensed the shift in the atmosphere, they likely lacked the means to intervene and challenge Xiao Ran. How many individuals present could produce over $200,000 in cash? Certainly, they were few and far between. After announcing her withdrawal, the elderly lady glanced back at Xiao Ran and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Quickly regaining his composure, Xiao Ran politely returned the gesture. He understood clearly that had it not been for the meddling of that art dealer, the Jewish woman would have persisted in her bidding until the end. Ultimately, the victor would have undoubtedly been this enigmatic lady. Regrettably, she had hired a short-sighted art dealer, thereby missing out on a piece of exquisite art. When the true provenance and value of this painting were revealed, the dealer's reputation would surely plummet. By then, it was unlikely any wealthy patron would be willing to pay a premium to employ him as an art broker again. With no further bids after 3 calls, Claude promptly struck the auction hammer, declaring the sale. Sold for $200,000. Congratulations to buyer number 106 for successfully acquiring this cubist oil painting. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Ran sprang to his feet, vigorously pumping his fist in triumph. It was done. Absolutely splendid. Elaine, no longer able to contain her excitement, erupted in cheers. Not only that, she enveloped Xiao Ran in a warm embrace. This spectacle left many onlookers in astonishment. Could it be that this painting was indeed a masterpiece? Had they all missed out on a treasure? The single individuals in the audience and those watching the live stream cast envious glances at the jubilant pair, feeling a pang of jealousy as they beheld Xiao Ran and Elaine in each other's arms. How disgraceful! Release that beautiful woman. Chapter 46. A stunning bid bang. With the final strike of the auction hammer by Claude, the family auction came to a close. It was around 4:30 in the afternoon. As soon as the auction concluded, Xiao Ran rose from his seat and strode purposefully towards the grand entrance of the estate. His actions left everyone in a state of shock. Goodness! This scoundrel isn't attempting to evade payment after maliciously bidding, is he? Exclaimed Leon, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Many shared the same sentiment. They all understood that if Xiao Ran was indeed engaging in malicious bidding, he would find himself in considerable trouble. His previous extravagant purchases of numerous antiques and artworks would be seen as deliberate disruption. In such a case, he would have to bear the corresponding legal consequences and would become notorious. Henceforth, every auction house in America would blacklist him, rendering his participation in the industry impossible. Watching his departing figure, the auction house staff wore grim expressions. Just as they were about to signal security to intervene, Elaine suddenly stood up and declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, Sean is not attempting to evade payment. He is merely fetching his private lawyer. Given the volume of items Sean has won, it is essential to have legal representation present to ensure his interests are safeguarded. Subsequently, he will complete the settlement and delivery under the lawyer's supervision and assistance." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the auction house staff brightened considerably. However, those with ulterior motives wore glum faces. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ran had arrived at the estate's entrance. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted David standing by the roadside. Beside David stood 2 tall Caucasian men, clearly bodyguards. Approaching them, he promptly said, "David, The auction has just concluded. It is time for settlement. I need you to witness and assist with the process. Of course, Sean. That is my duty, and I will ensure your interests remain protected. David affirmed with a nod. He then introduced the two bodyguards, Sean. This is Anthony and this is Sam, both former special forces from Delta, now professional bodyguards. Their professionalism is exceptional, and they will safeguard your personal safety, so you need not worry. As he introduced them, Xiao Ran stepped forward to greet each bodyguard with a friendly elbow bump. I am Sean. I have long heard of the esteemed Delta. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Good afternoon, Sean. We are equally pleased to meet you and are more than willing to provide security services to ensure your safety. Anthony replied courteously, with Sam nodding in agreement. While greeting them, Xiao Ran quickly assessed the two men. On their shoulders, he noticed the distinctive tattoos of the Delta Force. It was clear that David had not misrepresented them. He had indeed brought over two genuine former Delta soldiers. In addition to the emblematic tattoos of Delta Force, the two men bore other tattoos and markings. Xiao Ran swiftly took note of these symbols, as they might prove useful in the future. Moreover, each of them was equipped with two handguns. As for the automatic rifles and bulletproof vests, those were stored in the black Chevrolet Suburban parked roadside. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Xiao Ran led David into the opulent mansion, instructing Anthony and the others to wait in the car. Once he completed all necessary formalities and emerged from the vehicle, they would merely need to follow for protection. Henceforth, no matter where he ventured, their sole mission was to ensure his safe passage, while safeguarding all captured materials from potential theft. As he and David returned to the auction site, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Goodness, this was going to be monumental. Xiao Ran had actually hired two retired Delta Force bodyguards, who certainly exuded an intimidating presence. There was speculation among the attendees about the possibility of an audacious individual attempting to rob Xiao Ran mid-journey. Should such an incident transpire, it would undoubtedly lead to a thrilling street gunfight. Listening to these reckless discussions, Xiao Ran could only shake his head in disbelief. Upon their return to the auction house personnel visibly relaxed at his presence. Xiao Ran then introduced David to Elian, where both were equally taken aback by her beauty. Subsequently, the auction concluded. Together, they entered the luxurious mansion to initiate the subsequent settlement and delivery process. The settlement and delivery proceeded remarkably smoothly. With David's witness and assistance, Xiao Ran efficiently completed the settlement and delivery procedures in just over half an hour. He transferred the auction funds in full to the auction house, securing all acquired items along with the relevant documents and contracts. Observing his prompt payment, the other buyers were left astounded. At this moment, they truly acknowledged Sharon's prowess and recognized his status as a significant player in the market. David, too, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Ran would acquire such a substantial collection of valuable antiques and artworks, spending a staggering $1 to $2 million in a single sweep. It was worth noting that this was a family auction, not one of the elite auctions. Individuals who casually spent $1 million at a family auction were exceedingly rare. Of course, the spectators in the live stream were equally astonished by Sharon's formidable wealth, while a group of women jokingly bombarded the chat with requests for sponsorship. As for fatigue, it was a concept that simply did not exist for those night owls. Just after Xiao Ran settled the auction payments and received the antiques and artworks, he was approached by none other than the elderly woman he had battled to the very end. Accompanied by her personal lawyer and art dealer, she approached him directly. Upon reaching him, the elderly lady began with a self-introduction. Good afternoon, Sean. I am Mary, residing nearby. It is a pleasure to meet you. Good afternoon, Mary. The pleasure is mine, Sean replied with a courteous nod, though a hint of curiosity flickered within him. He wondered why this elderly lady had sought him out and whether she had any ulterior motives. He was also intrigued as to why, during such precarious times, she would risk so much to attend this family auction. It is well known that the current environment poses significant dangers for the elderly. In the next moment, these questions found their answers. After their introductions, Mary expressed with a touch of nostalgia, the original owners of this house, the Joshua couple, were dear friends of mine. We have known each other for nearly 60 years and maintained a close bond. I am intimately familiar with everything here and hold a certain affection for it. Sean's confusion dissipated, and he finally understood why this lady was present. He nodded gently, allowing her to continue without interruption. However, I never imagined that one day everything here would be auctioned off, which is why I came, hoping to acquire some meaningful items. That cubist oil painting was a cherished piece of art for Joshua. He would often sit in front of it for hours, lost in admiration. I now regret having withdrawn from the bidding earlier, for it contradicted my true feelings. That painting holds profound significance for me.
Sean.
May I inquire if it would be possible for me to purchase that cubist oil painting from you? Please name your price. Oh, Sean exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The others mirrored his astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The renowned art dealer's face darkened, his demeanor a portrait of dismay. All eyes turned towards Sean, awaiting his decision. Yet, he found himself ensnared in contemplation, unable to respond immediately. After a thoughtful pause, he looked up at Mary. Mary, considering your friendship with the Joshua family, I would indeed like to grant your wish and transfer the painting to you. However, it is now my possession, and I am firmly convinced that it is a piece of top-tier art, valued at far more than $200,000. I fear that my asking price may be beyond your means, so perhaps it is best to forego the transaction. Unsurprisingly, everyone was taken aback. This is a top-tier artwork. How can that be? The art dealer exclaimed. The others stood in stunned silence, their incredulity palpable. The auction house personnel appeared particularly anxious, fully aware of the potential ramifications. If this truly was a masterpiece and they had failed to identify it, selling it at such a low price could lead to considerable trouble. The damage to their reputation was one concern. If the misjudgment was proven to be theirs, they would likely face legal action from the owner. In contrast to the others, Mary maintained a remarkable composure. She paused for a moment, then turned to Xiao Ran and inquired, Sean, I am eager to know your asking price for this cubist oil painting. I am also curious about your perspective on this artwork. Whose masterpiece is it? Xiao Ran hesitated, refraining from an immediate response. He surveyed the surroundings, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he delivered a staggering answer. Mary, my asking price for this cubist oil painting is $18 million, and this offer is non-negotiable. What? $18 million? It has increased 90-fold in an instant. This is utterly insane. The atmosphere erupted, both on-site and in the live broadcast. Chapter 47. The secret hidden in the painting, $18 million. A staggering sum, indeed, yet not entirely out of reach. Mary smiled and nodded, visibly moved. Before she could finish her thought, her art dealer interjected hastily. Do not heed his words, Mary. This individual is exploiting your connection with the Joshua family, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of you. While the quality of this cubist oil painting is commendable, it hardly warrants a price tag of $18 million. Initially, Xiao Ran felt a tinge of sympathy for the dealer, but upon hearing him utter the words taking advantage, that fleeting empathy vanished entirely. He cast a disdainful glance at the man and coldly retorted, Your limited appreciation for art is no reason for you to embarrass yourself in public. With your level of expertise, you likely only recognize those antiques and artworks that are well known and bear the artist's signature. Present you with an unrecognized piece, devoid of attribution, and you would probably struggle to identify even the artistic genre. A collective gasp filled the room, as the audience was taken aback. This man was one of Los Angeles's top art dealers. Was he truly so shameless? Xiao Ran's words were cutting. They pierced deeply. Laughter erupted in the live stream. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ran. You truly are merciless, but I love it. Well done. You ought to confront such a condescending individual. Standing beside Xiao Ran, Elaine stifled her laughter, making a considerable effort. The beautiful woman gently tugged at Xiao Ran's sleeve, cautioning him not to get too carried away. Meanwhile, the art dealer appeared ready to explode, his eyes blazing with fury. You bastard! I will crush you, he shouted, brandishing his fists and preparing to lunge at Xiao Ran. Seeing this unfold, David stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Ran. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were eager for the dealer's fist to land squarely on his own face. For him, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Fortunately, the auction staff reacted swiftly, sending 2 security personnel to restrain the agitated dealer. Calm down, bud. Their private lawyer is present. Do you wish to risk everything? Mary wisely interjected, offering a resigned plea. At her words, Bud shuddered, struggling to suppress his fury. He could only glare at Xiao Ran in frustration, rendered powerless. Observing the dealer's retreat, David's face clouded with disappointment. The prospect of easy money had slipped away. How could one not feel regret? All eyes then turned to Xiao Ran. Sean, you claim this is a top-tier artwork, yet none of us can discern it. Could you perhaps elucidate? I am quite eager to know. As for the transaction, we can discuss that later, Mary inquired with curiosity. Of course, Mary, Xiao Ran replied with a nod, and proceeded to offer his explanation. The quality of this cubist oil painting is undeniably exceptional, a sentiment echoed by all present. Indeed, it would not have fetched a staggering sum of $200,000 otherwise. Xiao Ran nodded thoughtfully and continued. Upon meticulous research and authentication, I can assert with confidence that this cubist oil painting is, in fact, a work by the master Braque, a pioneer of cubism. To be precise, this piece was created during Braque's period of Cézanne-influenced cubism, albeit lesser known. Its artistic merit is beyond question. During this phase, Braque's artistic style was remarkably diverse, a quality reflected in this very oil painting. At that time, he was profoundly influenced by Impressionism and closely associated with the Fauvist movement, while simultaneously developing the Cubist style, with hints of modernism. As he elucidated, Xiao Ran showcased the Cubist oil painting before the audience. Listening to his explanation, the crowd was left in awe, their disbelief palpable. Their gazes upon the painting grew increasingly fervent. Indeed, they discovered myriad new elements within this Cubist oil painting, encompassing Impressionist landscapes, Cubist compositions, Fauvist colors, and echoes of modernism. Coupled with Braque's versatile style during the Cézanne Cubism period, the answer became strikingly evident. The fans in the live broadcast were even more profoundly impacted. Could it be? Is this truly Xiao Ran? Am I merely dreaming? If this is indeed a work by the artistic master Braque, it would unquestionably be a masterpiece. But when did Xiao Ran become so remarkable? At that moment, Xiao Ran, brimming with pride, provided the final answer. The painting created by Braque during the Cézanne Cubism period is part of the collection at the Los Angeles Museum of Modern Art. One of the pieces bears a striking resemblance to this painting. I visited the museum just 2 days ago to study that work closely. It is precisely due to their numerous similarities that I was reminded of the Cubist master Braque upon seeing this oil painting. As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved his phone and displayed the image of the painting housed at the Los Angeles Museum of Modern Art. He then handed his phone to Mary, inviting her to compare the two works. Upon seeing the image, Mary was momentarily stunned, then turned her gaze back to the Cubist oil painting in the room. Subsequently, she gently nodded in agreement. Indeed, the stylistic similarities between the two oil paintings are striking, very likely indicating they were crafted by the same artist during the same period. Wow, this is simply unbelievable. A chorus of astonishment erupted in the room, the audience thoroughly captivated. The viewers in the live stream echoed this sentiment, each one equally stunned and exhilarated. At that moment, Bud and the auction house manager approached simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the image displayed on the phone. Much like Mary, they too were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the picture. Especially Bard appeared utterly disheveled. How could this be? Why had I not thought of Braque's masterpiece? The auction house manager, struck by shock, was simultaneously consumed by a profound sense of loss and regret. It was evident that the authentication of this Cubist oil painting was likely not conducted by their auction house. Thus, they would not incur any financial loss. Yet they had also missed out on a monumental opportunity for substantial commission earnings. The seller's attorney present at the scene had already commenced making phone calls to their employer, their face mirroring the same regret. Witnessing the remarkable expressions of these individuals, Xiao Ran felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. But that was not the end. He proceeded to unveil another bombshell. He approached the Cubist oil painting and pointed to a slender, sinuous line within the artwork. Ladies and gentlemen, observe the trajectory of this black line. Does it not strikingly resemble the intertwined cursive letters, GB? These initials are indeed Braque's, having appeared in his other works as well. In this painting, he ingeniously concealed his signature within the artwork. Joshua must have discovered this secret long ago, which would explain his profound admiration for this piece. Following the direction of his finger, everyone soon spotted the line hidden among the various color blocks and geometric shapes. Their gazes extended, culminating in the revelation of the two cursive letters, GB. The first to complete this task was the enchanting Frenchwoman, Elaine. After a moment of astonishment, she exuberantly leapt into Xiao Ran's embrace. My goodness! This is truly the personal signature of the Cubist Master Brack, merely magnified and exceptionally discreet.
Sean.
How did you uncover this secret? It's simply astonishing. You are a genius. With that, Elaine planted a kiss on Xiao Ran's cheek. Fortunately, this gesture was not captured on camera. Otherwise, the live stream would have erupted in fervor. Even so, Feng Yufei, remaining in her apartment, could not contain her disdain. What a shameless pair. At the auction venue, the remaining attendees also completed the task of spelling out Brack's signature. This was indeed a work of the Cubist art master Brack, remarkably unique and captivating. I will take this Cubist oil painting by Brack for 18 million. The transaction can proceed immediately, Mary exclaimed excitedly. No sooner had she spoken than the affluent bidders, still half awake, began shouting in the live stream. Xiao Ran, I want this Cubist oil painting by Brack. At that moment, the seller's attorney also entered the fray. Mr. Sean, my boss wishes to reclaim this Cubist oil painting at your offered price. Chapter 48. Authenticity after much contemplation. Xiao Ran ultimately resolved to sell the Cubist oil painting by the Master Brack to Mary. Having previously committed to the arrangement, and with Mary expressing her willingness to accept the price he had proposed, it would be unwise to retract his offer. Given his relatively shallow foundation in the art world, Xiao Ran was keen to avoid antagonizing this evidently powerful Jewish billionaire. In order to continue his treasure-hunting endeavors in America, he needed to cultivate his circle of friends rather than create a landscape filled with adversaries. Mary was undeniably a valuable ally worth cultivating. Xiao Ran did not conceal his intentions. Instead, he elucidated them during the live broadcast. Upon hearing his explanation, the affluent patrons expressed some regret but raised no objections. As for the other fans, they were simply unable to reach the pinnacle of this top-tier artwork valued at over $20 million, and thus, they voiced no dissent. By selling the Brack painting to Mary, Xiao Ran felt no apprehension of backlash. He bore no psychological burden. The artwork in question was not an antique relic from China, and selling it to a foreigner was emotionally acceptable to all parties involved. The price of the Cubist oil painting was set at $18 million, with Mary assuming the tax obligations. Upon shaking hands with Mary to finalize the agreement, the professional treasure hunters present were visibly envious, their eyes gleaming with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Even before the transaction was complete, news of this remarkable art deal spread swiftly throughout Los Angeles and the broader American antique and art collection community. Accompanying the news were images of the Cubist painting and Xiao Ran himself. From that moment onward, any aspirations he harbored for anonymity or playing the role of a humble seeker of treasures would be rendered impossible. It would not be long before tales of his previous fortunate finds would reach countless ears, making secrecy a futile endeavor. At that point, every auction he attended would draw the attention of the masses, making him a focal point of scrutiny. In no time, Xiao Ran received the payment of $18 million and handed over the Brack Cubist painting to Mary. Thus, this astonishing art transaction reached its conclusion, eliciting excitement and jubilant cheers from David, Elaine, and every fan in the live stream. The remaining professional treasure hunters at the auction site were consumed with envy and resentment. However, Xiao Ran maintained a calm demeanor, presenting himself as a seemingly affluent heir. This composure stemmed from his awareness that the true priceless treasures had yet to make their appearance. Following this, he carefully approached the pair of sky-blue glazed celestial vases, gently beginning to dismantle the lampshade atop them. Witnessing his meticulous actions, everyone present instantly comprehended the significance of these blue vases. They were indeed valuable antique porcelain. At that moment, no one could possibly regard Xiao Ran as merely a wealthy fool lacking in intellect. If anyone still harbors such beliefs, they are undoubtedly a complete fool. Meanwhile, people have begun to awaken to the truth. Previously, Xiao Ran's actions of creating enemies at the auction were merely strategic maneuvers, and remarkably effective at that. The intent was to lead others to perceive him as a fool, thereby lowering their guard. By subsequently engaging in aggressive bidding, he successfully intimidated his competitors into retreat. Upon realizing this, the onlookers shook their heads in frustration, feeling quite helpless. Those buyers who had previously competed alongside Xiao Ran felt a flush of embarrassment. He was, indeed, a cunning fox, having outwitted everyone. It was utterly exasperating. Just as Xiao Ran was removing the first Tiffany lampshade, Sylvia approached him. Upon getting closer, she cast a glance at the antique Tiffany lampshade and smiled, saying, "Sean, congratulations on seizing an incredible opportunity. It's simply astonishing. You are truly clever, having deceived everyone, myself included, this old friend." Xiao Ran turned to her and shrugged, replying, "Those were merely trivial tricks, hardly worth mentioning for seasoned players like you. Do not be so modest. You have outsmarted everyone. You are the true expert." Sylvia suddenly shifted the conversation. "Sean, if I am not mistaken, that pair of ancient Chinese porcelain must be quite valuable, correct? It seems you have stumbled upon yet another great find. Haven to you?" With her words, all eyes in the room fixated on Xiao Ran, particularly on the pair of sky-blue glazed vases. Yet, Xiao Ran merely smiled in response, offering no further comment. Observing his demeanor, it became clear to everyone. Those blue vases from China were undoubtedly a pair of priceless antiques. The thought of this made many envious to the point of nearly bleeding from their eyes. Sylvia, too, was filled with envy. "Sean, you are extraordinarily lucky. It seems fortune stands right behind you. May I inquire what you plan to do with those Tiffany antique lampshades? If you are willing to sell, I would be interested in acquiring them." Before she could finish her sentence, several female fans in the live stream grew anxious. "We agreed earlier, Xiao Ran. Those Tiffany antique lampshades should be reserved for us. We may not afford treasures of such immense value, but surely you can leave us with a semblance of hope." Xiao Ran did not respond to the fans but merely shrugged at Sylvia. "I am terribly sorry, but a few of my friends have set their sights on those Tiffany antique lampshades, so I cannot sell them to you." He gestured towards the high-definition camera pinned to his chest. Sylvia, aware of his video live-streaming endeavors, accepted the outcome with a nod. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ran had removed both Tiffany antique lampshades. Only then did the interior of the two sky-blue glazed vases come into view on the live broadcast. The rims and interiors of these vases were as lustrous as jade, with a texture as delicate as a newborn's skin, devoid of any imperfections. In a fleeting moment, the esteemed Master Li from the Shanghai Museum rendered a definitive appraisal. The bearer of this news to Xiao Ran was none other than Feng Yufei. Master Li affirmed that this was an authentic Yongzheng sky blue glazed celestial vase, and urged him to safeguard it meticulously. "Understood. With such a marvelous treasure, how could I possibly be careless?" Xiao Ran replied with a smile. Subsequently, with the assistance of Ilian, he gingerly placed the two sky-blue glazed celestial vases into a box provided by the auction house, diligently cushioning them with ample foam. Witnessing this scene, those around him were consumed by an overwhelming desire to rush forth and seize these invaluable antique porcelain pieces for themselves. Alas, such aspirations were utterly impractical. They could do nothing but watch as others prospered, left only to covet in silence. After securing the two sky-blue glazed celestial vases, Xiao Ran casually packed two Tiffany antique lamp shades into another box. In stark contrast, the antique watches, procured for over $100,000, had become the least conspicuous items of all. Although these watches were indeed costly, their value was relatively modest, and they could hardly command a higher price. The assembled crowd was generally aware of the worth of these antique timepieces. At most, they might double in value, which was hardly remarkable. At that moment, the antique watches were stored within a portable safe right beside Xiao Ran. In no time, he had organized everything efficiently, with only the two small safes remaining unopened. What treasures lay within those small safes was a topic of hushed speculation and anticipation among onlookers. Everyone was eager to witness whether Xiao Ran's stroke of good fortune would persist, and if he would unveil yet another extraordinary surprise. "Xiao Ran, may we proceed to open these two small safes now?" inquired the auction house manager, his impatience palpable. Next to him stood a compact water jet cutting machine. Xiao Ran glanced at the machine and then surveyed the throng of spectators around him before nodding in assent. "Very well. Let us commence the cutting. I too am eager to discover what treasures lie within these two small safes. Chapter 49. National treasure under the impact of high-speed water mixed with diamond sand particles. The first small safe was swiftly cut open. For safety reasons, the incision was made through the gap of the safe side door, ensuring that any potential contents within remained untouched. Once the first small safe was opened, Xiao Ran did not immediately pry it open. Instead, he instructed Ilian to observe the safe, resting her hand on the door. Following this, he directed the auction house staff to proceed with cutting the second small safe. Witnessing his remarkable composure, the onlookers could only suppress their curiosity and patiently await the outcome. In the blink of an eye, the second small safe was also severed. As the auction staff retracted the water cutter, Xiao Ran approached, accompanied by David, ready to unveil the contents of the small safe. Alongside them were the seller's lawyer, the auction house manager, and another attorney. The remaining spectators remained fixated on the two small safes, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. As Xiao Ran leaned forward to open the safe, the seller's lawyer interjected, "Sean, let me reiterate the rules. If either of these small safes contains documents or tickets, you are not entitled to inspect them. I will reclaim them on the spot. As for any other items, ownership will be yours. Is that agreeable?" Xiao Ran glanced at him and nodded in affirmation. "Certainly, I accept this special auction rule, which is precisely why I bid on these two small safes. I hope to be pleasantly surprised." David, standing beside him, refrained from contesting. Xiao Ran had previously briefed him on the unique auction rules concerning these safes. With a deep breath, Xiao Ran cautiously opened the small safe before him. As the heavy steel door was lowered, the contents within the safe were immediately revealed. Wow, there is indeed something inside this small safe. Could it be that Sean is about to strike it rich again? Indeed, though these two boxes are not large, they exude exquisite craftsmanship, and the value of their contents must be substantial. What a fortunate individual! Gasps of astonishment filled the air, mingled with regret. The onlookers lamented their own lack of adventurous spirit, wishing they had bid on these two small safes or held their ground longer. Envy filled their eyes, yearning to rush forward and seize the small safes for themselves. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with excitement. Goodness! These are two rosewood boxes, intricately carved with five-clawed golden dragons. Their value is unmistakable. It was evident that these two rosewood boxes had originated from the domestic market, likely containing top-tier antique artifacts also smuggled out of the country. The value of just one rosewood box was sufficient to cover the cost of bidding on these two small safes. Xiao Ran's luck was indeed extraordinary, as all beheld. Within the recently opened small safe lay two perfectly square rosewood boxes, each adorned with a fierce, soaring five-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, the clasps of the two rosewood boxes gleamed with a golden hue, presumably crafted from gold, radiating a brilliant luminance. As for the contents concealed within these rosewood boxes, their nature remains a mystery for the moment. Only by opening these boxes can the truth be unveiled. The instant Xiao Ran beheld the two rosewood boxes, joy illuminated his countenance, prompting him to celebrate with a triumphant fist pump. How splendid! Indeed, this safe harbors unexpected treasures. At this juncture, he felt no need for subterfuge. However, he could not indulge in unchecked revelry, as that might reveal his intentions. Beside him, David and Elaine erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The seller's attorney, though somewhat disappointed, was primarily engulfed by a profound envy. It was evident to all discerning eyes that the two rosewood boxes undoubtedly contained priceless antiquities or artworks, rather than mere important documents. After a brief celebration, Xiao Ran meticulously retrieved the two rosewood boxes from the small safe and placed them upon the adjacent table. Just as he set down the second box, the seller's attorney eagerly urged, "Mr. Xiao, please open these exquisite boxes and reveal their contents." With this prompt, all eyes turned towards Xiao Ran, filled with curiosity directed at the rosewood boxes. Yet he merely smiled and shook his head. "Gentlemen, there is no need to rush. We have yet to open one more small safe. Once I have extracted all the items within, we shall unveil the final revelation." With that, he approached the first small safe and cautiously opened it. To his astonishment, it too contained two exquisite rosewood boxes. Unlike the previous ones, These boxes were adorned with the image of a magnificent qilin instead of the five-clawed golden dragon. Naturally, the foreigners present were unfamiliar with the qilin. Yet the fans in the live stream instantly recognized this legendary auspicious beast. My goodness! These two qilin rosewood boxes are every bit as remarkable as the previous golden dragon boxes. They must surely contain treasures of immense value. The anticipation of discovering the contents of these rosewood boxes was palpable, hinting at potentially astonishing revelations. As he spoke, Xiao Ran retrieved the two qilin rosewood boxes and set them beside the golden dragon boxes. After placing the qilin boxes, he could no longer contain his excitement and raised his fist in jubilation once more. How marvelous! These two small safes indeed hold surprises. My hunch was correct. He then embraced the equally exhilarated Elaine to celebrate together. This gesture, however, carried a hint of opportunism. Shameless, muttered Fang Yufei disdainfully from her apartment. Following the celebration, Xiao Ran conducted a thorough inspection of the two small safes to ensure no treasures were overlooked. Accompanying him in this endeavor were David, the auction house manager, and the seller's attorney. The small safes stood empty, devoid of any further contents. Upon confirming this, Xiao Ran prepared to open the exquisite rosewood boxes. At that moment, Kevin, who had been watching with interest, suddenly stepped forward. Sean, I am willing to offer 200,000 for these 4 exquisite wooden boxes. Would you consider selling them? This offer exceeds the price you paid for those 2 small safes by 11-fold. It is indeed an exceptional deal. As Kevin made his proposal, everyone present turned their attention to him. Xiao Ran glanced at him and then smiled, shaking his head gently. I appreciate your tempting offer, Kevin, but I must decline. The reason I acquired these 2 small safes was to indulge in the pure thrill of a blind box game. Now that we have reached the final stage of this game, I have no desire to halt and leave with regrets. Whether or not I profit is secondary. The excitement and joy are paramount. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Kevin could only manage a disappointed smile. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. After all, Xiao Ran had just made a staggering profit of 18 million. Why would he care about 200,000? The others present nodded in agreement, envy gleaming in their eyes. If 200,000 isn't sufficient, how about 1 million? Sean, my boss is willing to pay $1 million to reclaim these 4 exquisite wooden boxes. This way, not only will you make a substantial profit, but you will also bear no risk. There is no better opportunity than this. Suddenly, the seller's lawyer interjected, holding up his phone. Yet Xiao Ran resolutely declined. Not even 1 million, nor 10 million, can deter me from seeing this game through to the end. With that, he extended his hands and gently placed them on one of the golden dragon rosewood boxes. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran momentarily calmed his emotions. He then carefully lifted the golden clasp and opened the box. In the next instant, a satin cloth embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared before him, covering the contents within the wooden box. Upon seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon satin, both the foreigners nearby and the fans in the live stream instantly concluded that the item contained within this golden dragon rosewood box undoubtedly originated from China and was likely a priceless treasure. After a brief pause, Xiao Ran gently unveiled the 5-clawed golden dragon satin. In that moment, an incredibly brilliant golden light flashed in his eyes. Even though he had already seen it through his insights several times, witnessing the contents of the golden dragon rosewood box again left Xiao Ran utterly astounded. David, standing nearby, along with the seller's lawyer and the auction house manager, collectively gasped in astonishment. Heavens! A golden dragon, 3 golden dragons. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Shanghai, in an elegant study, the antique and cultural relic appraisal expert known as Oldly abruptly pushed back his chair and sprang to his feet. Gazing at the dazzling golden light on the live stream, his eyes nearly bulged with excitement, and he was almost beside himself with fervor. A national treasure. This is indeed a true national treasure. After a couple of exclamations, he immediately began to send barrage messages with trembling fingers. Sharon, this invaluable national treasure has been lost for nearly 50 years. It must not be sold to any foreigner. I will contact the National Cultural Heritage Administration right away, and they will coordinate with the Consulate General in Los Angeles to send someone to assist you. As these 2 messages were sent, the already fervent live streaming room erupted instantly. All the fans who saw these messages were momentarily taken aback. Then they began to shout at the top of their lungs. Xiaoran, Old Li from the museum said, "This is a national treasure. It must not be sold to foreigners. It depends on your actions, Xiaoran. If you dare to sell these priceless treasures to foreigners, do not even think about returning home." Listening to these fervent and nearly frenzied shouts, the awakened Xiaoran could only chuckle softly. Chapter 50. The golden dragons within this exquisite box of golden dragon and zeton wood. 3 diminutive golden dragons are nestled in their respective recesses, each bound with a delicate red ribbon for secure placement. These miniature dragons, measuring a mere 2 to 3 centimeters in height, are remarkably intricate, each exhibiting unique forms that bring them to life. Their slender bodies, wide mouths, and elongated necks are adorned with dual horns gracefully arching behind their heads. Their round, deep-set eyes and slightly parted lips enhance their majestic appearance, while their bodies swell with vitality, and their tails elegantly curl upwards. The intricate dot patterns covering their bodies resemble fine scales, and they stand poised on 4 legs, exuding an air of grandeur as if they are in motion, captivating all who behold them. David and his companions were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with fascination at the sight of these exquisitely crafted golden dragons. "My goodness, these little dragons are simply breathtaking, undoubtedly priceless," David exclaimed, his awe palpable. As his words hung in the air, Xiaoran was the first to regain his composure. Just then, the enraptured attorney, Finch, impulsively extended his hand towards the golden dragons within the box. Such indiscretion would not be tolerated by Xiaoran, who promptly seized the box and shook his head resolutely. "Finch, mind your behavior, you have crossed a line." Taken aback, Finch retracted his hand and offered an awkward smile. "I sincerely apologize, Sean. These 3 little dragons are so lifelike and astounding that I lost my composure. Please forgive me." Before Xiaoran could respond, the auction house manager interjected. "I believe I have heard of such golden dragons before, although I cannot recall where. However, it is certain that they are ancient relics from Huaxia, worth a fortune. Sean, do you know their provenance? Could you enlighten us?" At that moment, Mary stepped forward, casting her gaze upon the 3 golden dragons. Upon seeing them, a spark of delight flashed in her eyes, quickly followed by a wave of nostalgia. "About 20 years ago, I encountered these golden dragons in Joshua's study. There were 6 in total. Joshua cherished them as treasures, often taking them out to admire. I never imagined they would be stored away in this small safe, nor that I would see them again after 2 decades. Turning her attention to Xiaoran, she implored, "Sean, may I inquire if you would consider selling these 6 golden dragons to me? You may set any price you wish." Her words were met with a chorus of gasps from the audience. "My word, what sort of treasure is this? A price that can be freely determined. Could it be more precious than Brack's masterpieces? Undoubtedly, these golden dragons are priceless artifacts, which explains Mary's bold proposition. Sean's fortune seems exceedingly favorable." The murmurs of curiosity and speculation filled the air, as the onlookers, standing at a distance, could only imagine the splendor of the 3 golden dragons. However, they could see the astonished expressions of David and others, and hear the words exchanged among them. Just these observations were sufficient for them to form a judgment. These 3 extraordinary golden dragons were undoubtedly priceless treasures. Without exception, everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Xiaoran, eager to hear the astonishing price he would announce. Yet, Xiaoran did not respond immediately. He reached into the zeton wooden box and gently lifted the brocade covering the small golden dragons, revealing it to David and Finch. Beneath the brocade, there was nothing, no hidden documents to be found. Once the display was complete, Xiaoran promptly closed the zeton wooden box, severing the greedy stares of Finch and his companions. Only then did he resolutely deliver his response. "I sincerely apologize, Mary, but I have grown quite fond of these exquisitely crafted golden dragons and have no intention of selling them." Mary paused for a moment, then nodded in disappointment. "Well then, it seems I shall have no opportunity to acquire these 6 golden dragons." However, this was to be expected. Who wouldn't he adore such priceless treasures? Who could bear to part with them? Xiaoran nodded, preparing to open the other 3 zeton wooden boxes. At that moment, a voice, trembling with excitement, suddenly came through the headphones. Xiao Ran, I have discovered the origins of these 3 golden dragons. They are the treasures of the Shaanxi History Museum. Their true name is Tang Qijin Zudragon, unearthed in 1970 near Xi'an, with a total of 12 discovered. Their emergence caused a tremendous sensation. Subsequently, they were housed in the Shaanxi History Museum, celebrated as one of the supreme artistic treasures of ancient Huaxia. In 1975, the museum was robbed, and 6 of the Qijin Zudragons were stolen, vanishing without a trace. Along with them, 5 gold hairpins, a gold bracelet, and a gilt octagonal cup were taken, each an invaluable treasure. Who would have imagined that these national treasures would appear in Los Angeles, nestled within the vault of a Jewish financier? Even more astonishing is that these priceless artifacts, missing for nearly 50 years, have now fallen into your hands. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. As this half-conscious introduction echoed, the live stream erupted like a volcano. Wow, they truly are national treasures. Xiao Ran, you must bring these treasures back to the country. They must not remain lost abroad. How could these Qijin Zudragons have ended up here? Could it be that this Jewish financier named Joshua is, in fact, the mastermind behind the theft? There is indeed a possibility. And could the other priceless artifacts stolen alongside them be nestled within the remaining Zeton wooden boxes? Hearing the discussions and commentary in the live stream, Xiao Ran felt his legs tremble with excitement. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance, striving to avoid revealing any cracks in his faade, an arduous performance indeed. In truth, he had recognized the Qijin Zudragons and the other priceless treasures the moment he first laid eyes on the 2 small safes. From the antiquity and exquisite craftsmanship of these artifacts, he was entirely convinced that they were indeed national treasures. To avoid leaving any traces that might lead the American authorities or the FBI to suspect him, he refrained from using his phone to search the internet for information about these invaluable antiques. Thus, a persistent question lingered in his mind regarding the origins and worth of these treasures, as well as how they had come to be lost to the United States. After hearing the half-dreamy explanation, he finally experienced a moment of clarity. He learned that these small golden dragons were known as Tang Qijin Zudragon, a prized possession of the Shaanxi Museum, an institution of immense significance from the ancient capital of 13 dynasties. The fact that these golden dragons were esteemed as the museum's centerpiece underscored their immense value and unique significance. Without hesitation, he resolved to find a way to return these priceless treasures to their homeland, for failing to do so would bring him immense shame before his ancestors. Selling these national treasures to foreigners would condemn him to a lifetime of exile, and he would undoubtedly bear the eternal infamy of a traitor. His parents, too, would find it impossible to hold their heads high thereafter. Contemplating these dire consequences, Xiao Ran felt an overwhelming burden of pressure. The reality was that he had to maintain an air of nonchalance, subtly suppressing his excitement to avoid arousing suspicion. Xiao Ran composed himself and cautiously opened another golden dragon Zeton wood box. As expected, the other 3 golden dragons lay quietly within the box, still perfect, dazzling, and breathtakingly extraordinary. David and Finchi exhibited the same awestruck expressions as before. The live stream erupted into deafening cheers. Marvelous! All 6 golden dragons were accounted for, and these stolen national treasures were finally poised to return. This was a moment of historical significance. Once the live stream concluded, he planned to buy fireworks to celebrate this monumental occasion. Count me in. Today's treasure hunt live stream was truly worthy of commemoration and would surely be etched into the annals of history. At that moment, Xiao Ran suddenly whispered a warning. Everyone, please keep this under wraps and do not leak any information. I fear complications may arise. His words momentarily stunned the viewers in the live stream. Almost immediately, the wealthy patrons and those in a half-dream state began to echo his caution. Xiao Ran was right. Strict confidentiality was imperative to prevent any information from slipping out. No one should disseminate the news of Xiao Ran discovering the golden dragons, as he was still at the auction site, which was perilously risky. He warned them not to blame him for not giving prior notice. Anyone who dared to leak the information and jeopardize this significant matter would face dire consequences. He would go to great lengths to ensure their suffering. At that moment, Xiao Ran lifted the silk lining of the second golden dragon Zeton wood box for David and Finchi to inspect. Beneath the silk, there was still nothing to be found. Upon confirming this, Xiao Ran promptly closed the gilded purple sandalwood box, severing the covetous gazes that surrounded him. Chapter 51. The sin of holding treasures with the confirmation of the 6 golden dragons. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, their excitement palpable. Subsequently, Xiao Ran proceeded to unveil the 2 Qilin rosewood boxes, eager to examine their contents. Within these exquisite boxes lay 5 splendid gold hairpins, a golden bracelet, and a gilded octagonal cup. Each item was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, radiating brilliance and embodying the essence of national treasures. Undoubtedly, these artifacts originated from the Shangxi Museum, having been stolen alongside the 6 golden dragons, rendering each piece invaluable. Upon witnessing these resplendent treasures, those in the live stream were utterly enraptured. Xiao Ran, you are incredible. When you return to the homeland, I shall kneel before you in reverence, exclaimed one. Unbelievable. The priceless artifacts stolen from the Shangxi Museum are here. This Joshua, the Jewish financier, must surely be the mastermind behind the theft of the golden dragons. At that moment, Xiao Ran's heart raced with exhilaration, nearly overwhelming him. His eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, glimmered a fierce red. Yet, he strove to maintain his composure, wary of revealing any signs of weakness that could jeopardize his mission. Beside him, David, along with Finchi and the auction house manager, were equally electrified, their eyes ablaze with fervor. To prevent the frenzy from escalating and for safety's sake, Xiao Ran resolved to vacate the premises swiftly. Confirming that the boxes contained no documents, he promptly closed the Qilin boxes, preparing to depart with these priceless treasures. Just then, Fang Yufei's voice echoed through the air. Xiao Ran, oldly from the museum, has sent a message. He has informed the National Cultural Heritage Administration and the Shangxi Museum. The administration is treating this matter with utmost urgency and is coordinating with the Los Angeles consulate to dispatch personnel for assistance. Xiao Ran, not wishing to linger, whispered back, I will leave with these invaluable treasures immediately. They can meet us en route. He then turned to David and Eileen. Let us depart. Before he could finish, Kevin in the crowd interjected loudly, Sean, could you allow everyone to admire these top-tier Chinese artifacts? Everyone is quite curious and eager to see these treasures of immense worth. Xiao Ran regarded Kevin with a measured glance, surveying the rest of the attendees before smiling and shaking his head. I'm afraid that is not feasible, Kevin. These items are delicate, exceedingly precious, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable damage. This setting is evidently unsuitable for appreciating such antiques. I am confident there will be future opportunities for everyone to behold these treasures from China. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he spoke. If you wish to view these invaluable artifacts later, I suggest visiting the Shangxi History Museum. With that, he dismissed the crowd's curiosity and began to gather his belongings alongside David and Eileen. Standing beside the auction house's manager and Finch, both hesitated to speak, their words caught in their throats. Were it not for the overwhelming crowd and David's presence, they would have never allowed Xiao Ran to depart with these priceless treasures. They would have devised myriad schemes to retain both Xiao Ran and the invaluable artifacts, subsequently employing dubious tactics to claim those treasures as their own. However, under the current circumstances, such underhanded methods were rendered impotent. After all, they had to maintain their dignity in front of so many witnesses. The numerous professional treasure hunters present fixated their gaze upon Xiao Ran and the boxes brimming with riches, each one consumed by envy. Behind some dark sunglasses, glimmers of jealousy, greed, and even a hint of danger flickered in the eyes of a few. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ran and his companions had completed their preparations. He then nodded at Mary and Finch, gesturing to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please continue with your endeavors. I shall take my leave now. Today is a splendid day, and I hope you all relish its beauty. With that, he pushed the cart laden with treasures, accompanied by David and Eileen, towards the exit. His vehicle was parked in the estate's yard, a mere moment away from being boarded. For you, the exceedingly fortunate individual, today is indeed a remarkable day. Yet for us, it is a day steeped in disappointment and regret. Why do those priceless treasures not belong to me? The throng of professional treasure hunters muttered their grievances amongst themselves, their spirits heavily burdened. Some in the crowd discreetly reached for the car keys tucked in their pockets, restless with anticipation. However, the presence of so many acquaintances restrained them from acting overtly. Such boldness would be too conspicuous. Yet they soon sprang into action. A few individuals, unable to extricate themselves from their current positions, quickly retrieved their phones and dispatched several messages at lightning speed. In a short while, Xiaoran had arrived at the car with David and Eileen. As he opened the trunk to load their belongings, he cautioned his companions. The journey back to Los Angeles may not be tranquil. Be prepared for anything. David, you'll drive behind me, and let Sam and Anthony follow at the rear, ready for any contingency. Throughout our return, we must maintain constant communication and keep a safe distance between the three vehicles. David nodded, his expression turning serious. Sean, your concerns are well-founded. The value of these antiques and artworks is astronomical, capable of driving people to madness. It's entirely possible someone may resort to desperate measures and attempt to rob us. Caution is indeed warranted. Had I known it would come to this, I should have arranged for more bodyguards, Xiaoran replied with a shrug, a hint of pride in his voice. I had no inkling I would uncover so many priceless antiques. I thought I was merely acquiring that Braque painting. He paused, then added, it sold right away, yet I stumbled upon even more valuable artifacts. Hearing this, both David and Eileen exchanged exasperated glances. The individuals in the live stream expressed their discontent. Unbelievable. This is a classic case of someone reaping benefits while feigning innocence. How infuriating. Who could argue otherwise? Xiaoran's luck is truly extraordinary. It would be nice to share a bit with friends. In a matter of moments, Xiaoran and his companions had packed their belongings and set off towards the gate. As they departed, numerous messages were dispatched from the luxurious mansion to various recipients and locations. Among these messages were several featuring Xiaoran's photograph, along with images of his Volkswagen Touareg. Upon exiting the upscale residence, David promptly alighted from his vehicle and approached Anthony and Sam's Chevrolet Suburban. As he drew near, he cautioned the two men to arm themselves immediately and remain prepared for any situation. Subsequently, David returned to his own car. Shortly thereafter, the trio of vehicles departed the opulent mansion, heading straight for downtown Los Angeles. Not long after they began their journey, Xiaoran suddenly spoke through his earpiece. Old Lee, make arrangements to contact the Chinese consulate in Los Angeles. I will drive directly to the consulate. It seems we may have to spend the night there. Please have them prepare a few beds. Upon hearing this, Old Lee immediately began dialing with urgency. The others in the live stream were taken aback. Why go directly to the consulate? Xiaoran, are you being overly cautious? I believe we could simply find a secure storage facility to keep these treasures safe. Xiaoran, however, shook his head with a wry smile. Have you ever heard of bearing the crime of possessing treasures? With so many priceless possessions in my hands, do you think the American authorities would remain indifferent? Do you really believe they wouldn't devise a means to seize these invaluable items as leverage in negotiations? If I were to return to my apartment near UCLA, do you think I would survive to see the dawn of tomorrow? Tonight, we either face a visit from the gangsters or from the American police or the FBI, neither of which I am equipped to handle. For safety's sake, we must take refuge at the Chinese consulate in Los Angeles tonight. A chorus of gasps erupted in the live stream, as everyone was taken aback by the revelation. Meanwhile, the small convoy sped away into the night. Chapter 52. The treasures of Baoding on the coastal highway from Malibu to Los Angeles. Xiaoran sped along in his vehicle. At this moment, David had already surged ahead, taking the lead to avert any police encounters. As a lawyer, he was far more suited to handle such situations. Xiaoran's Touareg occupied the middle lane, allowing for agile maneuvering. Following closely behind were Anthony and Sam in their Chevrolet Suburban, tasked with safeguarding Xiaoran and the invaluable antique artifacts. In the blink of an eye, this small convoy had distanced itself from the opulent mansion where the family auction had taken place. As they raced forward, the three vehicles maintained a consistent speed and formation, leaving no opportunity for other cars to weave into their ranks. The pace was kept within the speed limit, thus evading the attention of patrolling police officers. These strategies had been concocted by Anthony, and they were proving effective. Since departing from the luxurious mansion, the group had encountered no difficulties. Suddenly, the voice of Feng Yufei broke through. Xiaoran, There's someone claiming to be the director of the security department of the Cultural Relics Bureau who wishes to join the live stream. Additionally, another person, purporting to be the deputy director of the Shangxi Museum, also wants to join. Should we allow them in? They might be able to provide some assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ran categorically dismissed the notion. I have no way of verifying their identities at present. If they are genuine, that would be splendid. However, if they are imposters, it could lead to significant trouble. For now, let's temporarily close the entry to the live stream and decline any requests to join until I resolve my issues and can ensure our safety. Fang Yufei seemed momentarily taken aback before responding. Understood, Xiao Ran. I will close the entry to the live stream immediately. Xiao Ran nodded, then shifted the conversation. Miss from the capital, after you close the entry to the live stream, leave the apartment right away and wait near the Los Angeles consulate for my arrival. Remember to turn off your phone and other electronic devices. Do not power them on to avoid being tracked. Once you reach the vicinity of the consulate, find a place to hide and do not reveal yourself until you see my car. Ah! Fang Yufei exclaimed, clearly startled. Not only she, but the others in the live stream were also visibly shaken. Wow, Xiao Ran, you're quite adept at this. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were a spy, a childhood friend joked, his tone laced with concern. Having never seen a pig run doesn't mean I've never eaten pork. With all those espionage films, do you think I've been idle? Xiao Ran retorted with a playful smirk. Before he could finish, the voice of Dog Dahu chimed in. Be cautious, especially in this crazy country, Xiao Ran. Stay safe. I know what to do, Xiao Ran replied. We'll meet later. Fang Yufei echoed his sentiment, then fell silent. Just then, Eliane's phone rang. It was a call from Pierre. Upon observing her commence a phone call, Xiao Ran promptly ceased his discourse. After a brief exchange, Eliane hung up the phone, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Did you hear? The news of that cubist oil painting created by Braque has already reached Paris, causing quite a stir. It was only after seeing the photo of us with the painting that Pierre decided to call. He couldn't stop marveling at your extraordinary fortune, as if divine favor were perpetually at your side. Xiao Ran smiled with a sense of pride. It was hardly surprising that the news spread swiftly to Paris, considering Braque's French nationality and the high regard in which he is held within the French art community. Naturally, the emergence of a Braque piece would elicit great enthusiasm from Pierre and his companions. As they spoke, their vehicle left Malibu and entered downtown Los Angeles. However, their route did not lead to UCLA but rather toward the Chinese Consulate General in Los Angeles. Under Xiao Ran's guidance, the convoy took a detour, effectively shaking off their pursuers. This maneuver left those trailing them, who were either heading straight to West Hollywood or lying in wait near UCLA, at a loss. As soon as they entered the city, another phone on Xiao Ran's person rang. This device was primarily for communication rather than live broadcasting and was linked to the car's phone system. The display indicated an unknown number. Xiao Ran glanced at the screen before pressing the answer button on the steering wheel. A composed male voice emanated from the speakers, articulating in precise Mandarin, Hello, is this Xiao Ran? I am Ma Ming from the Los Angeles Consulate General, here to assist you. May I ask your current location? Xiao Ran did not immediately disclose his whereabouts but feigned curiosity, asking, This is Xiao Ran. Brother Ma, may I inquire from which part of the homeland you hail? Ma Ming seemed taken aback for a moment before responding in a deep voice. Baoding. At that juncture, a fan in the live stream interjected, Xiao Ran, if you phrase it that way, you might be able to ascertain whether this fellow is indeed from Baoding. Just mention that you visited Baoding last year and have a fond recollection of its three treasures: the iron ball, the noodle sauce, and the donkey meat pie, especially the donkey meat pie which you still crave to this day. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran nearly chuckled. Nevertheless, he complied and relayed the fan's advice. Immediately, Ma Ming retorted in Baoding dialect. Well, quite the vigilant one. You actually thought to test me. The three treasures of Baoding are the iron ball, noodle sauce, and chunbulyo. What on earth is this donkey meat pie? Though I must admit, it is indeed delicious. You've got me craving it now. Laughter erupted in the live stream as everyone joined in the merriment. Indeed, Xiao Ran, this chap is undoubtedly from Baoding. His accent is spot on. The Baoding fan promptly confirmed. Hearing this, Xiao Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then proceeded to inform Ma Ming of his location and the route they would take next. Simultaneously, he reminded him to keep an eye out for Fang Yufei near the consulate. Rest assured, Xiaoran, we shall safeguard both your safety and that of your companions, as well as protect your personal interests, Ma Ming replied with unwavering certainty. Soon, Xiaoran and his group had ventured deep into downtown Los Angeles, where the surrounding traffic increased significantly. Consequently, the speed limit on the roads diminished, forcing the convoy to reduce its pace. At that moment, Xiaoran's phone chimed once more. It was a call from Anthony. Upon answering, Anthony's voice resonated immediately. Sean, someone is tailing your vehicle, approximately 50 meters to your right, slightly behind. There are two cars, a black Lincoln SUV and a blue Dodge Challenger. From the front windshield, I can see at least two individuals in each vehicle. Do not stop. Continue driving forward. We will handle those two cars. Xiaoran glanced into the rearview mirror and quickly spotted the two vehicles pursuing them. He discreetly activated his X-ray vision and swiftly turned his head to the right rear. In that fleeting moment, he caught a full glimpse of Elon, seated in the passenger seat, a sight so alluring it could induce a nosebleed. The next instant, his vision penetrated through the Touareg, revealing the two following vehicles. In a heartbeat, he comprehended the entirety of those cars. Each contained three individuals, unfamiliar faces he had never seen before. Among them were black, white, and Hispanic individuals, each armed with handguns, fortunately devoid of rifles. Through the identification on their persons, Xiaoran discerned several names, yet they bore no significance. Instantly, he pivoted back and ceased his X-ray vision. Anthony, I have spotted those two vehicles. They appear to bear ill intentions. Leave them to you, but exercise caution. Avoid engaging in a shootout on the streets if possible. If you can find a way to drive them off, that would be ideal, though it will depend on the circumstances. Before he could finish, Anthony responded promptly. Understood, Sean will take care of it. Those individuals are merely street thugs. They are easily dealt with. Xiaoran nodded and then coldly stated, I can assure you that once this situation concludes, I will reward each of you with $20,000. Should anyone be injured, all medical expenses will be covered by me, along with generous compensation. However, I implore you to prioritize your safety and protect yourselves. We will have opportunities for collaboration in the future, and there will be plenty of chances to earn. Wow, Sean, you truly are a generous boss. We are more than willing to serve you. Anthony and Sam cheered exuberantly. Meanwhile, Elon, seated beside Xiaoran, anxiously glanced back several times. She hadn't anticipated that they were indeed being followed. Would those individuals rush forward to rob them? In the live stream, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Damn, is this a self-fulfilling prophecy? Are we truly on the brink of a street shootout? What sort of country is this? It feels perilously dangerous. Chapter 53. Responsibility and Crisis Boss. When shall we make our move? Inquired a young African-American man in his 20s from the Lincoln SUV. That dilapidated vehicle ahead. Could it truly contain antique watches worth millions of dollars? Let us wait until that car halts and the surrounding traffic thins. That way, we can escape more easily. According to my sources, not only does that vehicle harbor watches valued at over $1 million, but it also contains numerous priceless antiques. We only need those watches. They are easy to offload. As for the antiques, we shall see, replied a Caucasian man in his 30s from the passenger seat. Boss, I've heard that the driver of that car is a super-rich heir, loaded with cash. Why don't we take both him and the vehicle? Suggested a Hispanic man behind the wheel. Just as he was speaking, the Chevrolet Suburban ahead suddenly swerved without warning, positioning itself directly in front of the Lincoln SUV. Fuck, how does that bastard drive? The occupants of the Lincoln SUV cursed in unison. At that moment, the rear window of the Chevrolet Suburban was abruptly shattered. Instantly, a menacing automatic rifle emerged from the vehicle, aimed squarely at the Lincoln SUV. The rifle was wielded by a white man clad in a bulletproof vest. While directing his weapon at the Lincoln, he disdainfully shook his head, conveying a clear message. Fortunately, the assailant merely intended to intimidate and did not open fire immediately. With a gasp of horror, the Hispanic man at the wheel of the Lincoln slammed on the brakes. Following this, a cacophony of frantic curses erupted within the vehicle. Fuck, That bastard has bodyguards and an automatic rifle. We are no match for them. This is a death trap. In their frenzy of expletives, the three men in the car crouched down in terror, instinctively reaching for their handguns. However, upon witnessing the warning shake of the rifleman's head and the glinting menace of the rifle's barrel, they ultimately refrained from drawing their weapons. At that moment, the pursuing Dodge Challenger could not stop in time and crashed directly into them. With a resounding crash, the Dodge Challenger collided violently with the rear of the Lincoln SUV. The impact sent the Lincoln lurching forward several meters, coming to rest diagonally across the road. Its rear was crumpled, and the windows shattered completely. The Dodge Challenger fared even worse. Its hood was lifted, leaving the front end utterly wrecked. The 6 thugs within both vehicles were left bloodied and dazed, disoriented and unable to ascertain their surroundings. A multitude of vehicles trailing behind slammed on their brakes, desperately trying to avoid the chaos ahead. In an instant, the highway devolved into pandemonium, with many vehicles unable to stop in time, crashing violently into one another. Immediately following, the highway behind was completely obstructed, bringing all vehicles to a halt. However, Xiao Ran and his companions had already departed, swiftly vanishing from sight. Sean, those tails have been successfully shaken off. You need not worry, Anthony conveyed over the phone. Well done, my friend. Let us hope that no further surprises arise, Xiao Ran replied, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortune favored the prepared. Thereafter, everything proceeded smoothly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ma Ming and his team approached, driving 2 off-road vehicles bearing diplomatic plates. Upon confirming their identities, Xiao Ran promptly informed David and Anthony to avert any potential misunderstandings. Upon receiving the news, these individuals were momentarily taken aback but refrained from pressing for further details. They were individuals who operated for remuneration. As long as profit was assured, other matters held little significance. Subsequently, Ma Ming and his team joined the convoy, continuing their journey toward the Los Angeles consulate. As they neared the vicinity of the consulate, Xiao Ran called Anthony, advising them to depart in order to avoid unnecessary complications. Anthony and his crew did not inquire further and immediately turned back. As for David, he was obliged to accompany them to the consulate. Xiao Ran required a witness and the presence of a lawyer, making David the most suitable choice. In a brief moment, they arrived at the consulate's entrance. As the vehicles came to a stop, Xiao Ran noticed Fong Yufei emerging from a nearby CAF, waving enthusiastically with a radiant smile. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him. Fong Yufei hurried toward the consulate, and Xiao Ran quickly exited the vehicle to explain the situation to Ma Ming. This is my childhood friend studying at USC and also the administrator of my livestream channel. I feared that someone might take her hostage to threaten me, hence my decision to bring her to the consulate. Ma Ming nodded, responding in a low voice, You made the right choice. Better safe than sorry. The consulate will safeguard your personal safety and interests. We will also negotiate with the American side to ensure that you can continue your studies and life here without disruption. That would be splendid. I am nearing graduation and certainly do not wish to be deported at this juncture. It would render my studies futile, Xiao Ran replied with a nod. Rest assured, Xiao Ran, we shall not forget anyone who has contributed to our nation. Your studies and life in Los Angeles will remain unaffected, and we can facilitate your return to your homeland at any time, the vice consul, who had come out to greet them, asserted firmly. Accompanying the vice consul were the cultural attaché and several security personnel. As they spoke, Fong Yufei had already approached. This young lady, equipped with a substantial backpack, clearly prepared for a prolonged stay, immediately delivered a playful punch to Xiao Ran upon seeing him. Why didn't you inform me that working for you would entail such significant risks? Had I known this would transpire, I would have resolutely refrained from working for you. I might very well face immediate deportation now. Xiao Ran, having received a punch, forced a smile and said, Not to that extent. I'm merely being cautious. My friend here is a substantial taxpayer in Los Angeles. Surely the Americans would not act so drastically. Let us discuss our matters later. First, I need to convey a few words to my lawyer, as we still require that fellow to operate outside. Understood. Fong Yufei gently nodded, refraining from further commentary. Subsequently, Accompanied by Ma Ming and the cultural attaché, Xiao Ran approached David. Observing the Los Angeles consulate building before him, David's expression fluctuated, revealing a hint of anxiety. Upon arrival, Xiao Ran first introduced Ma Ming and the cultural attaché to David. Once introductions were complete, he proceeded to the crux of the matter. David, the 6 small golden dragons in those 2 safes, along with the other antique artifacts, are precious collections from a museum in China, and they hold immense value. Approximately 50 years ago, these invaluable items were stolen and have since vanished without a trace. It is astonishing that they have resurfaced in Los Angeles, and I managed to acquire them. Ah! David exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The realization that these priceless treasures were stolen artifacts was utterly unfathomable. Xiao Ran nodded, continuing, indeed, it is remarkable. As you are aware, I was conducting a live video broadcast. Under such scrutiny, I had no alternative. Being of Chinese descent, it is both a moral and ethical obligation for me to find a way to return these stolen antique artifacts to my homeland. This is my responsibility. Whether in China, the United States, or any other nation worldwide, stolen cultural relics must be returned to their rightful owners. This is beyond dispute. Although I acquired these stolen artifacts through auction, I cannot selfishly claim them as my own. Hence, I brought you to the Chinese consulate, hoping, with your witness and assistance, to facilitate the return of these precious artifacts to the relevant Chinese institutions. David fell silent, lost in contemplation, and remained quiet for an extended period. Meanwhile, the live broadcast was filled with cheers. Well done, Xiao Ran. A true Chinese gentleman. We stand with you. Exemplary conduct, grounded in principle and reason. We must uphold national interests without neglecting our own. Listening to the resounding applause through his earpiece, Xiao Ran could not help but exude a sense of pride. This remarkable achievement would surely earn him accolades and elevate his reputation. How could he not feel elated? After a moment's reflection, David finally nodded, saying, "You are absolutely correct, and your actions are commendable, Sean. This is a respectful course of action, beyond reproach. As your lawyer, I am willing to assist you in managing the forthcoming series of affairs and coordinate with all parties involved. This is my duty." "That is splendid. Please serve as my personal lawyer. It appears to be an exceedingly wise decision." "Thank you, David." With that, Xiao Ran embraced David. He then returned to his vehicle and, guided by Ma Ming, drove into the consulate grounds. David, Elaine, and Fang Yufei entered the consulate through the main entrance as visiting guests. Shortly after their arrival, several American police cars suddenly raced down the street with sirens blaring. Just like in the movies, they had arrived too late once again. Chapter 54. Behind the Nation Los Angeles Consulate, Conference Room. A video conference is currently in progress. On the large projection screen, leaders from the National Cultural Heritage Administration, the Guangzhou Historical Museum, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are gathered, participating in this significant meeting. Alongside these dignitaries are several antique appraisal experts from the Shaanxi Museum and the Palace Museum, as well as Xiao Ran's parents, all engaged in the video call. Within the conference room, the consul and cultural attaché of the Los Angeles consulate are present, along with Ma Ming and a Chinese lawyer, in addition to the central figure, Xiao Ran, and his personal attorney, David. At this moment, Xiao Ran is meticulously retrieving the stolen precious antiquities from the Shaanxi Museum, one by one, as he delicately places 6 gilded dragon figurines on the conference table. The diplomats present and the multitude of officials and experts on the video call rise in unison. An air of exhilaration permeates the room. Admiration fills their eyes as they marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship. Truly, these are national treasures. How astonishing it is that our ancestors were able to create such magnificent gilded dragons over 1,000 years ago during the Tang dynasty. While the awe continues, the authentication process commences. Naturally, the task falls to the experts from the Shaanxi Museum and the esteemed appraisers from the Palace Museum. The authentication poses no challenge, akin to the impossibility of replicating these 6 gilded dragons. In mere moments, the results are confirmed. Indeed, these are the 6 Tang Dynasty gilded dragons stolen from our museum. Who could have imagined that they would still exist, and in pristine condition? Who would have thought they had made their way to Los Angeles, only to be discovered nearly 50 years later? The director of the Shaanxi Museum speaks with palpable excitement, his eyes glistening with tears. Two antique appraisal experts from the museum are overwhelmed with emotion. When these 6 gilded dragons were stolen, we were mere novices in the museum field. Now, 50 years have swiftly passed. We are aging and nearing the end of our journey, yet who would have thought we would once again behold these priceless treasures? It is truly remarkable. One of the elder experts chokes back tears as he speaks. The other members from the Shaanxi Museum share similar sentiments, their emotions running high. Following Xiao Ran's suggestion, his parents, who were invited to the meeting, are equally moved, tears of joy streaming down their faces, filled with pride and elation. How could they not feel proud and accomplished witnessing their son achieve such a monumental feat? Initially, they harbored some concerns, given that Xiao Ran was in America, engaged in endeavors that might not be well received by the locals. However, upon receiving assurances from relevant parties that all challenges would be addressed, allowing him to continue his studies and life uninterrupted, their worries dissipated entirely. Observing the jubilant faces both in the room and on the projection screen, Xiao Ran himself feels an overwhelming sense of pride. Simultaneously, he remains active, as he continues to retrieve the precious antiquities stolen from the Shaanxi Museum, laying them out on the conference table. As he moved, exclamations of admiration resonated at both the venue and the video call, creating a crescendo of applause. The atmosphere of the video conference grew increasingly fervent. There was absolutely no doubt regarding the authenticity of these precious antiquities. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had elapsed. After appreciating and authenticating these invaluable national treasures, the discussion shifted to another matter. Xiao Ran, on behalf of the Bureau of Cultural Relics, I extend my gratitude for your efforts in recovering these priceless artifacts for the nation. Your actions deserve universal admiration and merit commendation. You may now express your requests. The country will not overlook any contributions made by individuals and will fully consider your safety and interests, stated a leader from the National Cultural Heritage Administration. As the words hung in the air, all eyes turned to Xiao Ran. He glanced at David, paused for a brief moment, and then smiled as he spoke. Prior to this, I conferred with my lawyer, David, and we reached a consensus. The stolen artifacts were discovered in Los Angeles. Yet whether the Jewish financier named Joshua is the mastermind behind the theft may remain an enigma. To repatriate these invaluable treasures, I, along with Fang Yufei, aim to continue our studies and lives in Los Angeles, necessitating that we offer some concessions to the American government, ensuring they gain something in return. Otherwise, the American authorities or those in Los Angeles are bound to create obstacles. Who knows what complications may arise? Our safety in Los Angeles would also be compromised. The concessions I refer to essentially translate to tax obligations. To facilitate the smooth return of these priceless artifacts, we must symbolically remit a modest tax to the authorities in Los Angeles. Additionally, I have a personal request that would be mutually beneficial for both myself and the nation. Listening to Xiao Ran's words, the participants in the video conference exhibited varied reactions. Some nodded in agreement, while others pondered thoughtfully, hesitating to render immediate opinions. After a brief interlude, it was the same leader from the Bureau of Cultural Relics who spoke again. Xiao Ran, what you propose holds some merit. We can sit down and deliberate this matter thoroughly. First and foremost, it is imperative to clarify that the state will ensure your safety and protect your interests from infringement. Thus, the negotiations officially commenced. By around 8 in the evening, the discussions finally concluded. Xiao Ran reached a preliminary agreement with the Bureau of Cultural Relics and the Shaanxi Museum. This agreement balanced the interests of all parties involved, ensuring the smooth transport of these invaluable treasures while safeguarding Xiao Ran's interests and security, all while providing some concessions to the Americans. After all, one must appease the world's greatest rogue, especially on their own turf. Without such concessions, they would not relent. The subsequent negotiations with the Americans to reach a consensus would fall under the purview of the consulate, leaving Xiao Ran to await the outcome. After the meeting concluded, Xiao Ran prepared to rise and take his leave. At that moment, an appraisal expert from the Forbidden City suddenly remarked, Xiao, I heard from Old Li at the Shanghai Museum about your live streaming endeavors. It sounds quite intriguing. I wonder if this old fellow might join your live stream and enjoy some time with you young folks? When you next discover treasures flowing out of the country, I would be delighted to offer my insights and advice. Xiao Ran's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Mr. Jean, you are the pinnacle of antique and cultural relic appraisal in the country. It would be absolutely marvelous to have you in my live stream. I could hardly wish for anything more. However, the live stream is filled with candid young individuals, and they tend to be night owls. If you join us, you must consider the time difference and bear with us. Laughter erupted among everyone. Once the laughter subsided, Mr. Jean continued, No worries. Spending time with you young ones might just rejuvenate my spirit, which is a good thing. As for the time difference, I will manage it. He then inquired about the pair of Yongzheng sky blue glazed vases that Xiao Ran had acquired. Oldly sent me the photos. They are truly exquisite pieces. What do you plan to do with them? If you haven't made up your mind, I have some collector friends who would likely be very interested, and I assure you the price will be satisfactory. However, Xiao Ran smiled and shook his head. Mr. Jean, I promised the fans in the live stream that I would sell that pair of sky blue glazed vases to one of them. I cannot go back on my word. When I discover similar treasures in the future, you are welcome to participate in the bidding during my live stream. Perhaps you will successfully acquire some remarkable items. Very well. I shall patiently await that day, confident that you will uncover more treasures. Mr. Jean nodded, displaying no displeasure. In fact, several other antique and cultural relic appraisal experts expressed their desire to join Xiao Ran's live stream and partake in the enjoyment, hoping to uncover some fine treasures themselves. Such a fortunate opportunity was not something Xiao Ran would refuse, and he quickly agreed. After exchanging a few more words, he departed the conference room with David. As for the 6 golden dragon artifacts and the other top-tier antiques, they were entrusted to the consulate for safekeeping. The logistics of returning these priceless treasures to the country were no longer Xiao Ran's concern. Chapter 55. The special channel having known each other for merely a few hours, Fang Yufei and Ilian became inseparable confidants. Upon his return to the suite arranged by the consulate, Xiao Ran found the 2 young women perched on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing like 2 exuberant hens. When they noticed Xiao Ran's entrance, Ilian scrutinized him from head to toe, her amusement evidently heightened. In stark contrast, Xiao Ran's expression darkened immediately. He realized that Fang Yufei had undoubtedly shared some embarrassing childhood stories with Ilian. Sure enough, the next moment, Ilian inquired with a playful grin, Sean, I heard that you once dressed as a girl for a school performance, dancing in a ballet tutu. May I see a photo of you in that tutu? I can only imagine how delightful it must be. Xiao Ran felt his face flush crimson, and he retorted through clenched teeth, Let us end this friendship, Fang Yufei. From now on, we shall remain strangers. The laughter from Fang Yufei erupted, causing her to roll on the sofa in sheer delight. After some playful banter, the 2 women soon realized someone was missing. Sean, where is David? Didn't he accompany you to the conference room? Why hasn't he returned? Ilian asked, puzzled. Things here have mostly been resolved, and David has left. He has many matters outside that require his attention. The consulate will send a lawyer to assist him, and once they wrap up everything outside, we can leave and return to school, Xiao Ran explained, hoping to dispel any suspicions from the 2 young ladies. Are you being overly cautious, Sean? After all, America is a democratic nation that upholds the sanctity of private property, Ilian remarked. At her words, Xiao Ran scoffed disdainfully. Oh, the sanctity of private property. I wouldn't dare place my safety in that notion. If this were France, I might feel a bit more at ease, as France occasionally cares about its reputation. But this is America. When has it ever concerned itself with face? Just look at the actions of the United States throughout history. Ilian paused, then nodded resignedly. Indeed, the truth was that America often behaved like a rogue nation, indifferent to principles. After a brief exchange, Xiao Ran skillfully shifted the topic. He resolved to commence a live stream to auction the exquisite pair of Qing Dynasty sky blue glazed celestial vases along with those valuable antique watches. Once those items were sold, he would no longer have to fear being envied. As for the proceeds from the vases and watches, they could be transferred to his bank account once David managed to settle matters outside. Upon hearing that he would be live streaming to handle those items, both young women became even more exhilarated. Soon, Xiao Ran entered the live streaming room. Fortunately, the Americans had not taken extreme measures. Although they stationed police outside the consulate, They had not banned Xiao Ran's personal live stream or frozen his bank account. He had just successfully transferred payment to Anthony and Sam without a hitch. Perhaps the Americans had simply not anticipated this step, or the situation had yet to escalate to that point. As soon as the live stream commenced, a multitude of fans surged in like a tidal wave. Many eager individuals, drawn by curiosity, promptly submitted requests to join the broadcast. The moment Xiao Ran appeared on screen, before he could utter a word, a chorus of fans clamored, "How have things been resolved? Xiao Ran, where are you? Are you safe? You've finally made an appearance. It seems you are secure now, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief." Listening to these heartfelt expressions of concern, Xiao Ran felt a twinge of emotion. He waved at the camera and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your care. We are currently residing in the consulate's apartment, where it is very safe, so there is no need for worry. The situation has been largely resolved. My personal lawyer is busy outside attending to some other matters. I expect that in a few days we will be able to leave here and return to our normal lives." Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live stream felt a wave of relief wash over them. Without exception, no one wished to see Xiao Ran come to harm. Setting aside any notions of national righteousness, from a personal standpoint, if anything were to happen to him, the source of joy and benefit he provided through his lively broadcasts would come to an end. Such an outcome would deprive everyone of considerable enjoyment and diminish a valuable avenue for discovering various treasures. It's a relief to hear that. We hope you return to your normal life soon. We're counting on you, our fortunate friend, to continue guiding us in our treasure hunts. Someone chimed in. Indeed, we hope you unearth some national treasures, allowing us to broaden our horizons. Xiao Ran nodded with a smile before transitioning to the main topic. Given the current circumstances, I urge everyone to exercise caution and discretion to avoid being monitored. Next, I am preparing to auction the pair of Yongzheng blue-glazed celestial vases, along with some high-end antique watches. The auction format will be the same as last time. I will set a reasonable reserve price, and everyone may submit their bids via private message, with each person allowed only one bidding opportunity. If the highest bid exceeds the reserve price, the item will be sold. If it falls below, the auction will be unsuccessful, so please bid wisely. Hearing this, many were unable to contain their excitement. Fantastic, Xiao Ran. We've been eagerly awaiting this auction segment. One exclaimed, I've even mortgaged my house to the bank for that pair of Yongzheng vases. They are a must-have. Another added, let us get started. Whether it's the vases or the high-end antique watches, I want them all. The atmosphere in the live stream became electrifying, prompting Iluan to join in the excitement. The French beauty quickly took out her phone and engaged with the participants in the broadcast. Having previously attended auctions of Wang Yeting's porcelain paintings and pottery, she had witnessed the fervor of the live auctions firsthand and had thoroughly enjoyed herself. Now, with another opportunity at hand, she certainly would not let it pass by. In stark contrast, Fang Yufei was utterly taken aback. Having only recently become an administrator of the live stream and mostly remaining in the shadows, she had not interacted much with the audience. Previously, she had heard others mention the immense popularity of Xiao Ran's live stream. Little did she anticipate that a live streaming room with merely around 1,000 followers could achieve such astounding popularity. The individuals within this space, who spent their days engaging in frivolous banter and nonsensical chatter, exhibited an astonishing fervor and wealth. Was I mistaken? Truly, someone had mortgaged their house to the bank merely to acquire that pair of Yongzheng sky-blue glazed celestial vases. Surely this must be madness. Fang Yufei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's merely talk. Do not take it to heart. However, I have indeed discovered that my live stream attracts quite a number of affluent patrons. Xiao Ran jested. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of criticism ensued. After a few light-hearted quips, he returned to the matter at hand. I must announce that, following evaluations by several esteemed experts, the authenticity of the Yongzheng sky-blue glazed celestial vases is beyond doubt. Rest assured, everyone can bid with confidence. Furthermore, I have procured an additional benefit for you all. I have reached an agreement with the consulate, allowing them to periodically coordinate and arrange some available cargo space on freight flights to assist in bringing items back to our homeland. As a sort of reward for my efforts, of course, I must bear a considerable expense for this service. Yet it is undoubtedly worthwhile. I shall have my family receive the items, so when you arrive in the capital, you can collect your acquired treasures without the hassle of transporting them back from the United States. This means that, moving forward, regardless of whether you have family or connections in America, everyone can participate in this auction game. In light of this potential reward, I believe the risks taken today are wholly justified. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream erupted with excitement. You're incredible, Xiaoran. This is brilliantly executed. Now we can all join in the game, leaving those affluent patrons to their own devices. How wonderful, Xiaoran. It's unfortunate you mentioned this too late. We've no time to gather funds now. Nearly everyone rejoiced, eagerly preparing for the upcoming competition. Observing the live stream, which resembled a volcano in eruption, both Ilian and Feng Yufei were left speechless, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaoran, however, simply smiled and proclaimed with pride. All right, everyone can now send private messages to bid on the Yongzheng sky blue glazed celestial vases. Remember to retain screenshots of your messages. Before I open your private messages, I will first announce the reserve price for the auction, ensuring transparency. In the next moment, the pleasant sound of notifications filled the air. Without a doubt, fans had swiftly composed their bidding messages, eagerly sending them forth. Following closely, the notifications continued to ring out, a relentless cascade. Chapter 56. The situation calms down. The auction in the livestream proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Xiaoran opened the final bidding private message and glanced at the offer within. Simultaneously, this bid appeared in the livestream, laid bare before all viewers. 2 million renminbi. Yet another invalid offer. Xiaoran shook his head and remarked. He had set the reserve price for the Yongzheng sky blue glazed celestial vase at 2 million renminbi, slightly lower than the estimates provided by several appraisal experts. Among the over 200 private messages previously received, there were only 40 valid bids, the rest being invalid. After reviewing the last bid, Xiaoran promptly announced the auction results. The winning bidder was Wukong with a bid of 25 million renminbi. With the announcement, the live stream erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wow, Wukong, who has been so quiet, is actually this formidable. Truly, a person of hidden talents. My goodness, how many hidden masters are lurking in our live stream? Amidst the chorus of astonished remarks, Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle softly. While others were oblivious, he was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the fan behind the moniker Wukong. Previously, this individual had procured numerous luxury items through him, opting for discretion, hence remaining unnoticed. But upon encountering the Yongzheng celestial vase, this consistently low-key individual could no longer restrain himself, finally revealing his true colors. For Xiaoran, he was thoroughly satisfied with the final price. Unfortunately, the vase's base mark had been removed, constituting a significant flaw. Otherwise, the final price would undoubtedly have exceeded 25 million renminbi, potentially even soaring 5 to 6 times higher. Following this, Xiaoran commenced the auction for the pair of Tiffany antique lampshades. The auction format remained the same, utilizing private message bidding, yet the number of participants had considerably diminished. In a short while, the results were in. The Tiffany lampshade sold for a mere 80,000 RMB, acquired by a female fan. Next came the auction of the antique watches, which once again ignited a wave of fervor, with nearly everyone joining in. This round of bidding lasted the longest, continuing until midnight before concluding. The final prices for the antique watches were quite impressive, generally doubling, with some even exceeding a threefold increase. Even so, compared to prices in the domestic market, they were considerably cheaper, often half the price. From this perspective, the fans who secured the antique watches undoubtedly snagged a substantial bargain. Xiaoran did not auction off all the antique watches. He retained a Patek Philippe antique watch as a little reward for himself. After the auction concluded, he meticulously packaged all items and stored them within the consulate. In a couple of days, once the situation had largely settled, these treasures would be airlifted back to the homeland, subsequently delivered to the fans by his family. Xiaoran had already made arrangements for his family in the capital to receive the goods. While he attended to these matters, his name had rapidly spread across the country. The narrative has even traversed the ocean, reaching the circle of international students in the United States, spreading throughout Los Angeles and the Chinese community across the nation, including the entirety of UCLA. A series of remarkable events surrounding him, including the serendipitous discoveries he made previously, have been unearthed and circulated widely, almost shrouded in mystique. Upon hearing these tales, everyone was left in a state of shock and envy, finding it utterly incredible. His act of capturing footage of the stolen national treasure in Los Angeles and promptly delivering it to the consulate garnered countless accolades back home, with nearly universal admiration. However, overseas there were dissonant voices, including personal attacks. Regarding these bothersome criticisms, Xiao Ran remained unfazed, choosing to disregard them entirely. What troubled him more was the loss of his ability to feign ignorance. Now everyone recognized him. With his rapid rise to fame, the number of individuals requesting to join his personal livestream had swelled to an overwhelming multitude, far exceeding his capacity to review applications. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had yet to open the doors to his livestream, sparing him from that particular hassle, albeit attracting some negative commentary from netizens. Before long, it was already noon the next day. In the morning, David called to inform Xiao Ran that Elaine was free to leave, as she was merely a bystander and would not encounter any trouble. Once this was confirmed, Xiao Ran promptly relayed the news to Elaine. The French beauty, however, had become enamored with the authentic Chinese cuisine at the Los Angeles consulate and insisted on having lunch before departing. After their meal, Xiao Ran and Fang Yufei escorted her to the entrance of her apartment building. Just before parting ways, Xiao Ran suddenly smiled and said, "I have transferred 50,000 into your bank account, Elaine. It is your reward for joining me at the auction yesterday." "Ah!" Elaine exclaimed, momentarily stunned. She quickly regained her composure and responded with surprise, "Wasn't it agreed upon to be 2,000? How did it suddenly increase so much? Do you have some ulterior motive?" Xiao Ran shrugged helplessly, realizing that kindness could often be misconstrued as having hidden intentions. "Rest assured, this 50,000 encompasses not only your reward for participating in yesterday's family auction, but also compensation for the risks you took alongside me. Had it not been for your strong recommendation, my resolve to bid on that cubist painting by Black would not have been so resolute, and I might have missed an extraordinary opportunity. This sum primarily expresses my gratitude for your expert advice." Before he could finish, Elaine stepped forward and enveloped Xiao Ran in a warm embrace. "Thank you, Sean. You are truly generous. This is the most I have ever earned in my life. It seems that if I continue to follow you, I will soon become a millionaire." This was precisely the affirmation Xiao Ran wished to hear. He barely had time to appreciate the sensation of her alluring form in his arms before eagerly nodding and saying, "If you are willing to continue working with me, that would be splendid. I need your discerning aesthetic judgment." Without a moment's hesitation, Elaine immediately nodded in agreement. "Very well. From now on, you shall be my employer, as I have nothing else to occupy my time. The Hollywood film industry is in a state of desolation. Even if I were to pen a brilliant script, it would be of no interest to anyone. Perhaps I shall embrace this as a life experience, something fresh and exhilarating, while also earning a handsome sum." Xiao Ran smiled and nodded in response, adding, "This is a job brimming with novelty. Perhaps you may discover inspiration that leads to the creation of an exceptional script." Upon hearing this, Elaine's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. After exchanging a few more words, the enchanting woman took her leave, returning to her apartment near UCLA. As soon as she departed, Fang Yufei leaned in and whispered, "Isn't it utterly intoxicating to embrace such a captivating beauty?" Xiao Ran chuckled awkwardly. "The French are known for their warm gestures. If it weren't for the masks we wear, there would certainly have been a farewell kiss." With that, he turned and hurried into the apartment building. A farewell kiss. How delightful to imagine. Fang Yufei scoffed before also entering the building. 3 days later, Fang Yufei left the consulate and returned to USC. With the collaborative intervention of the Los Angeles consulate and David, the situation was swiftly resolved. The Americans, having gained some benefits, acted as if the incident had never occurred. The police who had initially gathered outside the consulate and the apartment building, drawn by Xiao Ran, promptly withdrew. For the U.S. government, as long as they could collect taxes, all was well. As for the looted artifacts from China, since they could not be retained, it was better to sell them off and do a favor in the process. Those items were always meant to be returned to China once they surfaced. The primary interest of the American government and the Los Angeles authorities lay in those priceless treasures, not in Shaoran. If they could hold onto those invaluable items, they might prove useful in the future. However, the current situation rendered that possibility void. Under these circumstances, pursuing Shaoran further bore no significance. It would only sever a source of tax revenue, leading to an unwise outcome. Thus, the matter was promptly resolved. Chapter 57. The ransacked apartment. It was the 7th day since Shaoran had entered the Los Angeles consulate, and the clock struck 10 in the morning. The vice-consul and the cultural attaché, along with Ma Ming and others, escorted Shaoran to the underground garage. As they prepared to part ways, the vice-consul stepped forward and politely shook Shaoran's hand. Shaoran, you may rest assured to return to school and continue your studies and life in Los Angeles. We have coordinated with the relevant authorities here. There will be no trouble for you. Should you come across any significant antiques or artworks that have been lost or stolen from our homeland, we hope you will contact us at the earliest opportunity. The Los Angeles consulate stands firmly behind you, safeguarding your security and upholding your interests. Shaoran nodded with a smile, responding confidently, "Thank you for the consulate's care. With the support of our nation, we find peace within ourselves and grow ever stronger. In the future, should there be any significant discoveries akin to this one, I shall promptly reach out to the consulate to safeguard our national interests." Well said. I have high hopes for you, my friend. The deputy consul, filled with admiration, nodded appreciatively and gently patted Shaoran's shoulder. After exchanging a few more words, Shaoran finally entered his vehicle and departed from the consulate. Upon exiting, he noticed David standing outside the consulate, holding a briefcase and awaiting his arrival. Additionally, Anthony and Sam had followed, still driving that Chevrolet Suburban. For the days to come, they would serve as Shaoran's personal bodyguards, entrusted with ensuring his safety. Spotting David, Shaoran promptly drove over to pick him up. Subsequently, he set off towards UCLA, with Anthony and the others quickly trailing behind. Almost simultaneously with Shaoran's departure from the consulate, a China Airlines cargo plane roared to life at Los Angeles Airport, soaring directly across the ocean towards China. Inside that cargo plane lay the invaluable treasures Shaoran had recovered, including the pair of Yongzheng blue-glazed celestial vases and numerous antique watches. In just a few hours, these priceless artifacts, which had been separated from their homeland for nearly 50 years, would return to their native soil. They were destined to be displayed at the Guangzhou History Museum, continuing to narrate the splendor and elegance of the prosperous Tang dynasty to the people of the nation. Sean, here are your green card and associated documents. Henceforth, you are at liberty to traverse the expanse of the United States, exploring and seeking treasures at your leisure. Furthermore, you now have the opportunity to establish a business, liberated from the constraints of student visas and passports. As soon as he got into the car, David handed Shaoran an envelope. Shaoran was already aware of this development and felt no surprise. Having contributed significantly to the tax revenues of both the nation and Los Angeles, receiving a green card facilitating his endeavors was only to be expected. There was little to celebrate. The sole cause for his elation was the prospect of forming an exploration company, thus liberating himself from solitary pursuits. Shaoran reached out and took the envelope, casually tossing it onto the dashboard. The arrival of the green card is indeed timely. In a few days, I shall establish a treasure hunting company and simultaneously acquire an antique shop or secondhand store, hiring several employees while seeking your assistance in managing the relevant legal affairs. In this regard, I cannot afford the slightest negligence. David's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. An opportunity for profit had arisen. This is my duty, Shaoran. I will adeptly handle all legal matters. You must exercise caution, as you are under the watchful eyes of many, including those with ulterior motives. Your name has become quite renowned in the treasure hunting circles of Los Angeles and the realm of antique art collection. When you subsequently attend various auctions, you will undoubtedly become a target. Discovering hidden treasures and amassing wealth will no longer be as effortless as before. Shaoran shrugged nonchalantly, acknowledging the inevitable. I shall indeed be prudent henceforth. As for treasure hunting, it relies on both keen vision and fortune, and fortunately, I excel in both. Even if others keep a close watch on me, they shall not deter my quest for treasures, nor shall they obstruct my path to prosperity. David nodded, then shifted the conversation. A representative from the mayor's office conveyed that should you uncover any premier artworks in the future, it would be wise to sell them to local museums or collectors in Los Angeles. Xiaoran chuckled softly, replying casually, "We shall see. I will contemplate it. After all, no one has a quarrel with money." Engaging in light-hearted banter, they soon returned to the apartment building near UCLA. As they drove into the street, David suddenly remarked, "Sean, now that you are quite affluent, it would be prudent to purchase a house, or at least rent one. You are now a celebrity in Los Angeles, and with that status comes certain responsibilities. Continuing to reside in this apartment building seems inappropriate and rather unsafe." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is a concern I shall seriously consider." As they spoke, the Touareg SUV came to a halt at the curb in front of the building. Shortly thereafter, Anthony and his crew arrived in their Chevrolet Suburban, parking behind them. As Xiaoran stepped out of the vehicle, he immediately attracted a flurry of attention. Several acquaintances waved enthusiastically. "Good morning, Sean. You've finally returned. We've heard numerous legends about you these past few days. Are any of them true? Have you discovered countless priceless antiques and artworks? It's simply unbelievable." Xiaoran shook his head, responding dismissively, "I did indeed find a few gems, but it is not as exaggerated as portrayed. Those are merely embellishments. There is no need to take them seriously." At that moment, Anthony and Sam approached, standing protectively behind Xiaoran, scanning the surroundings with an air of vigilance, presenting an unmistakable deterrent to any potential intruders. Observing their demeanor, the others hesitated, slowing their pace to avoid any misunderstandings. "Wow, Sean has surprisingly hired a professional bodyguard, which seems to validate the rumors surrounding him. It appears he has been exceedingly secretive. Did you notice the impeccably suited individual beside Sean? He must be his private attorney, who, one might wonder, requires both a personal lawyer and a bodyguard. Only the affluent. It seems Sean has indeed struck it rich overnight." Amidst the surrounding murmurs, Xiaoran merely smiled, unperturbed by the speculation. This revelation was inevitable and could not be concealed for long. There was no longer any need for secrecy. He then proceeded to ascend the stairs with David, while Anthony and Sam remained downstairs to keep watch. The apartment building had undergone no visible changes. Everything remained as it was. Upon entering the lobby, Xiaoran swiftly surveyed the surroundings and discreetly scrutinized some hidden corners. Once assured that no danger lurked, he led David upstairs. In a moment, they arrived at the threshold of the apartment, which had transformed. The original wooden door had been replaced with a robust, fortified iron door. The reason for this alteration was straightforward. On the very night Xiaoran sought refuge at the consulate, at least 3 or 4 groups had visited the apartment under cover of darkness, thoroughly ransacking it. Naturally, the wooden door had been rendered unserviceable. The small safe in the bedroom had been entirely removed, leaving no trace behind. Thankfully, it contained no cash, as the several tens of thousands of dollars that were once inside had been taken with Xiaoran to the auction that day, thus sparing him some losses. However, other possessions within the apartment were not so fortunate and suffered significant damage, including his laptop, which had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, he had secured it with multiple passwords and had previously uploaded all essential data to the cloud, alleviating concerns about the loss of his computer. Items such as bank cards and identification documents were also with him for the auction, avoiding any irretrievable financial catastrophe. The burglary was discovered by Elaine upon her return the following day. It was David who reported the incident and managed the aftermath, including cleaning up and replacing the iron door. "Sean, while this iron door is sturdy, it is only relatively so and cannot deter those desperate individuals. For this reason, I recommend you consider a more secure residence," David remarked as he prepared to retrieve the keys to hand them to Xiaoran. At that moment, the door of the adjacent apartment swung open, and Elaine stepped out. Upon seeing Xiaoran, her face lit up with joy. "Sean, you've finally returned. I no longer need to live in constant worry." Chapter 58. Eyes watching in the shadows after exchanging pleasantries, Elaine began to voice her grievances. "Sean, you have no idea. Almost every day, various individuals come knocking at your door. Los Angeles police officers, Chinese international students, your classmates and friends, as well as representatives from auction houses and professional treasure hunters. Seems I am quite in demand. Had I known this, I would have returned much sooner. Xiao Ran jested. Elaine rolled her eyes in annoyance, her voice tinged with unease. Those people are relatively normal, but there are also some unsavory characters who come looking for you in the dead of night. I can tell they are up to no good. On several occasions, I heard noises coming from your room at night, which frightened me so much that I could hardly sleep. Xiao Ran's expression shifted instantly, and he shook his head in resignation. It seems this apartment is no longer tenable. We must move out of here as soon as possible. Isn't there security downstairs? How can they allow those individuals to come and go freely? David remarked, perplexed. What can you expect from a security guard in his 50s, weighing over 120 kilograms? Given his meager salary, it's a miracle if he even reports a burglary. Xiao Ran responded, prompting David to nod in agreement. Subsequently, David pulled out a set of keys and handed them over. However, upon receiving the keys, Xiao Ran did not immediately unlock the door. Instead, he quickly surveyed the hallway and the condition of the door. He then took out his phone and called Anthony downstairs. The call connected swiftly, and Anthony's voice came through. Sean, is there something wrong? Do you need us to come up? It's nothing urgent, but I need a thorough search of my apartment and the hallway. I'm concerned there might be surveillance cameras or listening devices installed by someone else. Do you have the necessary equipment for such an investigation? So, please bring a few devices over to conduct a comprehensive search. As he spoke, he casually glanced at the emergency light on the wall of the hallway. Upon entering the corridor, he had quickly scanned the area. Hidden within that emergency light was a pinhole camera, its lens directed straight at his apartment door, exceedingly discreet. The moment he returned to his apartment, the individual who had installed the camera would undoubtedly notice him. This was merely one of the surveillance devices. Several more pinhole cameras and listening devices were concealed throughout the corridor, and it was certain that even more existed within the apartment itself. For this reason, Xiao Ran had requested Anthony to bring over the necessary equipment to thoroughly scan both the interior and exterior of the apartment. We have such equipment, Sean. I will have Sam retrieve it immediately and return shortly. Since you have these concerns, it would be wise not to enter the apartment just yet. In case there are other devices inside, Anthony replied. It would be prudent for you to equip the vehicle with a comprehensive array of devices. You never know when they might come in handy. The expense for acquiring these instruments shall be borne by me, and I insist on procuring only the finest. Xiao Ran advised with a hint of resignation. That sounds splendid. We shall take care of it, Anthony replied before promptly ending the call. Upon hearing the possibility of hidden cameras and listening devices in the vicinity, Elaine was momentarily taken aback, a tinge of fear creeping in. Regaining her composure, she quickly scanned her surroundings with suspicion. Sean, could it truly be that there are hidden cameras or bugs here? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? You are merely a fortunate treasure hunter, not a spy, so why resort to such measures? Xiao Ran glanced at the beautiful woman before shrugging his shoulders. What can I say? Wealth can stir the heart. Sudden fortune can evoke envy. Hidden cameras and listening devices are readily available online, and their users are no longer confined to military or intelligence personnel. In contrast to Elaine's distress, David exhibited a remarkable calmness. As an attorney, he had encountered such matters far too frequently to be surprised. It's wise to be cautious, Sean. Nowadays, anyone can acquire surveillance equipment with ease. Elaine, considering your relationship with Sean, I suggest you conduct a thorough search of your apartment. Elaine exclaimed again, turning to survey her apartment with wide eyes of fear and a touch of embarrassment. If hidden cameras were indeed installed within her abode, had she been unwittingly living under someone else's scrutiny for days? Even if such devices were present, she fervently hoped none were situated in the bathroom. The mere thought sent a chill down her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. All right, let's ensure my apartment is thoroughly searched. Otherwise, I shall never dare to reside here again, she declared, trembling at the notion of someone lurking in the shadows, observing her at all times. Rest assured, Elaine, the predicament arose due to me, and I shall take responsibility for your safety, Xiao Ran asserted firmly. The three stood in the corridor, awaiting the outcome. Initially, David had suggested heading to Elaine's apartment, but she, feeling apprehensive, preferred to remain outside rather than return within. Meanwhile, in various locales throughout Los Angeles, several groups of individuals expressed their frustration in unison. Damn, Sean is far too vigilant. It's infuriating, they cursed. The hidden cameras and listening devices we installed are on the verge of being exposed, rendering our efforts futile. As they vented their frustrations, their faces were etched with disappointment. Through the footage captured by the hidden cameras, they clearly observed that Xiao Ran returned empty-handed. This was a definitive indication that the invaluable antique relics and artworks had already been disposed of. The prospect of pillaging those treasures was now utterly impossible. Moreover, they overheard the conversation between Xiao Ran and Anthony, learning of his employment of bodyguards, which only deepened their disappointment. These individuals comprehended that, in Xiao Ran's presence, any potential gains were now utterly elusive, at least in the short term. After toiling for several days, they were met with such an outcome, leaving them profoundly disheartened. In the apartment building, Xiao Ran and his companions lingered in the corridor, engaged in hushed conversation, audible only to the three of them. During this time, friends residing within the building approached, inquiring about the tales surrounding Xiao Ran. He greeted them courteously and seized the opportunity to inform them that the antique artifacts and artworks he had acquired had all been disposed of, leaving nothing for their admiration. In truth, his words were not directed at his friends, but rather intended for those who were surveilling him. Several friends expressed a desire to accompany him to an upcoming auction, seeking to broaden their horizons. However, Xiao Ran politely declined their requests, stating that he was uncertain when or where the next auction would take place, rendering him unable to commit. A few international students from Huaxia also expressed interest in joining his livestream, hoping to embark on a treasure hunt alongside Xiao Ran and procure some fine items during the broadcast. He similarly rebuffed these requests, explaining that the channel for joining the livestream was temporarily closed, and it would only reopen once the turmoil had completely subsided. While engaging in conversation, he sent a message to Fang Yufei, advising her to exercise caution. Later, he planned to take Anthony and the others to USC to assist Fang Yufei in conducting a safety assessment. As they spoke, Anthony and the others had already ascended with their equipment. Upon their meeting, Xiao Ran promptly indicated the corridor, instructing, Anthony, please scan the corridor first and see if anything can be uncovered. After scanning the corridor, thoroughly search both Mai and Elena's apartments, ensuring all possible surveillance devices are discovered, and then help us set up defenses to prevent any intrusions in the future. Understood, Sean. We shall take care of this, Anthony replied with confident assurance. Subsequently, Anthony and Sam busied themselves with the task at hand. In a mere moment, their detection devices emitted a series of beeps, revealing the first surveillance listening device, a pinhole camera cleverly concealed within the emergency light. Chapter 59. Security system. Half an hour later, in the living room of Ellen's apartment, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group seated on the sofa. Upon the coffee table lay 2 pinhole cameras and 2 miniature listening devices, all unearthed from the apartment. The pinhole cameras, remarkably discreet, had been installed on the inner side of the door and within the living room outlet. Fortunately, they were not discovered in the bathroom or bedroom. Otherwise, Ellen would have undoubtedly lost her composure. As for the miniature listening devices, one was concealed beneath the coffee table, while the other hid behind the nightstand in the bedroom, both exceedingly difficult to detect. Gazing at these abhorrent gadgets, Ellen's face turned a shade of stark pallor. These detestable scoundrels deserve nothing less than death. Sitting beside her, Xiao Ran gently patted the back of her hand. There's no need to be angry with these villains. I will ensure that Anthony and the others enhance security, and such incidents will not recur. Furthermore, I plan to purchase a larger residence. If you don't mind, you could move in with me. Ellen paused, then turned to him. You want me to move in with you? How can you still claim you have no ulterior motives? With that, she playfully punched Xiao Ran, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Isn't this gratitude gone awry? Who said living in the same building implies nefarious intentions? 2 separate bedrooms, mind you. The distance between us will be far greater than it is now. You needn't worry about any improper motives from me. Xiao Ran pointed towards the partition wall separating their two apartments, chuckling. Laughter erupted around them, lightening the mood. After a few playful exchanges, Xiao Ran turned his attention back to the pinhole cameras and listening devices. Anthony, is it possible to trace the individuals lurking in the shadows through these surveillance devices? I am eager to uncover who is watching us from the darkness. It is utterly despicable. Anthony paused momentarily before nodding. Can be accomplished, but it will require advanced equipment and skilled personnel for counter-surveillance, which entails some expense. If those individuals are seasoned professionals, the difficulty of tracking them will increase significantly. Upon hearing this, a steely glint flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. Investigate. I am willing to invest money if it means revealing these unscrupulous individuals. It is essential to be vigilant. Knowing who they are will allow me to bolster my defenses. Anthony nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall take charge of this matter. I will enlist technical experts for counter-surveillance to ascertain the identities of these individuals. Excellent. I hope you can provide a resolution swiftly, Xiao Ran replied. Subsequently, Anthony collected the pinhole cameras and listening devices from the coffee table, preparing to take them for technical analysis and counter-surveillance. Although these devices had lost their efficacy and could no longer function, the fingerprints remained intact, possibly yielding valuable information. After tidying up the various items, Anthony confidently declared, "We have thoroughly scanned this apartment. There are certainly no other surveillance devices present. Next, we shall install monitoring equipment within the premises, focusing on the entrance and windows, and set up an alarm system. This way, should anyone intrude, you will receive an immediate alert." At this point, Elaine interjected, "We can install surveillance cameras in the rooms, but we must avoid invading privacy." Anthony chuckled and clarified, "Rest assured, you will have complete control over these cameras. You can monitor and manage them through your mobile device. In this scenario, privacy will not be infringed upon, so you need not worry." Reassured by this explanation, Elaine felt much more at ease. However, Anthony and his team did not install the surveillance cameras immediately. Instead, under Xiao Ran's guidance, they returned to his apartment. Upon opening the security door, Xiao Ran immediately noticed that his apartment had been ransacked more than once. Nearly everything was out of place, and numerous items were missing. Although David had sent someone to clean and organize the space, the disorder within the room indicated that, even after the cleaning and the installation of the security door, unauthorized individuals had still entered, perhaps multiple times. The outer security door remained intact, showing no signs of forced entry, which suggested that these intruders had accessed the apartment through the windows. Regrettably, they had found nothing of value and had only made off with a few inexpensive ceramics. Xiao Ran's most significant losses were his laptop and a small safe he had purchased just days prior. He couldn't fathom how those foolish thieves managed to carry the safe away. It weighed at least 30 kilograms, making it difficult to transport discreetly down the stairs. While assessing the situation, Xiao Ran discreetly activated his X-ray vision, swiftly scanning the entire apartment. As expected, he discovered numerous pinhole cameras and listening devices hidden throughout the space, more than a dozen in total. Subsequently, he and David exited the apartment. Anthony, conduct a thorough scan of both the interior and exterior of the apartment. Leave no corner unchecked. I am eager to see how many pinhole cameras and listening devices we can uncover this time. Acknowledging the request with a nod, Anthony commenced the search. In no time, urgent beeping resonated from within the room. Without needing to ask, it was clear that Anthony and his team had made some discoveries. Before long, over half an hour had passed, and Anthony presented Xiao Ran with a total of 15 pinhole cameras and listening devices, all hidden in various locations throughout the apartment. Every corner was under surveillance, even the bathroom, which concealed one such camera. Faced with this revelation, Xiao Ran could not contain his anger. These scoundrels truly underestimate me, having installed so many surveillance devices. If I had not discovered them, it would have been akin to parading naked in my own room, with a host of onlookers scrutinizing my every move. How utterly despicable. Anthony nodded with a smile. Indeed, Sean, it appears that there are 3 or 4 groups keeping tabs on you. The variety of devices they employ indicates this. Furthermore, there are individuals who have not installed surveillance equipment, which underscores the multitude of eyes upon you. Xiao Ran shook his head in resignation. They are merely a bunch of greedy rascals. evidently drawn to the priceless antiques and artworks. Unfortunately for them, they have miscalculated. They will obtain nothing. At this juncture, he abruptly shifted the conversation. Anthony, let us commence the installation of surveillance in both my and Elaine's apartment, as well as the corridor. Once the installation is complete, you must accompany me to USC to inspect my other friend's apartment, just to be safe. Very well, Sean. Leave it to us, Anthony responded with a nod, promptly retrieving the equipment. David proceeded to the apartment management office downstairs to coordinate with them. After their departure, only Xiao Ran remained in the apartment. Seizing the opportunity, he thoroughly scrutinized the premises once more to ensure nothing was overlooked. Fortunately, there was nothing amiss. Anthony and his team had done an impeccable job. Subsequently, he began to tidy up the room. Before long, Elaine arrived to assist him. During this time, he made another trip downstairs to retrieve 2 HK-45s and ammunition from the safe in his car. When he took the firearms, he did so without evading anyone's gaze, ascending the stairs in plain view. This was a deliberate act intended to send a warning to those with ulterior motives. And it proved effective. Upon seeing the gun case and ammunition in his hands, several individuals who had come to investigate, as well as a few nearby, wore expressions of grave concern. In the blink of an eye, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After a flurry of activity, Anthony and his team finally completed the installation of the surveillance and alarm systems. They then proceeded to introduce this straightforward security system. Sean, in accordance with your request, we have installed several surveillance cameras in the corridor and within the 2 apartments, as well as on the exterior walls. Under the vigilant watch of these cameras, anyone attempting to intrude upon the 2 residences will find themselves utterly exposed, whether they attempt to enter through a window or breach the door from the corridor. You will have the ability to control these cameras via your mobile devices, allowing you to maintain privacy without concern for exposure. Additionally, we have equipped the windows with infrared alarm systems. Should anyone endeavor to break in, these devices will emit a piercing alarm that is sufficient to deter most petty thieves and awaken half the occupants of the building. Even if you are asleep, the sound will rouse you, enabling you to prepare for defense. Furthermore, we will receive immediate alerts, allowing us to arrive promptly to ensure your safety. While explaining the situation, Anthony also demonstrated the security system. As he indicated, despite its seemingly simple design, the effectiveness of this system is quite remarkable, providing complete coverage of the 2 apartments. Unless faced with the most desperate of criminals, this security system is more than adequate to safeguard Xiao Ran and Elian. In the unlikely event of a confrontation with a violent assailant, Xiao Ran possesses a firearm. With his extraordinary ability to perceive his surroundings, he need not fear anyone, not even an armed thug. However, to conceal his powers, he must suppress his true capabilities, refraining from displaying excessive prowess, especially at this time when he wishes to avoid drawing the attention of powerful governmental agencies in the United States. Once Anthony concluded his demonstration, Xiao Ran and Elian took their phones to test the security system. After their inspection, Elian let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful. With this surveillance system, I can finally sleep soundly. Xiao Ran glanced at the beautiful woman and smiled, saying, "Do not worry, Elian. Should you encounter any danger, I will come to your aid. Not only am I a genius treasure hunter, but my marksmanship is also exceptional, every shot on target." "You're just bragging," Elian scoffed, clearly skeptical. David, however, interjected, "I can attest to that. Sean's shooting skills are indeed remarkable. He is, without a doubt, the most talented marksman I have ever encountered. He hits exactly where he aims." "Really? Is that true?" Elian exclaimed, appearing somewhat incredulous. "Absolutely. You will come to learn the truth in due time," Xiao Ran replied, his tone brimming with pride. After chatting for a while longer, Xiao Ran and his companions departed from the apartment building, heading towards USC to check on Fang Yufei. Elian accompanied them, eager to visit her newly acquainted friend. Chapter 60. An unattainable dream. Soon, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner, Xiao Ran, accompanied by Elian and Fang Yufei, returned to the apartment building, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Fang Yufei planned to spend the night there, sharing intimate talks with Elian. Anthony and Sam had not departed. They followed Xiao Ran closely. For security reasons, they intended to keep a watchful eye during the nights for the next few days, remaining vigilant until Xiao Ran was completely safe before returning to their normal routines. Upon entering the apartment building, Xiao Ran encountered several familiar faces. These were a group of Chinese international students, gathered in the lobby, chatting and laughing as if waiting for someone. The moment they spotted Xiao Ran with Fang Yufei and Ilian, they were momentarily taken aback, envy flickering in their eyes. Both Fang Yufei and Ilian were exceptionally beautiful, embodying a rare combination of Eastern and Western charm. Who could not feel a twinge of jealousy at the sight of someone so fortunate as to be accompanied by such captivating women? How splendid it must be to possess the means to embrace such exquisite beauty. Just then, Xiao Ran approached them. "Liangzi, what are you all doing here?" He greeted the group. They were fellow students from China, also studying at UCLA, and shared a cordial relationship with Xiao Ran. They often dined, drank, or played sports together. However, due to the current unusual circumstances, everyone was exercising caution, and gatherings had become scarce, making it difficult to meet those outside their own departments. Before long, Xiao Ran stood before them, and the group scrutinized him from head to toe before jokingly remarking, "Xiao Ran, we haven't noticed any changes in you. How did you suddenly become an expert in appraising antique artifacts, discovering so many invaluable treasures? Especially the fact that you uncovered a national treasure that had been stolen for around 50 years and acquired it at a remarkably low price. Truly impressive. But seriously, your immediate decision to return those national treasures to your homeland deserves admiration." "Well done." Xiao Ran chuckled softly, shaking his head and exchanging a few polite words. "What expert in appraisal? I've merely been fortunate lately, stumbling upon a few significant finds. As for returning those national treasures, it was merely a matter of self-preservation. Those artifacts are far too sensitive to handle. I wouldn't dare keep them." Liangzi and the others paused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, those items were priceless and exceedingly precarious. It was wise to dispose of them promptly. However, one could not help but think that had it been someone else, they might not have been as willing to part with such treasures. After some casual banter, the group finally revealed their purpose for coming. They had heard of Xiao Ran's return and had decided to gather together to chat with him. However, upon knocking on his door, they found no one inside. Their messages on WeChat went unanswered, and they had no access to Xiao Ran's newly changed phone number from last month. Left with no other option, they resorted to the simplest solution, waiting in the lobby. They contemplated that they would wait until around 10 in the evening. If Xiao Ran had not returned by then, they would rest and come back another day. Surprisingly, after half an hour, they indeed waited for him. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Ran hastily explained, "I was not trying to burden everyone. I deleted WeChat a week ago and have not had the chance to download it anew. My phone number was changed just last month, and since I had WeChat, I forgot to share my new number with you all." Upon hearing this, the group suddenly understood. Immediately, one of them curiously whispered, "Xiao Ran, are you being so cautious because you fear the FBI might cause trouble? Have they been looking for you? I have committed no crime. What trouble could they possibly bring upon me? My caution is merely a precaution." Xiao Ran replied with a smile, shaking his head. Before he could finish, another friend interjected, "Xiao Ran, your live stream has become quite impressive. Countless people wish to join and partake in bargain hunting in America alongside you. As friends, surely we cannot be left out of such good fortune?" Everyone eagerly nodded in agreement, for this was indeed their primary motive for coming that night. However, Xiao Ran shook his head, declining their request. "You may join the live stream, and I would be delighted to have everyone participate. The more, the merrier. But now is not the right time to join. I have temporarily closed the entry. Aside from a few experts, no one else can join for now, especially you. I fear it may attract the attention of certain individuals or departments in America, or even lead to covert surveillance, which is why I cannot allow you to join the live stream." At his words, the expressions of the group shifted. The repercussions of careless speech in America are all too common. Online, any threatening remarks related to firearms or racially charged statements can draw significant scrutiny. This is a classic case of speak at your peril. Each year, many international students are repatriated due to their indiscreet words. Moreover, Xiao Ran's fans are all in China, born under the red flag. They care little for American opinions, expressing themselves freely and condemning American miscreants. However, those studying in America dare not speak out, as it risks interrupting their education and facing immediate deportation. If Xiao Ran's livestream were indeed under government surveillance, none of them would dare to join. After listening to Xiao Ran's explanation, they promptly dismissed the thought of joining. Subsequently, Xiao Ran introduced Elon and Fang Yufei, facilitating their acquaintance. Given the current circumstances, he did not invite them to his apartment. Thus, they conversed while standing for a while before parting ways. Xiao Ran took Elon and her companions upstairs, while Liangzi and the others left the building to return to the nearby UCLA. Moments later, Xiao Ran was back in his apartment. As he entered, he discreetly activated his ability to perceive, swiftly scanning the apartment to ensure his safety before stepping inside. He conducted a similar examination of Elaine's adjacent apartment, allowing both Elaine and Fang Yufei to enter. The moment he crossed the threshold, Xiao Ran hastened to the bedroom, retrieving 2 handguns from the wardrobe and placing them within reach for precautionary measures. Subsequently, he collected several magazines and boxes of ammunition, meticulously loading each bullet into the magazines until they were fully stocked. After completing this task, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up before returning to the living room to prepare for a live broadcast. Having returned safely, he felt it was prudent to inform his fans, alleviating their concerns. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Xiao Ran promptly lifted his gaze towards the entrance. In the next instant, his vision penetrated the security door, revealing the scene outside. It was Elaine and Fang Yufei knocking, both exhibiting signs of anxiety, with no one else present in the corridor. Alongside the sight of these 2 beautiful women, Xiao Ran was captivated by an even more enchanting view. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each excelling in their own right. In an instant, he felt a surge of emotions. Quickly, he composed himself, hastily stowing away the HK-45s and magazines into the drawer of a nearby table before making his way to the door. As he opened it, before he could utter a word, Elaine eagerly exclaimed, "Sean, we plan to stay in your apartment tonight. You have weapons, right? You can protect us." Ever since those pinhole cameras during the day, I felt rather uneasy, as if someone is lurking in the shadows watching us. Fang Yufei, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Being 2 young women, and particularly beautiful ones, their apprehension was entirely understandable. "Ah, you wish to stay in my apartment? Aren't you afraid I might suddenly transform into a wolf in the middle of the night? This sudden twist of fate is overwhelming, catching me entirely off guard." Xiao Ran jested. What a delightful thought, but perhaps it's best not to entertain such dreams, as they are destined to remain unfulfilled. We'll take the bed, and you can have the sofa. If you dare step into the bedroom, beware, for we might transform into fierce wolf slayers. The 2 beauties retorted dismissively. With that, they pushed past Xiao Ran and entered the apartment. "This is my apartment. Why should I sleep on the sofa? Besides, it is only by staying close to you that I can ensure your protection." Xiao Ran countered with a grin, closing the door behind him. Chapter 61. A bit chaotic upon entering the apartment, the 2 enchanting ladies promptly declared that the bedroom would be exclusively theirs for the night. Without permission, Xiao Ran was forbidden from stepping foot into the bedroom. With a resigned nod, he proceeded into the living room to commence his live broadcast. As soon as he opened the streaming room, a flood of fans surged in like a tidal wave, eagerly filling the space. Before Xiao Ran could utter a word, a multitude of voices erupted from the fans. "Hello. Seems you've returned to the apartment, Xiao Ran. Is everything all right now?" inquired Night Raid Widow Village 01 with concern. No sooner had the words left her lips than Jojo Guei chimed in. "As long as everything is fine, we can continue playing this treasure-hunting game." Xiao Ran nodded in agreement and briefly explained the situation. "Thanks to the efforts of the consulate and David, this matter has been settled. I returned to UCLA this morning. Unfortunately, my apartment was ransacked, and not just once by a single group. It has been thoroughly overturned, and the doors were destroyed." A chorus of gasps filled the live stream, as everyone was taken aback. "Was the loss significant? You didn't leave any treasures in the apartment, did you?" asked Xiao Feng 123, expressing concern. "There's not much of a loss. I had already disposed of the treasures I found earlier." There's nothing of value left in the apartment. Only a small safe and my laptop were stolen. But this loss is negligible, Xiao Ran succinctly conveyed. Wow, they even took the safe. The security here is dreadful, exclaimed a fan named EU. This is outright robbery.
Trulli à dire situation.
La mente de Qi Mei Wing Liang, echoing the sentiment. At that moment, Ilan and Fang Yufei emerged in their own nightgowns, entering the living room. The sight nearly caused Xiao Ran to lose his composure. Fortunately, he had cultivated enough self-control to quickly regain his expression and avoid embarrassment. After a brief pause, he gestured to his phone, indicating that he was live streaming. The two ladies nodded, refraining from intruding into the frame. Soon after, they too pulled out their phones and joined the live stream, engaging with the audience. After a casual chat with the fans, Xiao Ran finally addressed the main topic. I wanted to inform everyone that the Yongzheng sky blue glazed celestial vases, the antique watches, and the Tiffany antique lampshades have all been loaded onto a plane and shipped to the capital today. In about half a month. You can either collect them in the capital or have your family there retrieve them for you. Just a reminder, please contact me beforehand to confirm your identity, as those items are quite valuable, and I cannot entrust them to just anyone. As his words concluded, the live stream erupted in a cacophony of excited cheers. Fantastic! Xiao Ran, your efficiency is remarkable. I can't wait to flaunt that Brigitte masterpiece, exclaimed Lord Hu, who was fond of the buttworm. In stark contrast, half-dream, half-awake began lamenting, "Oh no, the pace of events is remarkably swift. My exquisite collection of Wang Yeting's porcelain paintings remains stranded in Los Angeles. Had I foreseen this, I would have enlisted your assistance in the transportation of that precious collection. Had I done so, I would have received the items within a fortnight." Just as I was contemplating this, a fellow known by the moniker Zhong Ming suddenly burst forth. "Everyone, quick, turn on the television. The midday news is reporting on the recovery of 6 Tang Dynasty gilt bronze dragons, and it features a special segment. The images of the 6 gilt bronze dragons were displayed, leaving an indelible impression on all. Alongside the dragons, images of several other premier antique artifacts were also showcased. With this prompt, the individuals in the live broadcast sprang into action, their excitement palpable. Xiaoran and Fang Yufei shared in the fervor. Unfortunately, being in America, they could not access the domestic news broadcasts and could only watch the videos later. Upon grasping the significance of the event, Elian too was profoundly exhilarated. "Sean, it seems you are destined for fame throughout all of Huaxia. You are bound to become a super influencer, attracting countless admirers." Xiaoran merely smiled and shook his head. "I previously informed the relevant personnel at the consulate that it would be best not to mention my name during the coverage. If my name is mentioned, could cause me some inconvenience." "Ah, why forfeit such a splendid opportunity for fame?" Elian asked in astonishment, with Fang Yufei expressing similar bewilderment. "I am a professional treasure hunter, not a Hollywood star. Excessive fame offers me little advantage. On the contrary, being too well known would likely invite numerous troubles and scrutiny." Xiaoran elucidated the rationale. Upon hearing his explanation, the two ladies instantly understood. Indeed, if everyone recognized you, it would become considerably more difficult to seize opportunities, and the costs would escalate dramatically. At that moment, a voice from the live broadcast suddenly emerged, belonging to Sister Min. "You are far too cautious, Xiaoran. What a splendid opportunity for notoriety. In this special news segment, you are merely portrayed as an overseas student, without even a glimpse of your face." Yet Xiaoran chuckled nonchalantly. "Those who know me will naturally be aware. For those who do not, it matters little." No sooner had he finished speaking than Jean Lao, a newcomer to the live broadcast, posted a comment. "Well said, Xiaoran. One must maintain such a positive mindset to achieve success. This is indeed the case. In recent days, the requests to join the live broadcast have surged to an almost uncountable number. Among these individuals are many professionals from the domestic antique and art collection field, those well acquainted with Xiaoran's existence. They include experts in the appraisal of antiques and artworks, as well as collectors, antique dealers, and auction house personnel. Aside from Jean Lao and a few top antique appraisal experts, Xiaoran has refrained from accepting any other individuals into the live broadcast. He has not even welcomed overseas students, regardless of how good a friend they may be. This decision serves his own interests as well as those of others, and, of course, it is also due to the fact that the timing is not yet ripe. Who can discern whether those requesting to join the live stream harbor ulterior motives, perhaps even spies from America? It is prudent to exercise caution. Subsequently, Xiao Ran engaged in a discussion with the fans in the live stream about the upcoming auction events. He researched various auctions taking place in the Los Angeles area over the next few days, conducting a comparative analysis before listing several targets for discussion. Ultimately, the decision rested upon him, contingent upon his schedule. After all, he had spent 7 days at the consulate, accumulating numerous responsibilities at school, necessitating a meeting with his advisor to discuss his thesis. Additionally, he needed to register a company for exploration, consider acquiring an antique shop or thrift store, and recruit employees. A plethora of tasks awaited him, leaving him with little time. Understanding his situation, the audience did not pressure him to attend the auction immediately or to embark on a treasure hunt with them. After further conversation, Xiao Ran concluded the live stream and exited the room. He then turned to the two beautiful ladies clad in nightgowns and jestingly remarked, "Ladies, with the live stream concluded, we can now deliberate on the pressing matter of how we shall sleep tonight. There is but one bedroom with a single bed. Perhaps we might all squeeze in together. Shameless. Go indulge in your sweet dreams." Fang Yufei retorted, her cheeks flushed as she hurled a cushion at him. Ilian followed suit, tossing a cushion his way as well. Xiao Ran swiftly leaped off the sofa, deftly evading both attacks. Amidst the playful scuffle, he also savored the delightful sights before him. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. "Shoo!" Xiao Ran hushed the two ladies, urging them to quiet down. Ilian and Fang Yufei immediately complied, each brandishing a cushion, poised for action. When the call connected, his mother appeared on the screen, her excitement palpable upon seeing him. "Xiao Ran, CCTV just aired a special report on the return of the 6 Tang Qijin dragons. Although they did not mention your name, they praised your actions highly, affirming your contributions. This will undoubtedly aid you greatly in your future career back home. You executed this endeavor splendidly. Well, one must consider who my mother is. How could I not perform splendidly?" Xiao Ran replied with pride, subtly complimenting his mother. Her joy was evident, and just then, Ilian suddenly pulled Fang Yufei into the frame, raising her hand to greet his mother. "Auntie, good evening." Upon seeing the two lovely ladies, his mother was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Soon after, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Xiao Ran, why are Ilian and Yufei in your room at this hour, and both in nightgowns? What on earth is going on? Is this a tad too chaotic?" Before she could finish speaking, Fang Yufei's face turned crimson, while Ilian remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Chapter 62. Midnight gunfire around 2 o'clock in the morning. Silence enveloped the world. Every resident within the apartment building had succumbed to slumber, lost in dreams. Xiao Ran lay on the sofa in the living room, deeply immersed in sleep. At that moment, the mobile phone resting on the coffee table suddenly rang. The ringtone was barely audible, and neither Ilian nor Fang Yufei, sleeping in the bedroom, could hear it. However, the sound was sufficient to rouse the vigilant Xiao Ran. He swiftly opened his eyes and grabbed the phone, pressing the answer button. In the next instant, Anthony's voice echoed through the line. "Something feels off, Sean. 2 vehicles have circled the apartment building 3 times. Their movements are suspicious. Each time they pass, they slow down and keep their headlights off. The occupants are peering up at the building, clearly watching you. Be cautious." Xiao Ran let out a cold chuckle. "Understood, Anthony. You remain concealed and stay safe. Note the license plates of those vehicles and have someone investigate their origins. I am quite curious about which scoundrel is so intent on me that I cannot even enjoy a good night's sleep." Anthony promptly responded, "Don't worry, Sean. I know how to handle this situation." Xiao Ran nodded slightly. "Call the police immediately. If they attempt to breach the apartment, give them a warning first. Should a confrontation arise, I will intervene. You won't be left to face them alone." While discussing the situation, Xiao Ran quickly opened the drawer of the side table beside the sofa and retrieved 2 45 Hong Kong dollars handguns along with several magazines. With 2 soft clicks, he loaded the full magazines into the pistols but did not yet disengage the safety. Following this, he activated his vision enhancement, directing his gaze towards the bedroom. His sight penetrated the bedroom door effortlessly, revealing the scene within. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, it appeared as bright as day to him, and every detail was crystal clear. On the large bed lay an astonishingly alluring tableau. Ilian tossed and turned in her sleep, her silk lace nightgown having ridden up to her waist, fully exposing her enticing curves and long, toned legs. Fang Yufei, on the other hand, slept soundly, yet one of Ilian's hands rested on her shoulder, inadvertently pulling down a strap of her nightgown. Upon witnessing this tantalizing sight, Xiao Ran nearly lost his composure. Regrettably, this was not the moment for indulgence. In the next heartbeat, his gaze penetrated through the wall facing the street. The situation outside the street immediately unfolded before him. The road was eerily quiet, devoid of any figures. The buildings lining the street were engulfed in darkness, their inhabitants fast asleep. Yet at this moment, two vehicles silently approached from the northern end of the street. Both cars had their lights off, with only the glow from the dashboard faintly illuminating the interior, rendering the occupants invisible. Moreover, these vehicles moved at a leisurely pace, their engines emitting barely a whisper, leaving the slumbering residents within the buildings utterly unaware. Such stealthy vehicles could hardly signify a benign intent. Upon first sighting these two cars, Xiao Ran's gaze pierced through their roofs, instantly revealing the situation within. A sudden gasp escaped his lips, his eyes flashing with a surge of indignation. Inside one of the vehicles, he recognized a familiar face, a professional treasure hunter he had encountered at a prestigious family auction. Though they were acquainted, Xiao Ran had never crossed paths with this individual in a negative manner, nor had he provoked any hostility during the auction. Yet, here was this unprovoked man lurking in the shadows, seemingly poised to strike. Contemplating this, a murderous intent flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes. Should you choose such despicable means, do not blame me for my ruthless vengeance. In that fleeting moment, he resolved to seize an opportunity to teach this man a harsh lesson, even contemplating the possibility of eliminating him entirely. In addition to the familiar treasure hunter, there were 4 other unfamiliar faces within the vehicles, all armed with handguns. The trunk of one car contained a shotgun and ammunition, while the other held a bundle of rope, a baseball bat, and black hoods. It was evident that these individuals had come thoroughly prepared, their intentions likely revolving around robbery or kidnapping. The sight of these items intensified the murderous intent in Xiao Ran's gaze. He quickly scanned their identification, committing several names and license plate numbers to memory. Simultaneously, he spotted Anthony, lying in the Chevrolet Suburban, fully armed, clad in a Kevlar vest, and cradling an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. Anthony was vigilantly watching the two vehicles through the tinted windows. Should they make a move, he would be ready to deliver a lethal counterstrike. Seeing Anthony in such a state brought a measure of relief to Xiao Ran, as he felt somewhat reassured. In an instant, he had grasped the external situation. In truth, he possessed ample confidence to confront this predicament, capable of vanquishing anyone who dared to rob him. However, such actions could undoubtedly invite significant trouble. Having recently extricated himself from a major predicament, it was prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. It would be most advantageous if the Los Angeles police could resolve this situation. Having swiftly assessed the surroundings, Xiao Ran stealthily made his way to the foyer and donned a pair of sneakers. Moments later, the two vehicles returned to the entrance of the apartment building. Let us make our move. Although this Chinese lad has disposed of valuable antiques and artworks, he still possesses considerable wealth. If we capture him, we can certainly extract a significant sum in dollars, far quicker than robbing those antiquities, remarked a 20-something African-American from within one of the vehicles. I believe it's time to act. Everyone is asleep, and there are no police in the vicinity. It's the perfect moment to strike. Another accomplice nodded in agreement, eager for action. As the words hung in the air, two police cars abruptly appeared at the southern end of the street. Upon entering the thoroughfare, they activated their sirens and flashing lights, rapidly making their way toward the apartment building. The piercing wail of the sirens shattered the tranquility of the night. Damn it! Someone has called the police. Let us get out of here. Run. I'd rather die than go back to prison. Upon witnessing the approaching patrol cars, The occupants of the two vehicles parked in front of the apartment building were instantly thrown into a frenzy, shouting in panic. In the next moment, the drivers hastily spun the steering wheels, urgently maneuvering to turn their cars around. Their driving skills were commendable, and in an instant they had reversed their direction, flooring the gas pedal. With a roar, the engines erupted as the two vehicles surged forward, their headlights illuminating the darkness as they sped northward, fleeing in haste. The police cars, relentless, pursued closely behind. Once again, the familiar scene of a police chase unfolded in the depths of the night in Los Angeles. Many residents of the apartment, including the lovely Elaine and Fong Yufei, were awakened by the cacophony outside. Lights flickered on in the bedrooms. "Ah!" Fong Yufei suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with a hint of shyness. Elaine then inquired what is happening outside. "Sean, is it coming for you?" Xiao Ran immediately replied, "It's merely a game of cat and mouse. Such occurrences unfold daily in Los Angeles. Today it's just our turn. There's no need for alarm." Just as he spoke, a sudden volley of gunfire erupted outside, sounding quite intense. "Ah!" Elaine and Fong Yufei gasped in unison, clearly startled. "Should I come in and keep you company? It would be safer that way." Xiao Ran jested, attempting to ease the tension of the two beauties. Alas, the response from the ladies in the bedroom was decidedly curt. Scram. Chapter 63. Exploiting the American system at dawn, as soon as Xiao Ran awoke, he received a call from his father. His father informed him that the 6 Tang Dynasty Crimson Gold Dragons and the other esteemed antique artifacts had successfully arrived in the capital. Upon their arrival, these invaluable treasures were promptly transported to the Forbidden City for authentication and subsequent public exhibition. After a period of display at the Forbidden City, they would be sent to Chang'an, eventually returning to the Historical Museum of Guangzhou. The exquisite Yongzheng sky blue-glazed celestial vases, along with various antique timepieces, had also arrived on the same flight. Given that these were non-perishable items, their safety was assured. After a simple disinfection, they were also sent to the Forbidden City. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ran's aunt hurried to the Forbidden City to retrieve these items, securing them in a safe deposit box rented on Financial Street. In 15 days, the enthusiasts who had purchased these items would be able to collect them in the capital. Henceforth, any treasures Xiao Ran sent back to the capital would follow this established procedure. His aunt would receive them, allow for a period of observation to confirm there were no risks, and then proceed with the final delivery. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Ran exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This marked a promising beginning, carving out a pathway for him. From this point forward, he could continuously send the treasures he discovered back to his homeland, reaping significant profits. If he unearthed any rare and unique antique artworks he wished to keep for himself, he could also send them back under the guise of art pieces, thereby allowing him to curate a personal collection at home. As long as these antiques and artworks were not sold under Xiao Ran's name in his homeland, and the transaction funds did not enter his bank account, confidentiality could be strictly maintained. In such circumstances, there would be no obligation to pay taxes in the United States, nor the fear of being ensnared by the IRS. This represented a minor loophole. If utilized wisely, it would enable him to continuously exploit the resources of the United States and other Western nations. After concluding the call, Xiao Ran swiftly announced the news in his live stream. Without question, the chat room erupted in jubilant cheers. After engaging in a few light-hearted exchanges, Xiao Ran exited the live stream and ventured out to procure breakfast. Upon descending, he did not head directly to the restaurant, but rather approached the Chevrolet Suburban parked by the roadside, opening the door and taking a seat inside. Once settled, Anthony promptly began to brief him on the situation. "Sean, those individuals who attempted to rob your home engaged in a gunfight with the police on the street ahead last night. One of them was killed on the spot, and there were injuries among the police officers as well. The Los Angeles police have initiated an investigation and will soon conduct arrests. Those individuals will find it difficult to evade capture. After a thorough investigation, we have also gathered some information. Would you like us to provide it to the police?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ran nodded. "You are all law-abiding citizens. Of course, we must support the police and assist them in apprehending those robbers." "Ha ha ha," Anthony chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, we are all law-abiding citizens, and it is our duty to aid the police in solving this case. He then proceeded to elaborate on other matters. By extracting the fingerprints from the surveillance devices installed yesterday and employing various technical countermeasures, they have successfully identified several individuals responsible for setting up these monitoring systems within the apartments of Xiao Ran and Ilian. Among these individuals are police officers, professional treasure hunters, and gangsters representing a diverse array of backgrounds. Without exception, their intentions revolve around Xiao Ran, drawn by the allure of valuable antiques, artworks, and his substantial wealth. While providing this information, Anthony sent the investigation results directly to Xiao Ran's mobile phone. Upon receiving the notification, Xiao Ran promptly opened his phone to review the materials. Within the documents, he recognized several familiar faces, his expression darkening immediately. However, he refrained from further comment, stepping out of the vehicle to join Anthony for breakfast instead. During this time, he called David to explain the situation, indicating that if the police were to investigate his side, he would need David's assistance to navigate the circumstances. Before long, Xiao Ran returned to the apartment, carrying takeaway Cantonese dim sum. Unfortunately, upon his return, he found that both Ilian and Fong Yufei were already awake and dressed, having missed a splendid sight. At 10 a.m. UCLA, as Xiao Ran ascended the stairs, he was greeted unexpectedly. "Good morning, Sean." The voice belonged to a mixed-race beauty from his department, albeit a year below him. "Good morning, Jennifer," Xiao Ran acknowledged with a nod. "Are you free for coffee at noon? You can choose the place. I have some matters I would like to discuss with you." With that, Jennifer threw him an alluring glance, imbued with temptation. "Wow!" Exclamations of surprise and envy arose from those nearby. Yet, Xiao Ran, oblivious to the flirtation, merely shrugged. "I'm sorry, Jennifer, but I have plans at noon. Let's discuss the coffee another time. See you." With that, he turned and continued upstairs. Jennifer stood frozen in place, dumbfounded and filled with a mix of shame and anger. In UCLA, no one had ever rejected her so directly, leaving her with a profound sense of humiliation. As Xiao Ran ascended, he shook his head disdainfully. Jennifer, a cheerleader for the university's football team, was undeniably beautiful and alluring, yet notorious for her duplicitous nature. Previously, she had never acknowledged Xiao Ran, treating him as if he were a stranger. Her sudden enthusiasm today, coupled with her ambiguous invitation, left little doubt as to her motives. Xiao Ran had no interest in engaging with someone like her, akin to a fleeting buzz. Moments later, he arrived at the doorway of his mentor's office on the 3rd floor. After more than a week, he knocked and entered. Following their greetings, his mentor appraised him curiously, remarking, "Sean, I've heard quite a few legends about you lately. You've become a legendary figure at UCLA." Accustomed to his mentor's inquisitive gaze, Xiao Ran took it in stride. Upon departing from the consulate and returning to the apartment building, he had encountered such scrutinizing gazes countless times. Nearly every acquaintance would regard him with curiosity and inquire a few questions upon meeting. Many strangers, previously unknown to him, would approach him for conversation, eager to make his acquaintance and ask about his life. Remarkably, numerous attractive women would also take the initiative to introduce themselves, requesting his phone number, leaving him rather overwhelmed and somewhat incredulous. In this regard, American girls were far more forthright and assertive than the women he had encountered back home. Provided that one possesses wealth, the number of eager admirers is truly incalculable. Moreover, a considerable number of individuals might later resort to legal action, demanding substantial compensation. Additionally, many international Chinese students would come forward to greet him, expressing a desire to join his live stream. To these individuals, Xiao Ran merely offered a polite nod. As for the requests to join the live stream, he declined each one without hesitation. "Stephen," he remarked, "the legends surrounding me contain both truth and embellishment. Overall, they are somewhat exaggerated." Xiao Ran did not deny this. There was no need to do so. It was evident that the Los Angeles police had likely consulted Stephen to ascertain the facts. Stephen probably possessed more insights than the rumors circulating outside, with details that were more precise. Thus, "Have you truly become a professional treasure hunter? Or perhaps a fortunate one?" he inquired. "I have heard that you have unearthed several priceless antiques and artworks in succession. Is that true?" Xiao Ran nodded, briefly recounting how he had become a professional treasure hunter and the remarkable discoveries he had made of significant antiques and artworks. Although he spoke plainly, rarely employing exaggerated descriptions or rhetoric, his account left Stephen and his assistant utterly astonished. The two stared at him in disbelief for a considerable time before regaining their composure. Wow, this is simply extraordinary. How can one person's fortune be so remarkable? To discover such astonishing treasures in such a short span of time is hard to fathom. Xiao Ran offered a wry smile. You are no different from others, only perceiving my successes while overlooking the losses I have incurred at auctions. Furthermore, my achievements are not solely due to luck. I have been fervently studying and frequently visiting museums to become a better treasure hunter. Through diligent learning, I am striving to enhance my knowledge and sharpen my discernment, and these recent fortunate finds stem from my improved abilities. Stephen nodded, expressing admiration. Aha, I believe that your capacity for learning is impressive, and you possess a commendable dedication to your craft. Yet, humanity is such that people are drawn to success, rarely acknowledging failure. I am no exception. At this juncture, he abruptly shifted the topic. If you happen to make another significant discovery, perhaps something akin to a masterpiece by Braque, do reserve a piece for me. I would be willing to pay a high price for it. Certainly, Stephen. I hope I can maintain such good fortune and make further discoveries. Xiao Ran replied with a smile and a nod. The mentor in question is a wealthy individual, possessing ample financial resources and a penchant for collecting various items. Naturally, Xiao Ran welcomes such clients with open arms. The more, the better. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the conversation swiftly transitions to the main topic, as they commence discussions regarding Xiao Ran's thesis. Chapter 64. The unfortunate Saudi prince on Wednesday, at approximately 9:40 a.m., Xiao Ran, accompanied by Ilian, drove to a cargo yard located at the port of Los Angeles. Following closely behind in a Chevrolet Suburban were Anthony and Sam. Their purpose for visiting this venue was to attend a container auction, where a total of 11 containers were scheduled for public sale. Such container auctions are periodically held at various ports across the United States. If a container remains unclaimed for over 3 months, the port authorities transfer it to an auction house for public bidding. Given the current circumstances, the number of containers available for auction has significantly increased, leading to more frequent events, occurring almost weekly. The underlying reason for this surge is the growing number of business closures. These containers originally contained various goods ordered by different enterprises. Upon arrival at U.S. ports, many of these businesses had already ceased operations, leaving the containers unclaimed. Additionally, some containers accompanied by individuals were left abandoned as these individuals could not reach the U.S. due to suspended flights. Ultimately, all these unclaimed containers find their way to auction houses to be sold off. The rules governing container auctions are largely akin to those of warehouse auctions, albeit with the option for credit card payments. Given the larger size of these containers, they often hold more goods of considerable value, resulting in inflated auction prices. Consequently, bidders face higher costs, frequently exceeding tens of thousands of dollars, with many items fetching even loftier sums. A miscalculation in this arena can lead to significant financial losses, potentially resulting in severe repercussions for those lacking discernment or fortune. Therefore, professional treasure hunters participating in container auctions usually possess a fair amount of capital and established sales channels. Those with moderate expertise and casual onlookers seldom engage in these auctions. After parking in the designated area, Xiao Ran and Ilian alighted from the vehicle and proceeded towards the temporary office of the auction house to register. Due to the presence of firearms, Anthony and Sam remained on the periphery, unable to enter the auction site. However, they could still observe Xiao Ran from a distance, ensuring his safety. During their walk, Xiao Ran engaged in a live broadcast, interacting with his online followers. If I happen to stumble upon a great find today, would it be possible to delay the auction time in the live stream so I can gather some funds? Inquired Chu Tianyong, who had a penchant for soup skins. What great find could that be? It's not as if treasures abound in America, Xiao Ran replied with a smile. Besides, today's auction is for containers, which likely hold a variety of goods. As he finished speaking, an eager participant chimed in, goods can also be treasures. What if it's a container full of high-end graphics cards? That would be a windfall. At that moment, Xiao Ran and his companions arrived at the temporary office of the auction house. A considerable number of professional treasure hunters have gathered here, conversing in small groups, along with some staff from auction houses. Among these individuals are several familiar faces, including a few old friends. Sylvia, Garcia, Kevin, and Jeremy have all come to partake in this container auction. The arrival of Sean immediately captured everyone's attention. All present recognized him, and upon sighting him, they began to whisper among themselves. Look, it's that fortunate fellow, Sean. I can't believe he's here for the auction as well. Seems he's never satisfied with his earnings. Indeed, after those previous windfalls, he must have made at least $60 million, if not more. If I had that kind of money, I'd retire immediately to bask in the sun and enjoy life with beautiful women. Who would still want to work? As the murmurs continued, envy and resentment filled the air, their eyes glistening with jealousy. A few of them cast glances at Sean that were somewhat unnatural. Conversely, Sean's gaze towards them brimmed with hostility, even hinting at a lethal intent. Fortunately, everyone was wearing sunglasses, averting direct eye contact. These individuals were among those who had previously infiltrated Sean's apartment to install pinhole cameras and listening devices. Some had ventured into the apartment themselves, while others had sent friends to do so, all leaving fingerprints on the surveillance equipment. Thanks to Anthony and his team's counter-surveillance efforts, they quickly identified these shadows lurking in the dark. As Sean approached, he instructed Elaine to go register, while he greeted several fellow treasure hunters. Good morning, Sylvia, Garcia. I didn't expect to see you both at this container auction. It seems we shall be rivals today. Good morning, Sean. It's probably us who didn't anticipate this, Sylvia replied with a smile, embracing Sean warmly. Shortly after, Garcia, Kevin, and others joined in to greet Sean, exchanging elbow bumps. Once registration was complete, Elaine joined Sean, standing beside him to wave at everyone. After a few casual exchanges, Sylvia lowered her voice and said, Sean, I heard that after you left Malibu, you went straight to the Chinese consulate in Los Angeles. Were you worried about the LAPD or the FBI causing trouble? Moreover, I've heard you stayed there for a week before departing. What became of those priceless antiques and artworks you discovered? Have they been dealt with? With Sylvia's words, all eyes turned to Sean, each filled with curiosity. Clearly, this was a matter of great interest to everyone present, eager for answers. Wow, it seems even foreigners are quite gossipy. A commentator chuckled in the live stream. Xiao Ran shook his head and softly explained, the few ancient artifacts from China discovered that day were stolen nearly 50 years ago, which is why I rushed to the consulate in Los Angeles. As for the other matters, I did not think much of them at the time. The rumors circulating in the outside world are baseless and unfounded. The police have not troubled me. I initially stayed at the consulate to authenticate those treasures, but later, due to my apartment being ransacked, I remained there for safety reasons. With these words, he deftly diverted the conversation. Before he finished speaking, laughter erupted in the live stream. What a waste for Xiao Ran not to be an actor. He lied without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Strangely enough, I almost believed him. When did the Los Angeles police become so lenient? While jesting, everyone understood Xiao Ran's intention. Thumbs were raised in admiration for his seasoned experience in navigating such situations. Meanwhile, Sylvia and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Upon hearing that Xiao Ran's apartment had been looted, they were taken aback. They instantly realized that among those who ransacked the apartment, there might very well be familiar professional treasure hunters. After a brief pause, Jeremy suddenly whispered, I heard Howard was arrested by the police yesterday and even shot. Does this have anything to do with you? Sean, did Howard ransack your apartment? Xiao Ran did not respond directly but smiled and said, whether Howard ransacked my apartment or is involved, I cannot say. However, my bodyguard discovered many surveillance devices in the apartment and handed them over to the police. According to their feedback, several fingerprints were found on those devices, perhaps even Howard's. A collective gasp escaped Sylvia and the others, their faces pale with fear. Observing their astonishment, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes. This was precisely the outcome he sought. He aimed to disseminate this information through Sylvia and the others, warning everyone that he was not to be trifled with and that he possessed numerous methods to deal with those with ulterior motives. Before Sylvia and the others could fully process this, he swiftly changed the topic. Friends, are there any treasures in the containers being auctioned today? Do share some insights. The professional treasure hunters exchanged glances before Kevin spoke up. It is said that 1 or 2 of the containers here are from Saudi Arabia and may belong to a certain Saudi prince. That prince has been imprisoned by the crown prince, and the containers shipped to America are now unclaimed. Many attendees today have come specifically for the prince's containers. The notion of the Saudi prince's container sounded intriguing. Xiao Ran nodded slightly, his interest piqued. Chapter 65. Supercar container at 10 o'clock in the morning. The auctioneer and his assistant, seated beneath the sunshade, approached the gathering as the time had arrived. Upon reaching the forefront, the auctioneer proclaimed in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Johnny, the auctioneer presiding over this container auction. Welcome to the event I am hosting. The auction will commence shortly, but first, allow me to introduce the auction rules." Thereafter, he swiftly began to articulate the regulations. The attendees were seasoned treasure hunters and several proprietors of second-hand stores, all too familiar with these rules. Nevertheless, they listened attentively. As the auctioneer recited the guidelines, many treasure hunters cast their eyes on Xiao Ran, whispering among themselves, "That fellow, Sean, possesses extraordinary luck and keen insight. If we keep a close watch on him, we might just secure a treasure worth a fortune. Indeed, we must closely monitor this fortunate individual. I refuse to believe that fortune favors only him." Among those fixated on Xiao Ran were 2 professional treasure hunters who had previously raided an apartment. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran, who was quietly jesting with Elon, could distinctly feel the piercing gazes of suspicion directed at him. In the blink of an eye, the auctioneer concluded his introduction of the rules and led the attendees to the first container up for auction. The atmosphere in the live-streaming room transformed into a lively hub as the auction commenced. "Xiao Ran, if there truly exists a container belonging to a Saudi prince, we must secure it. It could yield a substantial profit," Ji Fu remarked, his anticipation palpable. "Let us not harbor excessive expectations. I will do my utmost. Yet the joy of participation is of paramount importance," Xiao Ran replied with a gentle smile. As they conversed, the auctioneer arrived at the first container. It had been lowered and positioned in an open area, flanked by numerous containers stacked like towering city walls, reaching heights of over 10 meters. These containers hailed from various corners of the globe, adorned with inscriptions in diverse languages and the emblems of different shipping companies. A significant portion bore Chinese characters and the insignia of Huaxia Shipping Company, indicating their origin from China. The first container up for auction today was indeed from China, marked with the logo of Costco Shipping. Approaching the container, the auctioneer provided a brief overview of its circumstances. "Esteemed participants, this container originates from the magical metropolis of Huaxia, having remained unclaimed here for over 5 months. Thus it is now publicly auctioned." As the auctioneer described the situation, his assistant stepped forward with hydraulic pliers, deftly severing the container's padlock and unveiling its contents. Subsequently, the attendees began to queue up for a closer inspection and evaluation. The atmosphere among the treasure hunters grew increasingly electrified. Xiao Ran, however, did not hurry forward to examine the contents, nor did he secretly activate his vision to peer inside the container. Instead, he continued to converse quietly with Elon while observing the reactions of those around them. Unbeknownst to him, others were closely observing his every move. Even those standing at the entrance of the container seemed more engrossed in the interior than in him. In a moment, it was Xiao Ran's turn to step forward and assess the situation. He led Ilian to the entrance of the container and raised his gaze inside. The container was filled with unpacked furniture and several tightly wrapped crates. Some of these crates bore upward arrows and were marked with the words "Handle with care" in Chinese, along with company logos among other labels. Clearly, this was a shipment of brand new furniture exported from Huaxia to the United States. Yet it had been abandoned at the port. Judging by the silhouettes of the unpacked furniture, it appeared to be Western style, though whether it was ordinary or high-end remained uncertain. In Xiao Ran's eyes, there was nothing radiating beauty within. At this moment, the container held no value for him. It was not his objective. Before the establishment of his company, he had no interest in transporting these new pieces for gradual sale. Even if they were easy to sell, the profit would hardly justify the effort. Upon seeing the container brimming with furniture, Ilian's interest waned significantly. "Sean, it seems you won't be bidding on this container," Xiao Ran remarked with a smile. Indeed, dealing with such items was exceedingly troublesome, and the profit was insufficient to warrant the hassle. At that moment, a fan in the live stream interjected, "Xiao Ran, if you need furniture, I believe you could bid on this container. It's from a furniture factory in my hometown in Zhejiang, specializing in various custom European high-end furniture for export, with a solid market and excellent quality." Xiao Ran responded quietly, "Forget it. I don't wish to engage with such things right now. I'll consider it after I buy a house." With that, he led Ilian away from the container entrance and stepped aside. Observing his demeanor, many onlookers displayed a hint of disappointment. They understood that Xiao Ran had no interest in this container. However, Kevin approached him. Drawing near, he quietly inquired, "Sean, this is evidently a container from your country. What are your thoughts on the unpacked furniture within?" "I'd appreciate your insight." Xiao Ran glanced at him and nodded. "I am unsure about the nature of these furnishings, but I have heard of this brand, and its quality is quite decent. If you have a sales channel and the price is right, it could be worth bidding on. There should be profit to be made." "Understood. Thank you," Kevin replied, nodding and saying no more. Soon, everyone had completed their inspection. The auction was about to commence. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is a container filled with new furniture, valued quite handsomely. The starting bid for this container is set at 4,000. Feel free to place your bids." Johnny spoke rapidly, presenting a standard opening price. With the announcement of the starting bid, the competition was set in motion. No sooner had he finished speaking than hands began to rise in response. Xiao Ran, however, did not even cast a glance, continuing to engage in light-hearted banter with Ilian. The trivial auction held no allure compared to conversing with a beautiful woman. Before long, the furniture container was sold, with Kevin being the successful bidder at a price of 32,000. He possessed sales channels that would allow him to sell all the furniture within the container, undoubtedly reaping a tidy profit, with returns potentially doubling without a doubt. Subsequently, the auctioneer led the attendees to the second container. They soon arrived before a 45-foot-high cube container, noticeably sturdier and more robust than the previous one, indicating that it was a specially designed large container. Upon sighting this impressive container, the eyes of many professional treasure hunters lit up with excitement. "Wow, this is a specialized container, typically used for transporting valuable items. Perhaps this is the container of a Saudi prince, undoubtedly filled with treasures." A chorus of exclamations erupted, electrifying the atmosphere as each treasure seeker became instantly animated, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The same fervor was mirrored in the live stream, where viewers expressed their exhilaration. "Goodness, this large container appears substantial. Perhaps it holds a grand surprise," the honest and reliable young gentleman remarked. "Let us open the mystery box and see what treasures lie within," Shimen Chueyu eagerly urged. At the auction site, Johnny began to provide details about the container. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a large container shipped from Europe." As he concluded his introduction, a staff member approached with a handheld cutting machine and commenced severing the lock. With a cacophony of sharp noise, the sturdy lock was swiftly breached. In the next moment, two staff members forcefully pulled open the doors of the container. The instant the doors swung open, a wave of exhilarated cheers erupted from both the and the live stream. "Wow, this is a supercar container. It seems to contain several luxury sports cars. Truly extravagant." Without a doubt, this was indeed the container of a Saudi prince, as those individuals purchased supercars as if they were mere models. As the atmosphere surged with excitement and enthusiastic outcries, what went unnoticed was the glimmer of amusement that danced in Xiao Ran's eyes. Chapter 66. A clash of titans before the container. Xiao Ran and Ilian were inspecting its contents. As everyone could see, it was a container filled with a selection of high-performance supercars. However, these magnificent vehicles were shrouded in protective covers and securely fastened on robust two-tiered shelves with sturdy straps. In addition to the few covered supercars, the walls of the container were adorned with tires and rims, all meticulously secured as well. Due to the car covers, the true nature of these supercars remained obscured, rendering precise identification and assessment challenging. Yet, their brands were unmistakable, as each cover bore a prominent logo, easily discernible. Positioned at the forefront of the container were a Ferrari and a McLaren. Judging by the sleek contours outlined by their covers, it was evident that these were not vintage models but rather contemporary iterations produced in recent years. The two supercars nestled on the shelves, illuminated only by the angles and light, revealed nothing but the brand logos on their covers, leaving their outlines shrouded in mystery. These two vehicles were a Lamborghini and a Bugatti, respectively. The tires and rims affixed to the walls were mostly encased in protective coverings, with only a few exposed to view. This container of supercars was enough to drive any man to madness. What man does not dream of owning a supercar? Who among them has not harbored fantasies of such magnificent machines? Moreover, the presence of 4 top-tier supercars within this spacious container heightened the allure to an almost feverish extent. Like other professional treasure seekers, Xiao Ran was visibly exhilarated by the sight of these supercars. He first examined the Ferrari and McLaren at the entrance, then raised a powerful flashlight to illuminate the depths of the container, catching a glimpse of the Lamborghini and Bugatti within. Throughout his inspection, he could not suppress his astonishment. Wow! A Ferrari, a Lamborghini, a Bugatti, and a McLaren. Each of these supercars embodies the dreams of men. To possess so many simultaneously would be an unparalleled joy, a statement of sheer magnificence. Though Ilian was not particularly enamored with supercars, she recognized their worth. It seemed this was indeed the legendary container of the Saudi prince. Only those wielding the wealth of petrodollars could indulge in such extravagance. Xiao Ran, are you planning to bid on this supercar container? Your demeanor suggests as much. Not only Ilian, but all the fans in the live stream echoed this sentiment, fervently encouraging him. This is not merely a container of supercars. It is a treasure trove of masculine dreams, utterly breathtaking and mesmerizing. The exuberant commentator exclaimed, Xiao Ran, since you've encountered such a container of supercars and are not short on funds, do not let this opportunity slip away. Seize it. That way, when you visit Los Angeles, you can indulge in the thrill of driving these supercars and experience the joy of variety. A childhood friend eagerly emerged, wishing he could bid on behalf of Xiao Ran. The others were equally enthusiastic, urging Xiao Ran to acquire the container of supercars. Among the wealthy heirs who had experienced supercars, there was a palpable excitement. They informed Xiao Ran that if these supercars were indeed limited editions, their value would be extraordinarily high. In many cases, wealth alone would not suffice to procure them. More importantly, the price of such supercars varied drastically between domestic and international markets. Should Xiao Ran successfully bid on these limited edition vehicles, they expressed their willingness to take them off his hands, promising substantial profits for him. In contrast, Xiao Ran maintained a calm demeanor, far more composed than his companions. Given the limited time for the tour, he refrained from elaborating further. As the visit neared its conclusion, he suddenly whispered, Everyone, please screenshot the visuals from this supercar container and conduct a thorough analysis. If we can identify the models of these supercars, it would bolster my confidence. No problem. Leave it to us. The others in the livestream chorused, swiftly beginning to take screenshots and springing into action. Moments later, Xiao Ran departed from the container's entrance, leading Ilian to a nearby spot. Throughout his evaluation, all the professional treasure hunters present fixated on him, eager to observe his reactions. Simultaneously, groups of treasure hunters began to congregate, whispering among themselves. It was evident they were discussing a potential joint bidding effort. The price of this supercar container would undoubtedly be steep, rendering it unattainable for the less financially endowed treasure hunters. To compete with a heavyweight like Xiao Ran, they had no choice but to collaborate in bidding. Only through such collective efforts could they hope to seize a chance. Otherwise, they stood no chance at all. Even formidable players like Sylvia and Garcia sought out a couple of friends to quietly confer. The pressure exerted by Xiao Ran was simply overwhelming. Before long, the tour segment concluded. Johnny stood at the entrance of the container, exuberantly announcing, Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed the contents of the container and I trust you have formed your judgments. We shall now commence the auction, with a starting bid of 40,000. Which buyer will make the first offer? The moment the starting bid was announced, A wave of discontent erupted. Johnny, that starting bid is exorbitantly high. Are you certain you haven't misquoted the price? Damn it, this is clearly a scheme against us. It was evident that this steep opening bid had already eliminated a significant portion of the treasure hunters from contention. Those of average means found themselves unable even to raise their hands to bid, effectively sidelined from the competition. Johnny paid no heed to their complaints, instead focusing intently on the more capable professional treasure hunters, including Xiao Ran. In the next moment, someone raised their hand to accept the starting bid, thus commencing the competition. The individual who made the bid was a representative of a bidding team. Within this team was a member who had previously plotted against Xiao Ran, having surreptitiously installed a pinhole camera in his apartment. Upon witnessing the bidders raise their placards, a flicker of disdainful amusement crossed Xiao Ran's eyes. However, he refrained from intervening immediately, choosing instead to observe the spectacle from the sidelines, for the moment had yet to arrive. In the blink of an eye, several rounds of bidding had elapsed, and the price of the supercar container soared to an impressive 46,000. Just as Johnny announced this figure, Sylvia unexpectedly raised her hand to bid 50,000. Following Sylvia, several affluent treasure hunters joined the fray, including Kevin and another individual who had covertly plotted against Xiao Ran. This latter individual was affiliated with a bidding team. As the price ascended to 80,000, the representative of that bidding team once again raised the placard to secure the bid. At that moment, Xiao Ran suddenly raised his hand, entering the competition. $100,000, he declared. As his voice resonated, all eyes turned toward him, igniting a ripple of excitement throughout the room. Damn it! Sean has entered the competition as well. What a nuisance! Indeed, none of them could match the wealth of that scoundrel. What chance did they have? In the live broadcast, cheers erupted. Wonderful, Xiao Ran. You must secure this supercar container. Crush these Americans and show them what for. Listening to the fervent encouragement from the chat room, Xiao Ran merely smiled softly, choosing not to respond immediately. After another 7 or 8 rapid rounds of bidding, the price for the supercar container had skyrocketed to 125,000. The bid was accepted by a bidding team that Xiao Ran had been discreetly monitoring. Just as the opposing team lowered their arms, he raised his hand to counter. $150,000. Along with this bid, he smiled and nodded at one of the treasure hunters, a man named McKinney, who had previously invaded Xiao Ran's apartment. Upon witnessing this action, everyone grasped the implications. He was targeting this bidding team, though the reason remained unclear. Sylvia and Kevin, however, quickly comprehended the situation. What the hell? Why is Sean targeting us? Is there a problem? Need I even ask? Someone among us must have offended that scoundrel. He is notorious for holding grudges. The members of the bidding team began cursing furiously, their frustration palpable. McKinney's expression darkened, his face ashen. He was acutely aware of why Xiao Ran had set his sights on their team. Had that scoundrel uncovered his identity? Most likely. The thought sent a chill down McKinney's spine, leaving him trembling with trepidation. Yet, he had to maintain his composure, feigning ignorance and adopting an innocent demeanor. In the subsequent bidding, Xiao Ran persistently targeted the two bidding teams, rapidly elevating the price of the supercar container beyond 200,000. Throughout this process, numerous treasure hunters shook their heads in resignation, opting to withdraw from the competition. Such a lofty bid, if not supported by a coalition, few professional treasure hunters could undertake it. Observing McKinney and his associates' counteroffering, Xiao Ran responded incisively. $250,000. He swiftly elevated the bid by $30,000 and gestured politely for the other party to continue. Before his words could fade, an urgent voice, half dreamy and half awake, suddenly echoed in his earpiece. Take it easy, Xiao Ran, something feels amiss. I just analyzed the screenshots with a few friends and uncovered some rather peculiar circumstances. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes, while the others in the live stream were left in stunned silence. Chapter 67. A heart-wrenching tragedy. What is amiss with this supercar container? Where lies the discrepancy? Xiao Ran inquired softly. In the next moment, half-dream half-awake provided an explanation. I originally possessed a Ferrari, and a friend of mine happened to own a McLaren P1. Upon our investigation, we discovered that the car covers of these two supercars at the container's entrance, as well as the wheels and tires mounted on the walls, were all erroneous. To be precise, these items appeared to be replicas, crafted with a commendable level of skill, yet still lacking in authenticity. The wheels, in particular, bore glaring flaws that any supercar enthusiast could easily detect. A chorus of gasps erupted in the live stream, startling everyone. Yet, a fleeting smile danced in Xiao Ran's eyes, though he refrained from voicing it. After a brief pause, Half Dream Half Awake continued, stating that with regard to the Ferrari supercar, whether it be the seamlessly molded carbon fiber wheels or the GTB wheels, they far exceeded the ones found within the container in terms of refinement. The surface coating of the wheels inside the container appeared to be manually sprayed, looking rather rough, and their dimensions seemed off. There is a saying in the supercar community: the quality of the wheels reveals the quality of the car. Surely, a Saudi prince could not afford inferior wheels? That was evidently impossible. As his words settled, the live stream erupted in chaos. Could it be that this was not the Saudi prince's container? Were the supercars beneath the covers merely counterfeit? A well-meaning individual who wished to play the villain exclaimed in disbelief. In the next moment, Half Dream Half Awake chimed in again. Is it possible that those supercars are merely models or movie props? After all, this is the heart of Hollywood. A revelation struck like lightning. Indeed, it is plausible that these supercars are simply props from a film. Otherwise, how could there be so many supercars to destroy in a Hollywood blockbuster? As discussions swirled amongst the crowd, the bidding for this supercar container surged to $280,000. Only 4 professional treasure hunters remained in contention for this container. One was Xiao Ran, another was Sylvia along with Garcia, followed by a duo, and finally the bidding team led by McKinney. After receiving the reminder from Half Dream Half Awake, Xiao Ran prepared to withdraw from the competition. In truth, he was already well aware of the actual circumstances surrounding this so-called supercar container. His intention in raising his hand to bid and entering this contest was solely to inflate the price quickly and give McKinney and his cohorts a substantial setback. Now that the bidding had reached a sufficiently high figure, it was time to withdraw. If he were to raise the price significantly further, it could potentially backfire. When Johnny announced a new bid of $282,000 and cast a glance in this direction, Xiao Ran made a gesture across his throat, signaling his exit from the competition. This action left all the professional treasure hunters present in a state of astonishment. Of course, some were elated, particularly McKinney and his team. However, Sylvia and Garcia, also in the competition, hesitated and engaged in a brief whispered discussion. Shortly thereafter, the two individuals shook their heads and withdrew from the competition. They were astute and cautious, and Xiao Ran's sudden maneuver aroused their wariness. For the sake of prudence, they chose to exit, leaving Xiao Ran somewhat astonished, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Following several more rounds of bidding, the contest for the supercar container concluded. Ultimately, it was McKinney's bidding team that secured the container, closing at a price of $300,500. The moment Johnny announced the sale, the team erupted in cheers, convinced that unveiling the splendid vehicles would yield a handsome profit. Observing their jubilant celebration, Xiao Ran was filled with a sense of irony, thinking, "You fools won't escape unscathed." The purchase of this costly supercar container nearly depleted all of McKinney's resources. Their bank account was likely running low. Eager for wealth, they were impatient to proceed, opting not to participate in subsequent auctions, but rather to settle the payment immediately and clear the supercar container. The auction house had no objections and promptly began processing their paperwork. As Xiao Ran followed the auctioneer to the next container's location, the team trailed a staff member to make their payment. Watching their spirited retreat, the smile in Xiao Ran's eyes grew even more pronounced. Not far from the supercar container, Garcia approached. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Sean, why did you suddenly abandon the supercar container? I doubt it was due to the price. Have you discovered something?" Xiao Ran turned to his old friend, smiling as he explained briefly. It was nothing too significant, really. During the auction, he had noticed the exposed wheels in the container appeared somewhat odd, particularly the two Ferrari wheels, which were neither the one-piece carbon fiber type nor the more traditional GTB wheels. Something seemed amiss. Upon further scrutiny, it became increasingly disconcerting, leading him to withdraw from the bidding to be cautious. Garcia paused, momentarily taken aback by this explanation. Soon after, he began to reflect on the condition of the supercar container. Within moments, he nodded, saying, "You may be onto something. Not only those exposed wheels, but the tires also seem off. It appears their paint jobs are aftermarket. They don't look quite right." Xiaoran smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In the live stream, a half-conscious individual suddenly exclaimed, "No way. One can't be this shameless. I was the one who discovered that flaw, and you, Xiaoran, have the gall to claim it as your own." Before he could finish, everyone erupted in laughter. Soon, the auction team arrived at the third container, and a new round of bidding commenced. The third container is destined for Japan, containing a complete set of brand new fitness equipment of commendable quality. However, most gyms have shuttered their doors, with countless establishments facing closure and bankruptcy. Who would dare to open a new store? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Consequently, this pristine container of fitness equipment remains abandoned in the United States, its value significantly diminished. Yet, to many professional treasure hunters, it represents a splendid opportunity worth seizing. Naturally, this does not include Xiaoran, who harbors no interest in the container and has no intention of making a bid. Before long, the tour concluded, and the auction commenced. Numerous treasure seekers vied for the container, creating a vibrant and spirited atmosphere. As the auction approached its midpoint, a cacophony of frantic curses suddenly erupted from a distance. "Damn it! These are just a few movie prop vehicles, all worthless. The hoods are made of paper. This is infuriating. How could I lose $300,000 just like that?" The source of this outcry emanated from the direction of the second container, voices that were all too familiar to the crowd. In an instant, everyone comprehended the situation. The so-called supercar container merely housed a collection of movie props, devoid of any valuable supercars. It was certainly not the container of a Saudi prince, but rather the remnants of a film crew's set, utterly worthless. Upon realizing this, all participants in the previous auction shuddered, gripped by a sense of dread. Among the crowd, Sylvia and Garcia exchanged glances, relieved yet apprehensive, casting a look towards Xiaoran. They found him and Elian engaged in light-hearted conversation in a shaded area, seemingly oblivious to the calamity that had unfolded nearby. This brief interlude swiftly passed, and the auction resumed. The fortunate treasure hunters who had narrowly escaped disaster threw themselves back into the fray. Meanwhile, in front of the second container, 5 or 6 despondent colleagues sat slumped, among them the unfortunate McKinney. Chapter 68. The secrets behind Persian carpets today marks the auction of the 8th container, a rather sizable 45-foot unit. Unlike the previous large container, this one appears rather unremarkable, adorned with the insignia of a Greek shipping company. The treasure seekers gathered before this container have diminished by nearly a third compared to earlier. Aside from the unfortunate McKinney and his associates, who suffered considerable losses, some professional treasure hunters, after securing their containers, immediately proceeded to settle payments and commence their cleaning efforts, opting not to join this gathering. Among them are Sylvia and Garcia, who have successfully acquired 2 containers, investing a substantial amount of money. Faced with the daunting task of clearing both containers within 24 hours, they have wisely refrained from bidding on additional units, fearing that ambition may lead to overwhelming challenges. As all the treasure seekers congregated before this sizable container, Johnny promptly began his introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, this large container hails from France and has remained unclaimed for nearly 4 months. Hence, it is being auctioned publicly. Concurrently, a security personnel, equipped with a handheld electric cutting tool, approached the entrance of the container, poised to make the necessary cuts. In a mere moment, Johnny concluded his briefing, and the security officer commenced the cutting process. Following a cacophony of noise, the lock of the container was swiftly severed. Subsequently, the 2 doors of the large container were gradually pulled open. At that instant, a look of astonishment flickered across Xiaoran's face. Positioned directly opposite the entrance, he could effortlessly discern the contents within. To his delight, a stunning array of vibrant colors and radiant light emanated from inside the container. Even more astonishing was the diversity of these brilliant hues, reminiscent of a rainbow, leaving him spellbound. The luminosity of these colors was striking, almost dazzling. With this revelation, Xiaoran felt an unwavering certainty. Within this large container lay several priceless antiques and artworks, including at least one extraordinary piece of immense value. These artifacts hailed from various eras, encompassing both modern and medieval periods, as well as more ancient times. With this realization, Xiaoran resolved to secure this large container, regardless of the cost. He was brimming with confidence, well aware that the professional treasure hunters present could not possibly rival him. Prior to attending this auction, he had contemplated merely putting on an act, perhaps bidding on a less desirable container to absorb a minor loss and diminish the aura of mystique surrounding him. However, in this moment that notion was swiftly cast aside. The prospect of acting could wait. Opportunities abound. Yet, should he let these treasures slip through his fingers, who knows when he might encounter such fortune again? Time is of the essence. Although it was evident that this container concealed several invaluable antiques and artworks, Xiaoran refrained from hastily peering inside to assess the treasures. Like the others, he held a powerful flashlight, feigning seriousness as he commenced his examination of the container's contents. The container was brimming with boxes of various sizes, including cardboard and storage boxes, completely filling the space. Due to the sheer volume of boxes, stacked like small mountains, they obstructed everyone's view. The depths of the container remained a mystery, leaving the onlookers to speculate on the presence of potentially more valuable items. The only visible objects in the container were a few bundles of carpets, rolled tightly. Judging by the number of layers and their thickness, these carpets appeared quite extensive. One end of the rolled carpets was situated within the container, while the other protruded at the entrance, wrapped in a layer of linen, with only a small portion exposed. Upon witnessing the scene inside the container, many professional treasure hunters let out a collective sigh. It was all boxes, sealed tightly, making it impossible to discern their contents. How could one assess or evaluate them? The quality of the storage boxes looked promising. Perhaps they contained some fine items worth the risk. Meanwhile, in Xiaoran's livestream, the audience was equally perplexed. What a letdown. We can't see anything. This is merely a game of blind box reveals, lamented one viewer. Before long, another fan chimed in. Let us not forget those two small safes from earlier. I think it's worth a shot. Xiaoran's luck with blind boxes is reliable. Amidst the chatter, Ilian had made a discovery. Sean, on those cardboard boxes, I noticed a French place name located in Monaco, the most exclusive residential area. The residents there are elite billionaires from around the world, including members of the Monaco royal family. If the items in this container originate from there, they are likely personal belongings of a super-rich individual. I believe you should consider bidding on this container. It might yield delightful surprises. Before Xiaoran could respond, Jean Lao, who had been silent until then, suddenly sent a message. The moment Fang Yufei read the message aloud, she conveyed, Xiaoran, old Jean wants you to crouch down and take a closer look at those carpets. Hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Xiaoran's eyes. He promptly crouched down, earnestly inspecting the carpets. Although he was not an expert on carpets, their outstanding quality was apparent. The patterns were exquisite, the colors vibrant, and the weaving intricate. Unfortunately, time was limited, preventing a thorough appreciation and study of these beautiful carpets. After a brief glance, he stood up at the urging of the auction assistant, and together with Ilian, they departed from the entrance of the container. As they walked away, Jean Lao sent several more messages. As soon as those bullet comments appeared, Fang Yufei recited them one by one. Xiaoran, old Jean mentioned that those carpets are renowned Persian carpets, and they are of the finest quality, exceedingly rare and valuable. To afford such high-grade Persian carpets, and considering the sheer quantity, this individual must undoubtedly be affluent and of high status. This is likely the container belonging to that Saudi prince. You might consider bidding on it. Xiaoran couldn't help but pause for a moment, then silently expressed a few sentiments. Truly, as a top expert in the appraisal of antique artifacts and artworks from the Forbidden City, his insight is remarkably sharp. The next moment he smiled and softly replied, Understood. Thank you, old Jean. I will exert my utmost efforts to secure this container. Not to mention, just these several bundles of vast Persian carpets should suffice to recoup the investment. No sooner had he spoken than the live stream erupted with excitement. Ah, this is actually the container of the Saudi prince. What a surprise.
Minye exclaimed.
Following closely, Feng Zhongling added, Xiao ran. If these large bundles of carpets are indeed first-rate Persian carpets, they could easily be worth millions. Coupled with any other potential treasures, securing this container is practically a guaranteed profit. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to these individuals. At the entrance of the container, Kevin approached to inspect the situation, crouching down to closely examine the bundles of Persian carpets. Moreover, he discreetly reached out to gently touch one of the carpets, his movements subtle enough to evade the auctioneer's gaze. Almost instantly, a look of surprise flashed across his face, but it was fleeting. Xiao Ran, who happened to witness this scene, felt a tinge of seriousness in his eyes. He instantly comprehended that the discerning Kevin had undoubtedly recognized the value of those Persian carpets. Without a doubt, this individual would be his most formidable competitor in the forthcoming auction. It appears that securing this container, which conceals hidden treasures, will not be an easy endeavor. Chapter 69. Unstoppable. The starting bid for this colossal container was set at 5,000. Which buyer will step forward? Johnny inquired, his words rapid-fire as he announced the opening price. Before he could finish, Xiao Ran had already raised his right hand and uttered a jaw-dropping offer. $100,000. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting an uproar. All the treasure hunters immediately turned their gazes toward Xiao Ran, their eyes wide with disbelief. Good grief! To raise the bid 20-fold right off the bat. Has this guy gone mad? Or does he have money to burn? Share some with me. It was evident that he was determined to secure the prize, aiming to resolve the bidding swiftly. But was this container truly worth such a sum? As discussions erupted, the treasure hunters shifted their focus back to the massive container, each one wearing an expression of astonishment. Unfortunately, during their earlier inspection at the container's entrance, they had found little of note. Now they were met with the same lack of discovery. Everything remained unchanged. According to the auction principle of seeing is believing, the value of this container seemed nowhere near 100,000. Could those few bundles of carpets possibly be worth that much? Surely not. Everyone had seen those bundles. While they appeared decent, they were ultimately second-hand goods. The notion that they could fetch 100,000 was hard to accept. In many places, that amount could buy a house. The treasure hunters who had initially intended to bid on the container were utterly dumbfounded by this outrageous offer. Only when the gasps filled the air did they regain their senses. Almost immediately, they began to curse under their breath. Damn it! This insufferable jerk is giving us no chance at all. Has he lost his mind? I hope he ends up regretting this. As they muttered their grievances, the treasure hunters gradually withdrew from the competition, disheartened. Many among them felt a sense of injustice and a desire to continue bidding, yet their financial limitations held them back. In the livestream room, everyone was equally stunned by Xiao Ran's audacious move. For him, a bid of 100,000 was not exorbitant. He had previously made even higher bids at past auctions. However, to escalate the bid 20-fold right from the outset was unprecedented. No one had ever witnessed such extravagance. Who would act so recklessly at an auction? Such behavior suggested a complete loss of rationality, perhaps even malicious intent to disrupt the auction. Clearly, Xiao Ran had not lost his mind. He was very much in control. His intentions were transparent: to cut through the chaos and swiftly secure the container. The live stream fell silent for a moment as everyone processed the shock. Then, in the next heartbeat, the room erupted. Did I hear that correctly? He just multiplied the starting bid by 20. Xiao Ran is indeed audacious. He's attempting to dazzle those Americans with his wealth. It is indeed infuriating, yet undeniably effective and exhilarating. While everyone around gasped in astonishment, Xiao Ran turned his gaze towards Kevin and gestured invitingly. His intent was unmistakable. Only Kevin, a fellow titan of the auction world, could truly be considered his rival. The other treasure hunters were mere trifles, lacking any semblance of competition. Witnessing this scene, the remaining treasure seekers seethed with indignation, their nostrils flaring as they cursed vehemently, yet they found themselves powerless. A few among them, possessing a modicum of strength, were filled with resentment, eagerly preparing for a fierce contest. The clay figurine still bore 3 parts of anger. Whom did he look down upon? However, Kevin was momentarily taken aback before reluctantly nodding at Xiao Ran. He quickly comprehended that Xiao Ran had indeed recognized the bundles of Persian carpets and surmised the origins of the container. Furthermore, he realized the implications of his actions at the container's entrance, leading to a direct confrontation. It was precisely for this reason that he had initially escalated the price to 100,000, attempting to drive away all other competitors and challenge him to a one-on-one duel. This tactic was both a bidding strategy and a form of intimidation and provocation. Just as Kevin was about to raise his hand to bid, another treasure hunter preempted him. This individual raised his hand to accept the bid of 102,000 and indignantly proclaimed, "Sorry, Sean, but I have my eyes on this container as well. The competition for this container does not solely involve you and Kevin. Count me in." Xiao Ran regarded this individual, a treasure hunter who had been persistently monitoring his bids, much like a shadow. However, he chose not to respond but instead smiled and announced a new price. $200,000, Johnny. As his words echoed, a wave of gasps ensued. Another hike of 100,000. Sean truly was audacious. Such play was unheard of. Was he not attempting to overwhelm others with his wealth? Amidst the astonishment, all eyes turned to the previously bidding individual. Upon closer inspection, his face had darkened like the bottom of a pot, and his expression was one of utter dismay. His eyes blazed with fury, and he clenched his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. In a fit of rage, he longed to persist in the competition, but his pockets had already been emptied. As for borrowing money to bid, he would never dare. If he were to incur a loss, he would be burdened with insurmountable debt, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Damn it, Sean. You are nothing but a complete scoundrel, utterly detestable. This individual cursed through gritted teeth. Subsequently, he shook his head and, with reluctance, withdrew from the contest. The other 2 who had initially intended to enter the fray immediately retreated without showing their faces. In the blink of an eye, the competition had transformed into a duel between Xiao Ran and Kevin, leaving everyone else irrelevant. Kevin, too, was resolute. As soon as Johnny announced the new bid, he raised his hand to accept it. With this action, the true competition commenced. In a flash, several rounds of bidding had transpired, and the price for the large container had soared to an astonishing 450,000. The remaining treasure hunters were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if their very eyeballs might leap from their sockets. They had largely surmised that the large blind box before them was likely the container belonging to the Saudi prince. Yet what good was their speculation? They possessed neither the means nor the strength to engage in such fierce competition, relegating themselves to mere spectators.
480,000 $000.
Xiao Ran once again presented a new bid, raising it by 30,000 without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. As he made his offer, a smile adorned his face as he gazed at Kevin, the intent unmistakable. However, this time Kevin hesitated. He did not immediately respond but fell into contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he suddenly turned to Xiao Ran and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Sean, does that mean if I raise my paddle, you will persist indefinitely?" "Indeed, Kevin. I am determined to acquire this container. The reasons are known to both of us," Xiao Ran replied candidly, without any circumlocution. Upon hearing this, Kevin paused once more, then gently shook his head. "Very well, I withdraw, you madman." With that, he glanced at Johnny and made a gesture across his throat. Now it was Xiao Ran's turn to be taken aback. He had not anticipated Kevin's exit in such a manner. It was only when Johnny's excited voice rang out again that he regained his composure. $480,000. Sold. Sean, this large container now belongs to you. Having successfully bid, Xiao Ran refrained from immediate celebration. He merely raised his fist in triumph and then turned to Kevin. "I shall not participate in the bidding for the next few containers. Kevin, I wish you the best of luck. Congratulations. Sean, you have successfully acquired this container. May it hold delightful surprises." Kevin acknowledged, a hint of reluctance still evident in his eyes. The other treasure hunters, however, were beaming with joy. With Xiao Ran announcing his withdrawal from the bidding for the subsequent containers, it meant they had lost their strongest adversary. Though they were aware they might have missed out on the most valuable container, what could they do? Their own limitations were undeniable. Subsequently, Xiao Ran retrieved a padlock from his backpack and proceeded to secure the container, then accompanied Elian to complete the payment. Meanwhile, the live stream had become a cacophony of excitement. Xiao Ran had indeed secured this container, and now the fun was about to begin. Everyone, prepare your funds. The treasures hidden within this Saudi prince's container were simply too tantalizing to anticipate. Chapter 70. The fortunate acquisition of the Crown Prince's treasure after settling the auction payment and completing all necessary formalities. Xiao Ran and Ilian returned to the large container they had just purchased. At that moment, both were brimming with excitement and anticipation. Approaching the container, as Xiao Ran prepared to unlock it, Ilian curiously inquired, "What if this isn't the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia's container? What if the boxes contain nothing of value? Would you incur a loss? That amounts to 480,000. Xiao Ran merely smiled and shook his head. As long as those bundles of Persian carpets are authentic and of first-rate quality, there is no risk of losing money. Wherever you are in the world, first-class Persian carpets hold the same status as antique artworks, ensuring a steady market. Selling those bundles of Persian carpets for several $100,000 would pose no problem. Anything else discovered within the container would be pure profit." With that, he unlocked the door and forcefully pulled open the large door of the container. As the door swung wide, a vibrant array of colors greeted his eyes once more. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Ran led Ilian into the spacious container. Meanwhile, the live stream was filled with cheers. The treasure is about to be unveiled. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled for a hidden gem. This is the Crown Prince's container. Let us hope it doesn't disappoint and reveals some spectacular finds. Hearing the jubilant voices, Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile. He scanned the interior of the container before speaking into his earpiece. "Everyone, get ready to take screenshots for identification and see if we can uncover some valuable items. Feel free to consult with others, but it's best not to disclose our situation here to avoid complications. Once we've sorted everything and left with our treasures, secrecy will no longer be necessary." As his words echoed, the audience in the live stream quickly responded, "Rest assured, Xiao Ran, we know what to do." Subsequently, Xiao Ran retrieved gloves and a fisherman's hat from his backpack and handed them to Ilian. They had been wearing masks the entire time and did not remove them. Once adequately protected, they began to sift through the contents of the large container. Once again, Xiao Ran knelt at the entrance of the container, peeling back the burlap wrapping the rolls of carpet to examine the bundles of Persian carpets. During the initial inspection before the auction, time had been of the essence, preventing a thorough examination. Now, with ample time at hand, he intended to scrutinize them carefully. A significant reason for this was his limited knowledge of Persian carpets, prompting him to seek an accurate appraisal from Mr. Jean. As he unveiled the burlap, he reached out to feel the surface of one of the carpets. The texture was remarkably exquisite, fine and smooth, with a luxurious softness akin to touching wool. While savoring the tactile experience, he spoke into the earpiece, "Mr. Jean, could you please assist in verifying whether these bundles are indeed the renowned Persian carpets?" With that, he lifted a corner of the carpet he was examining, providing a clear close-up view. In the live stream, Mr. Jean quickly responded with several positive affirmations and began his remote appraisal. In a matter of moments, he arrived at a conclusive judgment, sending a flurry of messages to the chat. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Fang Yufei could hardly contain her excitement as she read them aloud. "Xiao Ran, Mr. Jean has confirmed that this is indeed a Persian carpet, without a shadow of a doubt. Judging by the patterns and designs on the carpet, it is likely a first-rate carpet from Isfahan, an exceedingly precious piece." With the announcement of this appraisal, the live broadcast room erupted into cheers. Some eager individuals could hardly wait. "Xiao Ran, I must have these bundles of Persian carpets. Name your price." Huan Kong of the Reverse Dragon Qinchin exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than others began to chime in. "Such magnificent items. I desire them as well. Who wouldn't want them? Let us compete fairly." Yet, Xiao Ran doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "The cargo space I can secure is limited. Transporting these large rolls of Persian carpets back home is utterly impossible unless a cargo plane is chartered. Since air transport is unfeasible, you will have to devise your own means, perhaps by shipping them back via sea. Upon hearing this, a chorus of sighs filled the live stream. With the two nations' air routes severed, how many could possibly secure sufficiently large cargo space? It's a monumental challenge. Even by sea, the situation is not much better. As the conversation continued, Ilian beside him suddenly erupted in excited cheers. Come quickly, Xiao ran. This large organizer contains a Swarovski crystal chandelier. It is simply exquisite. Xiao ran immediately rose and made his way toward Ilian. At that moment, Ilian stood beside an opened organizer, her eyes gleaming with admiration for the contents within. Approaching closer, Xiao Ran also gazed into the box. Just as Ilian had described, the large organizer held a Swarovski crystal chandelier, dazzling and extraordinarily luxurious, radiating brilliant light. Moreover, the chandelier was adorned with numerous gemstones, both red and blue, of varying sizes, glistening with clarity. Whether they were synthetic or natural gems remained inconclusive for the time being. Additionally, this chandelier bore a rich Arabic artistic style, likely making it a unique custom piece. The moment Xiao Ran beheld the chandelier, he too was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The individuals in the live stream shared his astonishment, each exclaiming in awe, "Wow, this chandelier is simply stunning. It must be worth a fortune. Even confined within the box, it is so enchanting and resplendent. One can only imagine how magnificent it would appear when hung." As the gasps of admiration echoed, Xiao Ran regained his composure. In the next moment, he reached into the organizer, gently caressing the radiant chandelier. It is evident that this exquisite crystal chandelier is a bespoke creation, undoubtedly worth a considerable fortune. Unfortunately, it embodies an Arabian style. Otherwise, I would have genuinely wished to keep it for my future home. Ilian gently nodded and continued, stating, "Indeed, this is a custom-made Arabian-style crystal chandelier. It is regrettable that it does not appeal to you. However, there are many who appreciate such artistic fixtures across Europe and America, making it quite easy to handle." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Ran closed the large storage box and carried it outside, placing it upon the ground. Upon returning to the container, he opened a half-height cardboard box and began to inspect its contents. Inside this box lay various decorative items, including several rolled-up small Persian carpets and other exquisite objects, each a luxury item of notable value. After a brief examination, Xiao Ran resealed the box and moved it outside. Subsequently, he opened several more storage boxes and cardboard containers, uncovering delightful surprises with each new discovery. In one storage box, he found a considerable collection of custom silver cutlery, predominantly knives, forks, and spoons, all imprinted with the emblem of the Saudi royal family. Each piece was remarkably crafted, showcasing rich Arabian artistry. In another storage box, he stumbled upon an array of Limoges porcelain, renowned as one of the finest ceramics produced in France, a luxury that rivals the famed Meissen porcelain from Germany. Additionally, he discovered some exquisite modern crafts, including a Swarovski crystal vase and goblets, equestrian equipment from the brand Donkey, and a pure silver candelabrum from Dior. Each of these items was exceptionally refined and carried significant value. As these treasures astonished Xiao Ran, they also elicited waves of awe and cheers in the live stream. After opening 6 or 7 boxes, Xiao Ran suddenly paused, prompting Ilian to do the same. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "It is evident that the bloodthirsty methods employed by Saudi Crown Prince Salman to eliminate his adversaries have instilled fear in this Saudi prince. This individual has sought refuge in the United States with his family, yet he ultimately could not evade capture and has been imprisoned by Salman. All his belongings previously sent to Los Angeles have become ownerless, thus falling into my possession." Before he could finish, laughter erupted in the live stream. "Ha ha ha. While Salman has been executing countless individuals in Saudi Arabia, who would have thought it would benefit you, this fellow? Where is the justice in that?" A childhood friend exclaimed with mirth. "Indeed, I have heard that Salman has captured numerous Saudi princes, subjecting them to severe torture to extract all their wealth. Little did he anticipate that while he was toiling away at home, you would be reaping his great fortune here in America," chuckled another, reveling in the irony. With his words, the live broadcast room erupted once more into a cacophony of uproarious laughter. Chapter 71. The treasure transfer. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Xiao Ran returned to the matter at hand. As it stands, the large container was filled to the brim with an array of treasures, each item more valuable than the last. At the current pace of inspection, it would be impossible to thoroughly examine the entire container in just a couple of days. I intend to transport everything back to my warehouse, where I can meticulously sort through the contents at my leisure. This approach garnered unanimous support from everyone present. After all, this container contained the entirety of a Saudi prince's wealth, and it was utterly unrealistic to expect a swift clearance. Moreover, rest was essential for the team. The most prudent course of action would be to transport everything to the warehouse, allowing us to embark on a treasure hunt together, uncovering hidden gems at a measured pace. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement and continued, "From this point forward, I will refrain from individually opening each box to assess their contents. Instead, we shall wait until we return to the warehouse to embark on our treasure hunt collectively. This will also grant everyone some much-needed rest, allowing us to recharge for our later endeavors. However, I will keep the live stream active. Interested viewers may continue to watch, and it would be wise to save all video footage as evidence." Upon hearing this, the audience promptly responded, expressing their commitment to preserving all footage as proof. "Be careful, Xiao Ran. This is a monumental fortune, and it is bound to attract unwanted attention," remarked Lao Li from Shanghua, who had remained silent until now. The other fans quickly echoed his sentiment. Having witnessed past events, the audience grasped Xiao Ran's intentions. His actions were not solely aimed at earning the trust of his livestream audience but also at safeguarding against potential interference from the U.S. government and the authorities in Los Angeles. It seemed that the Saudi government and the ruthless Salman were now part of this equation. He wanted to make it abundantly clear that his acquisition of the container was entirely legitimate, with numerous witnesses to corroborate the event. Whether it be the Americans or Salman, anyone attempting to seize the treasures from within the container would have to consider the repercussions of public opinion. Of course, if Salman were willing to pay handsomely for certain items within the container, negotiations could certainly take place. Recently enriched from plundering countless relatives, Salman had the means and would not be deterred by minor expenses. Even if funds ran low, a few shovels in the desert would soon yield treasures aplenty. Next, Xiao Ran briefed Ilian on his plans. He then took out another phone and initiated a call to David. The call connected almost instantly. "David, I'm at the cargo yard at the Los Angeles port, and I've just secured a large container. There are numerous items within that cannot be sorted in a short time. I plan to transport everything back to the warehouse for a thorough examination. Please find a moving company, hire a few workers, and arrange for 2 or 3 box trucks to assist in moving all the contents." Xiao Ran succinctly outlined the situation and his requirements. "No problem, Sean. Leave it to me," David responded confidently. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Ran continued, "There is one more matter. Please bring in a few trusted security personnel. The valuables within this container are significant and require heightened protection." Upon hearing this, David immediately grasped the situation. Lowering his voice in excitement, he exclaimed, "Sean, you truly are a fortunate individual. Have you stumbled upon some treasures that necessitate increased security? Care to share what you've discovered? I will provide you with details when you arrive with your team and vehicle. Some matters are best discussed in person," Xiao Ran replied with a smile and a shake of his head. He then imparted a few more instructions to David before concluding the call. Subsequently, he and Elaine exited the large container, leaving its door ajar. While waiting, Xiao Ran contemplated for a moment, then dialed the cultural attaché at the consulate to briefly outline the situation. It was prudent to retain a safeguard, considering the potential for underhanded tactics from the Americans or the Saudis. The attaché, Mr. He, took his account seriously, stating he would promptly inform the consul and deliberate on a response strategy. He also reassured Xiao Ran that the consulate would safeguard his security and interests. After hanging up, Xiao Ran implemented additional precautionary measures, instructing Anthony to drive over and bolster security. Once Anthony and his team arrived, he requested Sam to bring his Tuareg. The auction for this container had concluded, and Anthony's arrival would have no repercussions. A while later, Kevin, Jeremy, and a few other familiar treasure hunters returned to the scene. The remaining 3 containers had been auctioned off, officially marking the end of the day's auction event. However, these individuals were unwilling to leave empty-handed and sought to uncover what treasure Xiao Ran had discovered. At that moment, everyone was aware that the fabled Saudi Princess container had fallen into Xiao Ran's possession. Observing that Xiao Ran had not begun to sort through the container, but was instead engaged in light-hearted conversation with Elaine and Anthony, Kevin and the others were somewhat taken aback. Approaching closer, Kevin curiously inquired, "Sean, why aren't you sorting through this container? Its capacity is vast, and the contents are numerous. Even 24 hours may not suffice." Xiao Ran greeted them and explained, "I intend to transport everything from the container and sort it all at my leisure back home. I am currently awaiting my vehicle." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Kevin suddenly shifted the topic. "Sean, what are your plans for the goods inside this container, particularly those bundles of carpets? If you intend to sell them, I would be interested in taking them off your hands. We can negotiate the price." Xiao Ran regarded him for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. "It is premature to discuss such matters. Let me sort through the contents of this container first. I am aware that you recognize those Persian carpets, and should I decide to part with them, you will be my first consideration." Kevin paused momentarily, then awkwardly chuckled. "No wonder your bidding has been so outrageous. It seems you have recognized those Persian carpets and are aware of their immense worth. It appears that my loss is not unjustified. I can only blame my misfortune for encountering someone as fervent as you." Standing nearby, Jeremy and several other professional treasure hunters were rendered speechless, filled with regret and wishing to slap themselves in disbelief. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true value of the bundles of carpets within that container. They were, indeed, exquisite Persian carpets. They finally understood why Xiao Ran and Kevin had dared to bid so boldly during the auction. Alas, it was too late for regret. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Kevin and the others took their leave to settle the payment. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had elapsed. David finally arrived, accompanied by a moderately sized convoy. Among them were 6 armed security personnel, driving 2 Chevrolet SUVs, along with 2 moving company vans and 6 workers. The security team was from the same company as Anthony's group, and they were well acquainted. Upon arriving at the scene, David first introduced the security personnel and the leader of the moving company. He then pulled Xiao Ran aside and curiously whispered, "Sean, can you now reveal the origins of this large container and the treasures it holds, which have prompted such an elaborate operation?" Xiao Ran, no longer withholding information, quietly explained, "This container belongs to a Saudi prince. I am not entirely sure what it contains, but it is safe to say that it houses all the possessions of that prince, excluding bank deposits and cash. These are tangible assets. For this reason, I plan to transport these items to my warehouse for a thorough examination." Before he could finish, David excitedly gasped in a low voice, "What? Did I hear you correctly? This container holds the entire fortune of a Saudi prince? Could it be that a certain prince, captured by the young Salman, is involved? I heard about this. It was quite the sensation recently." Xiao Ran smiled and nodded. "It seems likely that Saudi prince may have met a rather grim fate at the hands of young Salman." Chapter 72. The poise befitting a prince under Xiao Ran's command. Several movers entered the container and began to carefully transport the boxes inside, one by one. Equipped with dolly carts and heeding Xiao Ran's repeated instructions, they handled the items with utmost caution, avoiding any mishaps. In a short span of time, the area outside the container was filled with boxes of various sizes, strewn across the ground. These cardboard and storage boxes were sealed meticulously, concealing their contents from view. Each box that was brought out was numbered with a marker by Ilian, who also captured photographic evidence with her phone, ensuring nothing would be misplaced. Before long, the boxes at the front of the container had all been removed. Just then, 2 movers, who had lifted a large storage box, suddenly paused. "Oh, here are a few portable safes. They might contain some valuable treasures," one of the movers exclaimed with excitement. As his words echoed, the other workers turned their gazes toward the source, their faces reflecting curiosity. Standing a little further back, Xiao Ran's eyes sparkled with joy. He promptly stepped forward with David to assess the situation. Seeing them approach, the two movers carrying the storage box quickly stepped aside. In the next moment, Xiao Ran and David were presented with the portable safes. There were 6 of these safes, all uniform in style yet varying in size. The largest one measured over a meter in both length and width and appeared quite heavy. The smallest safe, on the other hand, was about 50 centimeters long and wide, with a thickness of approximately 30 centimeters. All the safes were a shimmering silver, exquisitely crafted from high-grade alloys, exuding an air of elegance and robustness, indicating their considerable worth. They were secured within a sturdy net and nestled among several storage boxes, stable enough to withstand any impact. Behind the portable safes stood a wooden crate, exceeding 1.5 meters in height and around 1.2 meters in width. This crate appeared substantial, yet its contents remained a mystery. The moment Xiao Ran beheld the portable safes and the crate, his smile deepened significantly. Fortunately, he wore sunglasses, shielding his expression from prying eyes. The beautiful colors and radiance he had glimpsed earlier in the container emanated from these portable safes and the imposing crate. He was fully aware of what produced that enchanting glow, yet he could not divulge it. To maintain the authenticity of the performance, he adeptly feigned surprise. "Wow! I never expected to find so many portable safes hidden here. What a delightful surprise!" he exclaimed. "I just wonder what treasures these safes hold." The anticipation is palpable. David, standing beside him, could hardly contain his delight. These portable safes exude an air of opulence, embodying the pinnacle of quality. It stands to reason that the treasures contained within must be equally remarkable. With several movers present, David had to exert considerable restraint, suppressing his emotions and avoiding overt displays of excitement. However, the fans in the live stream bore no such reservations. The moment they laid eyes on these exquisite portable safes, the chat erupted with fervor. "What did I tell you? There must be something monumental in that large container, and I was right," exclaimed a character named Illusion, brimming with pride. "Goodness! 6 high-end portable safes, without a doubt. They contain priceless jewels, diamonds, or top-tier antiques and artworks. Truly, this is the container of a Saudi prince. It's practically a treasure trove." "Xiao Ran has struck gold," Yukong chimed in, overflowing with enthusiasm. Inside the container, Xiao Ran took a moment to compose himself before addressing the movers. "Gentlemen, please continue transporting these boxes and organizing them, but exercise extra caution. Should you complete this task successfully, each of you will receive a bonus of $2,000 as a token of my appreciation." No sooner had he spoken than the movers erupted in jubilant cheers. "That's fantastic. Thank you, boss. You are truly generous. Just watch us." With that, they busied themselves. Xiao Ran, accompanied by David, approached the portable safes, ready to personally inspect them. 2 movers offered to assist but were politely declined. He then retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his backpack, deftly cutting through the netting that enveloped the safes. In an instant, he had severed the net and extracted the smallest safe. This safe was not particularly heavy, suggesting that its contents were of little weight. Upon inspecting it, Xiao Ran found nothing of significance. Aside from the manufacturer's logo, there were no other distinguishing marks. With a sigh of disappointment, he set it down and reached for the second safe, which was similar in appearance but slightly larger and heavier. After examining the second safe, Xiao Ran lifted the first one again and whispered to David, "Stay here and guard these portable safes. Do not allow anyone to touch them. I will take these 2 safes outside and return for the others." "Understood, Xiao Ran," David replied with a nod. Subsequently, Xiao Ran carried the 2 portable safes outside. Once outside, upon seeing the safes in his hands, Elaine also expressed her excitement. However, amidst the crowd, she refrained from asking many questions and simply approached to take a couple of photographs of the safes. After she finished taking pictures, Xiao Ran placed the 2 portable safes into his vehicle. He then proceeded to retrieve the remaining 4 portable safes one by one. Without exception, these portable safes bore no markings or inscriptions, leaving one in the dark about their contents. Their weights varied significantly, not necessarily correlating with their sizes. Some safes appeared diminutive yet were surprisingly heavy, while others, seemingly larger, were much lighter. This disparity indicated that the items within were vastly different, not of a singular nature. In a fleeting moment, All 6 portable safes were extracted and placed into Xiao Ran's dilapidated vehicle. After securing the final safe, Xiao Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling considerably more at ease. At this moment, within the container, aside from the large and weighty crate, he paid little mind to the other items. The 6 portable safes and the contents of that crate were undeniably the most valuable treasures within the container. Several movers continued their diligent work, transporting boxes from the container to the outside. Outside the container, Anthony and his companions had already dispersed, standing guard over the boxes strewn across the ground. A few remaining professional treasure hunters, having heard the commotion, gathered at a distance, observing the spectacle with envious eyes. As they beheld the array of boxes at the container's entrance, their eyes glimmered with jealousy. Though the contents remained unseen and their worth unknown, the astonishing sight alone led them to conclude that this container was undoubtedly a remarkable trove, replete with numerous valuable treasures. Damn it! That Sean is incredibly fortunate. All the good fortune falls upon him, they grumbled, consumed by envy. Just then, an excited exclamation erupted from within the container. My goodness! There's a LaFerrari and a Bugatti Veyron here. It's absolutely incredible. With this shout, the atmosphere ignited with enthusiasm. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the container, brimming with excitement and envy. Observing from the entrance, Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile in triumph. That's more like it. Without a few supercars, how could one claim to be a Saudi prince? David, it seems we need to call for a tow truck for the supercars. Leave it to me, Sean. I'll call for the tow truck right away. David nodded in agreement and promptly pulled out his phone to make the call. Meanwhile, the live stream was already ablaze with excitement. Wow! It turns out the real supercars are in this container, and that Xiao Ran has hit the jackpot. Xiao Ran, those 2 supercars are reserved for us. You must at least give me one. These are LaFerrari and Bugatti Veyron. They're impossible to obtain right now. Xiao Ran did not respond immediately, but instead smiled and re-entered the container.